Chapter 1. Beginning at the end, the Pact of Mist. Ravdru, a place revered as the end of the Grand Line. At the heart of this island lies a valley where two figures collide. A black-haired youth, adorned with wings and wielding a sword, engages in combat with another youth cloaked in black. Surrounding the black-haired boy are 6 swords levitating in the air as he gestures skyward. 1,000 swords launch. The 6 swords swirl around him before soaring into the heavens. Once they vanish from sight, a multitude of swords descends from above, launching a fierce assault on the cloaked youth. Unperturbed, the black-cloaked youth declares, "Shadowless, vanish." He disappears from sight, only to reappear behind the black-haired boy, striking him with a powerful punch. The black-haired boy senses the attack and swiftly retaliates, thrusting his sword towards the cloaked figure. The black-cloaked youth is struck, yet the black-haired boy's expression shifts from triumph to grave concern, for he has pierced a mere doppelganger. He closes his eyes, attuning to his surroundings, and suddenly detects a figure rushing towards him with a raised fist. He crosses 2 swords to block the impending blow. A graceful figure, clad in pink, swoops in. Sword Shadow, Mist, cease your brawl. Sword Shadow points his sword at the pink figure and retorts, "Lemming, step aside. I must see what lies beyond." Before Lemming can respond, Mist, draped in a black cloak, interjects, "No, you cannot enter." Just a glance. "Absolutely not. This is my pact with that individual." Mist asserts, unwavering in his resolve. "Then he'll force my way in. This is my territory. To enter, you must first defeat me. Then let us begin. I fear you not." The two engage once more. Lemming observes the two with exasperation. This marks their 108th duel. Sword Shadow's insatiable curiosity drives him to uncover the nature of the one piece left behind, while Mist stands resolute as its guardian, refusing to yield regardless of Sword Shadow's efforts. As their clash continues, Lemming exclaims, "Dream melody, barrier." A multitude of musical notes coalesces into a barrier that halts their attacks. Enough. One is overly curious, the other stubborn. We are all allies. Let us cease this conflict. Oof. Though they momentarily pause, their expressions convey lingering defiance. Lemming sighs, alas, that individual must be nearing execution. A heavy silence envelopes the three. Mist recalls the pact. "You shall help me guard the one piece, and in due time, entrust it to the strongest." Is that agreeable? 3 years prior. At that time, Mist was the sole spirit. A man, accompanied by his crew, approached Ravdru. Before they could set foot on the island, they were met with Mist's ambush. Mist, lacking in social grace, demanded, "Who are you? This is not your domain. Depart at once." One of the men replied, "Fear not, little one. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to leave something on this island." Mist retorted, "Impossible. Regardless of your intentions, you must first defeat me to enter." The man chuckled, "Very well. Should I win, will you grant me one request?" "Agreed, provided it does not contravene my principles. However, if you lose, you must leave and never return." "Understood." They battled for 3 days, ultimately resulting in Mist's defeat. "Cursed human, mark my words, grant me another chance, and I shall triumph." The man smiled, "I shall await you." Dusting himself off, Mist inquired, "What is it you seek?" "This is a place uncharted on any nautical map. I wish to conceal something here. Can you guard it for me?" "Certainly. You may place it here." "Thank you." As the man prepared to enter, Mist questioned, "Wait. You possess remarkable prowess. What is your name?" "Gold, Roger." Thus, Roger entrusted the one piece to Ravdru. After conversing with Mist for several days, he departed with his crew, leaving Mist to await his return for the one piece, a hope that would never come to fruition. Months passed, and Mist gained 2 companions, each guardians of Ravdru, named Lemming, the other Sword Shadow. Observing Mist's daily vigil over the sea, Lemming floated curiously. "What do you gaze upon so intently?" "Awaiting a friend." "Goodness, you stubborn fool. You guard your territory diligently, yet you claim to have other friends beyond us. Care for a duel?" Mist replied, irked as Sword Shadow was ever his adversary. "Bring it on." Sword Shadow, equally indignant, believed that only the strongest deserved leadership, leading to countless unresolved skirmishes between the two spirits. "Enough. This incessant bickering is tiresome," Lemming interjected. "Yet, I'm quite eager to meet him. Rest assured, the opportunity shall arise." Eventually, Mist did encounter Roger, but it was at the undersea prison. On the night of Roger's capture, Mist, accompanied by Sword Shadow and Lemming, arrived at the prison. Mist, incensed, demanded, "What is the meaning of this? With your strength, those Navy officers are no match for you unless you willingly surrendered. Is that correct?" Roger confirmed, "Indeed." Gripping the prison bars, Mist questioned, "Why?" "Because I have contracted an incurable illness and have little time left." "What?" "Lemming, check on him." As Leming approached, Roger added, "No need. I have conquered the seas and become the pirate king. There is nothing more I desire. What the treasure you left with me? I have yet to defeat you. You cannot die." Roger replied, "The One Piece was always meant for the next person." "The next? Indeed. I foresee that I shall not perish, for my will persists. Someday, a more formidable individual shall find my treasure, and defeating him will equate to defeating me. Mist turned away. Very well. I hope he does not disappoint me. I shall grant him but one chance." Agreed. Time returns to the present. Boss Leming, look. Today's newspaper states that Captain Roger will be executed tomorrow in Lobetown. A cloaked youth, holding the newspaper, floated above them. "Xing Yao, you've once again ventured out in human form." Miss scolded. "Oh, I merely wish to take a stroll," Xing Yao replied nonchalantly. "We cannot let our identities be exposed. They must rely on themselves to come here." "Understood, boss. Shall we witness his final moments tonight?" "Indeed, let us go together." That night, at the undersea prison, Roger remarked, "I never expected to meet you again, Mist. Are you here to rescue me? Do you require it? Since you have made your decision, I shall not interfere. However, as a token of our acquaintance, do you have any last wishes?" "I do." "Very well. We shall honor your request." Just as Mist prepared to depart, he paused. "Lucio is about to give birth." Xing Yao interjected, "I calculated it's a boy. Is that so?" "I understand," Roger responded. Mist declared, "Safe travels. I shall uphold my promise." Roger replied, "Thank you." After the spirits departed the undersea prison, they soared through the skies. Leming sighed. "Alas, he was a remarkable hero. It is a pity he must die." Sword Shadow remarked, "It is his choice. We cannot dictate his fate. Nevertheless, I hold a certain admiration for him." A blue-haired boy piloting a mech queried, "Why is that?" Sword Shadow retorted, "Ino, are you not intelligent? Take a guess." He then turned to Mist, "But fool, why do you assist him?" "I doubt it is merely because of your acquaintance. Your character is not one to meddle in others' affairs." A fiery-haired youth chuckled. "I suspect it's because of the D." The other's expressions soured at this revelation, and the individual shrugged. "Oh dear, do not look at me like that. Wu Jin, such remarks are best avoided should you not. I will not spare you." "Understood. By the way, Xing Yao, you seem troubled today. What weighs on your mind?" Xing Yao replied, "Indeed, I have something of great importance to share with you. All our final companion is about to be born." Ino commented, "So what if she is born? What is there to fret about?" Before Xing Yao could respond, the usually gentle Leming inquired, "Is that true? What abilities does she possess?" Xing Yao answered, "She is the rarest of nature spirits." The spirits gasped in astonishment. "What did you say?" "Nature spirits, the rarest existence among the spirit race, are also the noblest. Their abilities include controlling natural elements and transforming into various aspects of nature. They are immortal, possessing infinite lifespans." "However," Leming exclaimed, "a nature spirit, indeed, Jinnying. At last, we have a younger sister whose status surpasses that of the fool." The nature spirits are inherently cherished by the forces of nature, possessing an affinity with all living things, rendering them more significant than any other spirits. "Ino, I hope she isn't an overly troublesome girl." The other spirits began to chatter, but only Mizong noticed the worried expression on Xingyo's face. He approached Xing Yao and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Xing Yao, I encountered something quite peculiar while divining her fate." "What sort of peculiarity?" "She is destined to face a calamity." "How can that be?" "Nature spirits are naturally safeguarded by the forces of nature. How could they possibly encounter misfortune?" "That is indeed curious." The very day she was born coincided with Roger's demise, indicating that her arrival is intertwined with both fortune and calamity. Xing Yao whispered softly to Mizong, "What do you mean?" Upon returning to the territory of Laughter, everyone gathered in Lumeng's domain. Unbeknownst to them, within a crystal orb in Xingyo's territory, an unusual scene unfolded. Everything around was blank, and a boy wearing a straw hat charged forward, while a golden-haired girl clad in brown wept incessantly. Chapter 2. The Birth of Fu Lin, the Execution of Roger. The following day, Rodtown was bustling with an immense crowd, for a significant event was about to take place. The execution of the Pirate King, Ld. Roger. Have you heard? The Pirate King Roger is to be executed today. Who doesn't know? Just look at the throngs of people gathered here. But did you know? There are rumors that Captain Roger discovered a massive treasure during his voyages. Is that true? Where could it be? Who knows? In a shadowy alley? Xing Yao remarked, "Boss, are we truly allowing him to die like this?" Mizong remained silent. Roger was a figure he deeply respected. He honored Roger's choice, believing that this dramatic exit was far more fitting than dying in a sickbed, for he was a king, the Pirate King. "Ah, so you're all here." Upon hearing the voice, Wu Jin immediately became alert. "Who goes there?" Fireball. A fireball surged towards the source of the voice. Water shield, activate. The water shield intercepted Wu Jin's attack. You seem rather unfriendly. Dear brother, a golden-haired girl in brown appeared before the elves. Seeing a familiar face, Wu Jin sighed in relief. I thought we had been discovered by humans. Lu Meng assured him, rest easy, I've cast an illusion around us. The humans cannot find us. My name is Fu Lin, and what are your names? Big brother and sister. Wu Jin, Lu Meng, Ino Xingyao. And this is Jianing, that fool over there is Mizong. Jianing gestured towards Mizong, who was intently gazing at the execution platform. He knew that Roger was the one person Mizong revered above all others, and had Roger not chosen this fate willingly, Mizong would never allow it to happen. Before long, Roger ascended the execution platform under the watchful eyes of the Navy. Those who gazed upon Roger could see that he was remarkably calm, as if returning home, devoid of any signs of fear or panic at the impending execution. Truly worthy of the title Pirate King, his aura instills awe. To face death with such composure, I could never manage that. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, each voice adding to the chorus of speculation. On the execution platform, Roger remained unfazed, staring coldly at the blade before him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky. The clouds thickened ominously, and a torrential downpour commenced without warning, drenching everyone present and casting a somber atmosphere over Rogtown. Witnessing this, Fu Lin smirked. How amusing, it seems the heavens are sending him off. Yet at that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, Roger, have you truly found Laughtail? Where is your treasure? Since you are to die, why not tell us? Yes, you're about to die, so just hand over the treasure. Indeed, surrender your treasure, we will spend it for you. I shall be the one to inherit your fortune. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. As these words echoed, laughter erupted from the crowd, mocking the greedy few while simultaneously ridiculing Roger, who faced his demise. However, their eyes sparkled with anticipation, for they too yearned to discover the whereabouts of the Pirate King Roger's treasure. Unfazed by the mockery, a smirk crept across Roger's lips, and his voice boomed without warning. You desire my treasure, do you? If you wish for it, it is yours to take. Go search for it. I have concealed all my treasures there. With his declaration complete, the blade pierced his heart, and he fell. In the wake of his death, the crowd erupted into cheers, pressing against one another in excitement. Fu Lin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and remarked, it seems the seas will soon be lively. Mizong replied, indeed, but I hope they possess some skill. I have no time to spar with the weak to be my rival. One must surpass Roger. Jianing waved his sword and said, that seems a faint hope. Those who can earn your respect are exceedingly rare. Xingyao added, that may not be the case. As he himself said, even in death, his will shall not perish. The sea is vast, who knows if another king may arise? Lu Meng chimed in, you make a fair point, let us wait quietly for now. Mizong concluded, all right, let us return. Agreed. As they departed, Mizong cast one last glance at the lifeless figure on the execution platform. Rest assured, no matter how many years pass, I shall uphold our promise. I will wait for you, for our paths to cross again. Farewell, Roger. Meanwhile, Xingyao scrutinized Fu Lin, pondering the significance of her birth coinciding with Roger's death under normal circumstances. A birth should herald vitality, not loss. Was it truly a matter of intertwined fortune and calamity? Is something amiss, brother Xingyao? Fu Lin, sensing his gaze, turned to inquire. Oh, it is nothing. Roger may have perished, but the sea remained tumultuous. Countless pirates hoisted their flags, battling fiercely in pursuit of the legendary treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger, ushering in the dawn of the great pirate era. 22 years later, in Laughtail, something is wrong. Lu Meng flew out of the bell sound illusion her territory in a state of panic. What has happened? Ino asked. Fulfulin, what has happened to that little girl? She has left? What is happening? Who has departed? Upon hearing Lu Meng's scream, all the other spirits gathered together, except for Mizong. Lu Meng produced a note and said, look, she has left a message. The letter read, Dear siblings, I have gone to undertake an important matter. Do not worry. This task may take a considerable amount of time. Subsequently, the demon fruit tree has entrusted me to guard it alone. Rest assured, I will not reveal my identity. If necessary, I will return. Farewell. Ino was perplexed. What is she up to this time? Lu Meng turned to Jianing and asked, what does this mean? Jianing replied, how would I know? Weren't you with her? We don't spend every moment together. You should understand her character. Ino remarked. I wonder what scheme she is concocting this time. Nevertheless, it's for the best. At least we can enjoy a moment of peace. That girl has a penchant for pilfering from my mecha fortress, and I find myself utterly helpless against it. Xingyao calculated and said, let her be. She is probably eager to confront that group. Liming countered, why the rush? We should wait for those we are expecting to arrive before making our move. They are not so easily toppled. Xingyu responded, she knows this well. I fear she has her own plans. Ino inquired, have you figured it out? Xingyu nodded. Yes. What are her intentions? In secrecy, Xingyao refused to divulge a word. His expression unusually grave. Has the human who can aid my sister in evading calamity appeared yet? Chapter 3. Fu Lin sets sail, collaborating with dragons above Rogue Town. A white cloud carried a young girl soaring through the sky. Master, we have arrived at Rogue Town, Bai Mu announced. I am aware. It is not my first visit. Fu Lin replied. Bai Mu, a natural life form created by Fu Lin and transformed from a cloud, served as her spirit companion. Master, what brings us here? Bai Mu pondered, unable to comprehend why Fu Lin would venture to Rogue Town. Of course, we are here to seek a partnership. Partnership? Fu Lin raised her palm against her eyes, her black pupils transforming into a golden hue akin to the legendary thousand-mile gaze, as she sought out and located the individual. Let us proceed, she declared. Fu Lin, I must bring down those who consider themselves divine. After centuries of enmity, it is time to reach a resolution. In a dimly lit alley, a man clad in a deep green coat strides forward, the crimson square tattoo on his left cheek rendering him exceedingly menacing. As he walks, he halts and addresses the desolate passage. Speak up, I know you are following me. A series of crisp claps echoes through the air, and Fu Lin emerges, draped in a cloak, applauding. Truly, she is the infamous leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, often dubbed the most nefarious criminal in the world by the world government. Who are you? Though standing before him is merely a youthful girl, Dragon feels an acute sense of vigilance. You need not concern yourself with my identity. No matter how much you investigate, you will not uncover it. Just know that I am not a pawn of those hypocritical beings. Our aspirations align. Shall we collaborate? How do you propose we collaborate? Quite simply, I can provide you with the weaponry necessary for war. However, I hope to secure a future opportunity to work alongside you. Is it truly that simple? It is indeed that simple. Very well. With your capabilities, you should be able to enter there at will to do as you please, correct? Certainly, but I will not venture there just yet. There are matters I must prepare beforehand. They are not so easily dismantled. Wouldn't you agree? That is true. This afternoon, I shall leave the weapons in this alley. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I must take my leave now. Farewell. Wait, what is your name? Fu Lin inquired before vanishing. Fu Lin? Dragon pondered, realizing he had never heard of her. Who could she possibly be? In the afternoon, Dragon arrived at the alley, where he spotted several crates. One of the crates bore a snail phone and a note. Contact me if needed. Upon opening a crate, he discovered an abundance of weapons. With a slight smile, he remarked, it seems this girl possesses an extraordinary identity. As long as she is not an enemy, all is well. Yet, should she become one, it would surely be formidable. Nearby, on the rooftop of a tea house close to the execution platform, Fu Lin stood, the white mist swirling around her as she spoke. Master. He has taken the items. Fu Lin nodded and said, I understand. Sigh, I hope Brother Ino won't be angry. She gazed at the purple bracelet on her wrist. A piercing scream echoed from the mechanism fortress, Ino's territory. What happened? Upon hearing the scream, Jinying rushed over from his sword sanctuary. Where's my spatial artifact? My newly crafted firearms and ammunition? They have vanished. Ino felt a wave of despair. Every weapon there was meticulously forged by his own hands. How could this be? Did you perhaps leave them somewhere else and forget? I will help you search. All right. The two began to look, ultimately discovering a box of weapons beneath Ino's bed. Jinying remarked, see, it was your oversight. However, Ino's expression remained grim, for the contents were conspicuously diminished by more than half. As he rummaged through the box, he found a note that read, Brother Ino, I am truly sorry. I require a substantial quantity of weapons. You are so talented. You can undoubtedly create even more formidable ones, right? Therefore, please do grant me a large portion. Since I have too many weapons to carry, kindly lend me your spatial artifact as well. Thank you. Jinying felt deep sympathy for Ino. This was not the first time Fu Lin had pilfered his weapons. Observing Ino, who was fuming, Jinying urged, calm down, Xiao Nuo. Ino donned his self-designed battle mech and shouted, Noah number 5. Activate the accelerator. A pair of turbo boosters emerged from his feet, propelling him into the air. Jinying immediately called out, Swift Wind Blade, ensorcelled flight. The sword expanded, and Jianying stood atop it, pursuing Ino, blocking his path. Xiao Nuo, wait. You have no idea where she is. Where will you search? I shall seek Xingyao. He must know where she is, Ino replied, clearly infuriated. For her to come to the mechanism fortress and take my belongings without my consent is a provocation. I cannot let this go unpunished. Jianying cautioned, Xingyao is in seclusion. It will take at least 3 days for him to emerge. Ino's face darkened further as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. She must have done this deliberately. I swear, if I catch her, all right. When she returns, I shall certainly reprimand her, he conceded. This is all due to her being spoiled. I truly wish someone could discipline her. Yet, the only way to achieve that would be to form a contract with her. She cherishes her freedom and independence. Would she ever agree to such a thing? Even if Feline stood before Ino, he felt utterly helpless. Unless she willingly complied, there was truly no one who could bind her. Jianying pondered and said, but what does she need so many weapons for? Is it for warfare? One must admit, Jianying was quite astute this time. Feline's intention was to enable the revolutionary army to liberate more nations. The world government, established centuries ago by the kings of 20 nations, has since grown to encompass over 170 member states, forming the largest international organization based on solid alliances, claiming to be the epitome of the world, governing global order and overseeing judicial matters. Its headquarters is located in the Holy Land of Mariawa, where various nations converge, including the Navy and CP. However, despite their unity, Feline doubted that among so many kings, none harbored dissenting intentions. Even if the kings were loyal, what about the common folk? The exorbitant heavenly gold is not something everyone can afford. Do those ordinary citizens truly harbor no grievances? They simply lack the means and courage to act. Hence, there is a need for someone to lead them. This is Feline's intention, to liberate nations, rescue the enslaved, and spread the will of the revolutionary army to dismantle their power. The world government was constructed by humans, and thus can also be overthrown. The principle of water being able to carry a boat or capsize it reflects this truth, and she awaits an opportune moment to instigate their downfall. Chapter 4, Monkey D. Luffy, the chosen one Lobe Town, rooftop tea house Baimu transformed into a white cat, resting on Feline's shoulder, and inquired, Master, shall we return now? Return? Why would we go back? Staying in Rafdru every day is stifling. I came here to seek allies. Allies? Isn't the revolutionary army sufficient? Baimu was perplexed. Of course. The more allies, the better. The Elven Pact, the Contract of Wind, transformation. Furin transformed into a whispering breeze, vanishing from her original location and silently arriving at the naval base. In the archives of the base, she gazed upon the empty room, a sense of joy washing over her at the absence of any presence. It was indeed fortuitous, for this spared her considerable trouble. Feline donned her gloves and commenced sifting through materials, newspapers, wanted posters, and files, leaving no stone unturned in her quest for information pertaining to criminals. Perched atop her head, the white cat, Baimu, inquired, Master, whom are you searching for? Feline, quiet. Let me take a look first. I shall approach whoever pleases my eye. 1 hour later, Furin transformed into the wind and departed from the naval base. To her astonishment, a visit to the archives yielded such significant findings. There were indeed individuals capable of interpreting historical texts. She had presumed these skills had been lost for countless years. The decree to eradicate all scholars on O'Hara had been enacted, and only one girl had managed to escape. It was determined that this girl could decipher historical writings and awaken ancient weapons. Upon discovery, she was to be eliminated. What a heavy burden. If this girl truly possessed the ability to awaken ancient weapons, why would they wish to kill her? It seemed more plausible that the threat lay not in the awakening of ancient weapons, but rather in her capacity to interpret historical texts. Contemplating this, Furin smiled slightly. The blank century? She mused. I am quite curious about what Roger inscribed on that stone tablet. Years ago, Roger had brought the genuine history to Laugh Tale. Yet the script was an exceedingly complex ancient language, inscrutable even to the elves. Not even the Starlight could divine its meaning, nearly suffering backlash in the attempt. For reasons unknown, aside from the personnel information of the D clan, Starlight could not touch upon the events or deeds pertaining to them. The only known fact was that the D clan and the elves shared a long-standing friendship, centuries prior. The elves had sworn an oath their descendants would never harm those of the D clan. However, one day, the connection between the two clans abruptly severed, and the D clan vanished from the annals of history. No one knew what transpired, only that they later acquired a mission to uncover the truth, avenge the D clan, and protect Laughtail. They were indifferent to why their ancestors left such words behind, believing that unraveling history would reveal all. White Moo, you should return and inform Starlight about the situation. Have her divine the whereabouts of a person named Nico Robin. Understood, Master. Please take care of yourself. Do not worry. There are few in this world capable of defeating me. With that, White Moo transformed back and soared into the sky. After White Moo's departure, Furin sat alone on the rooftop, lost in thought, uncertain of her next move. Perhaps she should revisit the naval base? At that moment, chaos erupted among the crowd. Quickly, Pirate Buggy is about to execute the Straw Hat Kid. What? We must go see. The Straw Hat Kid? If her memory served her correctly, the Straw Hat's original name was Monkey D. Luffy. He was also the son of Dragon. Given that she still required cooperation with Dragon, perhaps assisting that young lad would be prudent. Fuling arrived atop the tea house near the execution platform and gazed down at the throngs of people gathered below. A sense of familiarity washed over her as the scene unfolded before her. On the platform stood a lad donning a straw hat, trampled underfoot by a jester with a red nose. Looking down at the figure he subdued, the jester smugly inquired, "Straw Hat Boy, do you have any final words?" After several futile attempts to break free, Luffy fell silent, but then raised his voice defiantly, proclaiming, "I am going to be the king of the pirates." A sudden hush enveloped the crowd, the echo of his declaration reverberating in each person's mind. What did he just say? To aspire to be the king of the pirates in such a dire moment. What audacity. Well, once you're done, you can take your leave, the jester said, dismissively. Wait. Hold on a moment. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji exclaimed in surprise. Zoro retorted, "Look at you. There's a limit to your jokes, Luffy." Sanji chimed in. "If this is some sort of entertainment, allow me to join in." With an air of arrogance, Buggy declared, "Zoro, you're too late." As Zoro and Sanji prepared to charge forth and dismantle the execution platform to rescue their friend, Luffy beamed brightly, saying, "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, I'm sorry, but it seems I'm going to die." That smile before his impending fate left Fuling momentarily stunned. Simultaneously, the glimmering blade poised above him descended silently. In an instant, a bolt of lightning pierced the sky, striking the sword above Luffy's head and obliterating the entire execution platform. The crowd in the square stood frozen, engulfed in a profound silence, still reeling from the earlier spectacle. Zoro and Sanji, like the others, stared blankly at the platform, realizing they were equally astonished by the scene that had just transpired. As the thunder rumbled, a light rain began to fall. Buggy lay unconscious on the ground from the strike, while Luffy, seemingly unscathed, joyfully retrieved his fallen straw hat from the ground, placing it atop his head. He laughed, exclaiming, "Ha! I'm still alive. What a stroke of luck." Sanji, with his cigarette now dropped, asked, "Do you believe in gods in this world?" Zoro sheathed his sword, replying, "Stop with the nonsense. Trouble is brewing. We need to hurry." Nearby the execution platform, the tea house stood in quiet anticipation. Fuling was rendered speechless. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to one from 23 years ago. The atmosphere today mirrored the moment of Roger's demise, with throngs of people present, and the events unfolding were reminiscent of an execution. The sole distinction was that on that fateful day, the gallows were met with a torrential downpour, whereas today, they were greeted by a resounding clap of thunder. "What did you do?" Long appeared by Fuling's side without her noticing. "It was not my doing," Fuling replied, denying it. For reasons unbeknownst to her, that fleeting moment had conjured an image of another Roger, compelling her to halt the release of her powers. After a brief silence, Fuling inquired nonchalantly, "Do you mind if I stay near your son?" Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of causing him harm. I have merely developed a slight interest in him. I wish to witness his growth firsthand and see how far he can go." Long responded with an impassive expression. "Why?" Fuling smiled, for he was the chosen one. Even the heavens were aiding him. "Nevertheless, if you wish for my consent, you must at the very least reveal your identity to me." With a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, Fuling remarked, "I am the adversary your son must ultimately confront." Observing the crowd rushing towards the harbor, she continued, "Since you are still here, my presence is no longer necessary. The west wind is approaching. Now is the most opportune time to venture to the Grand Line." Having spoken, she vanished. Long pondered, an adversary he must ultimately face? What does that mean? Initially, he had intended to invite Fuling to join the Revolutionary Army, but upon reflection, he realized that her temperament would likely lead her to decline. The chosen one? It seems that young lady holds a considerable regard for his son. Very well, let it be, as long as she is not an enemy. That is sufficient. Furin was indifferent to what Long thought. She appeared on the rooftop of the tea house, gazing down at Luffy and his companions sprinting towards the harbor. When Roger met his demise, he was sent off by a torrential rain. Now, as this lad faces his fate, thunder roars in support. Is it a sign from the heavens that this young man is not yet destined to perish? Or perhaps it heralds the dawn of a new era? With a smile, Furin reflected, it has been far too long since I last saw Grandpa Kurokas. Spending time there would be delightful. Monkey D. Luffy, is it? Come to the Grand Line. I shall await your arrival there. Chapter 5. Laboon the Whale, Luffy's Arrival, Twin Cape. Inside Laboon's body inside the room, an elderly man with spectacles remarked with a smile. Observing Furin leisurely reclined in her chair. It is quite unexpected for you spirits to present yourselves before humanity. There are many things in this world that you humans cannot fathom. Besides, we are old acquaintances, are we not? I am Kurokas, the ship's doctor of Captain Roger. Kurokas chuckled. How's Mizu? Fooling, you remain as rigid as ever, do you not? What else could it be? Thanks to a single remark from your captain. We are now perpetually poised for battle, considering the multitude of pirates who have set their sights on One Piece. Alas, it is unfortunate that no one has arrived thus far. Observing Fulin's relaxed demeanor, Kurokas inquired, what are your intentions? Surely, you do not plan to vacation here, do you? I have no time for that. I am awaiting someone. Awaiting whom? Naturally, I am waiting for Roger's associates. Oh? Kurokas chuckled. That is indeed something to anticipate. However, I must say, this fellow's daily demeanor is rather problematic. We ought to devise a plan. Fulin gestured upwards. Kurokas sighed in resignation. I am at a loss. Laboon still cannot accept it. After a moment of silence, a slight smile graced Fulin's lips. It appears they have arrived. I shall take refuge in your quarters for a moment. You find an opportunity to deliver this to them. Fulin handed a pointer to Kurokas. Of course, prior to that, you must assist me in surveying. Isn't that your responsibility? Am I not preparing to survey? You converse with them overtly while I observe discreetly. Kurokas, outside the room. I thought we had been swallowed by a whale. Sanji exclaimed. Is this a dream? Ah, it might just be a dream, Zoro replied. Then, what is that island? Nami interjected. An illusion, Zoro stated. In agreement with Fulin, Kurokas slowly emerged from the room, casting a glance at everyone aboard before settling into a lounge chair, unfurling a newspaper. Completely ignoring Zoro and the others. Would you care to speak up? Sanji was on the verge of exploding. If you wish to fight, then come on. We possess cannons. Usopp shouted, his fist raised, although his legs trembled uncontrollably. After an extended silence, Kurokas finally raised his head and solemnly remarked, it would be best not to. It could be fatal. Who would perish? I would. It's you. Zoro retorted, restraining the fuming Sanji, who remained unfazed. Do not mind it. Hey, old man, where exactly are we? And who are you? Kurokas replied. Is it not courteous to introduce oneself before inquiring about others? Ah, indeed. I am Roronoa. I am Kurokas, the guardian of Twin Cape, aged 71. You have intruded upon my private retreat. The elder interrupted Zoro's introduction, continuing his own. I wish to cleave him in two. Zoro declared darkly, while Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, gleefully restrained Zoro's hand from drawing his sword, chuckling. Do not mind it, Zoro. Quiet down, Sanji. Zoro. Nami interjected. Old man, we are inside a whale's belly. Correct, inside a belly? Usopp gazed at the sky. But there are clouds, are there not? Those are mere illusions, merely a canvas. Kurokas replied nonchalantly. The exit is over there. If you wish to avoid being digested, you ought to make your way out swiftly. He pointed towards a door not far off. What? Fulin inside the room was taken aback. Did we not agree on a survey? Why reveal the exit to them? How shall we proceed from here? The voice of Fulin echoed in Kolokas's mind. No, Grandpa, what is the matter with you? Kolokas replied. As the examiner, it is your responsibility to inspect, and moreover, I have a limited space here. Upon hearing this, Fulin was left in disbelief. An exit? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. Why is there a door in the belly of a whale? Nami, since there is an exit, let us hasten to depart, Zoro advised Nami. Suddenly, the sea began to tremble violently. Kolokas stood up anxiously, gazing at the sky, and said, Has it begun? Hey, what is happening? Please explain. Usopp shouted. The whale began to ram its head against the red earth continent once more. After the old man finished speaking, He jumped into the sea and swam towards a nearby ladder. What is that old man up to? Zara wondered, watching the elder swim away. Is he not afraid of being dissolved by stomach acid? Who knows? Perhaps he intends to hunt whales, starting by dealing with it from the inside, Sanji remarked, puffing out a smoke ring as he observed the old man climbing the ladder. In any case, we should leave first, Usopp insisted. Staying too long could damage the ship. Before Usopp could finish his sentence, two screams suddenly pierced the air, and a man and a woman flew out of the window. Luffy widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Look! Someone is flying out of the window." "Haha, I see a super cute lady," Sanji declared, his heart racing as he leaped into the sea. The others looked on in speechless disbelief at the chef's blissful dive. Suddenly, the surface of the sea gradually calmed. Luffy blinked a few times and said, "Wow. What did that old man do?" Fulin assumed an unusual position, one hand gripping the headboard while the other pressed against the floor. Once the situation stabilized, she withdrew her hand. "The elixir from Grandpa Coloca's, combined with my natural powers, should suffice to soothe the whale's emotions for several days, provided we do not provoke it further." Once everything was settled, a group of individuals outside stared solemnly at the two furtive figures kneeling in the center. "Ah, isn't that woman?" Fulin's gaze fell upon the blue-haired lady, somewhat surprised, as she felt a sense of familiarity, if memory serves her right. She believed she had encountered this person somewhere before. Flynn sat on the ground, meticulously searching through a book retrieved from the spatial artifact. Outside, a voice called out, "Are you still here?" Everyone turned to see that the old man had returned, standing at the top of the escalator and coldly addressing the two figures. "I will never allow you to harm Lap." "Humph." The two individuals suddenly rose, sneering as they replied, "We'll see if you possess the ability. Our mission is to hunt whales, and this whale is destined to become sustenance for our town." With that, they brandished two cannons and fired into the sky. Meanwhile, Flynn finally found the page she sought. Indeed, it was she, Nefertari Vivi, a descendant of the Nefertari family. "Grandfather, be careful." Hearing Luffy's urgent shout, Flynn snapped back to reality and saw Coloca's charging towards the cannon fire. What is happening? She had merely been distracted for a moment. Why had it escalated to violence? Yet now was not the time for reflection. Realizing Coloca's intended to shield himself with his body, Flynn's expression changed dramatically as she whispered, "Spirit contract, would contract." What is going on? Where are the vines? Confused, she discovered she could not summon her power. Then it struck her, how could she manipulate nature from within the whale's body? Isolated from the outside world? Unless she could harness the spatial power here, but her spatial abilities had yet to awaken. What should she do? Chapter 6, Ino takes action. A new pact established in the Styre moment, a blue-haired boy clad in mecha armor appeared before Coloca's. "Noah 5, activate the protective shield." A blue barrier unfolded, blocking the cannonball's path. Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with excitement as they exclaimed, "So cool! A mecha! Ino, what is he doing here?" Flynn wondered, dazed. Could he have come for those weapons? Did he come to settle a score inside the belly of the whale? That seems excessive. "Grandfather Coloca's, long time no see," Ino said, deactivating the thrusters and helping Coloca's safely descend onto the ship, while the others stared in awe. Coloca's smiled, "It's you, Ino. It's been ages. Thank you for saving me." Luffy, starry-eyed, asked, "So cool. Who are you?" "Grandfather, do you know him?" Coloca's quickly explained, "This is Ino, a friend of mine who enjoys designing mechas and crafting weapons." Upon hearing mecha, Luffy rushed up to Ino. "You're amazing. Will you join my crew?" Ino glanced at the ship's flag and replied, "I have no interest in being a pirate. I'm here to find my sister." "By the way, Grandfather, have you seen that troublemaker?" "Keep it a secret, Grandfather," Flynn's voice echoed in his mind. "No, she isn't here," Coloca's replied helplessly. "Really?" "Noah 5, energy scan." A device appeared on Ino's arm, emitting a blue light as it scanned the interior of Coloca's house. What if he finds out? Flynn was uncertain, suspecting Ino was still in a foul mood. The scanning concluded, revealing no anomalies. Ino frowned slightly. She really isn't here. Did the star divination go awry? That was close. I almost forgot I'm isolated from nature, and he can't sense my power. Flynn's heart began to calm. Ino retracted the scanning device. "Since she is not here, I'll take my leave." Noah 5, transformation. The blue mecha unexpectedly morphed into a yacht, and Ino boarded it, bidding farewell to Coloca's before departing through the exit. Luffy, eyes shining, exclaimed, "That is so impressive. I really wanted to be my partner." Nami swiftly punched him. "You're just enamored with his equipment. Forget about that boy for now. Why is this whale trying to crash into Red Line?" Coloca's explained, This whale is named Lab, a creature from the West Sea. It belongs to the largest whale species in the world. Lab possesses human emotions, and it has been ramming its head against the red line, bellowing for 50 years, waiting for a group of pirates. Everyone listened intently to the old man's tale, captivated by the story of the whale. 59 years ago, a band of jovial pirates arrived here with a tiny whale. They say Lab followed them to this place. On the day of their parting, the pirates entrusted me with Lab for a few years and promised to return in 3 years, declaring that Lab would always be their companion. Yet, that wait is stretched to 50 years. 50 years Lab has waited for them. Does that not signify it possesses human emotions? The group gazed at the elder in astonishment. Let us step outside and discuss further, Coloccus said, leading them out. Usopp marveled at the enormous whale. I can't believe that those pirates made it wait for 50 years. They must be dead by now. Observing the whale's battered head, the group realized that if it continued like this, no matter how hard the elder tried, Lab wouldn't survive. Such a steadfast creature, did those pirates truly abandon it? Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. I once told Lab the truth, but he simply refused to accept it. The elder gazed at the whale, his face etched with weariness, longing for it to see the return of those who had left. Luffy silently observed Lab, then suddenly dashed forward, charging towards the whale's head, forcefully inserting the mast. Rubber, flower insertion. Watching Luffy's actions, Sanji remarked calmly, what is that idiot doing? Isn't that the mast? Zoro crossed his arms, watching Luffy. Indeed, that's the one from our ship, Sanji stated nonchalantly. The main mast? Usopp confirmed. In unison, the three men turned their heads towards the deck, and upon seeing the mast had been significantly damaged, they shouted in outrage. What are you doing destroying your own ship? Feeling the pain, Lab shook its massive body, causing waves to crash across the sea. What are you doing? Zoro and the others yelled, while Coloccus stared in shock at the roaring Lab, watching as Luffy clashed with the whale, only to be thrown against the rocky wall. Wait, Luffy called out, halting the whale's intent to attack. He stood up, smiling. It's a draw. I'm really strong, aren't I? We haven't reached a conclusion yet, so we must continue fighting, even though your companions are gone. I want to abandon you. I'll circle the Grand Line and return to face you again. Lab slowly shed tears, letting out a bellow towards the sky as if agreeing to Luffy's promise. All right, this is our pact. Before we meet again, you must not ram the mountain or lose our symbol. The whale roared in response, seemingly affirming Luffy's request. Fuline concealed herself nearby, observing them with a slight smile. Although the young man's artistic skills were rather mediocre, she felt compelled to express her gratitude. Usopp was engaged in repairing the ship, while Zoro was lost in slumber, and Sanji busily flitted about the kitchen. Strangely, the two individuals who had previously been bound aboard the vessel had vanished without a trace. Time for a meal, Sanji exclaimed, joyfully carrying several large platters. Usopp scrambled up onto the shore, while Zoro likely remained ensconced in his dreams. What are we to do? The compass seems to be malfunctioning. Nami fretted, her eyes fixed anxiously on the spinning compass. Sanji set down the plates and approached her. It appears you are utterly uninformed. Venturing into the Grand Line without any knowledge is akin to courting death, he remarked. The compass was not indeed broken, but rather disrupted by the surrounding magnetic fields. Kuroka's elaborated, navigating the Grand Line requires a different type of pointer, one that remains unaffected by other islands and points steadfastly in a singular direction. Only after gathering sufficient records does it indicate the next island. With that, Kuroka's produced the recording pointer given by Fuline and handed it to Nami. This belonged to a friend of mine, and now I bestow it upon you. Is that acceptable? Your friend? Rest assured, she is not one to be stingy, and besides, I intend to remain here with Laboon, so I have no need for it. After some time, Kuroka's noted, the pointer should now be fully charged and ready to indicate the next island. Oh, and let me inform you of something. The final island of the Grand Line is known as Laugh-Tale, a legendary place that, throughout history, has only been reached by the crew led by the Pirate King. Laugh-Tale? That's where One Piece must be, Usopp exclaimed. With unwavering confidence, Luffy declared. We'll find out when we go there. Hearing their conversation, Fuline smiled knowingly. Laugh-Tale, it's still quite far off. All right then. Set sail. Goodbye, Laboon. Luffy joyously waved at the great whale. Don't forget our promise. As the ship gradually receded into the distance, Laboon bellowed a farewell, watching the Straw Hat crew depart. Kuroka's inquired, are they the ones you have been waiting for? Fuline smiled and revealed her form, saying, indeed, what do you think? He is quite a fine young man. Why don't you hurry and catch up with him? No need for that. I have other places to visit, came the response. Oh, where might you be going? A chilling voice echoed from Feline's sister. Feline slowly turned her head and discovered that Eno was staring at her with a dark expression. Oh, it's you, brother Eno. Is there something you need? Eno gritted his teeth and asked, Where's my weapon? Feline was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming that she had given away the weapon. Eno's expression darkened further. Yes, I gave it away, Feline stammered, lowering her head in embarrassment. Eno remained silent for a while, then sighed, Fine. Just tell me where you made the exchange. I will deliver the weapon once it's ready. You know whom I gave the weapon to, she continued. Starry calculated it all, who you've met, what you've done, even the purpose behind it. Truly, there is nothing that escapes your scrutiny, and you are no different. Filled with crafty schemes, came the retort. Meanwhile, Kuroka's, neglected in the conversation, chuckled to himself, pondering whether the Elven clan had begun to make their move. It seemed the seas would soon become quite thrilling. Chapter 7. Princess Vivi of the Desert, you must adhere to our agreement and refrain from acting recklessly, Feline said, placing her hand on Rab's head, a verdant glow emanating to heal the wounds there. So, where do you plan to go next? Aren't you following that lad? Now is not the time. I must visit Alabasta. Oh, why is that? 8 centuries ago, 20 kings from 20 nations established the world government. As creators, they took their families to reside in the holy land of Mariawa, but one family refused. You mean? Indeed. I am unsure how to address her, Miss Wednesday or Princess Vivi. Regardless, I believe I should first check on Alabasta. Something may have occurred there. By the way, speaking of Alabasta, Starry asked me to inform you that the person you seek is also there. Ah, what a coincidence. It seems I have much to attend to. Alas, I am at a loss with you. Be careful, I shall take my leave. That night, at Whiskey Peak, the bounty hunter's den, Zoro stood atop the roof, surveying a large group of bounty hunters below. Let my companions rest a moment. I shall entertain you. Baroque works. Miss Wednesday and Mr. 9 had returned to Whiskey Peak with the intention of treating the bounty hunters lavishly before ensnaring them all. However, Zoro's vigilance had already alerted him to their intentions, and he was prepared to confront them. Though I believe they are no match for you, I still hope you conserve your strength. Do you require assistance? A masked girl draped in a black cloak stood behind him. When did she get behind me? Zoro quickly turned around, though her face was obscured. Her stature and the exposed hand revealed her gender. Zoro sensed that this individual possessed formidable strength. Had she not spoken, he would have remained unaware of her presence. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he cautiously inquired, Are you affiliated with them? Feline smiled and said, You misunderstand me. I merely came to speak with someone. Harboring no ill intentions. Initially, she had intended to head to Alabasta, but on the way, she encountered 2 senior officials from the Baroque works, engaged in a conversation that left her astounded. Could it be that she is of royal lineage? Regardless of her identity, the orders from above are clear. She must be eliminated. Feline harbored concerns that the individual might be targeting Princess Weiwei, causing her to feel somewhat uneasy. She contemplated issuing a warning, acknowledging her own partial lineage as a celestial dragon, yet recognizing her distinction from that despicable group. Whom do you seek? Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday. You claim they are not allies. I am not deceiving you. To demonstrate my sincerity, aside from those 2, I shall resolve the remaining matters for you in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, the members of the Baroque works, excluding Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday, erupted in laughter. Little girl, do not boast. To resolve everything at once? We have over 100 members. Mind your own business. With a disdainful smile, Feline regarded the bounty hunters with contempt, for she held little regard for anyone lacking the caliber of a royal deputy. Ignoring their derisive laughter, she instantaneously materialized upon the ground. Her eyes narrowed, and an imperceptible wave of energy radiated from her form, incapacitating all members of the Baroque works save for Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday. The scene fell into a profound silence. Zoro inquired, What just happened? What did she do? Mr. 8 and Miss Wednesday exchanged astonished glances, pondering the enigma of this individual who had effortlessly dispatched all the bounty hunters, leaving only them standing. Who was she, and what was her purpose in seeking them out? Feline yearned to hasten her narrative and proceed to Alabasta, having no time to linger in this place. Thus, she unleashed her conqueror's haki. Haki is a latent power inherent within all humanity, indistinguishable from sensations such as sound, presence, and intimidation. However, the majority remain oblivious to this force, or, even if they strive to harness it, they fail to comprehend its essence throughout their lives. Mastery of this ability requires either innate talent or extensive training. sometimes awakened through the fervor of battle. Such capabilities are not uncommon in the New World, where they are frequently employed, yet in this paradise. The first half of the Grand Line. Her display sent shockwaves of fear through the three remaining individuals present. Furin turned to Zoro, who stood atop the rooftop, and assured him, "Rest assured, I merely wish to exchange a few words with them. Once I have finished, I shall depart without delay." Zoro replied, "Very well." As he sensed the unfathomable strength of this individual, if he intended to kill him, there would be no need for such lengthy discourse. As Furin approached them, Mr. 8 positioned himself in front of Miss Wednesday, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Without explanation, Fu Lin suddenly materialized beside the two, whispering a few words in their ears, causing Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8 to change countenance dramatically. After conveying her message, Fu Lin departed without a backward glance, stating, "The conversation is concluded. You may proceed as you wish. However, be advised that 2 senior agents from Baroque Works will soon arrive. Prepare for battle. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." Following Fu Lin's abrupt disappearance, Zoro's expression turned grave as he contemplated her true identity. Meanwhile, Miss Wednesday and Mr. 8 appeared even more perturbed, recalling Fu Lin's ominous warning. "I advise you to flee quickly. Your identities have been compromised. Baroque Works has dispatched individuals to eliminate you. The assassins are nearing, so Princess Vivi of the Desert and Captain Icolum, you must exercise caution." In short order, Miss Wednesday whistled, summoning a yellow duck donning goggles, and declared, "Mr. 8, we must leave." Regardless of the truth in her words, "We cannot remain here." "Where to?" asked Princess Vivi as Icolum, with his explosive hairstyle and rock star attire, alongside a stylishly dressed woman wielding an umbrella, appeared before them. "Mr. 5, the man announced. "Miss Valentine," the woman added. Upon hearing their titles, Icolum realized that the identities of both himself and Princess Vivi had indeed been exposed. Recognizing that these two had come to eliminate them, he could no longer restrain himself and yanked at his collar. Several firearms, nestled within his curly hair, pointed menacingly at Mr. 5. "I will not permit you to harm even a single hair on Miss Wednesday's head. I stake the honor of the captain of the Alabaster Royal Guard on this." "Icolum?" Bullets rained down upon Mr. 5, yet they merely stirred clouds of smoke upon impact, proving utterly ineffective. Mr. 5 stood unfazed, retrieving a photograph of Miss Wednesday from his pocket. "I had no idea you were such a significant figure, Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta." With her identity now laid bare, a look of panic crossed Princess Vivi's face. "Vivi, hurry." As she bore the weight of an important mission, Vivi mounted the swift duck, Karu, and dashed away. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine, seeing this, immediately pursued her. In the shadows, Fu Lin observed the unfolding events without intervening, yawning as she mused, "If it's merely these two. With Luffy and his crew's strength, they should manage. However, this would mean encountering Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, so soon after arriving. It indeed piques my interest. Never mind, I shall first resolve matters in Alabasta, then concoct a suitable excuse to join them." Chapter 8. Fu Lin boards the ship, Straw Hat's vice captain. Alabasta. In the sky, Lin reclined upon a cloud, gazing into a mirror that revealed the past of the Straw Hat crew. After all, they would soon become comrades, and it was essential to comprehend their history better. "Thank you for bringing the rewind mirror. It will be convenient to observe their present conditions without exhausting too much natural sensitivity." Baimu floated beside Lin, inquiring, "Master, can I remain by your side indefinitely?" "I never suggested you leave," she replied with a hint of gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Curious about the commotion below, Lin asked, "What is happening down there? It sounds tumultuous." The rewind mirror, disturbed by the clamor, was placed atop the cloud, instantly revealing the scene below. A group of pirates was causing chaos, leading to widespread panic. "The pirates are here. Run." Just as Lin contemplated intervening, a gust of wind stirred up sand, and a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. "Baimu, that is Crocodile. Should we confront him, Master?" "No need. Our objectives align." Despite her disdain for Crocodile's hypocritical demeanor, Lin was not one to resort to violence. As long as he did not provoke her, she would not take action against him, especially since the outcome would ultimately remain unchanged. With Crocodile present, the pirates were swiftly dealt with, and the people erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Lord Crocodile, the hero of Alabasta." Flynn's lips twitched in exasperation. Could this group of people truly be so blind? They dare to regard him as a hero while the king loses the hearts of his subjects, and the true culprit is celebrated as a champion. How utterly ironic. Let us depart. A week has already passed, and they should have arrived by now. As Baimu soared through the skies with Flynn, a sudden thought struck him, prompting his curiosity to surface. By the way, Master, do you think that woman will consent? Flynn, rest assured, it shall be done. A few hours prior, at the Baroque Works base, Crocodile was indulging in a cigar when Miss Sunday stood behind him, remarking, "There are pirates causing a ruckus in town." "Oh, did they not realize whose territory this is?" Crocodile replied. Miss Sunday continued, "Who knows? However, it is quite normal for pirates to roam in such a chaotic place, is it not? I must take my leave. After all, appearances must be upheld." Once Crocodile departed, Miss Sunday smiled at the empty surroundings and said, "Come forth, my friend who lurks in the shadows." Foulene emerged from the shadows, casting a slight appreciative glance at Mississippi. "Impressive, isn't it? Yet, you two share a similar fate. How is it that Crocodile failed to notice your presence? You only became aware of me after he departed. Did you not?" "Indeed. Foulene's true purpose for coming here was to seek out Miss Sunday. She was aware of her true identity and wished to engage in a conversation with her. However, she did not anticipate that Crocodile would also be present. Consequently, she masked her presence to evade detection. Once Crocodile had departed, she deliberately revealed her aura, allowing Miss Sunday to sense her presence. "Foulene, so, are you planning to inform your boss?" "Miss, it doesn't matter to me. Do whatever you like." "Ferlin, why do you assist him? Surely, you cannot be a villain." "What does this matter to you?" "Indeed, it bears no relevance." "Then, why not refrain from asking so many questions? Are you willing to engage in a wager with me?" Ferlin gazed at Robin with a significant look. "A wager? Very well. I bet that Crocodile will be ousted." "Oh, this is rather intriguing. What is your motive?" "After all, he is my superior, and his downfall holds no advantage for me. Yet, it bears no detriment either, especially for someone like you who has repeatedly betrayed the underworld, correct?" "The orphan of O'Hara, Nico Robin?" Upon hearing Ferlin's words, Robin's expression shifted dramatically. "Who exactly are you?" Robin glared at Ferlin with a dark countenance. "Do not act rashly. Observe the two hands upon your neck," Ferlin replied helplessly. "To be precise, we are, in fact, quite similar." "Similar in what regard?" Foulene smirked wickedly. "Do you not desire vengeance? For your homeland, your mother, your giant friend?" Robin felt a chill run down her spine, despite her youthful appearance. This girl possessed an unsettling depth of knowledge, unmistakably not an ordinary person. "Are you implying that you can aid me in my quest for revenge?" "Quite close," Foulene replied. "Stop jesting." Robin's hands tightened around Foulene's throat, but her expression shifted dramatically as the girl before her transformed into a puddle, splattering onto the ground. "To be frank, aside from the 4 emperors and their subordinates, I find little merit in anyone else." Suddenly, Foulene materialized behind Robin. "What do you intend to do?" Robin spun around, eyeing her warily. "If the Straw Hat Pirates can defeat Crocodile, you and I shall join their ranks. If not, do as you please. What say you?" Noticing Robin's silence, Foulene continued, "Regardless, Crocodile must fall, and Baroque Works shall not fare any better. Where will you escape to then?" Furin turned and remarked, "You may ponder it well. I have matters to attend to." With that, she vanished from sight. In the vicinity of Alabasta, aboard the Mary, Nami observed the indicator on her wrist and speculated. "The route appears unaffected. We should be nearing Alabasta." "Hey, Vivi, the weather and temperature at sea seem to have stabilized," she continued. "Indeed. We have now entered the climatic waters of Alabasta," Vivi replied with a smile. "Look behind you," Zoro interjected. "That too is a characteristic of entering Alabasta, I assenti it." "Huh?" Nami and Vivi turned curiously to glance behind them, while Usopp, who had already retrieved his binoculars, became frightened upon seeing the multitude of ships. "No way. Why are there so many ships? And they all bear the emblem of Baroque Works." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "Have the members begun to gather? Are those the subordinates of the high-ranking agents? Let us go join them." Luffy shouted enthusiastically. "Let us not concern ourselves with them. Our objective is Crocodile," Sanji replied. "If those fellows become a hindrance, we shall deal with them then." "Indeed," Zoro chuckled, "those high-ranking agents are our true adversaries. And we must remain vigilant against their unique abilities." "High-ranking agents, are they? Quite audacious. Since you all relish challenging opponents, allow me to assist you," Furin said, having appeared aboard the ship without notice, startling everyone on board. Sanji's eyes sparkled with infatuation as he stammered, "Greetings, beautiful miss. May I inquire what brings you here?" Foulene was unfazed by the reactions her sudden appearance elicited from the Straw Hat Pirates. With a smile, she reassured them not to be anxious, stating, "Haven't we met before?" "Zoro, Princess Vivi, I even assisted you during our time in the Whiskey Peak. It was then that Zorro and Vivi recalled the masked girl who had dispatched over 100 bounty hunters. It's you. Feline. Yes, it's me. Luffy glanced at Zorro and Vivi's reactions and asked, who is she? Zorro replied, I don't know, but she is extraordinary. Earlier, on Whiskey Peak, she did something that incapacitated all the bounty hunters except for Khalifa and Vivi. The others were left in astonishment, exclaiming, what? She. Feline perched herself on the ship's railing, crossing her legs, and declared, if we are only dealing with individuals of such low caliber, it matters not whether there are merely 100 or even 1,000,000 of them. She gestured dismissively towards the individuals from the Baroque works behind her, stating, you are absolutely correct. They are but a band of insignificant minions. Your true targets are Clockter and his elite agents. To spare you some trouble, allow me to assist you. As she spoke the words contract of the sea, an inexplicable force surged, and the once tranquil waters erupted into towering waves that capsized all the ships belonging to Baroque works in the rear. Luffy and his companions stared in astonishment, realizing that someone possessed the ability to command the ocean. Let us see how fortunate they are, Feline continued, a playful smile gracing her lips. They may not all perish, but I dare say we can reduce their numbers by half. As for the elite agents, they are likely already on the island. Best of luck to you all. Wait, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. You are incredible. Join me as my companion. Feline had been awaiting these words. Certainly, however, I wish to be your assistant. That is to say, the first mate of this vessel. What are your thoughts? All right, no problem. Wait, Luffy, you mustn't recklessly bring aboard someone of unknown origins. Nami exclaimed anxiously. They were entirely unaware of this person's background, let alone the significance of such a crucial position as first mate. Rest assured, I merely wish to assist you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to showcase my abilities. Feline presented a seed to Nami, inquiring whether it was an ordinary one. Nami examined the seed and replied, indeed, it is. Feline then cautioned, well, do not be too astonished. Feline cradled the seed in her palm. Her hands pressed together as she called out, nature's power, awaken. Before long, the seed began to sprout in her hands, blossoming into a delicate iris within a mere 10 seconds. The iris, symbolizing unity and collaboration, conveyed her hope that as the vice captain, she could join forces with them to confront any adversary and provide assistance. Feline presented the flower to Nami. Moreover, Feline opened her hands, and flames erupted from them. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Incredible, they exclaimed. My abilities allow me to control the elements of water, fire, and wood. What do you think? Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, cool. Additionally, Feline summoned her spirit companion, Baimu, for convenience in the future, floating beside her. Baimu greeted, hello, everyone. The group was taken aback, astonished that a cloud could speak. Luffy, increasingly intrigued by this beautiful, powerful, and enigmatic figure, declared, all right. From this day forth, you shall be the vice captain of this ship. Understood, Captain. My name is Feline. Meanwhile, Nami, seizing the moment while Chopper and Usopp urged Feline to demonstrate her abilities once more, quietly asked Luffy, are you truly considering letting her join us? We don't even know who she is. She mentioned her name is Feline. Nami landed a punch on him, saying, what I mean is, where did she come from? Does it matter? It's fine. She helped us, and she's not a bad person. Nami expressed her exasperation but found herself unable to intervene. Feline produced several information sheets and remarked, by the way, prior to your arrival, I conducted an investigation on Mr. 15's elite agents. Here are their profiles. Without even glancing at the documents, Luffy responded, understood. Now, let us proceed to take them down. Gazing at the materials, Vivi expressed her astonishment. Where did you acquire this information? Feline remarked, prior to this, I stealthily infiltrated the headquarters of the Baroque works alone and discreetly took a copy of all the information on the high-ranking agents. Upon hearing this, Vivi expressed her astonishment. Infiltrating the headquarters of Baroque works alone? How is that even possible? Were you not discovered? Feline replied, if I had not spoken just now, would you have noticed my presence at all? Indeed, had Feline remained silent, no one would have detected her. After a lengthy pause, Vivi continued, we just encountered Mr. 2, who has already memorized our appearances. To distinguish ourselves, we have all marked our partners. You should do the same. Is this a formal indication of joining? Feline inquired. Of course, no problem, Vivi affirmed, understanding that she was extending her trust to Feline. Hey, Vivi, are we really going to trust her? Nami whispered. We don't even know her background. Vivi responded. She likely harbors no ill intentions. After all, she was the one who warned me about my identity being exposed. Moreover, as you have witnessed, with her capabilities, if she truly wanted to harm us, she wouldn't need to go through such convoluted means. Despite Nami's hushed discussion, Feline managed to overhear their conversation. Feline contemplated. It matters not. Time is on our side. Allow me to accompany you as you grow stronger. And together we shall reach your ultimate destination, which is also my home, Lufdru. Chapter 9. Fire Fist Ace. A fateful encounter at the coastal mouth. Nami asserted, listen carefully. Everyone, do not act impulsively based on instinct. We must ensure these fellows do not cause any trouble. Zoro, glancing at Luffy who had leapt off the ship, remarked. The one who should heed this advice is no longer with us, while a cold sweat trickled down his brow. Furious, Nami shouted at the already distant Luffy, you fool. Don't act recklessly. Fooline, does he often behave like this? Everyone, yes. It's fine. I'll go after him. Saying this, she leapt to the ground, completely disregarding Nami's words, and ran off. Zoro, it seems our newly appointed vice captain is quite headstrong. Nami, holding her forehead in exasperation, replied, indeed, both of them are like that. Well, I've been up in the sky for so long. Now let me see what delightful things the ground has to offer. Fooline cheerfully strolled onto the street, gazing around with curiosity. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something, smiling as she remarked, how peculiar. The notorious Smokey, who has always barred pirates from entering the Grand Line, is actually pursuing Luffy all the way to Alabasta. Master, what should we do? Baimu, transformed into a small cat, resting on Fooline's shoulder, inquired. What should we do? He hasn't even seen me. How could he possibly capture me? Well, that's true, but wait. There are 2 Logia users. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen this person? He should be arriving in Alabasta now. A robust young man with a white bearded skull tattoo on his back and an orange hat asked at a fortune-telling booth. Upon seeing the young man, both Fooline and Baimu were taken aback. It's him. Baimu, he is still alive. I heard that Lord Xingye once read his fortune but couldn't foresee an outcome. I thought he was doomed to an early demise. Fooline grasped its ear and provocatively asked, do you dare to utter that in the presence of Mizu and Xingyao? She chuckled, but suddenly sensed something amiss, her expression shifting dramatically. Master, what is wrong? Upon witnessing Fooline's serious demeanor, Baimu immediately understood that something was amiss. Monkey D. Luffy? I don't know. I've never encountered him. The proprietor scrutinized the wanted poster and gestured towards a nearby restaurant, saying, however, you might inquire there. The owner possesses considerable knowledge. A restaurant? How fortuitous. As I find myself quite hungry. Thank you, sir. The young man politely bowed to the proprietor before striding towards the restaurant. Fooline stepped into the shadows, her palms pressed together in earnest supplication. In the name of the natural spirits, I command the powers of the nature devil fruit. Summoning the core of the flame fruit. Soon, an orange crystal materialized in Fooline's hands, radiating intense heat. How scorching, how scorching. What on earth is this creature doing? Baimu understood the gravity of the situation. Master, this is. Fooline is a nature spirit, and she possesses an innate ability to sense the presence of any fruit-related abilities in her vicinity. Furthermore, she has the power to manipulate nature-oriented devil fruits, including their lifespan. Whenever a user engages in an activity that poses a threat to their life, the core of the fruit will become heated. Fooline's expression was grave. Indeed, his calamity is approaching. At the pinnacle of the astrological tower, Xingye was engrossed in perusing an ancient green-covered tome. Today, while organizing the books, he had stumbled upon this ancient manuscript, which chronicled the calamities all elves had ever faced. As he leafed through its pages, he murmured to himself, this ancient text is truly fascinating. How had I never discovered it before? Wait, who is this? Xingyao turned to a page revealing a portrait of a golden-haired girl in green attire, adorned with a floral crown, standing amidst a profusion of blossoms. As he glanced at the accompanying description, he read, Venus, the only natural spirit to have lived for 28 years. Wait, a natural spirit cannot live beyond 28 years? Aren't they supposed to perish with nature? Xingyao was taken aback. In truth, if he pondered carefully, he would realize that if the natural spirits had but this sole fate, then where had the original natural spirits vanished? There exists only one natural spirit in the world. Once one is born, no second shall emerge. Xingyu continued to read. Ah, I understand now. Each natural spirit faces a calamity in their lifetime, which is their destiny. This calamity becomes apparent only as they near their peak strength or approach their 28th year. When the time comes, they inexplicably vanish, never to return. He wondered what such a dreadful calamity could be and how Venus had survived it. Just as he was about to turn the page, a communication device chimed. Rising. Xingyao retrieved it from his pocket and answered, Hello, little sister. Xingyao, something urgent has happened. Please help me discern the fate of Port Gas D. Ace, Feline exclaimed anxiously. Do not panic. What has occurred? Xingyao inquired. Just now, the Burning Fruits Corps sought my assistance. I sense he may encounter trouble in the future. Please calculate again. She implored. Understood. I shall investigate. This concerns the orphan of Roger and cannot be overlooked. Your calamity is still far off. I shall set it aside for now. With that, Xingyao turned to depart, unaware that he had overlooked the most critical detail. As he left, a gust of wind swept through the tower's apex, flipping the ancient book to another page. Although only half of the image was revealed, it was precisely the answer Xingyao sought. Venus lay weakened upon the ground. A human standing protectively behind her, gazing resolutely ahead. Chapter 10. Roger's son, he is not worthy yet. After coordinating everything with Xingyao, Feline decided to seek out Zaro first. With Ace's situation in the capable hands of Xingyao, she needed to urgently inform Zaro of their impending relocation. However, just as she departed, Smoker, who had been pursuing Luffy and the others, arrived at the scene. How leisurely you are, dining in broad daylight, Port Gas D. Ace, captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. What brings you here? Ace leaned against the table, chuckling as he regarded Smoker. I am merely here to find someone, my brother, he replied nonchalantly. The atmosphere in the establishment instantly becoming tense. And what do you intend to do with me? Ace continued to look at Smoker with a relaxed demeanor. Allow me to capture you. Though I have no interest in your head, Smoker retorted. Then let me go, Ace replied, crossing his legs and smiling with an air of ease. That is unlikely, for I am a marine, and you, a pirate. As he spoke, Smoker's fist transformed into smoke. His gaze icy as he stared at Ace. What a dull reason. Ace began to prepare for a confrontation when a familiar voice echoed from the street, growing nearer. Rubber, rubber, rocket. A figure soared through the air, colliding with Smoker before sending Ace flying. Food, food, I want food, Luffy exclaimed, seated at a table, banging his cutlery. Wholly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The bewildered owner of the establishment brought out several dishes, observing Luffy devouring them voraciously. Young man, you should eat and leave quickly, the owner cautioned. Why? Luffy inquired, his mouth stuffed with food. Before the owner could respond, Smoker emerged from within, declaring, I've been looking for you for a long time. Straw Hat Kid, you've indeed come to Alabasta. Luffy continued to feast, unaffected by Smoker's presence, his gaze fixed on Smoker, lost in thought. Suddenly, it seemed Luffy recalled something, spraying food on Smoker's face. What? You were the smoke man from that time? What are you doing here? You brat. Smoker wiped his face furiously, only to see Luffy hastily stuff his mouth with food while uttering, Thanks for the meal. As he dashed away, Smoker quickly pursuing him, cigar clenched between his teeth. Hey, wait, Luffy, it's me, Ace shouted, chasing after them. The patrons of the restaurant were left bewildered. Are these fellows here just to dine and dash? Luffy's speed was astonishing, as he ran while gulping down the food in his mouth. Meanwhile, Feline found Zoro and the others, informing them that the Marines had arrived and that they were discussing a change of location. At that moment, Feline sensed Luffy's presence through her observation haki, but she also felt that he was not alone. Feline, with her hair standing on end, exclaimed, Quick, hide. Luffy is coming. Usopp questioned, Isn't that a good thing? Why hide? I was planning to find him anyway, and he even brought a whole fleet of Marines with him. What? Just then, Luffy spotted everyone. Zoro, Sanji. So you all were here. He shouted. Straw Hat, you can't escape. Smoker bellowed, his fists surging forward like flowing water. Just as his smoke-like arm was about to strike Luffy, a low voice called out, Why Kai? A column of flames erupted from the side, intercepting Smoker's white smoke. The collision of smoke and fire dissipated in a gust of air. The sudden appearance of flames startled everyone, leaving them dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. As the fire subsided, a figure engulfed in flames gradually emerged. Luffy, it's Ace, Luffy exclaimed. Upon hearing Luffy's voice, Ace turned around, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Luffy, you haven't changed at all. Luffy, astonished, remarked, Ace, you actually consumed a devil fruit? Yes, Ace replied, I ate the flame fruit. He then turned to face the increasing number of Marines. Hey, Luffy, we can't talk here. You all should leave. I'll hold them off. Without hesitation, the group sprinted away. Faced with Ace's fiery fists, Smoker was exceptionally cautious. In the New World, he had heard numerous tales about this notorious pirate. It was indeed perplexing that such a renowned figure would appear here to assist Straw Hat Luffy. Why help him? Smoker wondered aloud. Ace chuckled. I can't help it. I have a troublesome little brother who worries me. Seeing someone defend against Smoker, Nami inquired, Luffy, who was that person just now? Do you know him? Hee. He's my brother, Luffy replied. Brother? The news left everyone, except Feline, in shock. Nami, still incredulous, pressed. Hey, Luffy, is he really your brother? Yes, his name is Ace. We grew up together, although he set sail 3 years before I did. Feline, regardless, let us depart for now. We must swiftly return to the ship and prepare for the transfer. The others unanimously agreed. Indeed. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned back. The noise emanated from Feline. Flynn smiled awkwardly, saying, Perhaps it's been a while since I left home, and my family is worried. They called. You all may go ahead. I will return shortly. Nami replied, I see. Then please take care. We shall leave now. As she watched the group depart, Flynn vanished from her spot, reappearing in the sky. She retrieved her communicator. Hello, Xingyao? On the other end, Xingyao's expression was grave as he responded. I have been pursuing a man known as Blackbeard. To summarize, I can offer you 8 words. War rages, calamity approaches. Indeed, it seemed Flynn had anticipated this. Under these circumstances, she could not allow him to continue. Feline suddenly recalled something. By the way, is Mizong aware of this matter? He is indeed aware, but his reaction was rather unexpected. What happened? Upon learning that Ace was in danger, I immediately informed him. Yet he merely responded with the words, do your best, as if his own life or death held no significance for him. Isn't that peculiar? After Roger's demise, he even requested a record crystal to monitor Ace's every move, which led me to believe he would have a genuine concern. Feline sighed, perhaps feeling disillusioned by Ace's current state. Mysterious Mizong gazed at the projection in the crystal ball, observing Ace and Luffy engaged in cheerful conversation within a narrow alley. After a prolonged silence, he disdainfully remarked, aside from awakening his conqueror's haki at the age of 7, that boy has yet to accomplish anything that satisfies me. Mizong was not indifferent to Ace. On the contrary, he cared deeply. He had always hoped that Ace would become the next pirate king, his future rival. Ever since Ace's birth, Mizong had monitored his every move. Even though Ace harbored a childhood hatred for Roger, Mizong held no grudge against him. However, after Ace set sail, Mizong's disappointment grew. Initially, things were tolerable, but once Ace gained notoriety, he foolishly aspired to challenge Whitebeard alone, despite being worlds apart in strength. He could not even contend with Big Mom. He had yet to comprehend his own limitations. Prideful, willful, and impulsive, these were the traits Mizong observed in Ace. Upon learning that Ace had joined the Whitebeard pirates, Mizong experienced a mix of emotions, joy that Ace had finally attained his desire, yet anger that joining Whitebeard had cost him the chance to become Pirate King. A true Pirate King would never submit to another. Over time, Mizong ceased to concern himself with Ace, reassured by Whitebeard's presence. It was only today that he once again focused on Ace, coldly regarding the bracelet on his wrist, and stating, though I promised to save your son, he is not worthy yet. Chapter 11. Discouraging Ace. Mysterious Feline. When Feline returned to the Mary, she found everyone joyfully gathered, laughing and chatting. What could be so delightful? Feline stood at the ship's railing, observing the merry scene. Luffy, inexplicably excited, exclaimed, You're back. Meanwhile, Ace regarded her with intense wariness. When did she return? I didn't even notice. Luffy introduced Feline to Ace, saying, Ace, this is Feline. Oh, I see, Ace replied, finding her quite enigmatic. Suddenly, Vivi noticed a ship approaching from behind and exclaimed nervously, It's another ship from Baroque Works. Wait, didn't Feline sink them? Luffy questioned, puzzled, as they had witnessed it firsthand. Zoro remarked, Baroque Works cannot consist of only those few. They likely have reinforcements arriving. Is that so? Ace noted the term sunk and wondered if it was meant literally. If so, could this girl command the seas? That would be perilously dangerous. I'm tired. Feline smiled at Ace and suggested, Why don't we have the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates demonstrate for us? Feline, allow me to observe the extent of growth of the son of the Pirate King. All right, Luffy. Ace stood up and tossed his bag to Luffy, declaring, I will take care of them. With that, he leaped backward onto a small boat that had mysteriously appeared near the Going Merry, propelled by flames as he charged toward the enemy vessels. Upon reaching the ships, Ace smiled and unleashed a powerful punch, igniting a fiery fist. A vast inferno erupted, engulfing 5 ships in flames, leaving only debris floating on the surface of the sea, remnants of their former existence. Nightfall aboard the Going Merry. Oh, to celebrate Ace becoming our comrade, let us raise a toast, Luffy exclaimed, lifting his drink, followed by cheers from Usopp and Chopper. Sanji busied himself in the kitchen preparing a feast, while Zoro, sipping his drink, chose not to join in Luffy's revelry. Nami, Vivi, and Karu deliberated on their next destination, as Fulin pondered how to persuade Ace to cease his actions. Hey, Luffy, when did I ever say I wanted to be your partner? Ace said with a hint of exasperation, but his words were promptly disregarded by Luffy. Speaking of which, Ace, Luffy inquired, gazing at his brother, what brings you here? I am in pursuit of a man, Ace replied, taking a sip from his drink. His name is Blackbeard. He was originally the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and my subordinate, but he committed the gravest of offenses aboard the ship. He murdered his comrades and fled. As captain, it falls upon me to bring him to justice. So, you have been hunting him down? Usopp asked, intrigued. My arrival in this country is primarily due to reports of his sightings near Yuba, Ace continued, taking another sip of his drink as he gazed ahead. After a prolonged silence, Fulin finally spoke up. What are your chances of success? Observing the curious glances from everyone, she smiled and added, I mean no offense. I merely believe one should consider the consequences of their actions. What if your opponent is too strong and you cannot defeat him? And Luffy, you wouldn't want your brother to get hurt, would you? Luffy responded, I see. Don't worry, Ace is incredibly strong. Hey, Luffy, Usopp, if you have a moment, come help me out. I still need to prepare the bento. Sanji shouted from the kitchen, but upon their entry, the sounds of Sanji's furious shouts echoed from within. This ship is certainly lively, Ace remarked, reflecting on the atmosphere. Fulin softly spoke, indeed. Who exactly are you? Ace warily regarded Fulin, fearing that this young girl had ulterior motives in following Luffy. You need not concern yourself with who I am. What is imperative is that you recognize your own limitations. You are still too inexperienced and no match for Blackbeard. If you wish to spare your companions from unnecessary worry, learn to discern your own capabilities. With that, she turned and departed without a backward glance. Having said her piece, she felt no obligation to ponder whether Ace would heed her words. As night fell and everyone succumbed to slumber, Fulin ascended to the deck, gazing at the pristine moon. She contemplated, I wonder how she is faring now. If something were to happen to Ace, it would surely grieve her deeply. Suddenly, the communicator linked to Raftel began to emit a series of beeps. Flynn established contact and inquired, Mizone, how is it going? Has he agreed? I don't know. I've already tried to persuade him, but I doubt he will listen, came the response. He seems just as stubborn as that person. Xingyao calculated his chances of survival, estimating them to be a mere 20%. If he succeeded, he might turn misfortune into fortune. If not, his demise would be inevitable. Should I inform him about that matter? Mizone pondered before deciding against it. It's better to keep it from him for now. With his current demeanor, it's a wonder he can protect himself, let alone others. All right, then I will think of other solutions. Until next time, Flynn concluded before severing the communication. Just then, a shadow flitted past the door, but Flynn paid it no mind, for she knew who it was. The following day, Karu, you must deliver this letter to the king. It details the conspiracy involving Crocodile and Baroque works. Tell him I have landed in Alabasta with a group of reliable partners, Vivi instructed, tying the letter to Karu. This letter concerns the fate of our nation. So be cautious, and remember to manage your water supply, as you will need it to traverse the desert. Gagaga. Karu saluted and dashed into the sands. I know the warlord Crocodile is in this country. I can't believe that pirate intends to seize power. Ace chuckled upon overhearing their conversation. What a cruel joke. He isn't just after the king's throne, is he? There must be ulterior motives behind his ambition. Ulterior motives? Zoro replied cautiously. What he desires is undoubtedly complex, Ace remarked. Hands in his pockets. Upon hearing this, Flynn's expression shifted. That fellow certainly harbors grand ambitions, but even if he unravels the mystery, he will never obtain that which he seeks. The ship docked at Elbath, and the crew busied themselves preparing for the desert expedition. All right, we've landed, Luffy exclaimed, just as a multitude of turtle-like green creatures emerged from the sea. What are those, turtles? Luffy blinked at the peculiar beings, whose upper bodies resembled turtles while their lower halves sported enormous tails. Those are kung fu dugongs. Vivi's countenance faltered. If you wish to come ashore, you must defeat me. If you are too cowardly, you shall swim to the opposite bank. Chopper mimicked the dugong's tone, his imitation annoyingly precise. What? I cannot tolerate being insulted by a turtle. Usopp declared, dramatically leaping off the ship's edge, only to be swiftly knocked down by the dugong. The kung fu dugongs are formidable, Vivi fretted, observing Usopp sprawled on the ground. Yet Nami pointed toward Luffy, who had already bested one of the creatures. But over there, one has already won. Winning doesn't matter. The kung fu dugongs will recognize the victor as their master. Flynn watched helplessly as the dugongs gazed adoringly at Luffy, who was now sparring with his new disciples, rendering her speechless. All right, let's move out, Luffy shouted. Wait a moment, Zoro yelled, glancing at the neatly arranged dugongs behind Luffy. Are you planning to take them all with you? Of course. Is there a problem? Luffy replied, blinking innocently. No way, Luffy. Nami firmly objected, while Vivi added, you can't bring dugongs across the desert. However, as they saw the dugongs clinging affectionately to their master's legs, whining in despair, their hearts melted. And guilt surged within them. Hey, Chopper, Sanji said to the only one capable of understanding animal language, think of a way. Or else Luffy will surely take this bunch with him. I've got it. After receiving the order, Chopper sniffed around the various bags until he finally found it. Excitedly, he presented a bone to the dugongs, saying, Here, take this, and stay put. Instantly, a swarm of dugongs abandoned Luffy and rushed toward Chopper. Wow, that is my meat, Luffy cried, attempting to join them, but was held back by Sanji and Usopp. Following a chaotic scuffle, the dugongs finally ceased their pursuit of Luffy, tearfully waving goodbye as he departed. Goodbye. Luffy cheerfully waved back. Luffy, because of this, we have lost a significant amount of food, Sanji remarked with mild exasperation. You really know how to stir up trouble. No worries, I have fruit, Luffy replied. Fruit? Where? He looked around but found nothing. Don't be too astonished, Flynn raised her arm, directing a purple bracelet toward the front. A beam of violet light flashed, and a basket of fruit materialized before them. The group stared in astonishment. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp rushed to Flynn's side. Flynn, what is that you're wearing? Can you take it off and let us play with it? Luffy asked, gripping her hand. That is incredible, Chopper exclaimed. Flynn, do you have more of those? Usopp added eagerly. Feline, it was merely taken from home, intended solely for the purpose of carrying items. There is nothing more to it. Ino, clearly. It was stolen. Sanji stepped forward, casting a glance at the fruits in the basket, remarking, they appear to be quite fresh. Feline, certainly. Within her heart. Fulin pondered, this is indeed what I have cultivated myself. Nami, regaining her composure, inquired, by the way, Fulin, where is your home? A collective curiosity enveloped the group. Even Ace turned his gaze towards her. Flynn was taken aback. This is a secret, I cannot divulge it. The people in my place prefer solitude, so I cannot reveal anything to others, fearing they might disturb our lives. I am also curious about the world beyond and have sneaked out. So that's the case, thought Ace, who harbored different thoughts about Flynn. This girl is too enigmatic. Can someone like her truly remain by Luffy's side? Chapter 12. The Desert Journey. Challenge of the Fire Fist. After a considerable journey, the group arrived at a desolate town. Nami inquired, is this Yuba? No, this is Alyabarna, once known as the City of Green. City of Green? Flynn's mouth twitched as she gazed at the ruins buried beneath the sand. She could not sense any vitality. Seeing this town makes it evident what Crocodile has done to our country, Vivi said, leading the way into the town. This was once a vibrant place. Although rain was scarce, people cherished every drop. However, for 3 years, not a single drop has fallen on this land. 3 years? Chopper exclaimed as he surveyed the dilapidated buildings, astonished. Has it really not rained for so long? But even without rain, we could divert water from the river we just passed. Zoro pointed to the direction they had come from. Indeed, redirecting the river should not pose a problem, Usopp concurred. Yet, Vivi's expression remained troubled. The reason for this is already known. Although other parts of the country have experienced little rain, the capital, Alabasta, has been drenched. One day, a large quantity of dancing powder destined for the palace was discovered at the docks, reportedly ordered by the king. Dancing powder? What is that? Sanji looked at Nami, the navigator, believing she might know. It's a powder that artificially induces rain in arid places, Nami explained. However, this powder has a significant flaw. It essentially siphons rain from other regions, leading many nations to wage war over it, which ultimately resulted in the government's prohibition of dancing powder research. I've seen that powder before, Luffy suddenly interjected loudly. That stuff is incredibly awful. Oh, really? Nami brushed past him, evidently skeptical, and even Usopp and Sanji shared her disbelief. I'm serious. Luffy insisted loudly as the others remained unconvinced. If that's the case, Crocodile must have framed the issue of dancing powder on Vivi's father. Inciting public discontent and seizing the opportunity to instigate war, Zoro speculated. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, carrying sand and an ominous sound that startled everyone. What is that? Usopp gasped, staring at the empty town. Do not worry, it is merely the resonance caused by the wind passing through the walls, Flynn explained calmly. Vivi gazed sorrowfully at the town, her voice trembling. I do not understand what my father and the people of this country have done wrong. Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, asked, What do you intend to do? I plan to dissuade them, Vivi replied, gradually regaining her composure. After all, now is not the time for sentimentality, for all of this was Crocodile's doing. In any case, let us head to Yuba to thwart the rebel army. Under the blazing sun of the desert, the ground was scorched, and not a trace of wind could be felt. The azure sky was devoid of clouds, with only a fiery sun overhead. It's so hot, Luffy complained weakly, leaning on a stick. It's unbearable. Luffy, stop shouting. Nami, equally affected by the heat, admonished him. Yet, Luffy continued to shout, unperturbed. Completely defeated by the sweltering temperature, Chopper was lethargically pulled along by Zoro on a wooden cart, while the others remained silent, enduring the oppressive heat. Hey, Flynn, are you all right? Luffy asked breathlessly, noticing that Flynn seemed unaffected by the heat. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he observed her relaxed demeanor. Flynn felt a pang of anxiety. Her body contained ice elements, and in such heat, they naturally dissipated to cool her down. Had she realized this earlier, she would have displayed the ice elements instead of the fire ones. Wow, Flynn, it's so cool next to you. Nami exclaimed as she approached Flynn, astonished. Is it really? I have a somewhat unique constitution. I don't fear heat in summer nor cold in winter. Usopp, nearly fainting from the heat, remarked, that constitution is too good. Consequently, Flynn became the group's mobile refrigerator, encircled by everyone. Although she was not particularly fond of this attention, she did not refuse it to prevent anyone from succumbing to heatstroke. 3 days later at noon, amidst a pile of rocks, everyone quietly enjoyed the lunch Sanji had prepared. Well, everyone except Luffy. One more bowl, Luffy shouted, having devoured his meal in an instant, banging his spoon on his plate. Sanji kicked him, exclaiming, You've had enough calories. Just endure it. However, Luffy stretched his hand to snatch a piece of meat from Zoro's plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Luffy, that was my food, Zoro protested, trying to rescue his remaining morsel from Luffy's grasp. Why does every meal turn into a ruckus? Vivi remarked, still unaccustomed to the Straw Hat Pirates' dining habits. While Usopp and Chopper were desperately shoveling food into their mouths, leaving no opportunity for their greedy captain. Just close your eyes and eat. Ignore them, Nami suggested. Accustomed to the chaos, as she ate with her eyes shut, unfazed by the pandemonium. Look over there, Vivi whispered, noticing that Ace had already polished off his plate and utensils. Indeed, what a difference in standard, Nami said, glancing at Ace and then back at the raucous Luffy. It was hard to imagine that such a well-mannered individual could have a brother as unruly as Luffy, especially given Ace's substantial bounty. Huh, Ace is also on the wanted list? Vivi was astonished. They say it's a bounty that makes bounty hunters drool. Fire Fist Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just hearing that name instills fear in pirates worldwide. Ace is personally pursuing him. It seems that this Blackbeard pirate must be formidable as well. Fuline sat upon a stone, contemplating the dark fruit, which possessed a gravitational force akin to that of a black hole, capable of drawing in, compressing, and shattering anything that came into contact with darkness, as well as nullifying the abilities of those who wielded power. Aside from my close-range manipulation, what other means are there? Well, look, the meat is actually running away. And it can talk too. While Fuline was still deep in thought, she heard Luffy exclaim in amazement at the piece of meat dangling from a fishing line, excitedly chasing after it. Ah, the meat is escaping. Wait for me. Sensing that Luffy's presence in that of 2 children was growing fainter, Ace remarked on his troublesome younger brother and followed him. Fuline sighed and muttered, Neither of those brothers is ever easy to deal with, before pursuing them as well. Seeing the 3 of them rush out, Zoro and the others followed suit. Hiding behind a rock were 2 young boys, both with light gray hair and dressed in simple clothing. The slightly older boy handed the stolen meat to his younger brother, saying, Is it good, Chibu? We haven't eaten for 10 days, so take your time. It felt wonderful to finally eat. Brother, it's amazing. I haven't eaten anything in the Badland. After taking a bite, Chibu passed the meat back to his brother. Just then, Ace interrupted, "You came from the Badland? Huh? Who are you?" The nervous boy immediately shielded his younger brother behind him. Watching Ace warily, Chibu, hiding behind, shouted, "We won't give the meat back to you. Don't move." The boy suddenly pulled out a gun, trembling as he pointed it at Ace, threatening, "If you dare to move, you'll lose your life. I despise those who play with fire in my presence." Ace remarked with a light chuckle, "Brother, have you ever shot a gun in the city?" Chibu nervously asked, eyeing his brother who held the pistol. "Will it really fire bullets? How would I know?" "Wait." The boy's shaking finger accidentally pulled the trigger. Chibu lunged for his brother but was too late. Seeing the bullet fly, Ace casually picked up a stone and knocked it down. Dangerous games should be played in moderation, dear child. It's best to brush your teeth, wash your face, and go to bed. He had blocked the bullet, and the boy stared in awe at the spent bullet and the shattered stone on the ground. Chibu, frightened, clung tightly to his brother, saying, "I've never seen anyone so powerful before. What is going on?" Usopp, who had just arrived, glanced at the two boys, perplexed. Upon seeing Ace's display of strength, the boy cast his gun to the ground and ran to Ace, anxiously exclaiming, "I need your help. A man wants you to capture him. If you succeed, I'll pay you 1 million. 1 million? At the mention of money, Nami's eyes sparkled with the allure of shiny berries, but she quickly composed herself, scrutinizing the boy's simple attire. "Do you have 1 million right now?" "Not at the moment," the boy replied, lowering his head slightly but then clenched his fists, declaring loudly, "But I promise to pay you once I grow up." He then produced a photograph for Ace to see. "Help me find this man. My brother and I followed him here." "Who is this person?" Fu Lin inquired, examining the picture of the oddly dressed man. "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Fu Lin, what has happened?" Zoro and the others caught up, questioning her. The two boys nearly jumped at their sudden appearance. Fu Lin turned back, exasperated, and explained, "Zoro, Usopp, you frightened them. Why is it my fault?" Zoro frowned at the trembling boys. Sanji chimed in, "Who told you to dress like a bandit?" Zoro retorted, "Isn't it your choice of clothing?" "What? Do you have a problem with my taste?" The two glared at each other and began to bicker again. Nami, exasperated, delivered a punch to each of them, scolding, "Stop it, you two fools." Watching Zoro and Sanji collapse to the ground, Usopp and Chopper huddled together, slowly distancing themselves from Nami and the innocently involved Vivi. Ace crouched down, taking the photograph to scrutinize the man depicted within, and asked, "Who is this?" "Scorpion, he is a bounty hunter," the boy replied, still dazed from the earlier encounter. "A bounty hunter?" Zoro's interest piqued at the mention of that term, recalling his own past as a bounty hunter. "But why are you chasing after a bounty hunter?" Nami questioned the boys, but only received stuttered responses in return. "I have my own reasons for finding this person," Ace said, his gaze fixed on the photograph. "I've heard that there is someone in Yuba who has defeated Blackbeard, and he is Scorpion. That is why I came to Yuba. However, this man doesn't seem particularly formidable." "Are you sure you're not mistaken, Ace?" Fu Lin scrutinized the image, unconvinced that Blackbeard could be bested by such a person. "Ace, could it be that you were the something's coming? 2 people and a bird." Fu Lin pointed towards a nearby sand dune. The others turned to observe the serene dune. Sure enough, moments later, sounds of movement emerged, followed by an ostrich wearing a black helmet, atop which stood 2 figures, the bounty hunter Scorpion and Luffy. Fu Lin sighed as she gazed at Luffy's yellow straw hat, utterly speechless, while the 2 boys quickly ducked behind the rock. "There you are, Fire Fist Ace," Scorpion proclaimed loudly. "I am Scorpion, a true hero, here to challenge you. Let us settle this once and for all." "Hey." Luffy peeked out from behind Scorpion, grinning brightly. "You're all here?" "Luffy," except for Ace and Fu Lin. Everyone else was taken aback, jaws dropped. "What are you doing over there, Luffy?" Sanji asked, puffing on his cigarette, observing the clearly mismatched allegiance of their captain. Ace said nothing, merely standing and silently watching Scorpion, his gaze calm. Under Ace's steady gaze, Scorpion began to sweat. Luffy, curious about Scorpion's nervousness, inquired, "What's wrong, old man?" "And no, nothing." Scorpion quickly feigned composure, continuing, "I'm sorry, but today, your illustrious exploits at sea end here." "Really? Is that so?" The boy hiding behind the rock observed the man with a complex expression. "Well, someone's come to challenge you. Don't lose." Luffy cheered from atop the ostrich, flailing his arms in excitement. Who would lose? Ace momentarily lost his cool but quickly regained his composure, stating, "I happen to have questions for him as well." "Luffy, stand back." "Oh." Luffy excitedly jumped off the ostrich, standing beside Ace, starry-eyed in anticipation of the unfolding events. "Here I come, Fire Fist Ace," Scorpion shouted, charging down while assembling a novel cannon. To avoid collateral damage to Luffy and the others, Ace leaped to the open ground, calmly watching as Scorpion barreled towards him. "Taste this." The Scorpion roared and unleashed a cannon, a massive iron net hurtling toward Ace. Without lifting his head, Ace transformed his entire body into flames. The immense fire dispersing the iron net, which then rebounded onto the Scorpion. If the Scorpion had previously appeared as a weakling in Furlan's eyes, he now seemed nothing short of a fool. How could that net lack sea stone? Too late to evade. The Scorpion screamed as the fiery net collided with him, tumbling off the ostrich and rolling on the sandy ground, where the ostrich immediately kicked up sand to extinguish the flames engulfing its master. Furlan could hardly bear to watch this battle. At this level, defeating Blackbeard was utterly impossible. If such a person could vanquish Blackbeard, she would have had no need to prevent Ace from pursuing him. Well, Luffy, however, was exuberantly waving his hands, cheering for Ace, while others were equally pleased to witness Ace facing his opponent with such ease. Observing the Scorpion gradually rising again, coughing a few times before continuing his challenge, he thought, if it were that easy to catch him, he would not be the Fire Fist Ace. But the warm-up was over. "Bobo, prepare the compression exterminator." The ostrich promptly presented a cloth bag before the Scorpion and then scurried off to safety. Ace, retracting his smile, watched as the Scorpion swiftly assembled the components, strapping on a backpack while aiming a gun barrel at himself. The Scorpion laughed heartily as he charged forward. "This is a compression gun filled with fire-extinguishing agent. I shall inject this extinguishing agent into your body." "Fire-extinguishing agent?" Luffy echoed in confusion, and after a moment of thought, he nervously shouted at Ace, "Ace, you're fire. Be careful." Flynn, Furin's inner thoughts. I had overestimated him. He is neither a weakling nor a fool, but an imbecile. Ace nimbly evaded the Scorpion's incessant barrage from the compressed cannon, swiftly advancing to deliver a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen. The immense force sent the Scorpion sliding across the sandy ground until it finally came to a halt. "What a joke," Usopp remarked with boredom. "It's utterly feeble. I had predicted this all along. The tale of you defeating Blackbeard is a fabrication, isn't it? Did you believe that invoking Blackbeard's name would summon me?" Ace observed the fallen figure nearby, imparting his analysis with a nonchalant tone. "Indeed, this strategy is quite commendable, isn't it?" The Scorpion, gritting its teeth in defiance, slowly rose, declaring, "As of now, we are at a stalemate. From this point onward, I shall fight earnestly." Yet, it remained sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. "Stop fighting. Daddy, you cannot possibly defeat him." Two boys rushed towards the Scorpion in tears. "Daddy?" Luffy and the others echoed in confusion, watching the children dash towards the man in anguish. Chapter 13, Ace's Departure, the Battle Against Ace Daddy? Upon hearing the children's voices, the Scorpion turned his head to see them rushing towards him, his expression shifting. "Dibu, Chibu, why are you here? When did you leave Badland?" "Daddy, don't think about being the world's strongest fighter right now. We are here to bring you home," Dibu asserted. "Ha ha, what are you talking about?" The Scorpion laughed heartily, ruffling his children's hair. "I am the world's foremost bounty hunter, Danny Hirubatrusha, and any opponent I face will be left begging for mercy. That's merely your plan." "Isn't it?" Chibu innocently challenged his father's bravado. "Haha, have I been exposed?" "Indeed, I am just a boastful father," the Scorpion replied, a defiant smile gracing his face. "No matter how humble one may be, with determination, anyone can challenge the world's greatest hero. I have always wanted to showcase this spirit to you, to reveal to you the essence of great dreams. A man cannot lack burning aspirations within, and despite daily struggles, one must never abandon the fight. Every day must be met with a smile. As long as there is courage to challenge the possible, any life can be a paradise. Even if it costs me my life, I wish to impart to you that with brave challenges, one can surely carve a path." The boys gazed tearfully at their father, who was slowly regaining his strength as he made his way toward Ace. "Witness your father's indomitable spirit. Do not worry, I shall not falter, as long as my heart is ablaze with great dreams. Bobo, prepare the anti-tank cannon." The ostrich promptly retrieved another large cannon. "Fire Fist Ace. This shall be the final strike." The Scorpion ignited the cannon, but in the next moment, he was halted by the cries of his children. "Daddy, enough. We already understand the lesson you wish to convey. We are also willing to face everything with courage and strive to live on. As long as you are with us, we possess the strength." Fulin, although he is rather weak, he possesses a commendable character. However, he must be feeling quite disheartened at the moment, observing Ace in silence. Fuline finds herself at a loss for words. As dusk approaches, the warm sunlight bathes the vast desert, cloaking it in a captivating golden hue. Yet, the beauty of the scene is tinged with a hint of melancholic farewell. Nami gazes at the scorpion leading the children away slowly, reflecting, he is truly a remarkable person. Usopp wipes away his tears, and Chopper nods, his voice slightly choked. Are we really saying goodbye? Luffy asks, watching Ace pack his belongings with a hint of reluctance. With Blackbeard absent from this land, I see no reason to remain here, Ace explains with a nonchalant air as he slings his bag over his shoulder. Where do you intend to go next? Sanji inquires, puzzled. The scorpion mentioned that he had been seen heading west, so that is where I shall venture, Ace replies, producing a blank sheet of paper from his pocket and tossing it to Luffy. Luffy, take good care of this. Luffy, confused, unfolds it only to discover it is merely a blank sheet. What is this? Just a small piece of paper? This paper represents our potential reunion, Ace smiles, adding, if you don't want it, feel free to return it to me. No, I want it, Luffy exclaims. With such a foolish brother. I have always worried as an older sibling. You must find him a headache too, right? Ace remarks, bowing slightly to Zoro and the others. I trust you will look after him well. Rest assured, Nami responds with a smile. After all, he is our captain. Ace, I hope our next meeting is at the pinnacle of piracy, Ace says, gazing reluctantly at his brother whom he has seen in 3 years. You must strive to reach that peak as well. Absolutely. By the way, could you ask Fuline to come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with her. Ace says, lowering his gaze and casting a complex look at Fuline. Fuline, rest assured, Luffy. You all go ahead. I will find you later. Luffy, oh, all right then. As Nami gazed at the departing figures of Fuline and Ace, she questioned, perplexed, is there something that cannot be said here? Zoro, never mind that. Let us proceed. Thus, Luffy and his companions continued on their journey. Once they had distanced themselves, Fuline retracted her smile and inquired, what is it? Ace's fiery arm erupted in a blazing inferno, crashing towards Fuline like a shockwave. Water contract, water shield. Anticipating Ace's actions, Fuline raised a water shield to deflect his assault. With an air of indifference, Ace proclaimed, I offer you a choice, depart from Luffy. I cannot allow an unpredictable time bomb to remain near my brother. Furin remarked, very well. If you can defeat me, I shall immediately depart from Luffy. But what if you lose? Will you abandon the pursuit of Blackbeard? You are no match for him. Ace, relentlessly unleashing his fire fists upon the water shield, found that the barrier remained utterly unscathed. Observing Furin's continued reluctance to engage, Ace challenged. Is it that you can only hide? Fuline softly remarked that if your abilities are merely at this level, I cannot allow you to confront Blackbeard. The water shield transformed into a puddle, cascading to the ground, subsequently forming a swirling vortex of water. The whirlpool spun incessantly, its azure waters surging mightily, culminating in the emergence of a colossal water dragon that spiraled relentlessly toward Ace. Feeling an overwhelming force rushing toward him, Ace opted for a direct confrontation with his flame. Yang Yin. However, as Yang Yin met the water vortex, it was swiftly engulfed, charging directly at Ace. Just as the water dragon was about to collide with Ace, Fuline waved her hand, and the dragon instantly morphed into a mere mass of water, vanishing from sight. Relieved, Ace exhaled deeply, but at that very moment, Fuline reappeared before him, pressing him to the ground. In her hand, she wielded a water blade, its edge mere centimeters from Ace's throat. Do you wish to kill me? Ace, upon witnessing Fuline's icy gaze, mistakenly believed she intended to harm him. Fuline did not respond to Ace's inquiry. Are you afraid? With a scoff, she remarked, do as you wish, whether to kill or maim. However, I only have one request. Please do not harm Luffy. Well, at least you possess some backbone. Fuline released her grip on Ace's hand and stood up, coldly stating, if it weren't for the fact that you are Luffy's sworn brother and bear the blood of Roger, I would have no interest in you. Ace was taken aback. How did you come to know that? You need not concern yourself with how I acquired this knowledge. From the moment we engaged in combat, you have committed 3 grievous errors. Firstly, your impulsiveness. You incessantly attacked me without any intent to gauge my abilities. You clearly do not comprehend my strength, and yet you recklessly assaulted me. Secondly, I am water, and you are fire. These elements are inherently incompatible. You have failed to recognize the disparity between us, blinded by your arrogance. Thirdly, regardless of the circumstances, as long as your opponent has not conceded, you must remain vigilant. Ace, you. Fuline exclaimed loudly, what do you mean? Do you believe my words to be incorrect? Do you think Blackbeard is as simple as you imagine? Just because he is your subordinate, you presume to understand him? Are you aware of the origin of the scar on Shank's eye? It was inflicted by Blackbeard. Even Shank suffered losses at his hands. How confident do you feel about defeating him? Reflecting on this, Foulin scoffed. It is truly laughable. Although you have the blood of Roger coursing through your veins, you are hardly cut out to become the Pirate King. Aside from awakening your conqueror's haki at the tender age of 7, you pale in comparison to Roger. Upon hearing Foulin incessantly mention Roger, Ace's anger flared. Do not bring that man up in my presence. I despise him. He is not my father. My father is Whitebeard. Huh, that is quite amusing. Foulin retorted. What do you mean by that? You believe Roger unworthy of being your father, yet I deem you unworthy of being his son. Whitebeard's ambition to assist you in becoming the next Pirate King is nothing but fanciful thinking, for you are nothing but a rotten piece of wood. You fail to recognize your own capabilities. The courage to confront those stronger than oneself is commendable, but blindly charging ahead in a fit of passion is merely foolishness. Disregarding Ace's sullen expression, Foulin turned away and said, I am aware that no amount of persuasion will be of any use given your disposition. However, out of respect for the long-standing friendship between my brother and Roger, allow me to offer you a word of caution. Blackbeard possesses the dark fruit, which grants him a gravity akin to a black hole, capable of absorbing, compressing, and shattering anything that comes into contact with darkness. Moreover, he can nullify the abilities of those he attracts. Should you insist on confronting him, remember, avoid him at all costs. With that, she vanished. She had said all that needed to be said. Whether he heeded her warning was entirely his concern. Even if trouble did arise, as long as he survived, it might be beneficial for that young man to face some hardship. Xingyu, please keep an eye on Ace's movements, and inform me immediately if there are any issues. Foulin instructed into the communicator. Understood, Xingyu replied from the other end. Chapter 14. The Underground Ruins, historical text after parting ways with Ace. Foulin transformed into a gust of wind and arrived near a sandpit, murmuring to herself, shape-shifting is exhausting and time-consuming. I wonder when I will be able to unlock the power of space, allowing for direct transportation to my destination. Foulin called out loudly towards the sandpit, Luffy. Are you there? Oh, Foulin, I'm over here. The wooden ladder, entwined with vines, led Foulin down to Luffy's side. Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, what brings you all here? Where are Nami and the others? Luffy replied, we got separated and ended up here. Zoro suddenly fell down, so I followed him. Foulin, filled with helplessness, could not have anticipated that you would inadvertently activate the mechanism here. Upon arrival, she found herself in a vast domed chamber, beneath which lay several colossal stone pillars strewn across the ground, alongside numerous fallen fragments. The space was adorned with various intricately carved creatures, carelessly scattered throughout. Foulin observed Zoro gazing intently at a large black stone, upon which ancient inscriptions were etched. Foulin remarked, you need not concern yourselves with this object. Zoro inquired, what is this thing? Foulin, historical texts. Luffy, what is inscribed within? I am unaware of the contents recorded by Foulin, yet they hold significant importance. I have visited this place before and have made rubbings of the inscriptions on the stones. In due time, you will come to understand their significance. I must find an opportunity to present this to Robin. Upon hearing this, the two nodded in agreement, acknowledging that when the time comes, they will naturally come to know. However, our current priority is to devise a means to exit swiftly. Otherwise, locating Nami and the others will become increasingly challenging. Zoro turned to glance at Luffy, who lay on the ground, cradling his knees and rolling about. No, I do not wish to go outside. It is so hot out there, while it is delightfully cool in here. Foulin called out helplessly, Bai Mu. Bai Mu emerged from the spatial artifact, responding, Master. Foulin smiled and said, Zoro, Chopper, would you like to try sitting on a cloud? Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it really possible? Furin, of course. Zoro, that truly puts the vice captain in a predicament. Luffy, I want to go too. I want to go. Luffy was incredibly excited. He had never ridden on a cloud before. Furin, no. It's cooler inside than outside. How could I, as the vice captain, force the captain to do something he does not wish to do? Upon hearing this, Luffy quickly wrapped his arms around Furin's legs and said, I'm sorry, Furin, I take back what I just said. Besides, the vice captain cannot leave the captain here all alone. Sighing at the situation, Furin felt quite helpless. What a troublesome captain he was. Furin, let us go, Bai Mu. Bai Mu enlarged himself, carrying Luffy and the others back to the ground. But even after returning to solid ground, Chopper and Luffy continued to cling to Bai Mu, unwilling to let go. Foulin, slightly irked, exclaimed, Come down, Bai Mu is also weary. Luffy retorted, no way. Nami and Vivi are riding camels. It is utterly unfair for us to walk. Fulin had no choice but to store Bai Mu in the spatial artifact she had pilfered from Anona. Chopper exclaimed. How marvelous and impressive. Zoro inquired, may I ask the first mate, who exactly are you? Furin's smile faded as she remarked that they would soon find out, suggesting they should first rendezvous with Nami. After a while, they finally regrouped, having endured several days of sailing before arriving at their destination, Yuba. Yuba has arrived. Vivi's excited voice rang out, only to quickly turn into confusion and disbelief. Why was it like this? As Luffy and the others looked ahead, they discovered that the so-called oasis Vivi spoke of was nothing more than a desolate ghost town, with lifeless, withered trees and crumbling walls shrouded in dust. Occasionally, fragments of dried walls would fall, stirring up clouds of sand. Is this truly an oasis, Vivi? Sanji inquired as he dismounted from his scorpion to inspect the desolate city, his heart filled with doubt. Stealthily, Luffy climbed to the luggage area to drink the last jug of water, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Luffy, don't drink that. It's the last bottle. Usopp rushed over to protect the water, leading to a scuffle between the two, as sand rose from the ground, obscuring the oasis. Vivi's lips trembled in disbelief at the scene before her. Are you travelers? Traversing the desert must be exhausting, right? An elderly voice accompanied by a rustling sound emerged. As they took a few cautious steps forward, they noticed a large sandpit where an elderly man, bearing the weight of the world on his face, was laboriously shoveling sand with a spade. Without turning his head, he continued his task, stating, I'm sorry, but this city has long been abandoned. However, you may rest for a while. It's no problem if you wish to stay. May I ask? Vivi began hesitantly. I heard that the rebel army resides in this city. The old man paused his actions and slowly responded, those fools left here long ago. His resigned words struck Luffy and the others like a bombshell, leaving them all in disbelief. What? How could this be? This town has been besieged by sandstorms for 3 years now, and resources have run dry. Therefore, the rebels relocated their base to Caturla. The old man explained while continuing to shovel sand. Vivi, where is that? Luffy called out to Vivi, who was familiar with the area. That's the oasis near Aluma. Vivi replied, her brow furrowing in thought. Isnt Caturla where I encountered Eyelash, the camel, when I was lost? Chopper suddenly chimed in, as Eyelash babbled in the background. Upon hearing Eyelash speak, Chopper instinctively translated, Eyelash said that when it rescued me, it was helping the rebels transport goods to Caturla. Why didn't you say this earlier? Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp charged at Eyelash, delivering a flurry of blows. Who knew? Eyelash retorted, only to be met with even harsher punishment from the trio. You idiot. Suddenly, Vivi, filled with emotion, climbed the slope, her aged face reflecting disbelief. Did you just call her Vivi? Wow. Old man. Luffy rushed forward to explain, desperately trying to conceal Vivi's identity. She is not a princess. However, as soon as he spoke, Zoro punched him, silencing him with a shut up, idiot. You are Vivi. Aren't you? You're alive. How wonderful. The old man grasped Vivi's shoulders, choking back tears. Is it really you? Can't you recognize me? It's no wonder. I've lost so much weight. Upon seeing the elderly face before her, Vivi instinctively covered her mouth, struggling to accept her realization. Are you Uncle Dotto? Yes, yes. The old man slowly released his grip, his voice filled with emotion. The rebels have been wreaking havoc. I still believed in the king, and most of the citizens shared my faith. I've tried to stop them many times, but they still rebelled. However, their strength has reached its limit, and they decided to end it in the next wave of attack. Vivi's eyes widened as she gazed at the old man, who looked up at her pleadingly. Vivi, please, go stop those fools. Vivi clenched her fists tightly, then released them, bending down gently to reassure him. Don't worry, Uncle Dotto. I will absolutely put an end to the rebellion. Ah, thank you. That night, everyone prepared to rest. However, the overly energetic members of the Straw Hat Pirates turned the humble room into chaos with a pillow fight. Furin observed the ruckus, noting that their captain, who should have been involved, was absent. Reluctantly, she stepped outside and discovered Luffy digging a hole. Luffy, what are you doing? I'm digging a well. If I dig deep enough, I'll reach water. Luffy exclaimed enthusiastically as he continued his work. However, the sand he excavated buried Old Man Dotto's pit. Hey, wait, don't dump the sand you dug into my hole. Old Man Dotto shouted, shielding his eyes from the sand. Do you want to fill in my hole? Huh? Luffy looked at him quizzically. I'm just digging a hole. No, the sand you've dug is falling into my hole. If that happens, my efforts will be in vain. The old man explained with a mix of gestures. Do you understand what I mean? After pondering for a moment, Luffy resumed his enthusiastic digging. So, it's an incredible hole, right? I understand. Grandpa, you should rest for a bit, Furin intervened. You can't expect Luffy to understand you. He is a bit too simple-minded. The old man sighed and quickly crawled out of his pit before being buried by the sand Luffy was tossing around. Observing the old man's predicament, Furin asked with mild curiosity, by the way, Grandpa, why don't you leave this place? It's no longer livable, is it? This land was given to us by the king, and I must protect it. Moreover, I believe Yuba will not succumb to the sandstorms. Old man Dotto expressed with conviction, before turning to Furin and asking, but why are you following Vivi? I'm a new member and don't know much. I only know that they initially promised Vivi to take her back, so we all came along, Furin explained. Vivi truly has found a good group of friends. The old man reflected, and then a silence enveloped them. As time passed, Luffy's digging ceased to produce sand and debris. The old man approached, slightly astonished. You've actually dug this deep. Fullin gazed at the person soundly asleep at the bottom of the pit, and sighed. He has actually fallen asleep. It's understandable, after all, considering the long journey we've endured these past few days. She extended her hand, and with the aid of robust vines and thick ropes, she pulled him up from the depths of the pit. The elderly man stared blankly at Fullin. She remarked, there's nothing peculiar about it. I am, after all, a wielder of the devil fruit's powers. Is that so? Aren't you going to rest? He inquired. Oh, I shall continue digging for a while, she replied with a smile. The old man, clutching his iron shovel, added, since we've dug this deep, we should soon strike water. Understanding his words, Fullin nodded and retreated to the resting quarters. Before leaving, she scattered a few seeds around the pit and, using her abilities, guided them deep into the earth, lending a helping hand in the process. Inside the room, observing the group peacefully slumbering, Fullin couldn't help but smile wryly. She slowly extended her hand, invoking a natural contract to slightly elevate the room's temperature, dispelling the chill of the desert night. Chapter 15. Wagering Lives. Advancing into the rain the following morning, after a brief respite in Yuba, the group prepared to set forth, following the path of the rebel army. As they were about to part ways, the elderly man handed a small vial of water to Luffy. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the vial, exclaiming, did we really find water? Ah, yes. Shortly after you fell asleep yesterday, I unearthed a layer of moist soil. I worked tirelessly to distill the water. This truly is the legendary water of Yuba, the old man explained, his expression turning sheepish as he added, I apologize, but this is all I could manage. Though he did not fully comprehend, Luffy recognized the effort involved. I will cherish it dearly, he declared, cradling the vial of water with a beaming smile. With a smile, Fullin addressed Grandpa Dodo, by the way, grandfather. If you dig a little deeper into the hole you excavated yesterday, a delightful surprise will emerge, correct? Upon receiving an affirmative reply, they bid farewell to the elderly man and continued their journey. After traversing merely half an hour, a resounding bang echoed through the air, prompting everyone to turn back. Where they were met with a breathtaking spectacle, a colossal fountain had erupted in the direction of Grandpa Dodo's home. Aside from Fullin, the others stood in stunned silence, convinced they must be dreaming. Grandpa Dodo gazed in astonishment at the water column that burst forth from the ground, and soon after, a piece of paper floated down onto the sandy earth. Upon noticing it, Grandpa Dodo picked it up and read the message. Dear Grandpa, thank you. This is the surprise I prepared for you. Please don't be overly excited, as in a few minutes, a well will emerge here. Once it forms, you can use it without worry, for I have gathered a group of helpers to shield this place from the sandstorms. Please be patient for a few more days. Our captain will surely triumph over Crocodile. Also, this matter is a secret. Do not share it lightly with others. If anyone inquires, simply say, this is nature's blessing. Yours, Fullin. It appeared that Vivi had indeed befriended a remarkable group of allies. The old man gazed at the magnificent fountain, whispering to himself, and then looked up to the sky with a smile, pondering, a blessing from nature? If only it could rain again in Alabasta, would you grant me this favor, nature? The sky seemed to reflect Fullin's smile, as if in response to Dodo's words. Meanwhile, Fullin, observing the soaring water column, turned with a grin and said, let us go. Yet, no one reacted. Vivi, in shock, stared at Fullin and asked, Fullin, did you do this? Fullin merely shrugged. It was just a small effort. Luffy's mouth fell agape. What? Fullin, was this your doing? The others also wore expressions of disbelief. Fullin softly remarked, It is merely a matter of reversing the flow of water to purify its quality. Such a technique is effortlessly within my grasp since its inception. It is nothing of great significance. Furthermore, I have gathered a group of companions to help him withstand the sandstorm. In approximately 3 hours, they shall arrive. Nami inquired. Who are they? Furin softly remarked. Apart from that pit where a well may appear, I have buried the seeds of vitality in the remaining pits. In 3 hours, those seeds will sprout. Nami responded. Sprout? Hey, Furin, you don't mean that in 3 hours they will sprout roots, and in 2 hours grow into towering trees, ultimately forming a windbreak forest? As long as Grandpa doesn't lose his wits and chop them down, they will guard Yuba for a lifetime. Come on. She dismissed it lightly, but the others were bewildered. A windbreak forest? Redirecting the flow of water? Is that something a mere human can accomplish? Furin paused for a moment and then said, Moreover, Vivi, I can actually summon rain upon Alabasta. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Vivi, filled with excitement, shook Furin's shoulders and exclaimed, Are you saying that you can bring the rain? Fuline, indeed. Vivi, in her excitement, grasped Fuline's shoulders and exclaimed, If that is the case, then act upon it. Observing all that Fuline was capable of, Vivi believed that if she could articulate such thoughts, it must mean she could indeed bring them to fruition. However, Fuline replied, But I cannot act upon it at this moment. Vivi, in disbelief, questioned, If you can transform Yuba back into an oasis, then why not summon rain to bless the entire nation? Why do you not share this with me? Furin softly remarked, Do you think the issues plaguing this nation can be resolved with merely a rain shower? Crocodile, a master of the sand fruit, can easily summon sandstorms that engulf entire cities and oases. Even if I were to bring rain today, what then? Unless we confront Crocodile, the troubles will persist indefinitely. Vivi, covering her face in tears, despondently exclaimed, What am I to do to save my country? Tell me, shall we wager our lives against Crocodile in a decisive battle? I vow that once Crocodile is overthrown, I will bring rain to Alabasta. At that moment, Luffy shouted wholeheartedly, Furin is right. Vivi, let us stake our lives. I will send Crocodile flying. Yes, the others echoed in unison. Thus, they redirected their focus from Caturlia to Crocodile's stronghold, Rain Base. Do you see that town ahead? Vivi pointed, saying, That is Rain Base. However, Usopp, with his arms crossed, expressed concern, Does Baroque Works know what we look like? They must, considering Mr. 2 has seen us and will likely report back, Nami analyzed. In any case, we must remain vigilant. They are adept at assassination. Regardless of what occurs, I shall protect Nami, Vivi, and our enigmatic first mate. Please, call me Prince, Sanji declared. A gentleman despite the pink bubbles surrounding him. Prince Zoro, he called nonchalantly, and in the next moment, he and the irate Sanji were embroiled in a brawl. Meanwhile, Furin watched Sanji with interest, curious about his family. I wonder how their skills compare to those of my brother Ino. Perhaps I should visit Germa 66, the Vinsmoke family. Someday. In any case, I shall send Crocodile flying. Luffy declared furiously, but the next moment, he dashed toward the bustling town, exclaiming, But right now, I need water. Me too, Usopp cried, unable to contain himself any longer. Hey, remember to bring money. Nami shouted from the ship, but Luffy and Usopp had already disappeared from sight. Chopper, having secured his bag, reverted to his reindeer form and said, I'll just take a quick bathroom break, strolling leisurely away. After a while, Sanji pondered, Is it truly wise to leave this to them? Glancing at the street not far away. Zoro, meanwhile, was tapping a twig against his head, saying, This might bring us a heap of trouble later. You rewrite, Furin replied casually. As expected, moments later, Luffy and Usopp came barreling through, carrying buckets of water, shouting, The Marines are coming. Run. Sanji, spotting the swarm of Marines, roared, I see them. Let us depart. Zoro swiftly took the lead, with the others hastily following. Vivi voiced her concern, but Chopper has the tea returned. Don't fret. He will catch up. Sanji reassured her. The abandoned camel, Eyelash, watched as the Marines rushed past, calmly rising and strolling away. Amidst the chaos, one individual strayed from the group. Luffy and the others dodged through the lively street, pursued by the Marines. Drawing curious glances from the crowd, Nami anxiously surveyed their surroundings, saying, Is it wise to walk so openly? What if Baroque Works sees us? Zoro glanced around, noticing many figures hiding in the corners, clutching photographs of them. They are already aware, he remarked coolly. Let us seek out Crocodile directly. Vivi, Luffy called out. Vivi nodded, pointing at a magnificent building with a crocodile-shaped roof. Look, That house with the crocodile roof is Crocodile's casino, rain dinner. He is there. In that case, let us split up, Zaro suggested. We will regroup at the crocodile. Oh. Furin, observing from above, gazed at them through a retroscope. Master, shall we not lend them a hand? White Mu asked. Fulian, if you cannot handle such trivial matters, how do you expect to triumph over Crocodile? Let's observe for now. Come catch me, you old smoker. Luffy laughed heartily as he leaped atop a building. Smoker, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, retorted with a sneer, You've got quite the nerve, White Vine. A tendril of smoke ensnared Luffy. Gum Gum Balloon. Luffy inhaled deeply, inflating his belly to break free from Smoker's grasp, and upon returning to the ground, he dashed towards the crocodile-shaped structure. Smoker, with a grim countenance, pursued him closely. Meanwhile, Zaro had dispatched members of the Baroque Works and was ensnared by Daz Bones. Having fled to rain dinner, Sanji was busy dealing with the Navy, delivering them quite the beating. Nami and Usopp had arrived at rain dinner. Chopper was lost. Vivi found herself surrounded by the Baroque Works. Fulian, observing through the rearview mirror, contemplated the situation. The others seemed fine, but Vivi might struggle against those foes. She decided to check on her. In a secluded corner, Vivi was encircled by Baroque Works agents, panting as she clutched a green iron chain and surveyed her surroundings. Just then, Fulian spotted a large brown bird, dressed in white and armed with a sword, charging towards Vivi. Its talons gripping a machine gun aimed at the Baroque Works members. Why does a bird wield a machine gun? Gasps of astonishment arose from the crowd, yet Vivi, upon seeing the majestic creature, beamed with excitement, reaching out to grasp its claws and requesting to be taken to the adjacent rooftop. Fulian concealed herself nearby, observing the encounter. Belle, what a relief you've come, Vivi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The large bird gradually transformed into a fair-skinned man, who respectfully addressed Vivi. It has been a while. Princess Vivi, has Karu delivered the letter? Yes, both the king and I have read it and are aware of the true enemy, Belle replied, gazing down at the individuals below, but let us deal with them first. Belle? Could he be the legendary Falcon Bell? The Baroque Works members exclaimed in terror. Known as the strongest warrior of Alabasta, Bell reverted to his avian form, swooping down to demonstrate the flight ability recognized worldwide as one of the rare 5. Witnessing the bird vanish in a flash, the crowd gripped their weapons in fear, and after a sharp gust of wind, all Baroque Works members lay defeated on the ground. Vivi, looking down with joy, remarked, Wonderful. Now I can search for everyone. Just then, a woman's voice interjected, You've been quite the help, Miss Wednesday. Startled, Vivi turned sharply to see Miss All Sunday, clad in a white trench coat, leisurely observing the scene below. This is quite a spectacle. Humans can fly, she mused. However, her tone shifted as she gazed at Belle with a smile. Are you stronger than I? Belle remained unfazed by Miss All Sunday's provocation, calmly addressing Vivi, Princess Vivi. Are these the individuals intent on harming our nation? I intend to invite this princess as a guest. I wonder how you feel about that. Miss All Sunday, unperturbed, continued her invitation. Fulian concealed herself nearby, observing the tranquil scene ahead, with no intention of intervening. After all, Vivi was already en route to the rain banquet, and having someone to guide her was certainly advantageous. Moreover, she harbored no desire to harm Miss All Sunday, or rather, Nico Robin. Questions of trivial nature were utterly absurd. Belle, gripping his sword, responded with calmness. Vivi, unable to contain herself any longer, shouted, Do not underestimate me, and charged at Miss All Sunday, only to be effortlessly restrained by her wrist. The actions of a princess should not be so brash, came the playful remark, and in the next instant, a slender hand pierced through Vivi's body. Vivi, powerless, let her hand drop, her expression one of disbelief. Fulian remained composed, fully aware that Miss All Sunday had not truly harmed Vivi. You scoundrel! Witnessing Vivi's body being penetrated by a hand, Bell lost his composure. Transforming back into his avian form, I shall turn you into the sands of Alabasta. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. No need to be so agitated. Miss All Sunday cast aside Vivi onto the ground, crossing her arms and slightly parting her lips. Suddenly, 3 hands sprouted from the neck of a large bird. 2 gripping its wings, and 1 clutching its neck, twisting forcefully, causing the bird to crash onto the rooftop and revert to human form. Cough, cough. Vivi remained sprawled on the ground as Belle, filled with concern, inquired, Princess Vivi, are you all right? Kiki, did my earlier action seem like I was saying to kill her? Miss All Sunday explained with a cheerful demeanor, raising her hand to reveal several more hands sprouting from her body. I am a user of the Hana no Mi. capable of making any part of my body bloom like a flower. This is my ability. Strength and speed are of no consequence to me, and I can bloom anywhere. You will never escape my grasp. Humph, who wishes to flee? Bell slowly rose, drawing his sword and advancing towards her. Oh dear. I had intended to play with you a bit longer, but alas, time is of the essence. Miss Allsunday smiled. Extending her hand as two hands swiftly grasped Bell's ankles, two clutched his wrists, and two tightened around his neck. Bell! Vivi cried out in alarm. Watching helplessly as Miss Allsunday lifted her hand, forcing Bell's body to bend backward until a crack echoed, and his hands vanished, leaving him weakly collapsed on the ground. Is this truly the mightiest warrior of Alabasta? Miss Allsunday remarked, her smile ever radiant as she glanced at the fallen Bell before turning to the pallid Vivi. Now, shall we proceed, Princess? The President and our companions await you in the dungeons of the Rain Banquet. Just as Miss Allsunday turned away, a phrase echoed in her mind. Leave a thread today, and we shall meet again another day. Do not go too far, Nico Robin. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Allsunday recognized the source. Noting Fouline's lack of intention to act, she smiled. Rest assured, Miss Fouline. After witnessing Miss Allsunday depart with the compliant Vivi, Fouline finally revealed herself, gazing mockingly at the motionless Bell. Is this truly the mightiest warrior of Alabasta? Such a far cry from expectations. Upon inspecting Bell's condition, Fouline noted that aside from a fracture, he appeared otherwise unharmed. Spirit of nature, heal, she invoked. Nico Robin had mentioned that Luffy and the others were in the dungeons of the Rain Banquet, and Crocodile was also present. It would be prudent to check on them, just in case. Chapter 16. Trapped in the Rain Banquet, Battle with Sand Crocodile. After Furin healed Bell's fracture, she arrived at the Rain Banquet and was greeted by a startling scene. Well, I am Mr. Prince, a gigantic chopper shouted with a fierce expression, repeatedly sending anyone who approached him flying. Sanji, wearing yellow glasses, nonchalantly smoked a cigarette, displaying indifference. Are you really Mr. Prince? Crocodile remarked coldly, prompting Chopper to flee. Furin, cloaked in invisibility, silently observed Crocodile and Miss Allsunday. Let him be, Miss Allsunday said with a smile, seemingly unconcerned about the fallen crew members. How dare you toy with me? You have truly provoked my wrath. Crocodile gritted his teeth, transforming his lower body into sand as he pursued Chopper. Miss Allsunday trailed behind him, and just as she stepped off the bridge, it suddenly exploded and sank into the lake. After a brief glance back, she continued her pursuit. Is this a clever ploy to draw the tiger from its mountain lair? Once Crocodile and Miss Allsunday departed from the Rain Banquet, Furin revealed herself in a secluded corner. She observed Sanji, who was leisurely strolling into the banquet while smoking, and decided to follow him. Can you tell me where they are, Princess? Sanji inquired with gentlemanly charm. Stop posturing, there's no time. Luffy is over there, let us go. Furin calmly pointed in a direction, despite Vivi and Sanji's bewilderment over her sudden appearance and knowledge of Luffy's captivity. However, they had no time to ponder this and hurriedly followed her. In a spacious room, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp were confined within a cage. Even Smoker was locked up inside, as water continuously flooded the chamber, rising to thigh-deep levels. A massive yellow crocodile, sporting a banana on its head, loomed around the cage, while the walls were transparent aquariums housing numerous yellow crocodiles. Wow! Furin! Sanji! Usopp exclaimed, gripping the iron bars of the cage excitedly. Hurry and break us out. This room will be completely submerged in an hour. At that moment, the iron gate containing the crocodiles swung open, and they began to crawl out one by one. No matter how many come, you disrespectful brutes, Sanji said coolly as he raised his leg. I must teach you proper dining etiquette. Go, Furin. Sanji. Quickly defeat them. Luffy and Usopp shouted with enthusiasm. Smoker observed the crocodiles and suddenly announced, the fifth one has the key to this cage. How do you know? Luffy asked in astonishment. Smoker replied with a hint of condescension, are your ears merely for decoration? Its voice is identical to the one that swallowed the key. Luffy and Usopp were momentarily taken aback by Smoker's insight, exclaiming, you're amazing. Are you a genius? The key? Sanji glanced at the cage and charged at the crocodiles. Furin rushed to their cage as well, while Vivi remained safely on the stairs. Furin, be careful. This cage is made of sea prism stone. Everyone believed Furin's ability to manipulate natural elements was due to her devil fruit powers. Just as Zoro spoke, Nami shouted from behind, Furin, there's a crocodile behind you. It's the one that swallowed the key. Fouline did not turn around, for Sanji had already approached from behind her. It is unacceptable to bully a girl, that scoundrel of a crocodile. With a powerful kick, Sanji struck the crocodile's midsection, sending the massive creature flying and causing it to expel an object. Upon seeing the crocodile release something, Luffy and the others erupted in excitement, shouting, "A key!" However, their enthusiasm swiftly turned to disappointment as they realized it was merely a large white ball. Wax release. The white sphere suddenly burst open, and out emerged the emaciated figure of Mr. 3, who appeared almost skeletal. He surveyed his surroundings before dashing towards Luffy and the other's cage, disregarding the sea stone above him, desperately scooping water to drink. Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances and simultaneously splashed water towards him. "Ah, I'm finally saved. I thought I was doomed." After quenching his thirst, Mr. 3 regained his vitality, even the 3 on his head standing upright with renewed energy. Sitting contentedly on the ground, he suddenly felt something beneath his hand and instinctively picked it up. What is this? Oh, a key. Upon seeing the object in Mr. 3's hand, Luffy, Nami, and Usopp grasped the bars of their cage with renewed fervor, only for Luffy to slide down once more in exasperation. A key? A cage? The water flooding in? Mr. 3 looked quizzically at the key, then at Luffy and the others trapped in the cage, and the water gushing from the walls, instantly comprehending the situation. With a sly grin, he exerted force and flung the key away. Yet, at that very moment, a figure snatched the key midair. With her exceptional observation haki, Fuline was well aware of what would transpire in the next heartbeat. Fuline grasped the key and descended to the ground, scrutinizing it closely as she remarked, "The keyhole doesn't match. This is not the key to the cage." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Vivi expressed her disbelief. "How is that possible? This key clearly belonged to Crocodile. What if he had given us a counterfeit from the very beginning? How infuriating. What are we to do now?" Suddenly, Vivi realized Crocodile's true intent. He wished for everyone here to perish, so how could he possibly hand over the genuine key? Usopp, on the verge of tears, lamented. What now? Mr. 3 intended to sneak away, but Fuline did not grant him the opportunity. A vine swiftly pulled him back. Fuline coldly declared, "You may leave, but first, unlock the cage." Upon hearing this, Nami recalled Mr. 3's abilities and exclaimed, "Yes, Mr. 3 can create a key based on the lock's shape." Thus, under Sanji's coercive force, Mr. 3 had no choice but to comply. Once the ordeal concluded, Sanji knocked Mr. 3 unconscious once more and shouted at Luffy and the others still trapped in the cage, "Hurry up and get out. The water has completely drained." "Oh." In an instant, Luffy burst forth, fist raised as he charged at the crocodiles, exclaiming, "Wow. I will never let you escape." Zoro brandished his sword and surged forward. Fuline glanced over at the staircase, then turned to the coldly staring Smoker and remarked, "Hurry up. I will vanish as soon as you finish your conversation." The group was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe her words. Meanwhile, Smoker, clenching his cigarette, fixed his gaze on the direction in which Fuline had disappeared, pondering to himself, "That girl is certainly no ordinary person." As dusk fell, the sun sank beneath the horizon, leaving behind a brilliant afterglow that illuminated the vast sky. Bubbles erupted from the lake as Sanji pulled a waterlogged Luffy onto the shore. "Honestly, those with devil fruit powers have so many weaknesses," Sanji murmured, wringing out his soaked clothes and watching Luffy sputter out water. Vivi and Nami also pulled Usopp, who had inexplicably fainted, onto the bank. "Hey, Zoro, why are you even saving the enemy?" Sanji frowned slightly at Zoro, who had also dragged Smoker onto the shore. "Enough chatter," Zoro replied, ignoring Smoker, who was still coughing. "We should hurry. We've wasted enough time." "Nami-san, do you still have the perfume you bought at the canola flower field?" Sanji suddenly inquired. "Could you spray some on? Like this?" Nami opened her collar and spritzed some perfume. Sanji immediately declared with heartfelt sincerity, "I will love you until the sea dries and the stones decay, Nami-san." Zoro interjected dryly from behind, "You might as well go die, Roronoa." As Smoker regained his composure, he swiftly drew his weapon and aimed it at Zoro. "Why did you save me?" Zoro, gripping his sword, replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? It was the captain's orders. He said you are a devil fruit user, and regardless of your words, you would die. So, no need to thank me. It was merely a whim of his." Smoker stared in astonishment at Luffy, who remained sprawled on the ground. "Get up, Luffy, it's time to eat," Fuline called, rousing him. "Meat," Luffy exclaimed, springing to his feet, and, upon seeing Smoker, clenched his fists. "Old Smokehead. Want to fight?" "That kid, that's the real him," Smoker reflected, observing Luffy's unwavering determination. After a moment, he said, "Let's go. But I'll let you off this time. Next time we meet, it will be your end. We should leave." The Navy is coming, Sanji noted, glancing at the Navy that had appeared out of nowhere, before turning to Vivi with a smile. Which way to Alabasta? That way. Just keep heading east. Vivi replied cheerfully. Zoro hoisted the still unconscious Usopp onto his shoulder, stating, then let us be off. Nami and Vivi exchanged a knowing smile and led the way, followed closely by Zoro and Sanji. Luffy retracted his fists and suddenly beamed at Smoker, exclaiming, actually, I don't dislike you. You know. Haha. Smoker was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, shouted, get lost. Whoa. Luffy yelled as he dashed after Zoro and the others. Feline followed closely behind, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Luffy, I indeed did not misjudge you. Luffy gazed at the image within the crystal, a rare look of admiration crossing his features. Upon Inuo's return, he had been informed of Fuline's intention to accompany someone to this place, igniting his curiosity about the individual who had earned her esteem. He resolved to pay closer attention, yet at this moment, it was not only Fuline. Even he himself had developed a flicker of interest in Luffy. Observing the figure of the straw-hatted youth in the crystal's reflection, Luffy remarked, young man, should you truly reach this point, do not let me down. Meanwhile, charge forward. Let us make a beeline for Alabasta. Luffy laughed heartily, sprinting ahead. Usopp, now awake, joined in the run. Are we truly going to run all the way to Alabasta? Shouldn't we be acquiring horses at this juncture? Nami exclaimed loudly. Vivi, with concern etched on her face, added, but the town is swarming with marines. Feline pointed ahead and exclaimed, look over there. Wow, a crab. Usopp's terrified scream had already unveiled the marvel that lay behind. Hey, my comrades. Chopper, perched atop the enormous crab, called out loudly, hurry up and climb aboard. Meanwhile, Camel's eyelashes proudly held their head high as they sat atop the creature. Chopper, where on earth did you find such a magnificent specimen? Sanji inquired, gazing up at the towering behemoth, nearly 5 meters tall. This is a moving crab. It is a friend of the eyelashes. Since this is its homeland, it has many companions around, though it is a tad lecherous, Chopper excitedly explained, with the eyelashes nodding in pride beside him. By the way, does this fellow run fast? Zoro inquired, seated comfortably on a blanket. Upon noticing Luffy's return, Chopper quickly seized the reins and declared, everyone, hold on tight. All right, we're off. At Chopper's command, the moving crab swiftly began to traverse, its massive form gliding effortlessly through the motion. How fast it is, Sanji remarked, settling in with ease, while Usopp clung nervously to the blanket, fearful of being thrown off. Nami and Vivi also relaxed into their seats, while Luffy gazed, starry-eyed, at the crab's colossal eyes. Furin's expression changed suddenly as she stood up and asked Luffy, do you have confidence? What's wrong, Furin? What confidence? Luffy looked at her in confusion. Crocodile is here. Vivi's face instantly shifted, and Luffy and the others also felt a sense of shock at Crocodile's sudden appearance. Zoro immediately shouted to Chopper, who was piloting the moving crab, stop. Chopper. The moving crab came to a halt but continued to slide forward. As a golden hook soared through the air, Luffy abruptly pushed Vivi down and seized the hook, allowing Crocodile to pull him away. Luffy shouted, you all go ahead. I can handle this alone. You must ensure Vivi's safe arrival at the palace. Everyone clenched their jaws, staring at Luffy. Finally, Zoro tightened his fists and calmly said, that fool. Let's go? Chopper. All right, I understand. Chopper, with tears welling in his eyes, fiercely flicked the reins and declared, let's go. The moving crab began to move swiftly. Hey, Furin, Zoro, are you really going to leave Luffy behind? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. Looking back, how can we leave him alone? Luffy. Vivi anxiously glanced back, and Nami quickly embraced her, saying, don't worry, Vivi. Luffy's words are absolutely reliable. The unfortunate ones should be them. Those who sought trouble with Luffy in the past all met with dire fates. Vivi, leave Crocodile to Luffy. The moment the rebel army began to act, this nation entered a countdown. Zoro calmly told Vivi, you are the only hope for this country, no matter what happens. You must survive. Vivi, this war is of your own making, Sanji said, glancing back. But do not worry, you are not fighting this battle alone. Fuline, with a smile, said to Vivi, Vivi, you must believe in Luffy. He is destined to become the Pirate King. Chapter 17, Luffy's Defeat. The Animal Legion meanwhile, after everyone had departed, Crocodile glanced at Luffy with indifference. It seems you managed to escape, but do not rejoice too soon. Our forces are already gathering at Alabasta. You dare to oppose me? I will surely defeat you. Luffy stood up, clenched his fists, and took an offensive stance. Crocodile tossed a sand timer onto the ground. 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. After that, I shall not indulge you any further. Disregarding the warning, Luffy extended his arm, gum pistol. With a swift punch, Crocodile merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the strike. Not only that, he glided toward Luffy and knocked him down. However, Luffy's rubber body rebounded, utilizing the force, gum whip. His leg swept like a whip and shattered Crocodile's head. Yet, it transformed into a mound of sand, quickly regaining its original form. After repeated futile attacks, Crocodile displayed a smug expression. Let me make this clear, Straw Hat Luffy. No matter how you struggle, you are absolutely no match for me. Gum Gatling. Luffy, uninterested in Crocodile's taunts, unleashed a flurry of punches that relentlessly struck Crocodile's body. Yet, he only penetrated layers of sand. As Luffy realized the ineffectiveness of his assaults, he felt a twinge of anxiety. You wretched sand monster. Crocodile grinned wickedly. With attacks as feeble as yours, no matter how many times you try, it will be in vain. Gum Rocket. Luffy stretched his arms backward, harnessing elastic potential before crashing them forcefully into Crocodile's abdomen. But the result was the same as before. Gum Axe. Luffy lowered his leg and slammed it down, attempting to bisect Crocodile. Unbeknownst to everyone, Fulin discreetly retrieved the rewind mirror, observing the scene. What a pity. If he had mastered Haki, he could have struck Crocodile. I told you, it's futile. At some point, Crocodile had maneuvered behind Luffy. You scoundrel. At that moment, the sand in the hourglass ceased to flow, indicating that the 3 minutes had elapsed. The game was over, Straw Hat Luffy. I have been fighting seriously. Luffy felt a pang of frustration. What is wrong with this guy? No matter how I strike, I can't hit him. You are not on my level, pirate. Crocodile asserted, his right hand swiftly transforming into sand. Desert Sword. The sand blade raced across the ground like a darting serpent. Luffy sensed danger and quickly dodged. It was sheer luck that he avoided it. Had he been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Luffy's eyes widened as he beheld the sand blade, which had cleaved the desert in two, extending for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. Observing his creation with pride, Crocodile declared, I told you. You are not on my level. Upon finishing his sentence, he slammed his sand-formed right hand onto the ground. Desert Sunflower. The sand within a 100-meter radius rapidly sank. What is happening? Luffy gasped in shock, witnessing the sand descending towards the horizon. Watching Luffy struggle within the sand trap he had created, Crocodile's expression darkened. In this world, no one has ever defeated me in the sand. As Fulin watched this unfold, she pondered, could she inform Crocodile that, in her view, among the 7 warlords, his combat prowess ranked only 4th? In her eyes, Mihawk, Doflamingo, and Jinbei surpassed him. Meanwhile, Luffy, in a moment of desperation, extended his hands downward and struck the sinking sand. Gum Rocket. The ground trembled under the impact, propelling him upward and freeing him from the perilous pit. Gum Whip. Luffy shouted, his elongated rubber legs slicing through Crocodile with precision. You are truly relentless. Crocodile exclaimed, forming a sand blade with his right hand and slashing toward Luffy's body. But Luffy once again evaded the attack. The game is over. I no longer wish to play with you. The sand-formed Crocodile swiftly maneuvered in front of Luffy, his hook piercing through Luffy's body. Blood spilled onto the ground, and Luffy's straw hat fell into the sand, stained crimson. Do you even realize who you are opposing? Straw Hat Luffy? There are countless braggarts like you in the Grand Line. 1 minute later, Fulin stealthily approached, finding Miss Sunday standing there. Crocodile was nowhere to be seen, and Luffy lay bloodied on the ground. Why do you fight so desperately? Luffy, drenched in blood, appeared weakened. Robin, utilizing her powers, retrieved the straw hat from the sand and placed it atop his head. What have you done to Princess Vivi? At that moment, Belle approached from a distance. I have understood your fruit powers, so I want to fall for the same trick again. Robin's expression remained enigmatic. You've arrived just in time. You are here to save that child, aren't you? He was the knight who escorted your princess here. With that, she turned away without further ado. Meanwhile, Luffy crawled to Belle's feet, grasping his pant leg. Meet. As Miss Sunday walked away, she remarked to the surroundings, aren't you going to check on your captain, miss? Fulin revealed her form. Rest assured. The reason I hold him in such high regard is due to his formidable willpower. He is not one to concede easily. Miss Quanjori replied, oh, you have such confidence in him. Fulin, of course, in summary, I must extend my gratitude to you. Miss, no need to mention it. It was merely a whim on my part. Furin, by the way, what have you decided, miss? Quanjori's expression shifted. Tell me your intentions. I am not affiliated with the government. I know that Robin understands if this girl truly is connected to the government, she should eliminate herself. For she believes she is no match for Furin. If that is the case, why even inquire? I do not like to owe favors. You saved me, Captain. I shall present this as a token of gratitude. Furin produced several sheets of paper and handed them to Miss Quan Zhou, confidently stating, I trust you will find these quite appealing. What is this? Robin received the items from Furin and glanced at them in astonishment. It's a gift, she said before vanishing without a trace. Truly, she is an enigmatic individual. Robin sighed as she tucked away the historical text that Furin had imprinted. Meanwhile, there remained 4 hours until reaching the capital, Albana. Upon hearing Vivi's introduction, Usopp's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? This crab cannot cross the river. Indeed. The land crab is exceedingly averse to water. But isn't it a crab? Think of something quickly. Vivi produced a map. As the group had just traversed the rain-soaked ground and needed to cross the Santola River to reach the capital, Sanji pointed ahead. Oh no. We are about to arrive at the Santola River. Vivi appeared anxious. We must devise a plan immediately. Chopper suddenly looked enlightened. That's right, it adores dancers. With the river fast approaching and the urgency to reach the capital, Nami and Vivi quickly donned dance attire. The land crab's eyes gleamed with interest, while Sanji and Camel gazed at them with hearts in their eyes. Indeed, upon witnessing such a sight, the crab's hormones surged, propelling it across the river with astonishing speed. It has accelerated, Chopper exclaimed. The allure of beauty is truly boundless, Vivi remarked. This should suffice, right, Chopper? Usopp raised his fist triumphantly. Yes. The crab is charging across. However, just after sprinting a few hundred meters, the crab's massive body began to sink. After all, a desert creature remains a desert creature. Everyone fell into the water. Fortunately, they all possessed decent swimming skills, except for Chopper, who clung to Zoro's head, while the others floated on the river's surface. Zoro, with a serious expression, declared, No time for hesitation, we must advance. Usopp shouted, Are you an idiot? Over 50 kilometers to swim like this. Sanji retorted, You foolish green algae head. Zoro shot him a fierce glare. Huh? Just then, as they deliberated on how to cross the river, a massive catfish had emerged from the depths with a low, rumbling roar. Usopp nearly lost his composure. What in the world is that? Vivi, equally terrified, exclaimed, That is the Santola catfish. Why has this rare sea beast appeared here? What good does that do now? Vivi added, Moreover, it has a penchant for devouring humans. You should have mentioned that first. While panic ensued, they swam frantically in the opposite direction, but their speed was no match for that of the catfish. The Santola catfish opened its gaping maw, poised to swallow them whole. As its jaws approached, their lives hung in the balance. At that moment, a charming group of shelled creatures emerged from the water, surrounding the great catfish and launching an onslaught, causing it to faint. Kung Fu manatees? Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the very apprentices that Luffy had taken under his wing. The poor catfish was besieged by nearly 100 Kung Fu manatees, who came to the rescue of Luffy's crew, with the leader stammering incomprehensibly. Chopper translated, They say they won't abandon their senior brothers and sisters. Nami interjected, We are not Luffy's disciples. Sanji added, Regardless, we appreciate your help. The nearly 100 Kung Fu manatees ferried Zoro and the others across the Santola River. Once ashore, they expressed their gratitude to the adorable sea cows. They had made it to land, but how would they reach the capital? Walking would take far too long. The camel could only carry 2 people and was particularly resistant to men. At that moment, a flurry of figures approached. Usopp's eyes widened. What is that? Are enemies arriving so soon? Zoro replied, No, it doesn't seem like it. Vivi's face brightened, that is, as the figures drew near. It became clear they were 6 speedy ducks, including Karoo, who saluted the group with their wings. Vivi joyfully embraced Karoo. Karoo, how wonderful to see you. After some discussion, everyone mounted a duck and set off toward the capital, Albana, completely unaware that one of their companions had vanished from their ranks. Chapter 18. A Duel Again, Ancient Weapons. After a lengthy conversation with Miss, Fulin sought out Luffy. Under normal circumstances, one would typically visit a hospital when someone is gravely injured. However, Fulin chose to go to a restaurant instead. Are you truly capable of fighting in such a condition? Bell inquired. With his mouth full, Luffy replied eagerly. Once I finish this meal, I'm off to take down Crocodile. How are you holding up? Fulin suddenly appeared at the window, with a mouthful of meat. Luffy exclaimed with fervor, This time, I will definitely send that bastard crocodile flying. I refuse to fail again. I have devised a strategy to counter his elusive abilities. And when the moment arrives, I will strike him with precision. I'm going to knock that crocodile out. Listening to his unwavering confidence, Feline smiled softly, reassured that she had made the right choice. Feline, well, I shall take my leave now. You should hasten to finish your words and vanish. Belle, astonished, inquired, Do you know that girl in the brown attire? Luffy replied, Yes, she is our ship's vice captain, named Feline. Belle continued, Are you aware of her origins? Luffy responded, I do not know. She merely stated her name is Feline and that she hails from a little-known island where her family prefers seclusion, hence no one knows of her. Belle remarked, Although she rescued me, I sense there is more to her than meets the eye. I completely overlooked her presence earlier. And it seems her strength surpasses even yours, perhaps even Crocodile's. Meanwhile, in Vivi's vicinity, the Baroque Works agents disrupted the rebel forces, failing to halt Koza's advance. The rebels surged forward, entering Alabasta, marking the commencement of a war involving a total of 1 million combatants. Sanji, manipulated by Mr. Two's clone fruit to resemble Nami, found himself ensnared, but soon discerned the weakness of Mr. Two's mimicry. Thus began a fierce battle between equally matched Sanji and Mr. Two, culminating in a narrow victory for Sanji. Zoro faced off against Mr. One, while Nami contended with Miss Doublefinger. After a series of weather manipulations with her Climatact, Nami, though struck by lightning, managed to instill a sense of overconfidence in Miss Doublefinger. Subsequently, utilizing her knowledge of meteorology in conjunction with her weapon, Nami successfully vanquished Miss Doublefinger. Zoro, after enduring a brutal skirmish, ultimately grasped the meaning behind his master's words about an unbreakable sword, gaining the ability to slice through steel. With his newly acquired technique, he defeated Mr. One, achieving a hard-fought triumph. As a result, the Baroque Works was left with only Crocodile remaining. In the palace, King Cobra of Alabasta found himself pinned to the palace wall. Your Majesty. Oh, what a truly loyal lapdog you are, Crocodile sneered, casting a derisive glance at Gaka. Cobra, with a bitter smile, spoke, Vivi, I am sorry. The opportunity you fought so hard to create for our nation seems hopeless now. Indeed, the king speaks rightly. Miss Wednesday, your endurance to reach this point is thanks to those damned pirates, Crocodile remarked with a sinister expression. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, turned to Cobra and asked, I have a question for you. Where is Pluton? How do you know that name? Cobra, shocked, lifted his gaze to Crocodile. Pluton, the legendary weapon that can reduce an island to ashes with a single cannonball. It bears the name of a god, the most fearsome ancient weapon in the world. It should be resting somewhere in this nation, Crocodile said, his eyes gleaming with ambition. My initial aim was to obtain it. With its power, I could establish my envisioned military state here. Commanding those pirates would be a mere trifle. As my influence grows, I will acquire strength that surpasses the world government. Realizing my ideal nation, the world government will never allow such a thing. Cobra bellowed. Thus, I require the mightiest military force, Crocodile declared, brimming with excitement. Scoundrel. Gaka transformed into a black jackal and lunged at Crocodile. However, devoid of hockey and sea stone, how could he possibly harm Crocodile? Blood erupted as Gaka reverted to human form, collapsing at the palace entrance. I have arranged for powerful cannonballs to be fired at that square in 30 minutes. Are you serious? Cobra shouted. That is a special explosive cannonball with a diameter of 5,000 meters. The view from here will surely be ablaze, Crocodile stated nonchalantly. 30 minutes. 5 kilometers. If you do that, Vivi gasped. Isn't it splendid? After all, you were keen on thwarting the rebellion, aren't you? Crocodile chuckled, flicking his cigar. Because of your actions. The rebels will soon arrive here, and then the battle will commence. Rather than going through the trouble of demolishing the palace, it is far more efficient to eliminate all those people. How can you do such a thing? What have those people done to you? Vivi cried out in fury. Vivi shouted desperately to halt the war, but Crocodile summoned a whirlwind of sand in the square, obscuring her presence. Fueled by rage, Vivi attempted to strike Crocodile, only to be seized by the throat, lifted effortlessly. You speak of preventing chaos one moment, then suggest another means. Wake up, princess. Your ideals are utterly unrealistic and unattainable. Crocodile said, his cigar clenched between his teeth as he gazed at Vivi, whose neck he held. Only those with power may speak of ideals. You lack the qualification. Even if it is impractical, I shall not abandon my ideals. Vivi retorted, grasping Crocodile's hand, kicking in desperation as tears streamed down her face. How could someone like you understand? I am the princess of this nation, and I will not yield to someone like you. I will save this country. What an unlovable woman you are, Crocodile remarked, glancing at the towering clock tower. The time was for 15 p.m. Leaving merely 15 minutes until the bombardment on the square commenced, with rebel reinforcements steadily converging. You truly do not comprehend what fate entails, relentlessly advancing toward the explosion's radius. Do you believe everyone can be saved? Such a naive thought will only lead to the demise of all those you cherish. Vivi, weeping, watched as Crocodile trampled her ideals. Reflecting on her desire to save her country and stop the rebels, realizing her aspirations merely resulted in unnecessary sacrifices. Let me be frank, you cannot save this nation. Farewell. Princess. Crocodile. Luffy, perched upon Belle's back with a barrel filled with water, yelled at the laughing crocodile. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew arrived at the palace. Luffy? Chopper exclaimed, eyes wide. Luffy, you're still alive. Usopp, tears streaming down his face, declared, see, I knew it all along. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette. Is that truly the expression of someone who knew? Nami approached and struck Usopp on the head. Hey, what is this you gave me? A toy? Usopp, wrapped in bandages, collapsed into Chopper's embrace, appearing feeble. Chopper, if I perish, bury my body in the wild. Chopper exaggeratedly shook his head. Usopp. Seeing this, Vivi's tears flowed anew. Yes, I have so many companions. My previous thoughts were foolish. For their sake, I must live with hope. With a mighty shout, Luffy rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Crocodile's face. Onlookers anticipated this encounter would merely shatter a layer of sand, yet Crocodile spat blood, rolling multiple times on the ground before coming to a halt. Eh? The assault has yet to cease, Luffy exclaimed, extending his arms to grasp Crocodile's shoulders, propelling himself forward. Gum Gum Rocket. With a dull thud, his head collided directly with Crocodile's abdomen, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Luffy splashed water onto his fists and body, declaring, I've figured out how to deal with you. Once you come into contact with water, your body can no longer turn to sand. The real performance is just beginning. Chapter 19. The Rainfall. The End of War. Vivi cried out in joy. Luffy. The square is about to explode. There's no time left. Everyone will be killed. No one can hear me anymore. She continued, if this goes on, the country will, don't worry. Luffy replied with a smile. We can all hear you. You don't have time to cry now. There are more important things for you to do. So go and do what you must. I understand. With tears in her eyes and biting her lip, Vivi nodded fiercely and dashed forward. Usopp shouted, we only have 10 minutes left. How do we stop it? By the way, have you seen Perona? Zoro scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of one person. The group then realized that Perona was missing. Chopper remarked, she seems to have vanished since we entered Alabasta. Let us not worry about that for now. We need to find the bomb. Yes. Understood. The group began to disperse in search of the bomb. Meanwhile, Luffy continued his battle with Crocodile. Although the initial splash of water prevented Crocodile from transforming into sand, allowing Luffy to land several powerful punches, the disparity in their strength soon became apparent. Luffy then poured an entire barrel of water down himself, his round belly appearing quite comical. Are you messing with me? Crocodile exclaimed, his expression changing as he charged at Luffy. Luffy quickly spat out several water balls. But in a moment of carelessness, Crocodile was drenched and became completely rigid, standing still. Who was joking here? I've been serious all along. Luffy stretched his arms back and swiftly pulled them forward, sending the frozen Crocodile flying. Rubber, rubber, water gun. Crocodile spat blood as he flew back, crashing into a nearby stone bench. An astonished man pinned against the wall exclaimed, I can't believe it. That Crocodile has been defeated. Who is that boy? Nico Robin, regaining her composure, abruptly yanked the iron nail from the man's elbow and coldly said, do you still have time to praise others? Cobra, take me to the historical texts. Summoning several hands to restrain Cobra, Nico Robin glanced at Luffy, who had been watching her intently, and said, your fate ends here. Time is running out. Nico Robin, hurry. If you don't want to end up like a dried-up corpse, Crocodile growled, rising from the pile of rubble with a fierce glare at Luffy. I am about to explode with rage. Understood. Nico Robin replied, leading Cobra, who had visibly changed at the sound of her name, toward the palace. Listen well, Straw Hat. One day, all the rocks on the surface will collapse. Crocodile knelt, pressing his right hand against the ground. The surface will crumble. Suddenly, to Luffy's astonishment, all the grass and trees in the courtyard withered and fell, the ground cracking from excessive dryness. Even the outer walls of the palace began to show signs of fracture. The ground's fissures caused Luffy to momentarily lose his balance, his feet gripping the edges of the cracks. Luffy swiftly leaped from the crevice, continuing to launch water balls at Crocodile. Rubber, rubber, water gun. However, Crocodile merely raised his right hand, absorbing the water balls. The essence of my sand powers is dryness. See, this hand can turn anything into a dry state, and it is limitless. Crocodile slowly placed his right hand on the ground, and suddenly the entire earth trembled. Clouds of dust erupting from the dry soil, transforming even the nearby statues into sand. Wow, even my sandals turned to sand, Luffy exclaimed, lifting his foot in astonishment at the disappearance of his shoes. A fierce sandstorm suddenly swept through the courtyard, the ground continually converting into sand and spreading outward from Crocodile. As the dust began to settle, the entire courtyard transformed into a small desert. With his round belly, Luffy grasped the balcony of an upper floor with one hand while holding on to his straw hat with the other, gazing down at the golden expanse below. He sighed in relief. Where did that guy go? Suddenly, a gust of yellow sand flew toward Luffy's balcony, gradually coalescing into the form of Crocodile. Crocodile extended his right hand, seizing Luffy by the neck with a cold smirk. You made me waste so much effort. Luffy struggled to expel 3 water bullets from his bulging belly, but Crocodile easily dodged them, watching Luffy turn into a light, airy figure in his grasp. While his straw hat floated away into the battlefield below, Crocodile cruelly laughed. Once again, you have lost, Straw Hat. With that, Crocodile transformed into sand and flew towards the underground tomb. After Crocodile departed, the 3 water bullets that Luffy had expelled landed on him. Meanwhile, at the bell tower. If you wish to challenge me, at least possess the standard of a vice admiral. Perona scoffed at the Baroque Works members, Mr. Six and Miss Father's Day, whom she had frozen. Just moments ago, sensing trouble, Perona had flown to the bell tower, noticing something remarkable lurking in the shadows. Without regard for the Straw Hat Crew's situation, she arrived at the tower and, floating before the clock face, remarked, not a moment of peace. Without further ado, she kicked the clock face open. As the clock face shattered, it struck 2 individuals. One was a man adorned with the number 7 on his eyebrows and clothing, and the other was a woman wearing a frog headpiece. Mr. 7 clambered to his feet, seething. Who the hell did this? Miss Father's Day, with a bump on her head, complained, I will not let this go unpunished. Ah, I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Perona feigned innocence, though it had been quite deliberate. Utilizing her observation haki, she had already detected the positions of the snipers and bombs, intending to teach these 2 scoundrels a lesson. Upon seeing Perona, Miss Father's Day turned to Mr. 7, asking, who is this girl? Not sure. Mr. 7 squinted, scrutinizing Perona closely, realizing time was of the essence. Perona's expression hardened as she coldly stated, I'll give you a chance. Leave this place. I'll count to 5, and if you don't leave, don't blame me. 5. You little brat. Don't get too cocky. Both raised their guns, aiming at Perona. In response, Perona vanished from sight. 4. Mr. 6 and Miss Father's Day gasped. Where did she go? 3. Mr. 6 shouted, show yourself. 2. The 2 began to panic. 1. Time's up. Since you refuse to leave, I shall grant your wish. Perona reappeared behind them, her hands touching their shoulders. Ice contract, freeze. The formidable power of ice and snow encased Mr. 6 and Miss Father's Day in crystalline sculptures. Feline clapped her hands and remarked, you 2 are not worthy of standing against me. Truth be told, she desired opponents whose strength, though perhaps not on par with Beckman, would surpass that of Marco, perhaps even one of the calamities, like the Embers. Having dealt with these 2, Feline approached the cannon, noting, this is quite perilous. It's even on a timer. It seems I must take this seriously. She placed her hand upon the cannon, and simultaneously, her attire and pupils transformed into an icy blue. Entering the domain of ice, an overwhelming force of snow emerged, stronger than before. Meanwhile, beneath the clock tower, Vivi and her companions arrived, questioning, is this the place? Everyone turned to Vivi, who confirmed, yes, there's a strong possibility. How do we ascend? They pondered, when suddenly, Chopper and Usopp pointed in astonishment at the clock tower. Look over there. Before them, the clock tower began to freeze at an astonishing rate, solidifying into ice within mere seconds. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Usopp exclaimed, no way, the clock tower. Chopper gasped, it's turned into an ice sculpture. Nami interjected, you must be joking, such a large clock tower. Zoro questioned, who did this? Sanji marveled, to achieve such a feat. Vivi too was taken aback. Could it be that something is inside as well? Swiftly, Feline appeared on the ground, cradling the frozen cannonball, gazing at the ice-encased clock tower. She sighed, oh dear. I still can't control the temperature. I hope no one was harmed. Turning around, she noticed the others staring at her in wide-eyed amazement. Oh, What brings you here? Having realized they witnessed her wielding ice magic, Feline ceased to conceal her powers. She tossed the frozen cannonball into the air, and with a wave of her hand, an invisible force sliced the projectile in half, freezing its interior components, the wiring and timer. Then, with a flick of her wrist towards the clock tower, she released her magic, restoring it to its former state. At that moment, a muffled explosion resonated from the ground in the town, and a figure burst forth from below. The others looked up to see that one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, had been defeated. Luffy had indeed triumphed, not disappointing the hopes of many. Although Sanji was puzzled by how the fellow had emerged from the palace, Usopp, wrapped in bandages, exclaimed in excitement, "Isn't it obvious? He won." As Feline gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, a gentle smile graced her features. She hadn't expected such success. Drip, 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 the cool sensation of rain fell upon her face. The sky began to weep, droplets cascading down, and the square fell silent once more. Both the royal army and the rebels felt the surreal touch of raindrops upon their cheeks. 3 years. A full 3 years without rain in this land. Today, the rains had finally returned. Clank. In that moment, whether they believed or not, the rebels laid down their weapons. They had instigated their rebellion and abandoned their families for the battlefield in pursuit of rain. Now that the rain had come, what remained of their struggle? What significance did this war hold? The rain had arrived. Feline gazed at the rain cascading from the sky and exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is the heavens in such a rush? I haven't even made my move yet." However, Feline clasped her hands together and intoned, "In my name. With gentle rains, may the waters descend upon every corner of Alabasta." In that moment, dark clouds enveloped the skies above the entire nation, and a fine drizzle began to fall, gracing not only Alyabarna but also Yuba, as the life-giving rain touched every part of Alabasta. "I have always kept my promises," Feline declared, turning to face the astonished crowd, their mouths agape in disbelief. Nami, utterly stunned, exclaimed, "Feline, who exactly are you?" Feline wore a cryptic smile and said, "You will come to understand who I truly am once you grow stronger. For now, all you need to know is that I am your vice captain. I shall seek out Luffy. You must hurry and catch up." With that, she vanished. Chapter 20. The End of All Things, The True History. Outside the solemn and majestic royal cemetery, a concealed staircase had been revealed, while some of the surrounding structures lay in ruins. Huron descended into the vast hole created by Crocodile's force. Cobra knelt not far from Luffy, while Nico Robin, weakened and with a severe wound to her abdomen, leaned against the wall. "Luffy," Huron exclaimed, dodging the falling debris as she approached to assess Luffy's injuries. Though he bore only a few superficial wounds, they were tinged with purple, and his breathing was unstable. At that moment, Cobra approached slowly, stating that Luffy had been wounded by Crocodile's poisoned hook, and asked if she was his companion. Huron placed her fingers gently upon Luffy's hand, disregarding the presence of others. The spirit of nature enveloped her, radiating a verdant glow that flowed into Luffy's body, gradually restoring his color. Luffy slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Huron with a faint smile. "Thank you, Huron. I managed to send that crocodile flying." "Yes, I see. You are quite formidable," Huron replied tenderly, observing Luffy's disheveled state. "Although I have neutralized your poison, you must rest thoroughly once you are outside." Cobra turned to Robin, saying, "The inscription on that stone records the location of the ancient weapon Pluton. Why did you choose to deceive us? Had you told Crocodile the truth back then, this nation would have long been his, wouldn't it?" "Ah, so you were aware," she replied with a faint smile. Leaning against the wall indifferently, she said, "I have no interest in the fate of this country or its people. I had no intention of handing the weapon over to Crocodile." "Then why come here?" Cobra inquired, puzzled. "Prediction and expectation are not the same. What I seek is the true historical texts scattered throughout the world. Only those inscriptions can unveil the genuine history," Robin stated. Her gaze fixed on the ancient characters inscribed upon the massive stone, weariness evident in her eyes. "I've searched for 20 years and found no other leads. This was my last hope, and now it has come to naught. Perhaps it would be better to perish here." Tears began to fill her eyes, cascading down her cheeks, a reflection of the sorrow accumulated over the years. "I have grown weary of this journey through life. I simply wish to uncover the true history. Yet there are too many adversaries obstructing my path." Luffy reached out to lift Cobra, then approached the immobile Nico Robin, hoisting her onto his shoulder, ready to leave. "Wait. I have no purpose left to live for. Leave me here," Robin pleaded in a panic. Luffy paused momentarily before continuing on, casually responding, "Why should I heed your words?" Robin was left speechless, while Huron smiled slightly at Luffy's resolve. He donned his straw hat and leaped through the gaping hole in the ceiling, subsequently falling into unconsciousness. Robin, clutching her wound, staggered as she prepared to depart. Furin turned to Cobrel. Please tend to Luffy here. I shall return shortly. Additionally, a man in a black suit will arrive soon. He is also a companion of Luffy. Understood. Seeing Robin unsteadily leaning against a stone pillar, Furin approached her, invoking the spirit of nature to heal. I do not understand why someone of your strength would choose to follow them, Furin remarked coolly. That is classified. Robin replied with resignation. I had intended to die there, but you and your captain have thwarted my wish, she continued, her tone laced with irony. Once Robin's wounds appeared to be healing, Furin withdrew her hand and stated matter-of-factly, the information you seek lies with me, and I require your assistance. However, should you be unwilling, I will not compel you. With that, she departed without waiting for Robin's response. In the square, the sound of marching boots echoed as hundreds of Navy soldiers emerged, surrounding the gathered crowd, who instinctively parted to create a path. Among them lay Crocodile, battered and unconscious on the ground, his breathing faint, leading many to believe he had perished. Yet, the rebels present felt a tumult of emotions, shock, anger, and shame. Ignoring the onlookers, Dasky stepped forward, her expression inscrutable as she approached the Navy. We have just discovered a rain-making ship from the Baroque works, laden with dance powder. In the name of the World Government's Navy headquarters, hereby revoke your enemy ship's arrest permit, along with all privileges and titles granted to you, Crocodile, a warlord of the sea. At her words, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Hey, Luffy, Sanji. The excited voices of Usopp and Chopper rang out from a distance as Sanji halted, watching them rush over in excitement. Who are you? Cobrel inquired. Zoro pointed at Luffy on Sanji's back. That lecherous cook's companion is our captain. By the way, who are you? Dad. Everyone. Vivi's voice echoed from afar. Sanji glanced at the older man beside him, stunned. You're Vivi's father? The king? Vivi, forget about us for now. Head back to the square. Nami instructed. There are still matters left unresolved, aren't there? Exactly. Usopp chimed in, wrapped in bandages, now that the conflict has calmed. It would be remiss of the king and princess not to address the people. Then please, join us, Vivi invited with a smile. Sanji replied with a slight grin, Vivi, we are but wanderers, with no desire to become entangled in national affairs. Vivi hesitated, gazing at their resolute smiles, before ultimately returning a grateful smile and following Cobrel to the square. As Vivi and Cobrel departed, Sanji and the others collapsed. Utterly spent from the earlier battle and the relentless efforts to halt the war, their bodies finally succumbing to exhaustion. Report. Sergeant. We have located the Straw Hat crew. A Marine shouted. This is an order, Dasky's calm voice interjected. No one is to lay a hand on the Straw Hat crew. Why? This is an excellent opportunity to capture them all, the Marine pressed. Regardless. Dasky glared fiercely at the Marine. Anyone who dares to touch them will face my wrath. That is my command. Furin, hidden nearby, observed the scene, surprised to find the Navy not entirely antagonistic. After the Navy departed, Furin reappeared, invoking the spirit of nature to summon a healing rain, gradually reviving everyone. What do you think? Fulin smiled and said, Nami, much better than before, thank you. Now you all may head to the palace, as I have matters to attend to. Sanji interjected, wait a moment, Fulin-chan. What is it that you need? Fulin. Who exactly are you? With a smile, Fulin remarked, would you like to know? I shall reveal it to you once you have grown stronger. So be swift in your endeavors. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Fulin ascended on by Mu and flew away. Sanji mused, she is exceedingly enigmatic. We know nothing of her. Luffy replied, it's all right. Fulin is not an antagonist. Zoro added, if she intended to harm us, she could have acted long ago. Nami concluded, regardless, we are all together. We will inevitably uncover the truth, shall we not? Usopp stated, I initially believed her powers stemmed from consuming the devil fruit, but it appears not to be the case. Chopper exclaimed, she is astonishing. She can freeze the bell tower, execute intangible cuts on cannonballs, summon flying and talking spirit companions, conjure rain, and transform a desert into an oasis. Who is she truly? In the sky, Baimu inquired, Master, why must you act in this manner? I do not understand. Fulin, am I not their companion? I cannot be entirely candid with them, yet my sole desire is to see them grow stronger, to one day surpass my own strength. Baimu, understood, Master. Where shall we proceed next? At the port of Alabasta, several naval warships congregated, alongside the seized artificial rain vessels of the Baroque works. Dasky Sergeant has returned. a voice exclaimed, startling the Navy dock nearby. Upon Dasky's arrival, Tina specifically came out to greet her on the shore. Gazing at Dasky's weary figure, a gentle smile graced Tina's face. It has been a while, Dasky. However, Dasky did not halt immediately. As she passed by Tina, who wore a puzzled expression, she eventually came to a stop. Turning her back and speaking in a tone heavy with fatigue. Miss Tina, greetings. I am quite exhausted. Please allow me to rest. Before Tina could respond, Dasky strode towards the ship, lifting her gaze to Smoker, who sat on the stairs, smoking a cigarette. Her tone shifted slightly. Colonel Smoker, I am back. Seated calmly. Smoker replied, Ah, good work. I have heard about the Straw Hat Kid. I'm sorry, Dasky said, lowering her head, her voice laced with remorse. Not only did I assist the pirates, but I also allowed them to escape before my eyes. As a member of the Navy, this behavior is shameful. Looking down at Dasky, Smoker inquired, perplexed, why apologize? Is this not your justice? No, it is not. At that moment, I could only act as I did. Even though I was aware of the enemy's location, I could only relay that information to others. Even with knowledge of the bombardment timing, I could only inform others. The justice I could safeguard simply does not exist. As Dasky articulated these thoughts, her body trembled, her hands clenched tightly, her tone brimming with indignation. This incident had catalyzed significant growth within her. BR, the transponder snail rang. Hello, is this Colonel Smoker? This is regarding the recent mission to subdue Crocodile. You performed admirably. And the higher-ups have decided to promote both you and Dasky by 1 rank and award you medals. Wait, did you not read my report? It was not us who saved Alabasta, it was the Straw Hat crew. Yet the other party feigned ignorance and continued speaking. Smoker's expression darkened. Go relay a message to those old geezers above. Let them go to hell. With that, he hung up. Fuling gazed down from the heavens through the retrospective mirror. A cold smile gracing her lips as she murmured, I knew it would come to this. Those old geezers remain unchanged. Baimu's entire form had turned an ominous black, soon to transform into a tempest of thunderclouds. I yearn to strike down those 5 old fools. Rest assured, the opportunity will arise. Once they have grown stronger, we shall descend and vanquish those 5, not only eliminating them, but also obliterating their stronghold, ensuring their rightful dethronement. Furin remarked, it is not surprising. As this is not their first endeavor, the outcome of the Rocks battle was quite similar, was it not? I merely came to observe the reactions of those 2 individuals. And I must admit, I have developed a slight fondness for these 2 naval officers. Baimu responded, but, Master, why did that female officer say such things? What does she mean by stating that the justice she wishes to protect does not truly exist? The Navy cannot take action against the 7 warlords. They are recognized by the world government as pirates. Ultimately, both the 7 warlords and the Navy serve the world government and can be considered as allies. Yet now, the 7 warlords run rampant here, and the Navy is utterly powerless to prevent it. In the end, they are rescued by a group of pirates. Is this not ironic? She desires to save this nation, but how can she? The very circumstances that have led to this chaos are of their own making. Furthermore, they are left to bear a glory that does not rightfully belong to them, while others may view this glory as an honor. It is likely perceived as a humiliation in their own hearts. Chapter 21. After the war, concealment on the 3rd day following the cessation of hostilities. Within the palace of Alabasta, Chopper was preparing medicine. The royal physician of Alabasta, upon witnessing Chopper's remarkable method of concoction, exclaimed, Heavens! I have never seen such a marvelous technique. At first glance, it appears peculiar, yet it is entirely reasonable and astute. Where did you acquire such exceptional medical skills? Chopper halted his preparations, his mouth agape, staring at the royal physician. Tony Kuan is a doctor from Drum Island. Vivi chimed in cheerfully as she passed by with a basin of water. What? So you hail from the great medical nation of Drum Island? The royal physician remarked in awe. Indeed, there are distinctions in knowledge. I have practiced medicine for over 40 years, yet I have never encountered such a technique. At this moment, Chopper could no longer contain himself, happily brewing tea and pulling out a chair, exclaiming, How annoying! Stop staring at me, you fool! Go away, you imbecile! The royal physician, sweating profusely, turned to Vivi. May I interpret that as an invitation to sit down, enjoy some tea, and observe? Yes, indeed, Vivi replied, bemused. On the streets of Albana, Sanji and Usopp were procuring food and various supplies in preparation for their voyage. However, as they passed by a gaping hole kicked open by Sanji in his haste, he immediately broke into a sweat, pulling Usopp away. Meanwhile, Nami rummaged through Cobra's study. searching for free books. Ah, there are so many interesting books. Can I really have them? Nami exclaimed excitedly. Of course, I have read them all. Cobra replied with a smile. Thank you, Nami said, continuously stuffing the books into her bag. At the palace gates, Gaka stood with arms crossed, looking displeased at the naval officers before him. I said there are none. Do you not understand? Go back. For the good of this nation, you best not lie. The naval officer threatened, his face stern. Harboring and concealing pirates is a grave offense. What pirates? I know nothing of it, Gaka retorted. Spotting Usopp and Sanji returning from their shopping, he greeted them. Hey, you two are back. Did you find what you needed? Just a little. Given the current state of the town, it's quite fortunate to have acquired these, they replied, not even glancing at the naval officers as they strode directly into the palace. Upon turning away, Gaka coldly stated, the city is in such good condition. Do you have any evidence that pirates are present here? If so, produce it. Why yes, there is none, the two naval officers replied, sweating. After Usopp and Sanji returned to the palace, Luffy awoke. Wow, I slept really well, Luffy said slowly, stretching and yawning before rubbing his nearly empty stomach. With a gentle smile, Fu Lin inquired, how do you feel, Captain? Luffy scratched his head and chuckled. Ha ha ha, Fu Lin, it's been a while. Oh, Luffy. Are you awake now? Zoro, just returning from outside, remarked to Luffy. Hey, Zoro, it's been ages, Luffy exclaimed, but then a sense of unease washed over him. Ages? Nami, amused, chimed in, you've been asleep for a full 3 days, Luffy. No wonder you said that. 3 days? Luffy froze momentarily, then suddenly realized, I've missed 15 meals. Fu Lin replied, you certainly remember that, but your appetite is astonishing, 5 meals a day. With a creak, the door swung open. Ikelim entered, followed by several maids pushing a cart laden with fruit. Finally awake, are we? I anticipated your hunger, so I prepared some pre-dinner fruits for you. Dinner will be a bit delayed, Ikelim explained, donning a pink dress. Wow, Curly Uncle, you truly are alive. Luffy grinned, instantly devouring the entire cart of fruit beside him. Usopp, blushing, gazed at Luffy, whose face bore the expression of insatiable hunger, and said, do you think you're performing magic or something? Uncle, you really have this peculiar habit. Zoro, his face twitching, scrutinized Ikelim, who was dressed in women's attire. Emerging from behind Ikelim, Vivi chuckled awkwardly, you've misunderstood. She is Tila Gatton, Ikelim's wife, and the head chef of the palace. Tila Gatton, hands on her hips, laughed, my husband and Vivi thank you for your care. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, stared incredulously at the face that bore a striking resemblance to Ikelim, completely flabbergasted. Auntie, I want 3 days' worth of food, Luffy declared solemnly. While Fu Lin sighed in exasperation. Rest assured, with my 30 years of culinary experience, I will not be outdone by your youthful appetites. Eat to your heart's content, Tila Gatton confidently proclaimed, then turned to leave, saying, I will prepare now. You all can chat here. Once Tila Gatton departed, Fu Lin asked everyone, what do you think of our opponents this time? Zoro replied, as you said, they are indeed formidable foes. However, thanks to them, I can now cut through steel. Sanji added, it's infuriating. That transvestite turned into Miss Nami, making it impossible for me to kick him. Thankfully, I discovered his weakness. Usopp boasted, those guys? As a man, I, Usopp, will never flee. I alone will make them kneel and beg for mercy. Despite his bravado, his trembling legs betrayed his fear. While Chopper looked at him with a resigned expression, Nami glared at Usopp. How dare you say that? What did you even give me? Some party entertainment? I nearly died. Luffy interjected, I just want to knock Crocodile away, that's all. Furin smiled and said, that's quite delightful. In the future, you may encounter even stronger adversaries. So do your utmost. Once you have grown more formidable, I shall reveal to you all that you wish to know. Just as everyone was about to inquire further, Vivi's voice resonated from outside. Everyone, dinner is ready. The Straw Hat crew was summoned to the banquet hall, which exuded an elegant and noble ambience. Feline, recalling Luffy's recent act of devouring his food, resolved to distance herself from him and took a seat at the opposite end of the table. Luffy, utilizing both hands with remarkable dexterity, fully exploited the advantages of his rubbery physique, successfully commandeering nearly all the food within reach, whether from his own plate or those of others. Over 70% of the banquet's offerings had disappeared into his voracious appetite. Chopper attempted to mimic Luffy's gluttonous approach, striving to swallow the pasta on his plate, but after nearly choking, he was compelled to abandon this endeavor. Sanji, while indulging in his meal, sought culinary advice from the chef seated nearby. Zoro, simultaneously consuming his food, gulped down beer with abandon, leaving several empty kegs in his wake. Usopp, however, found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament as Luffy persistently pilfered the food from his plate, leading him to retaliate with a sprinkle of chili pepper against his gluttonous companion. Surrounding Furulin is Luffy's forbidden zone. Whenever Luffy attempts to pilfer food from her, Furulin retaliates with her vines, leaving Chopper and Usopp green with envy, as they too yearn for such abilities. After their meal, Furulin expressed her desire to converse with King Cobra, who readily consented. King Cobra gazed at Furulin and inquired, "May I ask what matters you wish to discuss?" Flynn spoke softly, "I merely have a question to pose to you, that you may, of course, choose not to answer." "What is the question?" "Fulin, I merely wish to understand why your ancestors departed from Mariewa." Kabura, taken aback. "You." Fulin softly remarked, 800 years ago, 20 kings from 20 nations established a world government. As the creators, these monarchs took their families to reside in the sacred land of Mariewa, and their descendants are now known as the Celestial Dragons. However, among these 20 nations, one king departed, bearing the surname Nefertari. Cobra inquired, "What is your intention?" "Fulin, I merely seek an answer. I ponder, had you not departed from Mary Geos, the pirate king would have been firmly under the control of the world government. Your family's departure equates to betrayal in the eyes of the world government. I am curious about the actions of your ancestors and why they chose a different path." "Ah, I see. You wish to uncover the mysteries of that blank century, do you?" "Indeed, though even if you withhold the truth, others will eventually divulge it to me." "It must be Nico Robin you're referring to." "Yes, I was quite taken aback when I learned her true name. However, compared to her, does your Nefertari family not hold a different significance for them? They will inevitably turn their attention to you." Sighing, Cobra replied, "The specifics elude me. I only know of a saying passed down through our lineage." "What saying?" "Our Nefertari family are the sinners of this world." "By sinners of the world, do you mean the world government or something else?" "That I cannot ascertain." "Well then, I shall take my leave." Fulin turned to depart, aware that Cobra was concealing further truths. Yet, she did not press him. Some knowledge is destined to reveal itself in due time. "Take care." After Furine departed, Cobra gazed at the desolate surroundings and sighed. Has it truly begun? He refrained from disclosing to Furine that the Nefertari family still harbored a prophecy, a secret even the world government was unaware of. The prophecy foretold, angels and demons, interdependent. The angels shall aid the demons, and the demons shall rescue the angels. If both succeed, all shall come to an end. However, Cobra was oblivious to the fact that Furine had concealed another truth. Hades was no longer in Alabasta. In the depths of the mechanical fortress, a colossal warship lay hidden. This ship surpassed even the naval headquarters vessels in size, with thick, elongated cannons, their ominous muzzles instilling dread. Ino found himself lost in contemplation before this enormous ship. Ziono, the shadow blade, appeared beside Ino. "What do you intend to do?" Ino replied, "Do not be alarmed. I was merely pondering whether to dismantle it." "What?" The shadow blade was taken aback, approaching to touch Ino's forehead. Ino swiftly swatted his hand away. "What are you doing?" "You're not feverish," the shadow blade remarked, perplexed. "I merely wish to understand its structure." "Do not act recklessly, Ziono. If you seek to comprehend its design, you could easily find its blueprints at the manufacturing site. This vessel cannot be dismantled." The shadow blade grew anxious. "Without it, how could they contend with the world government?" "Oh, I was joking. I was just contemplating whether this weapon truly possesses such immense power." "Of course. This is the ancient weapon Hades. How could it not be formidable?" Cobra might be unaware that the treasure safeguarded by their family for generations had been relocated to Ravtr. "Why don't we find an abandoned island and fire a shot casually?" "Huh." Seeing the shadow blade stand there in shock, Ino sighed. "Do not worry. Even if I wished to use it, I couldn't." "Alas, Ziono, do not frighten me any further. My heart cannot withstand it." The shadow blade exhaled in relief, acknowledging that even if someone wished to wield Hades, it was currently in a dormant state. "I have long discerned its structure. I was pondering whether it would be possible to replicate another Hades. Wouldn't he that be ill-advised? Indeed, thus I am contemplating. Let us await the arrival of the key to awaken Hades." With that, he vanished. Chapter 22. Breaking through the siege, Furine escaped that night in the lounge. Furine said, "By the way, Luffy, Zoro, I have something to show you." She produced 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Luffy. "Wow, it's a new bounty notice. Zoro, you become a wanted criminal too. Monkey D. Luffy, bounty of 100 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 60 million berries. Haha, Did you see that? Luffy exclaimed joyfully, I have a bounty of 100 million. Haha, only 60 million. Hardly sufficient, Zoro replied, equally delighted. Upon seeing Zoro's bounty, Sanji immediately inquired of Furai-chan, what about mine? What about mine? Flynn raised her hands in exasperation and said, unfortunately, you have nothing? How is that possible? Ignoring Sanji's current despondency, Nami continued, it's not surprising. After all, Luffy, you have indeed triumphed over a warlord of the sea. Crocodile's bounty was originally set at 81 million, while Zoro's adversary, Mr. One, Daz Bones, was once an exceptional bounty hunter in the West Blue, known as the Killer, with a bounty of 75 million. In contrast to Luffy and Zoro's exhilaration, the others bore expressions of despair. Nami, on the verge of tears, lamented, how can we have 2 bounty criminals aboard our ship? Won't this mean we will be hunted down in the future? Fooling, however, with such a substantial bounty, the high-ranking officials of the Navy headquarters will undoubtedly take action. The crowd, what? Luffy, we must depart tonight. The Navy is already in pursuit. Nami hastily urged Luffy. Luffy nodded seriously and replied, yes, I understand. Let's have one last meal in Alabasta before we leave. Flynn sighed helplessly, Luffy, this is not the time to think about food. The Navy has arrived in Alabasta, and they likely intercepted our ship near the port. We cannot afford to linger here. Indeed, it's possible that our vessel has already been seized by the Navy. Zoro nodded solemnly, we should set off quickly. However, Flynn glanced at Vivi, who remained silent. I understand everyone's thoughts, Vivi admitted, hesitating. Report, Princess. At that moment, a soldier entered, holding a transponder snail. There's a call for Straw Hat Luffy from someone named Mr. 2. Usopp, puzzled, remarked, Mr. 2? Does anyone know him? Sanji casually picked up the snail, and a familiar flamboyant voice rang out. Hello, it's me. Haha. Sanji, immediately annoyed, hung up, but the transponder snail rang insistently again. Luffy, sitting on the bed, reached out and answered, it's you. What do you want? Isn't that the voice of the Straw Hat Kid? By the way, I'm impressed that you managed to defeat Crocodile. Oh, and please don't call me Mr. 2 right now. If the Navy intercepts this call, I'll be in trouble. Mr. 2 continued enthusiastically, by the way, I took your ship. What? Are you joking? Luffy and the others suddenly grew anxious. Flynn took the transponder snail and asked, where are you now? Ah, why is there another voice? Well, yes, I did take it from the Navy. Oh, but we can't talk too long. The Navy might notice. Anyway, I'm currently upstream on the Santora River, waiting for you. The call abruptly ended. Luffy blinked at the transponder snail and declared, let's set off now. But are you sure he's not lying? Usopp analyzed. Zoro stood up, beginning to pack his belongings. We have to check it out. Perhaps he really did take the ship. If he is playing us, I'll kick him to pieces. Sanji stated, a cigarette in his mouth. Usopp and the others began to gather their things. Vivi watched them bustle about, her face filled with reluctance and indecision. What should I do? Everyone paused, gazing at her, whose eyes brimmed with tears. Nami contemplated and said, Vivi, I know you're conflicted. So we'll give you 12 hours to think. Tomorrow at noon, our ship will pass through Eastport, and we might not be able to stop. If you wish to continue traveling with us, that moment will be your opportunity to board. We will welcome you as a pirate. Sanji, having tied a rope at the window, added, this invitation is due to your status as a princess. Come on, Vivi. Luffy exclaimed, already with his pack on his back. You absolutely must come. Luffy, calm down, Flynn interjected, sitting on the bed. Vivi needs time to consider. We should first ensure the safety of the Mary. Though Vivi was technically a celestial dragon, Flynn held no animosity towards her and would not act against the Nefertari family. Vivi watched them escape through the window like thieves, her heart heavy with uncertainty. In the desert, Luffy and his crew rowed on the duck towards the Santora River, while Luffy's mind wandered to Alabasta's delicacies. Don't worry, Luffy. Sanji approached him. I got the recipe from the palace chef. I can cook it for you once we're back on the ship. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Flynn, flying above Luffy, noticed Nami, who had been silent and looked sorrowful. Nami, are you still thinking about Vivi? Seeing Nami's silence, Chopper looked at her with concern. Nami, do you feel unwell? I've decided to give up the 1 billion berries. Nami's voice, clearly considered, rang out. What? Luffy and the others looked bewildered, while Usopp had already flown off. You're upset over money, Zoro shouted. Ah. Chopper pointed at Usopp, who had fallen behind. Usopp fell out. What can we do? It's not worth worrying about Vivi, Nami replied nonchalantly. Usopp just lost his grip. It's not my fault. Meanwhile, in the Alabasta Palace, panic ensued. This is bad. Princess Vivi, where did Luffy and the others go? When Akaram rushed into the room where the Straw Hat crew had been, he found it empty except for Vivi. What is the rush, Akaram? Vivi, curled up in a chair, wrapped her arms around her knees, gazing out the window. They've set sail. Everyone has left. After all, they are pirates. This is terrible. Akaram clenched the wanted poster tightly, suddenly realizing something. Karoo. Where's Karoo? We must inform them of the current situation. It's useless, Akaram. I sent the Super Karoo Duck Brigade to escort them away earlier. No matter how fast Karoo is, he won't catch up. Besides, they already know the situation. Nothing will change. And isn't there's someone hidden among them? Are you referring to? Upstream on the Santora River, Luffy and his crew waved goodbye to the Super Karoo Duck Brigade, then turned to see Mr. 2 on the Mary. Hey, are you kidding me? You greet an old friend like this? Mr. 2 Bon Clay complained, hopping around the ship's rail. Who has old friends with you? You're an enemy. How could you deceive us? Luffy replied, slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, Zoro started unpacking their belongings, segregating some food, completely ignoring the flamboyant figure. I didn't deceive you. I genuinely didn't know. Bon Clay explained. But let bygones be bygones. The Baroque works is no more. So I'm not really your enemy. Besides, I retrieved your ship from the Navy, and they completely sealed this island. So, you stole the Going Merry for us? Luffy asked in astonishment. Why? Usopp and Chopper inquired curiously. With tears streaming down his face, Bon Clay smiled warmly. After all, we're friends. Instantly touched, the three rushed forward to embrace him, cheering joyously. Feline softly inquired. You approached us solely because you find yourself unable to break through the Navy's encirclement alone. Am I correct? Fon Kale instantly collapsed to the ground, then gradually rose to his feet, saying, Are you the one who answered the phone? Indeed. It is precisely due to this state of affairs that we must rely on the strength of friendship to overcome the difficulties ahead. In that moment, Luffy and his companions were so moved that they rushed forward, embracing one another in a heartfelt reunion. At that juncture, a pink swan-shaped ship emerged from behind a nearby rock, and the occupants aboard shouted gratefully, We look forward to your guidance. To which Zoro, gazing at the pink vessel, retorted, When did we ever agree to that? With a sense of resignation, Furine conceded, Very well, Zoro, let them assist us. As the ship set sail from the harbor of St. Dola, it was swiftly encircled by 8 warships. Furine smirked at Luffy, Stand aside. They are merely a bunch of insignificant pests. Watch how I deal with them. She intended to summon swirling vortexes beneath the warships, but abruptly halted. Damn it, why now? She exclaimed. Luffy, I apologize. I am feeling somewhat unwell. I must leave this to you. With that, she retreated to her cabin and locked the door, unaware that another person was present within. Sanji, observing Furine's hurried return to the cabin, expressed his concern, Is Furine all right? Luffy shared his worry. Chopper, please check on her. Just as Chopper was about to knock, Furine's voice called out, Don't mind me. I am fine. I must trouble you to handle these adversaries first. Upon hearing Furine's reassurances, the others resolved to confront the immediate threat before attending to her. The warships relentlessly launched black spears toward the Going Merry. And despite Luffy's valiant efforts to shield the vessel, numerous holes were punctured in its hull. Meanwhile, Frankie's ship remained relatively unscathed, clearly indicating that the Navy's primary target was Luffy and his crew. Feline's appearance has transformed. Her icy blue pupils, golden long hair, and emerald dress and shoes create a striking contrast. Behind her, seemingly translucent wings signify her impending elemental breakthrough. 9 crystal orbs materialized around Feline, with the exception of one that remained dim. Each orb bore symbols and inscriptions representing the elements: wind, water, fire, wood, ice, light, darkness, and thunder, signifying the most potent elemental powers residing within Feline. After approximately half an hour, the rear side of the crystals revealed the number 4, elevating all elemental levels to the 4th tier. Once this enhancement concluded, Feline returned to her original form, albeit considerably weakened. She muttered in frustration, Damn it. Why did I have to break through now? Just my luck. Following this elemental breakthrough, I will endure a stabilization period of 1 hour. I hope that during this time, Luffy doesn't encounter any significant troubles. As she spoke, Feline became alert, sensing an unknown presence stealthily approaching. Furine, it's you. After a long time, Furine heard the sound of weeping from outside. Feline addressed the individuals in the room, saying, It seems there is a situation outside. I shall step out to investigate. All right. No problem, replied Xia Fingfing, We will absolutely never forget you. Luffy wept bitterly, while others wiped away their tears. Fuling exited to witness the Pink Swan ship engulfed in brilliant flames, performing its final, exquisite ballet. She had already surmised what had just transpired. Von Clay, thank you. After shedding tears, everyone turned to Fuling and were startled to find her visage pale. Chopper hurried over, exclaiming, Fuling, what is wrong? Let me assist you. Furin promptly declined, saying, No, I'm fine. I'm just a bit fatigued. A little rest will suffice. We cannot allow Von Clay to have sacrificed himself in vain. Hurry and go fetch Vivi. Chapter 23. Farewell to Vivi, the remarkable princess in Donggang. The Mary was anchored close to the city's shore. Luffy leaned over the ship's railing. Listening to the continuous announcements coming from above, the voice belonging to the companion they were to retrieve. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, looked helplessly at Luffy, who was unwilling to give up. Luffy let it go. This moment is different from the last. Zoro also advised, you heard the announcement. Vivi is currently delivering a speech at the palace. Luffy pouted, refusing to accept the reality. What are you talking about? It only sounds like her. Vivi will definitely come. Hey, the Navy is approaching again. Usopp exclaimed anxiously, spotting several warships appearing in the distance. We need to set sail quickly. The Mary slowly departed from the coast. Just as Luffy, disheartened, was about to return to the foredeck, a loud call from the shore reached him. Everyone. Wow, it's Vivi. Quick, turn the ship around. We're going to pick up Vivi. Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Chopper also poked his head over the railing, waving enthusiastically. Usopp and Nami exchanged joyful glances, cheering and clapping. Zoro and Sanji ran excitedly to the aft deck, while the weakened Furin watched Vivi, dressed formally without any luggage, and wondered to herself, did she escape from the celebration to join us, or, I've come to say goodbye. Vivi's next words shattered the hopes of Luffy and the others. Their expressions froze in shock as they stared at their familiar companion, who took the microphone and addressed them, saying, I cannot accompany you. Thank you all so much for these days. Although I long to embark on adventures, my love for my country is too strong. Therefore, I cannot join you. Oh, I see. Luffy's dazed expression quickly transformed into an understanding smile. As Vivi looked at the familiar faces of her friends, tears began to flow uncontrollably. She pretended to be strong, wiping them away, only to let more tears fall, her voice trembling with nostalgia and reluctance. Even though I plan to stay here, when we meet again, will you still call me a companion? Her voice quivered with sorrow, as if even the sound conveyed her inner torment of parting. Of course, Luffy began to respond, but before he could finish, Nami pushed him to the ground. Biting her lip, she calmly said, Luffy, you absolutely cannot answer. The Navy is nearby. Fuling gazed at the approaching warship and said, Indeed, Luffy. If the Navy discovers the connection between Vivi and us as allies, they will not spare her. She may even face charges. For now, it is best to silently turn away and bid her farewell. Luffy nodded in silence, and everyone turned their backs to Vivi, slowly raising their left hands to reveal the symbol of their camaraderie. The warship began to fire upon the Mary, and the cannonballs crashing into the sea nearby sent towering sprays of water into the air, as if conveying the unspoken sorrow of Luffy and his companions at this farewell. Set sail. As the Mary gradually faded from view, Vivi could not help but shed tears. A great princess must not weep, echoed Fuling's voice in her mind. Startled, Vivi looked around, finding herself alone. Do not search. I am currently aboard the ship, communicating with you through the Sea of Consciousness. Only you can hear my voice. Sea of Consciousness communication? Just how powerful is Fuling? Vivi pondered. Who are you, really? Where do you come from? I searched for information about you, but found nothing. Fuling, you need not concern yourself with my identity. I too have matters to discuss with you. Wei, proceed, then. Fuling, do you recall our previous encounter in the Whiskey Mountains? It was I who cautioned you about your identity being compromised and urged you to depart swiftly. Vivi nodded, indeed. Fuling, logically, I should not have saved you. Wei, perplexed, inquired. Why? Fuling, I harbor a singular ambition, to overthrow the celestial dragons, and you, too, possess a trace of their bloodline. Vivi, taken aback, exclaimed, What did you just say? Fuling, logically speaking, I should be adversaries with your Nefertari family. However, you are different from them, which is why I chose to save you and extend my assistance. I merely hope that by saving your life, I can exchange it for an exceptional princess, one who should be a remarkable queen, safeguarding Alabasta, and certainly not a contemptuous and arrogant wretch. Vivi smiled, Indeed. I shall never become like them. Fuling, I tucked a necklace beneath Karu's goggles, a gift I intended for you. I observed as Vivi removed Karu's goggles, causing a blue necklace to fall out. Feline, although you may be considered a half-celestial dragon, for various reasons, your Nefertari family is viewed as traitors in their eyes. Those old fogies may take action against you in the future. If you ever find yourself in Mariehua, you must exercise caution. This necklace will save your life in a moment of peril and transport you to safety. Vivi, holding the necklace, wore a grave expression. Is it because of the king of the underworld? Feline, indeed. However, rest assured that the underworld king is no longer in Alabasta. I have taken it away for safekeeping, for it is imperative that such an object does not fall into the hands of the government. Once that group of old codgers has perished, I shall return it to you. Of course, this must remain a secret, and you must not divulge it to anyone, including your esteemed father. Vivi was somewhat taken aback. What? Then where is the underworld king now? Feline, I have concealed it in a secret location, accessible only to Roger. No one else has ventured there. Even if Luffy and his companions wish to reach this place, they must first defeat me and obtain the necessary permit to gain entry. Vivi, a place where no one has been except for Roger? Wait, could it be that you hail from there? How is that possible? Feline, this is a secret. You must not bring me any trouble. Vivi smiled gently. Rest assured, I shall keep your secret safe. Feline, that's wonderful. The transmission of thoughts through the sea of consciousness is indeed limited by distance, and I can no longer communicate with you. Please take good care of yourself. The next time we meet, you must become an exceptional queen. Wei, I will certainly do so. Feline's voice had completely vanished, prompting Vivi to turn back towards the palace. I see, she murmured, a sense of relief washing over her. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Usopp, you must strive to grow stronger. Do not allow Feline, or perhaps your examiner, to be disappointed. Chapter 24. New Companion. Nico Robin cursed them. Why won't those naval scoundrels give up? Usopp lamented as he helplessly watched the relentless warship pursuing them, having just moved the black spears from the cabin to assist in their efforts. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were fiercely defending against the incoming cannonballs. Feline sat atop a pile of black spears. Though her body had grown weaker due to the strain of their telepathic communication, she still possessed the ability to protect herself, occasionally transforming cannonballs that Luffy and the others had missed into solid ice. Nami was busy calculating their escape route, while Chopper had succumbed to the water flooding into the cabin, now floating on the surface like a lifeless body. Feline glanced back at the pursuing warships with impatience, exclaiming, "This truly seems never-ending. If it weren't for my frail constitution, I would relish the opportunity to sink them all." Zoro, launching a cannonball away, interjected, "May I inquire when the vice-captain's health will return to normal? Our vessel is slowing due to leaks, and they are nearly upon us." Before he could finish, Sanji delivered a fierce kick, retorting, "What are you babbling about, you moss-headed fool? The vice-captain is unwell and requires rest." Zoro, unwilling to back down, shouted back, "What did you say? The vice-captain is more formidable than anyone. And who are you calling mosshead? Stop this at once." Nami, with great force, knocked them both to the ground, declaring, "We should focus on escaping for now. They are almost upon us." Feline, with a wicked grin, remarked, "I might need about an hour, but how about a little competition, Luffy?" Luffy, instantly abandoning his attack on the cannonballs, eagerly approached, asking, What? Flynn gestured towards the surroundings, her face alight with mirth as she proposed, "Let us engage in a contest of dart throwing, aiming to send all these objects back. Let us see who can hit the most targets, shall we?" Without hesitation, Luffy swiftly bound the black spearheads together and hurled them towards the warships. Afterward, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Done. I have triumphed." Zoro and the others stood in stunned silence, observing as the ships were reduced to a honeycomb of destruction. They exchanged glances, saying, "A clever strategy indeed, but let us make our escape for now." Having evaded the Navy, the scene aboard the Mary was one of leisurely respite. Flynn continued to stabilize her strength, while Zoro furrowed his brow, listening to Luffy and the others lamenting their fate. Alas, apart from Flynn and Zoro, the others leaned over the railing from the kitchen, synchronously pouting and shedding tears. "What is the matter? Why do you look so dejected?" Flynn observed their faces, filled with sorrow and disappointment. "We're just bored," Luffy and the others replied in unison, tears glistening at the corners of their eyes. "Cease your weeping," Zoro barked, his impatience evident. "If you were so reluctant to part ways, why did you not insist on bringing her along in the first place?" His words, however, only incited further outrage among them. Brute. Chopper glared at Zoro indignantly. Pathetic. Nami scorned him. Sanji's calm voice cut through, three-sword style. Luffy, recalling a term related to Zoro, was promptly corrected by Usopp. Hey, Luffy, three-sword style is not an insult. Four-sword style, what difference does adding another sword make? Zoro retorted. Listen, Luffy, are you familiar with Natto? Zoro is akin to spoiled Natto. Observing their antics, Zoro resigned himself to silence, placing his forehead in his palm and turning away. Meanwhile, Flynn remembered something and said, Luffy, I must tell you something. At that moment, the door to the girls' quarters swung open. It appears you have finally escaped from that island, Robin remarked as she stepped out. Bang! 5 heads collided with the railing, and Nami, clutching her head where it throbbed, shouted at Robin, What are you doing here? Zoro immediately drew his sword, addressing her. Have you come to exact revenge for your comrades? I shall be your adversary. Usopp, brandishing a megaphone of unknown origin, shouted, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chopper, having never seen her before, inquired blankly, Who is she? Sanji, starry-eyed, responded, Whoever she is undeniably a stunningly beautiful lady. After glancing at the person who emerged, Furin remarked nonchalantly, I thought you wouldn't show up. Zoro, sheathe your sword. This is someone I invited. Nami, clutching her climatact anxiously, inquired, When did you arrive here? I've been here all along, Robin replied, casually pulling out a chair to sit down, addressing Nami. And this outfit is yours, right? I borrowed it for a moment. What on earth do you intend to do? Nami protested indignantly. Robin looked at Luffy, who appeared utterly bewildered, and said, Monkey D. Luffy, what have you done to me? Surely, you haven't forgotten? Upon hearing this, Sanji promptly seized Luffy by the collar, shouting, Luffy, what have you done to this lady? Meanwhile, Usopp continued to hide behind the mast, weakly shouting through a megaphone, Excuse me, passenger, but please disembark. What are you talking about? I haven't done anything. Luffy responded innocently, gazing at the relaxed Robin. Zoro had sheathed his sword but remained on high alert, watching Robin intently. In the underground burial chamber, it was you, Monkey D. Luffy, who saved me when I desperately wished for death. That is your transgression, Robin smiled, placing her hand behind her head, looking at Furin, and you, who have always hoped I would join your crew. So, does this mean you accepted? Furin asked Robin. Indeed, I have agreed to become your companion. Robin's simple declaration detonated like a bomb among the crowd, causing an immediate uproar, yet Sanji expressed his enthusiastic approval, with her chin resting on her hand. Robin continued to smile as she explained, I have nowhere to go and no place to return to. Moreover, it was your first mate who invited me here. So please allow me to remain on this ship. Fooling, it is indeed the case that I believe she possesses considerable knowledge and, upon reflection, may prove beneficial to us. Which is why I extended the invitation. Moreover, anyone chosen by Crocodile is unlikely to be unworthy. Luffy nodded in understanding. I see, then there's no helping it, that's fine. Luffy, Flynn, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, while Chopper, still unaware of Robin's background, remained seated on the stairs, propping his chin on his hands. Sanji, meanwhile, was lost in a daydream, surrounded by pink hearts, celebrating exuberantly. Don't worry, everyone. Luffy turned to Zoro and the others with a smile. This person is not a villain, and Flynn makes a valid point. Thus, with the recommendation of the first mate and the captain's approval, the Straw Hat Pirates welcomed a new member aboard. On the deck, a simple table was set, with Usopp and Robin sitting across from one another, as if interrogating a suspect. Sanji was busy in the kitchen preparing dessert for the new beauty. Fulin sat gracefully atop the white fur, sipping tea, while Zoro and Nami kept a vigilant watch on Robin. Robin smiled gently at Luffy and the others, conjuring a hand on the deck before them, playfully brushing against their faces. Amused, Luffy and Chopper erupted in laughter, though Chopper, upon catching sight of Robin's face, fearfully hid behind Luffy, unfortunately misjudging his hiding spot. Stop looking around. Answer my question honestly. What is your name? Usopp slammed the table fiercely, only to realize he had not introduced himself, softening his tone. I am Usopp. Pleased to meet you. I am Nico Robin, she replied. Very well, Nico Robin. What is your occupation? I am an archaeologist. My family has a long lineage in this field. It is indeed a family tradition. I see, a family tradition. Usopp noted as he diligently took notes. And then, when I was 8, I was pursued by the world government, and for the next 20 years, I lived in hiding. As a child, one cannot make a living at sea, so in order to protect myself and pursue historical knowledge, I survived by following the shadows of the underworld. That is my report. Robin recounted her past with compliance. Usopp, now serious, inquired, was Crocodile one of them? Yes, all for the sake of uncovering historical texts. Robin replied with a hint of pride. I excel in underground activities. You will not regret utilizing my skills. Ah, and what exactly are you skilled at? Assassination. That simple statement left Usopp utterly stunned, tears welling up in his eyes as he turned to Luffy, exclaiming, Luffy, Feline, the interrogation results are in. This woman is dangerous. Do we really want to keep someone like her on the ship? Feline, she is someone I appointed as my vice captain. If you have any objections, feel free to discuss it with Luffy. If the captain refuses, there is nothing I can do. However, Luffy and Chopper are engrossed in laughter with the hand summoned by Robin, completely oblivious to the situation. Humph. Nami kicked the wall in frustration, casting a cold glance at Robin, and remarked, honestly, it is pathetic to be so easily manipulated by her. Just to clarify, even if you remain on the ship because of the vice captain's introduction, I shall not acknowledge you. Robin remained unfazed, merely producing a small pouch and saying, it's all right. By the way, I just acquired some jewels from Crocodile. Nami, instantly enchanted by the glimmer of wealth, shamefully disregarded her earlier words. Zoro and Usopp exchanged disdainful glances at the sight of her sudden capitulation. Suddenly, the entire cabin was filled with heart-shaped decorations as Sanji slid down the banister with a plate in hand, his eyes brimming with affection as he proclaimed, Ah, love. Love flows like a stream, your beauty struck me like lightning, and I, caught in the torrent of romance, am but a mere piece of driftwood. He then gentlemanly placed the plate on the table, saying, Please, indulge. It goes without saying that Zoro was embarrassed by the infatuated chef, and he resolutely stated alongside Usopp. In any case, the two of us will never yield. Hey, Usopp. Upon hearing Luffy's serious voice, Usopp turned around with an impatient expression, only to find Luffy with an innocent face and hands atop his head, playfully exclaiming, Chopper. Thus, the quirky trio reassembled once more. Feline, Sanji, could you prepare a cup of tea for me? Upon hearing this request, the exuberant Sanji, enveloped in a cascade of pink bubbles, cheerfully replied, Of course, first mate. I shall attend to it immediately. Observing Luffy, who was playing exuberantly with several hands, Nami, whose eyes were fixated on the gems with a glint of desire, and Robin, who was savoring her cake. Feline made her way towards the bow of the ship. What troubles you, Zoro? Feline inquired, her gaze warm and inviting. Zoro glanced at the woman who had seamlessly integrated into their crew and, with a hint of displeasure, retorted, Why did you choose to keep her? Rest assured, she harbors no ill intentions. During our time in Alabasta, she saved Luffy, and I find her skills indispensable. In the climactic moments ahead, you will also see her worth. Feline explained calmly, her eyes drifting over the azure sea. Her abilities are formidable. However, should she betray us as she did Crocodile, I shall not hesitate to eliminate her, regardless of her talents. As Zoro turned away, Feline remarked, eavesdropping on others is rather unbecoming. Robin stepped forward, acknowledging, You are indeed no ordinary individual. Feline, you have just witnessed that during my breakthrough, I was oblivious to my surroundings, as everyone else was outside, thus I let my guard down. However, I never anticipated that Robin would be present in the room. So, do you intend to use this incident to threaten me? No, I am merely curious. With your capabilities, even the combined strength of everyone aboard this vessel pales in comparison to yours. Why then do you choose to remain amongst them? What is your ulterior motive? Furthermore, during our initial encounter, you proposed that I join your ranks, and you possess far too much knowledge, not to mention that you are not human. If you wish to know more, promise me that you will not divulge this to anyone else, not a single soul. Observing the ruckus below, Feline continued. Certainly. Robin promptly agreed. Did I not mention before? The object you seek lies within my grasp. One might say I know its whereabouts, and I require someone to decipher it. A task that only you can accomplish. Feline continued. Your homeland has been unjustly accused and destroyed by the world government. They claim that you, O'Hara, are preparing to awaken ancient weapons, branding you as a malevolent entity. While it cannot be entirely dismissed, there exist numerous stones throughout the world, some of which contain information pertaining to the three ancient weapons. Only you possess the ability to decipher the inscriptions upon them. However, their true intent in targeting you is to prevent certain information from being disclosed, specifically, the blank century. What transpired during that century that incites such trepidation within the world government? Perhaps it is a revelation that could undermine their authority and inflict significant damage upon them. I ponder whether, should I uncover this truth and reveal it, it might yield an impact on them. Why would you pursue this? The rationale is simple. They are your adversaries and mine as well. Centuries ago, there existed a mysterious lineage known as the clan, at a time when the world government and celestial dragons had not yet come into being. Our ancestors fostered a bond with them, even pledging never to harm a member of the clan. Yet, for reasons unknown, our lineage has been unable to re-establish contact with them. Our forebears left a legacy of vengeance against the clan's oppressors, urging us to overthrow the government's rule. Do your ancestors have any connection to the clan? I cannot say. But as the years have passed, my disdain for them has only intensified, and I too wish to confront them. However, I would not be foolish enough to charge into Mariehwa alone. I must first seek allies. Upon realizing that descendants of still exist, I resolved to harness the power of to avenge them and dismantle the world government and celestial dragon's dominion. Thus, I have chosen to support an individual destined to become a king. Why did you choose Luffy? Because he, Fulin, the tea you requested is ready. Sanji called from below. Coming, just a moment. Fulin prepared to descend and turned back to Robin, saying, in summary, if you seek vengeance, you must strive to survive. For only by enduring and growing stronger can you overthrow those who have wronged you. The desires you yearn for have already been delivered to the end of the Grand Line. If you wish to claim them, you must venture forth, however. Be forewarned that entry is not so easily attained. I shall be one of your adversaries. Robin, taken aback, exclaimed, are you implying that this is possible? Fulin smiled gently, proclaiming that in this world, nothing is impossible. It is merely a matter of discovery, action, and eventual success. I can guide you, she continued, but first, you must all become formidable in your own right. If you seek the answers you desire, join the Straw Hat crew on their journey. Moreover, I wish for them to eschew shortcuts and refuse to be mere instruments in others' pursuits, so I kindly ask that you keep this a secret. Robin nodded in agreement, saying, very well, I promise you that. Now, I shall take my leave. After Fulin departed, Robin gazed at the sea, murmuring to herself, are her words truly genuine or merely deceitful? After all these years, had she truly intended to relinquish everything? Subsequently, a bitter smile crossed Robin's face. What does it matter if it is true or false? My adversaries are far too numerous. Chapter 25, The Quest for Clues. The aerial islands on this day, the weather was splendid. Nami, will it snow on the next island? Luffy inquired, leaning over the railing with a grin. Do you still wish to see snow? Nami retorted casually while meticulously comparing the record pointer. According to the records from Alabasta, the next island should be Autumn Island. Robin elaborated. Autumn Island. That sounds wonderful. I absolutely adore autumn. Luffy chuckled heartily. Luffy, if you wish to see snow, I can grant that wish, Fulin chimed in with a smile. Really? Luffy's eyes sparkled with surprise, as he had not anticipated that Fulin possessed such capabilities. Fulin clasped her hands together and exclaimed, in my name, I summon the snow. Appear. Soon, a vast expanse of snow clouds emerged in the sky, and snowflakes gracefully descended from them. It is within my power to temporarily alter the climate within a 5-kilometer radius. How astonishing. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were utterly amazed. They never anticipated that Fulin could manipulate the weather. Meanwhile, Zoro's lips twitched in disbelief, wondering, who on earth is she? Luffy suggested, let us engage in a snowball fight. Certainly, Fulin replied, though she seemed to sense something amiss, her expression turning slightly sour. It appeared that the snowy landscape would not be enjoyed for long. With a wave of her hand, the snow clouds vanished, and an enormous ice shield enveloped the Mary. Fulin, what is happening? Luffy asked in confusion. Something is about to fall, Fulin replied coolly. The group looked up to witness a dilapidated sailing ship, 10 times the size of the Mary, plummeting from the heavens. A ship is falling from the sky? How is that possible? With a thunderous crash, the enormous vessel descended. Thanks to the protective ice shield, the Mary remained unscathed from the impact of the colossal ship. Fulin then appeared outside the ice barrier and kicked the ship away, sending it crashing into the sea, where it stirred up enormous waves. Fulin floated before the Mary and, with a sweeping gesture, calmed the tumultuous waters. The group finally exhaled in relief. Why did a ship fall from the sky? Nami inquired, gazing upward. How strange. Yet now the sky is completely empty, Zoro and Sanji echoed, both equally puzzled. Suddenly, Nami let out a piercing scream. What is wrong, Nami? Sanji asked, turning to her. Nami, her face etched with shock, stared at the log pose on her left wrist. What should I do? The log pose is broken. The needle is stuck pointing upwards. Ferenc disregarded Nami and the others' thoughts and shouted towards the sky, honestly. When will the inhabitants of the Sky Islands cease to discard their refuse below? Are they unaware of the repercussions it has on those beneath? Naturally, she was aware that her words would go unheard, while the others regarded her with puzzled expressions. Ferenc, are you suggesting there are islands in the sky? Nami inquired, perplexed. Indeed, it may seem unbelievable to you, Ferenc replied. I see. Robin interjected. The log pose was drawn towards the Sky Island, thus acquiring a new record. A sky island? An island that floats in the air? Luffy exclaimed in delight. Precisely, it is an island suspended in the heavens, existing above the ocean. Albeit the waters are composed of a peculiar type of cloud that can support the weight of the entire island. What? There are even oceans in the sky? Extraordinary clouds. Luffy leaned in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Did that ship and those skeletal remains fall from there? Usopp gasped. However, there's nothing resembling an island up in the sky. Zara remarked, gazing upward. Fulin, the Sky Island is situated at a considerable altitude, well above the clouds, at heights that reach tens of thousands of miles, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Oh wow, how incredible! Luffy exclaimed, his excitement amplified. There's an island floating in the sky? Let us go check it out. Brothers, steer upwards. Steer upwards. Full speed ahead. Usopp eagerly echoed his enthusiasm. Robin, with a graceful wave of her hand, produced several additional hands to cover Luffy's mouth, stating that she simply could not endure any further of his exuberant remarks. Sanji, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Captain, the helm cannot be steered upwards. At this moment, Robin rose and approached a weathered coffin nearby, retrieving the recently stowed skull for careful examination. What could that woman possibly be doing with the coffin? Robin produced various archaeological tools and, after a thorough investigation, swiftly deduced the era in which the skeleton had lived and the cause of death. With this knowledge, she referenced her book, discovering details about the sailing ship, the St. Brialis, which set sail from the kingdom of Brialis in the South Sea 8 years ago. This vessel is identical to the one that has fallen. Indeed, the ship's emblem is the same. This vessel has been adrift in the sky for at least 200 years. Usopp and Sanji marveled at Robin's prowess. Even Nami, previously fearful, leaned in and inquired, You can ascertain so much just from a skull? Though the remains cannot speak, information cannot be concealed, Robin replied with a smile. Fulin, our archaeologist truly excels. Well done, Robin. But how do we reach the Sky Island? Nami inquired. I can fly there on my own, but I currently lack the means to take all of you and this ship along with me. Therefore, you must find a way to ascend independently, or perhaps you could salvage that vessel. It might yield some clues, Fulin suggested. However, the ship had already sunk. Just then, Nami noticed the wreckage, where Luffy was thrashing about in the water, while Usopp stood nearby, shouting in a frenzy, What on earth are you doing? Look, guys. I found something incredible. Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he was rescued aboard the ship, promptly pulling out a map. Look, this is a map of the Sky Island. The group immediately gathered around, and Nami seized the map, gazing at the prominent title, Skypiea. Does this Sky Island truly exist? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. Right? Right? Luffy echoed, brimming with excitement. This is fantastic. Usopp, there really is a Sky Island. Chopper. Usopp joyfully embraced Chopper, that's the Island of Dreams. We can go to the Island of Dreams. Island of Dreams. Chopper also shouted in exhilaration. The trio of fools immediately embraced one another, jumping with joy. Don't celebrate too soon. It's only a possibility, Nami interjected, unable to contain herself. There are far too many deceptive maps in this world. With a hint of helplessness, Fulin remarked, I understand that it may be difficult for you to believe, but I assure you that there is not just one Sky Island in the Grand Line. What? Chopper, Luffy, and Usopp immediately gathered around Fulin. Chopper inquired, Are you implying that there are many Sky Islands? Indeed, I have visited several. This is a shell I brought down from the Sky Island. Unfazed by the gazes of those around her, Fulin retrieved a shell from a spatial artifact and pressed it. From within emanated the voices of two individuals, recalling a conversation between Wujin and the Venerable Rayleigh during Wujin's visit to Sabaody Archipelago. Wujin, you truly are formidable. Having defeated the Sword Shadow, Rayleigh chuckled, Ha ha ha. He is not too shabby himself, but I never expected that Mizone would have so many younger brothers now. Upon hearing this, Wujin appeared somewhat displeased. If it weren't for the fact that he was born before us, who knows who would hold the position of leader? Rayleigh responded, You certainly have the audacity to speak. Does this imply that your relationship with him is not amicable? Wu Jing clarified, not quite. It's just that sometimes watching him fight with Sword Shadow is quite entertaining. However, Lim Yu always intervenes, which is rather bothersome. Why must she stop them? It would be better to let them settle it. Rayleigh, you wish to determine the leader's position based on strength? Wu Jing affirmed, of course. In terms of seniority, I am younger than Lim Yu, but I am far more capable. I can guarantee that without the leader and Sword Shadow, I would undoubtedly be the strongest. Even Ino could only stand on equal footing with me. That little sister, who has only recently been born and can merely manipulate nature, poses no threat. As for the other one, she is the weakest among us and stands no chance against me. At that moment, Feline's voice emerged from the shell. How arrogant. Though her voice was faint, it caught the attention of the two. Wu Jing, sensing something amiss, demanded, who was hiding there? Come out. Just then, an explosion resounded. Wu Jing exclaimed. Where did they go? Was that merely my imagination? Rayleigh suggested, they've probably fled. Wu Jing scoffed. Humph, they certainly ran off quite swiftly. After a while, one's safety was assured. Feline breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost got discovered by Brother Wu Jing. Thankfully, I can now transform. I never expected there to be so many fascinating things in the Sky Islands, and this shell can actually record sound. Oh dear. I seem to have forgotten to turn it off. Following that, silence enveloped the space. This is a sound shell, an artifact from the Sky Island that can record sound. As for the contents, you may choose to forget them. I will go fetch the ship. Robin, please continue your work. Understood, Robin nodded, picking up the shattered skull fragments from the coffin and beginning to piece them together. Returning to reality, Luffy exclaimed with excitement, shall we join in? Feline, there's no need. Usopp, how can you manage it all by yourself? Feline, do not concern yourself with this. It would be prudent for you to steer the ship a bit farther away. With that, she leapt into the sea. Zoro, let us heed her advice and move the ship further away for the time being. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the sailboat burst forth from the water, creating towering waves. Feline emerged from the depths, reminiscent of the Ice Age, freezing the sailboat and the surrounding waters of the merry-go-round within a 5-kilometer radius, including the swirling waves. Feline clapped her hands and said, all right, you may go and search. Except for Robin, who exhibited no sign of surprise, the others gaped at her in astonishment. Luffy exclaimed, that's truly impressive. Nami remarked, that's incredibly powerful. Zoro added, that's rather exaggerated, isn't it? Feline, what are you waiting for? Go search. Oh, very well. Aside from Feline and Robin, who remain aboard the Mary, everyone else has ventured inside the grand ship to explore. Robin, you are quite impressive. You can freeze the ocean. Feline, likewise. You can glean so much information from a single skeleton. Robin seemed to recall something and said, I have encountered someone like you, possessing the power of ice. He is formidable, much like yourself. Furin chuckled coldly. Ah, you are referring to one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, known as Kazan. Robin replied, indeed. Feline, to be honest, I truly wish to find an opportunity to engage in a fair and just contest with him. As for the Navy, Feline has also acquired some knowledge about it. Robin, if you were to encounter him, what are your chances of victory? Feline, that depends on my mood. If I'm feeling good, it would be 50, but if I'm not, it would be 100. Robin, is that really the case? Feline, what? Do you wish for me to eliminate him? Robin, no, it's not that. I cannot quite articulate why. But I possess an unsettling premonition that we shall encounter him again in the future. Feline's expression darkened. It matters not, in my eyes. The Navy holds little significance aside from the 3 admirals and the figures of the Roger era, who merit a modicum of my seriousness. Raftel even accuses me of arrogance. Yet he remains fixated on the images within the crystal ball. Wu Jing, visibly disdainful, remarked that he suddenly sensed a considerable drop in temperature behind him, prompting him to turn around. The remaining 5 spirits regarded him with ominous gazes. Initially, everyone had intended to observe Feline's current state, but they were instead met with the engrossing dialogue. Yuming scoffed, it appears that someone harbors profound dissatisfaction with my role as elder sister. Wu Jing broke into a cold sweat. No, he stammered. Ano, with a sullen countenance, interjected, equating our standings? Are you suggesting I am on par with you? Wu Jing attempted to clarify. Brother, allow me to explain. Xing Yao, now increasingly irate, exclaimed, how dare you label me as the weakest? Jianying retorted, to utter such words before Elder Rayleigh is truly to court chaos. Mizong cautioned, with my younger sister absent, do not strike too harshly. Having said this, he turned to depart. Wu Jing called out, "Wait, boss, boss." Upon hearing this title, Jinying felt displeased. "Are you implying that I am the second in command?" Wu Jing clarified, "No, even Xingyu refers to Mi Zong in that manner." A gun was pointed at Wu Jing. "Shall we engage in a friendly spar to establish superiority?" Yue Ming replied, "I find some merit in your words. Let us converse with our fists. Come at me." Wu Jing attempted to flee, only to discover he was ensnared within a formation. Xingyao declared, "Even I, the weakest, must showcase my abilities. Do not forget, aside from divination, I am also a master of formations." Jinying snapped, "Why waste breath? Attack him." In unison, all the spirits charged forth. "Ah, do not strike my face." A scream echoed throughout Raftel. Chapter 26, The Salvager, heading to Gaiahe. "Fuling, we have unearthed a trove of treasures." Luffy shouted exuberantly, while Nami, trailing behind, bellowed, "They are merely worthless jars and bottles. Do not bring them back on board." Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji emptied the packages they carried. Confirming Nami's assertion, they contained nothing but some jars, worn swords, and a contraption resembling a small boat. "This vessel is completely stripped bare," Sanji remarked, chewing on a cigarette. "Is this all? No navigational logs?" The group lamented. "None," they replied in unison. "This poses a predicament." Suddenly, a raucous blend of drums and gongs resonated from the sea, growing progressively louder. The group stood in silence as a grand vessel adorned with colossal bananas and a monkey wielding a gong at its bow gradually approached and came to a halt. "That ship appears delectable," Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What could be inside? Monkeys? Gorillas? Humans? Is this where the shipwreck lies?" A wild voice emanated from the banana boat. A chorus of voices responded, "Yes. Director, that vessel is right behind you." "Director? Are they truly addressing me?" A humanoid dressed in yellow garments bellowed, turning to see the dilapidated ship resting on the icy sea, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Why has the sea frozen solid?" The humanoid, noticing Luffy and the others who had been silently observing, shouted, "Hey, you there on the ship? What is happening? This is my territory." "Indeed, it is a humanoid," Luffy remarked, blinking in surprise, while the others nodded in agreement. Instantly, the humanoid forgot his original intent upon hearing Luffy's words, joyfully pointing to his face and grinning from ear to ear. "Hey, do I truly resemble a monkey?" "Yes, you are indeed quite monkey-like," Luffy nodded, adding, "and the more I look, the more you resemble a humanoid." "Ahaha, spare me further compliments." The humanoid laughed heartily. Listening to the exchange between their captain and the monkey, Sanji felt embarrassed. "What language are you two speaking?" Zoro closed his eyes, responding calmly. "This is likely termed birds of a feather flock together." Upon beholding the scrap metal scattered across the Mary's deck, the humanoid exploded in fury, eyes wide as he shouted, "What is the meaning of your ship's contents? Did you pilfer them from that vessel?" "Indeed," Luffy replied nonchalantly, sensing the impending threat. Fuling discreetly melted the ice covering the sea to facilitate the Mary's departure. Robin maintained a serene smile, her calm demeanor concealing her true intentions. "Well, Director, the ice has melted." The crew aboard the banana boat yelled, and upon witnessing the slowly sinking ship, they cried out, "Director, the ship is going under. Do not fret. They must have concealed some treasures." The humanoid commanded the banana boat to approach closer, then leaped onto the ship, frenziedly yelling, "How dare you steal treasures on my territory? Do not think you can escape." With a sense of resignation, Furine spread her hands and remarked that the so-called treasure was, as they had just witnessed, nothing hidden at all. Just as the two were on the verge of an argument, the sky suddenly darkened. Usopp approached Furine and quietly inquired, "Did you do this?" He now regarded her with a sense of limitless potential. "I do possess that ability, yet I would never employ it so frivolously. There is no reason for me to turn day into night, and such an act would be quite exhausting," Furine replied, cautiously surveying her surroundings. While she could summon storms and thunder, altering light and darkness was distinctly different. Transforming day into night and vice versa would deplete 1/3 of her light and dark energy. As they gazed into the distance, their eyes widened in horror, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound, their faces as pale as if they had seen a ghost. The perplexed ape turned around and instantly mirrored the astonishment of the others, while Furine remained composed. In the dim, gray horizon stood 3 silhouettes, towering far above giants, resembling humanoid figures, clutching spear-like weapons and adorned with wings. In the stillness of the scene, it seemed even the waves held their breath. The terrified onlookers, drenched in cold sweat, stared as those shadows slowly raised their spears, then thrust them downward. Ah, monsters! Furine had not finished her sentence when the others erupted in screams. Everyone aboard the Mary was frantically rowing, wishing they could grow additional arms. And the ship darted away like an arrow. Upon breaking free from the darkness and finding light, they gathered in a circle, slightly panting, attempting to regain their composure. How could anything be that colossal? Usopp trembled. Sanji lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before slowly stating, in this wretched place known as the Grand Line. Anything bizarre is possible. Just consider today. First, a gigantic sailboat fell from the sky. Zoro began to elaborate. And then there were human bones, Usopp recalled, still haunted by the skeleton that had terrified him. The log pointer continued to fixate on the sky without budging. Nami clutched herself, gazing vacantly ahead. Next, the peculiar ape attempted to salvage the ship. Zoro tightened his grip on his 3 swords, striving to calm his racing heart. It has grown dark, Robin said softly. Her eyes shut. Chopper nodded mechanically. Lastly, there appeared a monstrous creature several times larger than a giant. Luffy exclaimed. The ape nodded and remarked. Even my fur stood on end at the sight. Initially, the crew did not find anything amiss with the ape's voice, but after several seconds, they turned in astonishment to discover that the ape was indeed aboard the Mary. Get out of here. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji swiftly coordinated to kick it away. However, that creature was genuinely enormous, Chopper murmured. Usopp, gazing upward, slowly said, Chopper, if I were to get serious, I could defeat even that kind of thing. Really? Chopper's face lit up with admiration. I once took down 10 of them, Usopp claimed nonchalantly. 10. After Sanji presented a platter of desserts, Usopp's bravado faded. For filling their stomachs took precedence, especially after their recent encounter. Look at how frightened you all are. Those were merely the shadows of Sky Island inhabitants. Furine said with a hint of exasperation. Usopp's disbelief was evident. Where could such large shadows come from? The others echoed his skepticism. Nami interjected. They were just about to stab us with spears. Those were indeed shadows. To put it simply, it was merely sunlight casting upon the inhabitants of Sky Island. And at that moment, thick fog caused the shadows to project onto it, akin to a shadow puppet show, Furine explained. To illustrate her point, she produced a whiteboard and positioned herself beside it, allowing sunlight to illuminate her hand as she conjured shadows of birds, snakes, rabbits, and numerous other creatures. How delightful! Luffy and Chopper were instantly captivated by the display, with Chopper urging Furine to teach him, though she obstinately refused, not due to unwillingness, but rather because Chopper lacked hands. Luffy managed to create a variety of shadows, albeit in peculiar forms. Sanji remained unconvinced, but they also had wings. Feline, it is not surprising that the inhabitants of the Sky Islands possess wings. Moreover, I do not perceive any signs of vitality emanating from those entities. They can only be mere shadows. Meanwhile, Luffy is captivated by Feline's words, wondering what delightful wonders lie ahead. Vitality? What could that possibly be? Feline, I've told you. But you wouldn't understand. Never mind, Robin, what did that monkey have just now? Hee, you truly cannot be deceived. With a gentle chuckle, Robin tossed a permanent pointer to Nami, a fascinating item I pilfered from that gorilla's ship. Ah, you know me best, Nami exclaimed, receiving it and setting aside her dessert, gazing at the permanent pointer with emotion. Gaia, is that our base? Gaia, are we headed there next? Upon hearing of a new destination, Luffy immediately leaned in to inquire. Shouldn't it be you who decides where to go? You idiot, Nami shouted with sharp indignation. All right, full speed ahead, Luffy declared loudly after swallowing his dessert. The crew looked at their captain in puzzlement, unsure of his intentions. Feline calmly interjected, Captain, which direction? Oh right, Nami, which way is it? A weary voice from a certain navigator chimed in. To the starboard. Very well. Starboard. Full speed ahead to Gaia. However, if we go to Gaia, won't our records be wiped clean? Usopp suddenly recalled this detail, meaning we would be unable to reach Sky Island, right? As long as the records haven't reached their limit, the pointer to Sky Island should remain unchanged. It would be prudent to inquire when the records will be full before proceeding, otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to reach Sky Island. Feline smiled as she spoke. All right, I understand. Luffy continued to point ahead, declaring, let's feast in the land of meat, Gaia, and then we'll head to Sky Island. Nami's temples throbbed with irritation. Before she disheartenedly remarked, who told you to indulge in such daydreams? The Mary gradually approached Gaia, where houses were neatly arranged, accompanied by numerous coconut trees. This island looks splendid. It truly evokes a desire for relaxation. Furin, do exercise caution. This place is quite chaotic. The harbor is filled with formidable pirate ships, each boasting their might and ferocity. The town on the western side of Gaia Island exists beyond the government's jurisdiction, serving as a battleground for lawless individuals. Upon noticing that Luffy and Zoro intended to disembark to explore, Nami quickly interjected, "Wait, I must keep a close watch on you both." "Huh? We are here to store the navigational records for our journey to Skypiea. You must not cause any trouble or engage in fights here. I will be watching over you." With that, Nami followed Luffy and Zoro as they ventured forth. As they departed, Furin leaped off the ship, informing Chopper that they were going to take a breather. Sanji poked his head out from the cabin, exclaiming, "What? Nami-san and Robin-chan have left? No way, I must go and see for myself." Upon hearing this, Usopp and Chopper were immediately alarmed. "You must not go." "Huh?" Chopper and Usopp each grabbed one of Sanji's legs, tears in their eyes as they pleaded. "If you leave and this ship comes under attack, what will we do? Please don't abandon us." Sanji, feeling helpless, replied, all right, just let go. By the way, where is Furin-chan?" "Oh, it seems she has also left. In a certain forest on Gaia Island." "Ah, the forest is indeed more comfortable. Perhaps I shall simply take a nap here." Fuline retrieved her communicator and inquired, "Hello, Xingyao. What did you say?" Flynn was in a state of panic. "You mentioned that Blackbeard and his pirate crew are on the same island as us in the Gaia Larfudru Starshine?" "Indeed," you replied. "You suggested that I keep an eye on Ace's movements, yet he seems to be in the company of Buggy the Clown, engaging in a lively conversation. I cannot be bothered with that. On a whim, I decided to check on Blackbeard's situation, only to discover that you and they are on the same island." "Will you confront him?" "Fulin, you speak so lightly. He is. How could I possibly resolve this?" "Xingyao, are you not capable of sealing the powers of the dark fruit?" "Fulin, indeed. However, my current strength is only at the 4th tier, and I can seal him for a maximum of 3 days. Who knows when they will cross paths?" "Xingyao, what shall we do then?" "Fulin, you inquire how I would know. Never mind. Continue to observe him, and I shall devise a solution for the rest. By the way, could you possibly return for a while, or do you have any medicinal supplies that Bai Mu could bring over?" Upon mentioning this, Xingyao's tone grew decidedly frosty. "Huh? Isn't Sister Lemay present? Why seek me out? Has Sister Lemay sustained an injury?" Fulin, too, sensed Xingyao's displeasure. "I have sought her out. It was of no avail. Have you angered her?" "No. It was Wu Jin who has incensed us all. He is currently nursing a battered visage, having been dealt the most severe blows by Lemay. I merely ensured he could not escape. That rascal Wu Jin even claimed I am the weakest among us. Were it not for my compassion, I would not have considered requesting your assistance, humph." With that, the communication was abruptly severed. Fulin, she seems to have grasped something. "Master, shall we have Bai Mu deliver something back?" Bai Mu floated out from the spatial artifact. "No need, right? Although I am not one to crave competition. It does irk me to be deemed insignificant. Bai Mu, do not mind him. A few days of discomfort will pass. What matters most now is what Blackbeard intends to do in this place." Subsequently, Fulin activated her observation haki to sense the situation. "This is bad, Luffy, Bai Mu. We must go." Chapter 27. The Struggle of Light and Darkness, Confronting Blackbeard. When Furline arrived, she observed Nami and the others engaged in conversation with a burly man who was leisurely devouring a cherry pie in the middle of the road. "Sky Island truly exists," the man suddenly exclaimed, taking a few hearty bites of his pie before bursting into laughter. "This cherry pie is simply delightful." Startled by his voice, Nami turned her head in surprise, setting Luffy and Zoro down. "You, just now. What are you so angry about, sister?" It was evident that those two won that scuffle. Luffy and Zoro, who had been lying on the ground, silently rose and brushed off the dirt from their clothes, then quietly regarded the robust man. "What those fellows refer to as the new era is nothing but nonsense," the man declared, clenching his fists. "What do you mean the era of pirates seeking treasure has come to an end? Haha, a person's dreams never cease." Luffy and his companions merely listened in silence as the surrounding pedestrians erupted into laughter, deriding the man. "Transcending the ordinary mindset is no trivial task," he continued, his laughter echoing. "Let them laugh if they wish. Those who have truly mastered their craft know that a fight does not always require fists, right? Haha." After a moment of jovial laughter, The man turned to grab his cherry pie and casually waved behind him. Wishing you all a safe journey to Sky Island. Ha ha. Wait. Fräulein exclaimed, noticing Blackbeard was about to leave. Luffy, what brings you here? Fräulein asked, glancing at Luffy's injuries. She frowned slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Luffy, given your condition, you should first seek Chopper's treatment. I have a matter to discuss with this gentleman. Oh, I see, Luffy replied. Fräulein, you may return first. Nami, all right. Zoro, Luffy, let us depart. After witnessing Luffy and the others drift away, Fräulein turned to the man and said, Sir, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Might we find a more suitable place? Blackbeard chuckled. Ha ha ha. Young lady, it appears we are not acquainted, are we? I wonder what business you have with me. Furin smirked coldly. Is it not possible to discuss matters elsewhere? I fear this place is not suitable. Blackbeard replied, Very well. Young lady, follow me. As Blackbeard turned away, Furin's expression darkened. Even if I cannot kill him, I must at least inflict serious injury. This will grant Ace some respite. Upon arriving at a secluded location, Blackbeard inquired, What is it that you wish to discuss, young lady? Fräulein, it is as follows. I have always relished the challenge of formidable opponents. I find you to be exceptionally strong and wish to engage in a friendly spar. Earlier, there were too many onlookers, and I feared that it might lead to unfounded gossip, portraying you as someone who bullies a young girl. Now that we are alone, we can spar without reservations. Blackbeard laughed even more heartily than before. Ha, young lady, you would do well to seek out another challenger. You stand no chance against me. Fräulein, how can one know without attempting? Moreover, one must not be overly arrogant. The holy light arrow, aimed at Fräulein, was poised to strike first. She hovered gracefully in midair, channeling the essence of light to form a bow and 3 arrows, all released simultaneously towards Blackbeard. Although Blackbeard was somewhat taken aback by Fräulein's abilities, he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. Fräulein sensed a formidable attraction approaching her. She understood that it would be wise to keep a safe distance from the dark fruit. Furin appeared atop the rooftop as 3 arrows were drawn into the black hole. The dark figure, Blackbeard, smugly proclaimed, Little girl, darkness embodies gravity. It possesses the power to attract all. Even light itself cannot escape the allure of the void. Is that so? Furin replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In this world, nothing is absolute. Even if your darkness can draw in power, there are always limits. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from within the black hole, and the 3 arrows of light surged forth, breaking free from the gravitational pull. Blackbeard, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, was left astonished. The arrows did not vanish but circled back, targeting him anew. Caught off guard by his own shock, he failed to react in time and was struck by all 3 arrows, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Furin remarked, Darkness is not omnipotent. It can indeed absorb the essence of light. However, you seem to forget that this occurs only when the power of darkness surpasses that of light. When the light's strength exceeds that of darkness, it can pierce through the shadows. In a certain sense, they are equal. Blackbeard rose once more, exclaiming, Ha ha, little girl. I find myself rather fond of you now. How about joining my pirate crew? Fräulein scoffed, I sincerely apologize, but I harbor a distaste for traitors, particularly those who have grown too old. To put it bluntly, I have never regarded you with any esteem. Blackbeard ceased his laughter, his expression turning rather grim. How unfortunate, he retorted. A thick plume of smoke began to emanate from beneath Blackbeard's feet, spreading across the ground in all directions like a dark halo. It moved with an eerie grace, shrouding everything in its path in a veil of obscurity, consuming even the light itself. The sensation was akin to the sudden emergence of an unfathomable abyss, where darkness reigned supreme, seemingly eager to swallow anything that ventured too close. In an instant, the inky fog that had spread from Blackbeard's feet enveloped the entire town, swirling ominously across the ground with an unsettling rhythm. Little girl, perhaps it is time to concede. He taunted. Impressive, indeed. I underestimated the pull of the dark fruit. Yet, as the darkness danced around her, a radiant light began to emanate from Fräulein, enveloping the earth in a pure, white glow that dispelled the surrounding shadows. Under Blackbeard's astonished gaze, the holy light surged forth, unleashing a divine arrow of retribution. Fräulein once again released 3 arrows, which converged into a singular long arrow, piercing the abdomen of Blackbeard. Gravely injured, he could no longer rise. The captain, noticing someone approaching from a distance, Fräulein addressed the fallen Blackbeard, stating, to be candid, My engagement in battle with you was merely to alleviate the burdens of a son of an old acquaintance. He bears the bloodline of a king, yet lacks the essence to reign. However, your unworthiness surpasses his. Your fate is preordained to be one of failure. Your arrogance, your hubris, and your delusion that possessing the powers of the dark fruit renders you invincible is laughable. You presume there is no one in this world who can rival you. Yet even in an era devoid of Whitebeard, you shall never be its sovereign. The true ruler of the seas will not be you, for you fall woefully short. With that, she departed without a backward glance. She had left a trace of her holy light within Blackbeard. Did he not believe that with the dark fruit he was invincible? Let him now experience the burdens it bestows. As for the remainder, it was up to Ace. She could assist no further. Chapter 28. The Emergence of Kindred Souls, Uncle Chestnut. Feline returned to the harbor, where Nami waved her hand and called out, "Feline, you're back. Hurry over, Robin has discovered the way to the Sky Island." Furin leaped onto the ship, exclaiming, "Is it true?" Robin tossed the map to Nami, adding, "The specifics remain debatable, but I have learned of an individual. This is a map of Gaia Island. The small town on the left is our current location. Magic Valley Town. Across from us, do you see the mark X? It is said that an old man, exiled from Gaia, resides there. His name is Wunblin Kurik." Exiled? Nami and Usopp, who had approached curiously, inquired. "He is a dreamer. Perhaps you two share a kindred spirit?" Robin said with an elegant smile. "Shall we pay him a visit?" Furin asked. "Yes," Luffy replied, brimming with excitement. "Let us set sail." As the Merry left Magic Valley Town, they spotted a colossal vessel resembling a giant ape. A massive tree adorned the ship, and a gigantic monkey face was painted on its sails. Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper stood near the figurehead, while the others lingered near the mast. "Did we really encounter something so peculiar right after setting sail?" Luffy remarked, noticing Usopp cowering behind Sanji. "Don't worry, Usopp, it doesn't seem to be that creature. Let us not speak too soon, your sense of security is questionable," Sanji said, hands tucked in his pockets. "Moreover, it appears he has spotted us." "Indeed, and that self-proclaimed Salvage King Monkey is also a resident of this island," Chopper said, gripping Usopp's pant leg in fear. "We just happened to see him return." "Is that so? I wouldn't mind encountering that fellow again," Luffy stated nonchalantly. Hey, little brothers, what are you chattering about on that ship?" A green-clad, 3-meter-tall gorilla with a rotund face bellowed from the large ship. "I thought you were someone important. And you made me anxious for nothing." Luffy, intrigued by the gorilla's distinctive face, inquired, "What kind are you?" "Of course, I'm human," the gorilla retorted indignantly. As a crew member in a black diving suit shouted, "You are utterly disrespectful. Do you not recognize the gorilla pirate crew, led by the undersea exploration king gorilla? You best not provoke our captain. Listen well. If you dare to trespass through the tunnel formed by my fury, you will be met with a sea of blood," the gorilla declared menacingly. Disregarding the threat, Luffy responded, "Say what you will. We are setting sail now, so kindly step aside. You're utterly audacious. This stretch of sea is under my dominion," the gorilla roared. "If you wish to pass through here, you must pay a toll." "Dominion," Usopp whispered to Chopper. "Doesn't that sound remarkably like what the ape said?" "What? Ape?" The gorilla, overhearing Usopp, shouted. "What are you saying about an ape?" "Oh, it's nothing. We merely sent him flying," Luffy replied candidly. "But he seems to be doing just fine now." "What? You sent him flying? How dare you treat my brother that way? An enemy of the ape is my enemy." The gorilla, seemingly oblivious to Luffy's latter statement, pulled out a microphone and bellowed, "Destructive sound wave." "Ah!" Luffy gasped as he observed the gorilla's ship disintegrating under the sonic assault, planks flying everywhere. "Hey, can someone explain what they are doing?" Sanji asked, bewildered. "Who knows? But that sound is truly impressive," Luffy remarked, watching the shattered planks in awe, astonished by their destructive capacity. Furin also covered her ears, overwhelmed by the cacophony. If she could manipulate space, she would be able to isolate the sound waves. With this thought in mind, Furin waved her hand, and a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everyone's vision. Feeling urged, "Now is the time, quickly depart." With her assistance, the group swiftly escaped from the magical sound while the gorilla remained oblivious. "Curse it! That gorilla's roar has left the ship in even worse condition," Usopp lamented as he hammered wooden planks into place. Sanji glanced at the dilapidated Going Merry, then at Usopp's so-called repairs. The vessel was in such a state of disrepair that continuing their voyage could pose serious risks. "Perhaps we should consider acquiring a new ship?" "What did you say?" "Unconscionable," Usopp retorted angrily, turning to Sanji. Yet, Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the ship was indeed falling apart and in dire need of replacement. Even Zaro, who was assisting with the repairs, concurred. How can you say such a thing too? Usopp shouted, his irritation palpable. Chopper, who was playfully passing planks, imitated Usopp's outburst. Heartless fiend. I know, Usopp. Luffy chimed in from the ship's railing, where he was also laboring on repairs. Complaining won't help. The Going Merry is an important companion to us, and we must do our utmost to restore her. Usopp was visibly moved, tears brimming in his eyes. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Luffy struck the nails too forcefully, creating a large hole in the ship's side. You idiot. Usopp exploded. Are you trying to repair it or destroy it? No. I truly wish to fix it, Luffy insisted, only to inadvertently create another gaping hole. Ah, it's broken again. While the group continued to deliberate about replacing the ship, Fulian wore a slight smile, as if she had sensed something amiss. The Going Merry arrived at the location marked on the map, the residence of the dreamer, Womber and Kulik. From the front, it appeared to be an extravagant castle, towering at 10 meters. Wow, is that grand house really his home? Luffy exclaimed. It looks just like a palace. Is this Womber and Kulik fellow a millionaire? Usopp marveled. Please, take a closer look. Fulian leaned against the railing, her expression one of embarrassment. Whether he is a dreamer is uncertain, Sanji remarked nonchalantly, but he certainly seems to be vain, completely oblivious to their discussion. Luffy leapt ashore and rushed to inspect the rear of the house, only to be met with disappointment. What the? It's just a wooden board. As the ship docked, Usopp and Chopper also grasped the true nature of the castle. What? The actual house was only half as tall. While Zoro assessed the wooden board, noting that the rest was merely plywood. What kind of delusion led to his exile? Nami questioned Robin, her brow furrowed in confusion. I'm not entirely sure, Robin replied coolly, leaning on the railing, but it seems he claimed that this island, Gaia, is buried with heaps of gold. Gold? Nami's eyes sparkled with the prospect, and she quickly dragged Chopper to the shore, shouting, Chopper, dig here, there's gold. Can we just dig anywhere? Chopper, transformed into his reindeer form, began to burrow into the earth with his antlers. The crew aboard the ship exchanged glances, utterly speechless. If it were that easy to find, this place would be swarming with people. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, Robin remarked. Then I shall remain aboard with the vice captain. Before she could finish, Luffy had already barged through the door of the house. Fool. What if a fierce and terrifying creature resides within? Usopp followed closely, anxiety evident in his voice. Once everyone had wandered off, Robin curiously inquired, So, what are you planning to do? Fulian smiled and said, I don't have any particular intention. I simply feel the presence of a kindred spirit aboard this vessel. Flynn floated in midair, her body radiating a verdant glow. The essence of all living things, the pulse of life, was enveloped by the emerald light that cloaked the entire ship. Flynn sensed all the life forms aboard. However, she discovered that apart from Robin and a few potted plants, no other beings resided on the vessel. Gradually descending, Flynn pondered, how peculiar. Could I have misinterpreted the sensations? Regardless, I shall not dwell on it. Approaching Robin, she remarked. It seems I was overthinking. Could you please keep an eye on the ship? Certainly, Robin replied with a smile. After Flynn departed, a small shadow emerged from within the keel of the Mary. The shadow caressed the ship as planks and murmured, how fortunate she is, a rare nature spirit, blessed by the very essence of nature upon her birth, capable of traversing any realm, imperishable. As long as she exists, I too shall endure. If she perishes, so too shall I. Oh, how I long to be with them forever. What am I to do, Mary? Meanwhile, Nami discovered an old book while perched on a wooden stump in front of the house. Ah, a picture book? She mused. It appears ancient, perhaps from long ago. The title read The Great Liar Rolando. The Great Liar Rolando? Sanji exclaimed in surprise. I never expected to hear that name in the Grand Line. Are you familiar with this book, Sanji? Nami inquired, glancing at the cover. It states that it was published in the North Sea. Indeed, I was born in the North Sea. Did I not mention this to you? You hail from the North Sea? Nami asked curiously. I always assumed you were from the East Sea. What are you discussing? Flynn inquired as she joined them. Oh, we were just looking at this intriguing book. Would you care to share, Nami? Very well, Nami agreed, opening the book. Long ago, approximately 400 years in the past, in a certain country of the North Sea, there lived a man named Onebland Rolando. Rolando was an adventurer who spun his tales of perilous exploits in an exaggerated manner, leaving the villagers in awe, unsure of the veracity of his claims. Pausing, Nami glanced at Usopp, who was attentively listening to the story. Upon returning from one of his journeys, Rolando reported to the king that he had discovered mountains of gold on an island in the Grand Line. The courageous king, eager to ascertain the truth, led 2,000 soldiers to the Grand Line. After enduring numerous hardships, only the king, Rolando, and 100 soldiers reached the fabled island. However, they found naught but a barren forest. Consequently, Rolando was sentenced to death for deceiving the king, and his final words were, "I now understand. The mountains of gold have sunk to the depths of the sea." No one believed Rolando thereafter, and he continued to weave tales to the end of his days. The fairy tale of the North Sea, the great liar Rolando. Nami sighed deeply, closing the book and gazing at Usopp. She solemnly remarked, "To perish without ever becoming a brave warrior of the sea." Suddenly, Usopp, who had been engrossed in the story, exclaimed, "Don't look at me while saying that. And please refrain from adding your commentary." Suddenly, a splashing sound emanated from the shore. Flynn, exasperated, used a vine to pull 2 individuals from the sea. "What a hassle. How did you end up in the water? And who is this man?" Aside from Luffy, Flynn had also fished out a nearly 3-meter-tall man wearing a small, chestnut-shaped hat. The man glared at the people on shore. "What audacity! How dare you intrude upon my territory? This sea belongs to me." "Territory?" Usopp echoed, perplexed by the familiar term, while Sanji charged forward. "Are you after gold? You shall perish." The man, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, rushed towards Sanji, and a fierce exchange of blows ensued. Suddenly, the man drew a gun and aimed at the close Sanji, who narrowly evaded the shot. "Sanji, Nami, Usopp," and Chopper shouted in concern. "I'm fine," Sanji called back, dodging the bullets. Suddenly, the man's hand trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper exchanged glances, then looked at the relieved Sanji, uncertain of what had transpired. In a simple room furnished with only the bare essentials, Chopper had opened the windows and door for ventilation at the request of his companions. "What is wrong with that man?" Luffy inquired curiously. "He has succumbed to decompression sickness," Chopper explained earnestly, applying an ice towel to the unconscious man. Typically, decompression sickness shouldn't become a chronic issue. When ascending from the depths, inadequate decompression causes nitrogen, which was dissolved in the blood, to form bubbles that expand within and outside blood vessels, potentially causing damage to blood flow or muscle joints. Luffy, utterly bewildered, ceased to follow Chopper's detailed analysis and leaned against the window, reflecting on the scenery outside. In summary, it's just a bizarre situation, right? This man must have died again before the bubbles could dissipate, straining himself daily, leading to this illness. Decompression sickness, depending on the circumstances, can indeed be fatal. Chopper concluded with solemnity. Fu Lin glanced outside the door and then at the photograph hanging on the wall, only to discover that it featured the elderly man alongside a gorilla and an orangutan. What is their connection? A loud sound of running echoed from outside, and moments later, 2 enormous heads squeezed into the doorway, bellowing, "Dad, are you all right?" Upon realizing that it was Usopp and Chopper, the gorilla and orangutan, they immediately panicked and scurried around the room, fearing that intruders had come to end their lives. Observing Luffy and the others inside, the gorilla shouted, "What are you doing here?" The orangutan followed suit, demanding, "What have you done to our father?" The only one who could communicate with them effectively, Luffy calmly replied, "Can't you see? We are taking care of this sick old man. Now, step aside." Upon hearing this, Usopp abruptly halted his frantic movements and exclaimed, "You fool. Do you think they can understand you? They are wild animals." The gorilla and orangutan paused for a moment, then were visibly moved to tears, touched by Luffy's words. Zoro, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, observed the 2 creatures obediently retreating, then glanced at Luffy, realizing that like attracts like. Apart from Luffy and the unconscious old man, the others nodded in agreement. Outside, Luffy was engaging in loud banter with the gorilla and orangutan, while the old man, now awake, sat quietly on the bed, smoking a cigarette. Sanji was seated at the modest table in the old man's home, while Fu Lin flipped through a storybook. Zoro leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, and Nami and Usopp stood not far from the bed, while Chopper had just stepped outside to call Luffy back in. "Hey, old man, I have something to ask you," Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he dashed inside. Uncle Kulik took a drag from his cigarette before responding. "I apologize for the trouble. I thought you were just foolish treasure hunters in search of gold." "Gold? Does Uncle really have gold?" Nami, with her keen perception, immediately lit up at the mention of gold. "Well then," Uncle Kulik said slowly, cigarette in hand, "what is it you wish to inquire about?" "Uncle, Luffy asked excitedly. We really want to go to Sky Island. Can you tell us how to get there? Sky Island. Uncle Kulik merely cast a fleeting glance at Luffy before bursting into laughter. Huh? You truly believe in the existence of Sky Island? Detecting the derision in his laughter, Nami clenched her fists, ready to confront him, but was firmly restrained by Chopper and Usopp, who urged, Nami, calm down. He is a patient. But Fuline said she has been to many Sky Islands. Luffy insisted, unwavering in his belief that Fuline would not deceive him. Oh, hearing this, the old man was taken aback, turning to look at the girl flipping through the storybook beside him. Fuline nonchalantly remarked, not only have I visited the Sky Island, but I have also explored the Undersea Dragon Palace. The Undersea Dragon Palace? Others found it utterly astonishing. Usopp chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, Fuline, you can't possibly be boasting. Can you? Fuline, I assure you, this is an essential path for you, and I am well aware of how to reach it. Luffy, with stars in his eyes, exclaimed, Is that true, Fuline? When shall we embark? It's still quite early for that. The distance is vast. For now, we should first head to Sky Island, she replied. Observing Fuline's calm demeanor, Kulik lowered his head, taking a drag from his cigarette, and remarked, I cannot say whether Sky Island truly exists. But one person has always believed in it, a man who became a legendary figure known as the Great Liar. Those from the North Sea must have heard of him, Great Liar Rolando. Speaking of which, I recall that Rolando's surname was Montblanc, just like that of our uncle. Sanji suddenly interjected, Could it be that you are a descendant of that Rolando? The uncle merely snorted, He is my distant ancestor, many generations removed. It is quite unfortunate. Our bloodline is so diluted that it resembles the amount a mosquito could suck. The Montblanc family was exiled by our homeland and has since lived in anonymity, enduring the incessant scorn of the world. Yet, no one in my family has ever harbored hatred toward that man, for Rolando was a man of integrity, unlike any other. Everyone in the room paused for a moment, and Nami exclaimed in surprise, But, in the illustrated book, it says that before his death, Rolando uttered a final statement. I understand now. The mountains of gold have sunk into the sea. However, in truth, he died with tears streaming down his face, filled with resentment. For he believed until his last breath that the island of Gaia he took the king to was the very island of gold he had previously reached. He could not convince himself that it was merely a figment of his imagination, though he claimed that geological shifts caused the gold to submerge. Anyone who heard it would perceive it as a futile attempt to absolve himself. Ultimately, amidst the mockery of the crowd, Rolando was executed in public, leaving an indelible stain on the legacy of his descendants. So, Uncle, is your quest to uncover the treasures of the sea a means to cleanse the Montblanc family's name? Usopp exclaimed with fervor. What nonsense! The uncle slammed his fist on the table, his anger palpable. No matter how honest or upright that ancestor may have been, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I share a modicum of blood relation, I am subjected to scorn from strangers. Do you know what that feels like? Over the span of 400 years, many have ventured forth to clear our name, yet all have vanished without a trace. I have always considered this lineage a source of shame, which is why I left home and became a pirate. Unknowingly, I became the captain of a pirate crew. However, 10 years ago, by chance, I arrived at Gaia, the very island that Rolando described. In that moment, I grasped that this was my destiny. My companions, unable to comprehend my actions, abandoned me, leaving me alone. To find it would be my fortune, to lose it, my fate. My pursuit of gold is not to vindicate Rolando, but a duel with the man who has disrupted my life, hoping to uncover the truth in my lifetime. And what of the monkey men? Why are they here? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Usopp, already moved to tears, choked out. There must be a touching story behind it. They are fans of the comic. 5 or 6 years ago, they suddenly approached me, insisting on becoming my underlings. Just like that? Usopp, having fallen from a heartwarming tale to the reality of the situation, still bore tears that could no longer flow. They, too, believe that Rolando's gold truly exists. The waters here are deep and cold, and I have spent countless days diving alone in that frigid sea until they barged into my life, stubbornly demanding to be my subordinates, causing a ruckus before me. Those two foolish idiots, but truth be told, they saved me. Do you understand? I do. Usopp began to wipe his tears, moved by the sentiment. Like-minded friends are the greatest source of support. Yet, what I seek to know is not the story of the monkey men. Luffy broke the emotional atmosphere, loudly addressing Uncle Kulik. What I want to know is how to get to Sky Island. Ha ha ha, just an impatient fellow. Did I not just mention that the one who can vouch for Sky Island is that great liar Rolando? Once you become entangled with him, you will become a laughingstock just like me, the uncle replied, retrieving an old book from the shelf and flipping through its pages before tossing it to Nami. This is the navigation log of Mont Blanc Rolando. Read the contents of that page aloud. Year 1120 of the sea calendar, June 21st, clear weather. Departed from the bustling town of Villa, following the recorded pointers, the ship set sail directly east from the harbor. Today, I purchased a peculiar item from a passing merchant ship, a small, single-person vessel called Waiba, resembling a snowboard. It can ride the waves even on windless days. It is truly a marvelous little boat. However, its power source seems to be exclusive to Sky Island. I hear there are many such peculiar items in the heavens. Speaking of Sky Island, I cannot forget the lively skyfish my explorer friends once showed me. They are indeed wondrous creatures, leaving me astonished. Although that area remains unknown waters for our ship, as a sailor, I truly hope to one day venture into the sky and broaden my horizons. Mont Blanc Rolando. Fuline. What are Waiba and skyfish? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper asked curiously. In simple terms, it is a type of yacht capable of sailing through the sky. Albeit with a rather unique power source, shells serve as energy. Sky Island differs from our realm. They utilize a substance known as shells. Different shells possess different capabilities, and the inhabitants of Sky Island harness them as energy or weaponry. The one I previously demonstrated to you is one such shell, known as Sound Shell. Speaking of this, Fuline felt a chill, wondering how her brother Wujin is faring now. As for the skyfish, they are quite delicious when steamed, if given the chance. I would love to savor them once more. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew surrounded Fuline, bombarding her with questions. Luffy continuously inquired about the delectable offerings on Sky Island, while Sanji expressed keen interest in the sky fish, insisting that Fuline illustrate all the ingredients she had encountered there. Usopp and Chopper tugged at Fuline, asking her about any exciting happenings on Sky Island. Zoro questioned her regarding the prowess of its inhabitants. Nami asked if it was hot up there, while the uncle seemed to have wandered outside at some point. Old man, are you feeling any better? The monkey man asked. Kulik waved his hand dismissively. I ask you too, what do you think of those fellows? Why do you ask? The monkey man replied, perplexed. Because it seems they are genuinely intent on reaching Sky Island. Kulik's words left the monkey and the other man in stunned silence. Sky Island? The only way is that. The monkey man pondered. But those fellows are bound to meet their demise. The other man stated gravely. Thus, let us lend them our assistance. Chapter 30. The Ascending Sea Current. Preparations for departure. What? Riding the sea current into the air? Won't the ship fall into the ocean? Generally, yes. As long as you seize the moment. However, whether the situation will unfold as I described, being thrust upward by the sea current, is not as simple as you envision an idyllic journey through the skies. The uncle spoke solemnly. That is why I advised you to brace yourselves mentally. Usopp was rendered speechless by fear, while Nami inquired curiously, what principle allows that current to surge into the sky? We have never heard of such a phenomenon before. The nature of that monstrous current remains undefined, as no fool would risk their life to investigate such a matter. However, there exists a vague definition. There lies a cavern deeper than the ocean floor in that area, where the frigid seawater flows into the abyss, generating immense steam pressure due to the geothermal heat beneath, resulting in an underwater eruption powerful enough to propel the water upward, thus creating the spectacular skyward current. This surge lasts for approximately 1 minute. The elder continued his explanation. The eruption occurs at varying locations, with a frequency of 5 times a month. Usopp trembled as he stood, his face pale with fear. Will we be shattered to pieces if we fall? Who knows? The elder replied coolly, turning away. Attempting to explain such a magnificent natural phenomenon with words or logic is utterly foolish. Are you implying that even if we successfully ride that current, there is no guarantee we'll reach Sky Island? Usopp's hope for reaching Sky Island had dwindled, and he questioned in fear. Indeed, failure could mean death. In the high altitude, nothing would catch the ship. If we fall from the sky into the sea, we would all meet our demise at the ocean's depths. All right, everyone, abandon hope for Sky Island. It's simply too far-fetched. Moreover, our beloved Going Merry is in such a pitiful state. If it encounters any significant disaster, it certainly won't withstand it. Usopp continued to urge the captain, who was still laughing with excitement. Unless you are the luckiest of the lucky, there is no point in going. Ha ha ha. Luffy chuckled, undeterred. It's fine, let us go. Usopp instantly deflated. Indeed, given the condition of their ship, It could very well disintegrate at the moment the water erupts. The elder had briefly instilled hope in Usopp, only to bring him back to reality with his next words. However, you need not worry about that. The monkeys will accompany you on your voyage for protection. And of course, reinforcing the ship beforehand is essential. Oh, the monkeys squeezed their substantial bodies through the window and waved their hands excitedly, exclaiming, "Leave this matter to us. We'll handle everything." Luffy waved back enthusiastically. "Ferlin, what are you doing?" Ferlin, with eyes closed and head bowed, seemed to be sensing something. After a moment, she opened her eyes, looked up, and smiled. "The next current will erupt tomorrow at noon. We have about a day left. After this time, the recording pointer will be altered, so if you plan to go, make preparations swiftly." "How do you know this?" Kurok was astonished. Fulin did not respond to Kulik's inquiry. "If possible, I could amplify the power of the current, thereby increasing the likelihood of soaring into the sky, provided that the Mary would not be destroyed in the process." With that said, he suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider our journey." "No, I must go," Luffy declared with unwavering determination. Observing Luffy's resolute spirit, Kulik felt a sense of nostalgia and remarked, "I am truly grateful to encounter such a group of dreamers in my lifetime. Come, let us dine together. We shall rest well at my home tonight, comrades." Upon hearing the elder's words, everyone smiled with relief. Luffy laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Let us go. Usopp, it's time for dinner." Sanji then turned to Chopper, saying, "Chopper, please summon Robin for dinner." Noticing Usopp's despondent expression, Feline approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and said, "Usopp, do you realize that there are no shortcuts in this world? Wealth is often pursued through peril, and the only path to becoming stronger is to surpass those who are more formidable than oneself. This journey is fraught with powerful adversaries. You must learn to face them with courage. Your father is an exceptional marksman. If he can achieve greatness, so can you. Do you not aspire to become even more formidable than your father?" With those words, she joined the others as they returned indoors. Fuline was uncertain how much of her words Usopp would absorb, and whether they would prompt any change within him remained a mystery. As nightfall descended, the pirate feast commenced. Sanji busily served delectable dishes while the others indulged in hearty laughter and merriment. In a distant corner, Robin sat engrossed in a 400-year-old navigation log. Suddenly, an uncle, clutching a bottle of wine and donning a skull with a right eye gleaming with gold, approached Robin and uttered a peculiar statement, silencing the room as everyone leaned in to listen. It was a poignant phrase penned by Rolando in his final moments. "In the skull's right eye, I saw gold." On that fateful day, Rolando met his demise. The uncle stood, addressing the now hushed crowd, "Yet upon my arrival in Jaya, I could not decipher the meaning of these words. What does the skull's right eye signify? Is it a reference to some ancient city? Or perhaps a metaphor for confronting mortality?" Subsequent pages offer no further insight, compelling us to delve beneath the sea, for our dreams lie in the depths. "Indeed, indeed," the ape exclaimed, and the room erupted once more with joyous laughter. This entry was from the log dated May 21st, 1122, upon reaching Jaya Island. After a satisfying meal, the uncle began to recite Rolando's journal again. Apart from the two animals still chuckling, Luffy and the others gathered around the uncle. Upon reaching the island, they were greeted by enchanting bird calls emanating from the forest, alongside the resonant chimes of a colossal golden bell. Its toll echoed across the land, reverberating through the heavens, reminiscent of the grandeur of a bygone era. The vast civilization, nurtured by the sea, could not withstand the caprices of life, leaving us, who had seen so much, speechless as we stood in awe until the final chime faded. "Oh!" The ape, gorilla, and Luffy raised their hands in exclamation, while Nami clasped her hands, flushed with excitement. What a marvelous sight! An enormous golden bell. The uncle, as if presenting a treasure, produced 3 smaller golden bells, each standing at 50 centimeters. Nami lunged forward, seizing one and gleaming with the prospect of wealth. "Rolando did not refer to this bell. It is merely a bell-shaped ingot. We discovered 3 of these at the seabed." Also, regarding the wondrous bird calls, the uncle turned to the ape, who had produced a cloth bag, and urged, "Let us see what lies within." The ape nodded eagerly, unveiling an 80-centimeter-tall golden bird. Its beak was vast, adorned with a crest, and it radiated the unique luster of gold. "Wow, this is stunning." Nami swooned again, entranced by the allure of gold. "The golden bell and the golden bird," Sanji mused. Could they symbolize the ancient totems of Jaya Island? "I am uncertain," the uncle replied, puffing on his pipe. "They might be fragments of a larger design. This bird is known as the guide bird, and it still inhabits this island. Just as the log described, it produces an extraordinary call. I had heard of guide birds during my days as a sailor, the ape remarked, suddenly recalling something significant. He exchanged a surprised glance with the equally astonished gorilla. And the uncle too had a revelation. The three of them shouted in unison, "Oh no." The humble dwelling trembled under their outburst. "What is it? What happened?" Luffy, oblivious to their alarm, inquired loudly. "This is bad. You must hurry to the forest. The southern woods." The uncle instructed urgently. "You must capture that bird. Now, immediately." "Huh? What bird should we catch at this hour?" Luffy asked, bewildered. "Listen closely. The ascending current you will pursue tomorrow lies directly south of this cape," the uncle explained, anxiety in his voice. "Once you venture beyond the great route, directions become a mystery." "Oh right. Our target is not an island, but a current," Nami exclaimed, realization dawning. "So the record pointer is useless. How can we proceed straight south?" "To head south, we must leverage the guide bird's instincts. Some creatures possess an innate sense of direction, akin to a magnetic compass," she elucidated. "Haha." Luffy laughed heartily, interrupting the uncle, pointing at Zoro. "Zoro is even worse than an animal." "How do you say that?" Zoro retorted, furious, directing his ire at the equally direction-only challenged Luffy. "The guide bird, particularly renowned among its kind, will always indicate the correct direction, whether traversing vast lands or open waters. In summary, without this bird, all hope of reaching the current is futile." The uncle sprang up and kicked Luffy, who was still lounging, exclaiming, "Stop dawdling. Go and catch that bird." The others rushed out, and Usopp, disgruntled, called back, "Why didn't you say this sooner, uncle? It's the middle of the night. Are we to stumble through the woods in search of a bird? And take this." The uncle tossed 3 nets to Luffy, crossing his arms. "We will use this time to reinforce your shabby vessel. Listen well. You must capture at least 1 guide bird before dawn." At that moment, Fuline sensed something and said to Luffy, "You go ahead. I'll stay and entertain some intriguing guests." "Guests? Who?" Luffy asked, befuddled, but before he could clarify, Zoro dragged him away. "Whoever they are, we must focus on the bird for now. Fuline, you are one of our strongest assets. Join us," Usopp shouted. But Sanji kicked him into the forest. Sanji turned back to Fuline, asking, "Fuline, what kind of guests are they? Do you need assistance?" "They come with ill intent." Fuline replied with a smile. "I can handle it alone." Though unsure of who the guests were, Nami cautioned, "Be careful, Fuline. Leave the bird catching to us." She then turned and followed Luffy and the others. "Who are the guests?" Chopper asked, gazing up at Robin. Robin merely smiled. "Who knows? Let us hope they do not provoke our vice captain. Though she appears gentle, her wrath is perilous. We should proceed to catch that bird." "Indeed." Capturing the bird seems a safer endeavor, they agreed, heading into the forest. Chapter 31. The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Self-deluded, the moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light casting a gentle glow upon the land. A pirate ship slowly approached the shore, adorned with a round face masked in black and a flag featuring a skull with its tongue out. Bellamy, draped in a blue coat, disembarked with his crew. The uncle, alongside the ape and gorilla, stood before their grand vessel, the 2 parties locked in a tense standoff, with Fuline observing the unfolding scene. Hey, I advise you not to provoke us," the gorilla warned, glaring at Bellamy, who stood with arms crossed. "Are you foolish enough to think you can rob our gold under the cover of night?" The ape chuckled softly, flexing its massive fingers. "We still have matters to attend to," it exclaimed. "Haha, you are merely gate monkeys. And to my surprise, you are here as well, Pirate Kulik." Bellamy laughed mockingly, then sneered, "I heard the woeful tale of your Wembrown family at the tavern. It is truly moving. Yet, seizing treasures that others have fought desperately for is rather delightful. Is it not? Haha." At that moment, a vine whip struck Bellamy across the face, and Fuline coldly remarked, "Do you not regard me, sir?" She had been standing there for quite some time, yet Bellamy and his crew appeared oblivious to her presence. The ape squinted and chuckled. "Do not worry, little sister. We shall undoubtedly deal with them, ensuring they do not harm you in the slightest." "How despicable. You wretched girl, do you know what they call me?" "Hyena." Bellamy spat. Fuline, amused, replied, "I apologize. I merely believe that title ill suits you. In comparison, Frog at the Bottom of the Well seems far more fitting." "Haha. Frog at the bottom of the well." The ape and the gorilla roared with laughter. "A frog dares to seize gold? Haha." Infuriated, Bellamy's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed to the dozens of subordinates he had brought along. "Ignore that little girl. First, seize the gold. Watching his men rush forward with knives and guns, he crossed his arms and sneered. Since you have come knocking, do not blame us for being merciless. Dealing with our Ape Mountain coalition is no simple task. A brutal beating awaits. As the throng charged forth, the gorilla and the apes swiftly teamed up to knock them to the ground, while the elder dispatched several with his commendable martial skills. Very well. The most thrilling show of the night is about to commence. Seeing his subordinate sprawled on the ground, Bellamy merely licked his lips in anticipation. He then crouched, his calves transforming into springs. Spring sniper. As Bellamy soared through the air, the elder and his companions were momentarily taken aback, quickly falling into defensive stances. Fuline, however, simply chuckled softly, conjuring a vine whip in her left hand. With a sharp crack, she struck the swiftly approaching Bellamy down to the ground. Stepping in front of the elder and his comrades, Fuline declared, I still require your assistance in repairing our ship, so do take a moment to rest. I shall take care of the trash. Helion let out a cold laugh. Moreover, it is said that my captain was bullied by scum like you in the tavern today. I have always been fiercely protective of my own. While the captain may not hold grudges, I certainly do not take kindly to being wronged. Bellamy, who had quickly risen to his feet, cracked his neck and sneered. Huh. So the straw hat brat is your captain, huh? But look, it's just you here now. Even if you are a devil fruit user, what of it? Even if that cowardly straw hat is present, I wouldn't be afraid. I am Bellamy, the hyena of the spring fruit. Haha. However, before Bellamy could bask in his arrogance for long, he suddenly let out a scream and collapsed to the ground. He found himself ensnared by wooden vines, adorned with thorns, and gazed in shock at the girl in brown clothing. Her icy stare sent chills down his spine. Huh? A coward? Helion scoffed. You, a frog in a well, dare to judge others? You are ignorant, pitiable, and utterly worthless. Your ignorance lies in the fact that you believe the log pose is malfunctioning simply because it points to the sky. Let me ask you, do you think all the log poses of those who have come here are broken? This is the grand line. The only thing you can rely on is the log pose. If you do not trust it, feel free to throw it away and wander aimlessly. As long as you are unafraid of death, go ahead if you wish. I call you pitiable because you look down upon those with dreams. Why do you scorn them? It is because you lack dreams yourself. Since you have no aspirations, then go back home. What is the purpose of setting sail for you? You claim these things do not exist, but who can prove otherwise? You have always been like a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing only at the sky above, never contemplating what lies beyond. Some things do not exist merely because you have not sought them, you have not even tried. I label you worthless because your abilities are simply pathetic. 55 million. Is that impressive to you? My captain had 35 million when he was in the East Blue. As for the current figure, you can inquire and see for yourself. You would surely be astonished. And why? Well, I shall not divulge the thoughts of the government. Furthermore, do you know why, while you were gleefully assaulting Luffy and Zoro today, they did not retaliate? It is not that they cannot defeat you. Rather, they deem you unworthy of their effort. I had initially intended to disregard you, but your recent words and actions have thoroughly infuriated me. Bellamy stared incredulously at Fulian, whose smile remained unwavering as he struggled to break free. Yet, he found that the more he fought, the tighter the vines constricted, the thorns piercing deeper into his flesh. Fulian was genuinely enraged this time, not merely because they had bullied Luffy or stolen gold, but because this group reminded her of those who mock One Piece. Every encounter with such filth brought to mind the death of Roger. Mizong held great admiration for Roger and often recounted his encounter with him. In this world, only Roger earned Mizong's respect. She was deeply curious about the kind of person Roger was. Once, through a retrospective mirror, she learned everything about him. In her eyes, Roger was not an irredeemable villain. Rather, he was a heroic figure who forged ahead with unwavering resolve. It was not merely his impending demise that led to his death, but rather his sacrifice for the entire world. If the world was filled with individuals who scoffed at dreams, then what significance did Roger's death hold? Bellamy. The subordinates ensnared by the older men looked toward Bellamy's situation, eager to rush to his aid. Observing this, Feline raised her finger gently, causing countless vines to burst forth from the ground, binding all of Bellamy's subordinates tightly. After securing both Bellamy and his men together, Feline approached Bellamy with a frosty demeanor. You witch, what are you planning to do? They quaked in fear at Feline, for this young girl was truly terrifying, leaving them utterly powerless. Standing before Bellamy, Feline spoke coldly. I have no intention of killing you, for you are simply not worth it. However, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Feline whispered a few words into Bellamy's ear, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. subsequently falling into a contemplative silence, lost in thought. Well, that concludes our conversation. Allow me to bid you farewell, she declared, striking a whip that sent Bellamy and his subordinates flying. Witnessing this, Kulik and the others stood in stunned silence for quite some time, astonished by the remarkable prowess of this seemingly youthful girl. Fuline turned and smiled at Kulik, saying, "All right. Dear uncle, let us forget the previous unpleasantness and discuss something else, shall we?" Kulik found it difficult to adapt to Fuline's sudden transformation. "Uncle, do you truly believe that ocean currents can propel our ship into the sky?" he inquired. "Though the chances of success are slim, it is indeed possible," she replied. With a meaningful smile, Fuline continued, "Then, if the ocean currents were to grow even stronger, might they not lift the island into the sky as well?" Kulik's expression changed, and he gazed deeply at Fuline. Fuline continued, "This is the Grand Line. Nothing that occurs here is particularly surprising. There may be countless mysteries yet to be unveiled. Thus, I do not consider your ancestor to be a deceiver. On the contrary, I might hold the key to the answer regarding your ancestor's final words." Correct responded, "You know?" Flynn, "Indeed, the phrase seeing gold in the right eye of a skull signifies a sense of urgency. Hey, Flynn, uncle, we've caught a bird." Laughter from Luffy echoed from afar, accompanied by the exuberant presence of Helix. "What value does that stag beetle hold?" Then came Nami's furious shout. "Do you realize that if we don't catch that bird, we won't be able to reach Skypiea?" But Luffy mentioned that kind of stag beetle is hard to part with. Chopper's innocent voice chimed in. "Oh, forget it. If you were to ask Luffy whether meat or One Piece is more important, he might hesitate." Usopp laughed heartily. "Don't worry about him. I've just caught an adorable wolf spider in the forest." "Ah, no." A scream from Nami and Sanji erupted as they dashed out of the forest. Flynn watched helplessly as the noisy group emerged. Meanwhile, Bellamy's subordinates, who were dragged to Gaia Port by Flynn, sat panting on the ground. Bellamy remained silent until a pirate rushed in, panic-stricken, clutching 2 bounty notices. "What's going on? Why the commotion?" Sasuke was infuriated, feeling humiliated by a mere girl. "Boss, we should run. Why should we flee?" "Boss, look at these bounty notices." The pirate showed them the papers. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by a collective shout. 100 million. "Yes, boss, we must hurry. If he comes back for revenge, we're finished." Holding the bounty notices, Bellamy remained silent. Recalling Flynn's words whispered in his ear, "The gap between you and my captain is akin to the distance between you and the person you wish to follow. Just a friendly reminder, don't become too deeply entangled. You and he are not on the same level. Your thoughts are different. No matter what you do, he will never acknowledge you. Why bother?" Reflecting on this, Bellamy let out a bitter smile. Was I being overly sentimental? But does it truly matter? Chapter 32. Soaring into the clouds. Awaiting us, the Mary had undergone a transformation. White wings extended on either side. A white tail adorned its rear. And half an eggshell crowned the ram's neck, complemented by a red comb, resembling a sheep clad in feathers, ready to ascend into the skies. "What is this?" Usopp exclaimed, marveling at the transformed Mary, now equipped with wings. "Incredible!" Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can it truly fly into the heavens?" Usopp asked, sharing in the enthusiasm. "Is that so? The more I look, the more uneasy I feel," Nami sighed. At that moment, Luffy approached the silent Uncle Kulik, stating, "We're setting sail. Thank you for helping us modify the ship." Kulik took a deep drag of his cigarette and gestured to the gorilla and ape behind him. "If you're going to express gratitude, thank them." "Ah, thank you so much," Luffy said, pulling a stag beetle from his pocket. "I'll gift you the Hercules beetle." "Really? Are you truly giving it to us? You are so generous." "Speaking of gifts, Uncle, here is 1,000 origami cranes containing the answers you seek," Flynn said, presenting the cranes to Kulik. She then turned to Luffy. "All right, let's board the ship. It's the perfect time to depart." The gorilla nodded. "We'll lead the way. Make sure to follow closely." "All right, prepare to set sail," Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he hopped aboard, followed by the others rushing to their vessels. "We'll guide you. Make sure to keep up." The gorilla shouted to Luffy and the crew, "Time is of the essence." The 3 ships slowly sailed away from Uncle's domain. The uncle called out to the crew on the gorilla ship, Gorilla Mountain Alliance. "Do not let your guard down. No matter the circumstances, protect these folks to the end." Before they realized it, dawn broke, and the ape and gorilla ships flanked the Golden Mary, providing escort. "Listen up. It is now 7 a.m. Calculating our arrival near the ocean current, we should reach there around 11 a.m. Just as your father mentioned, the eruption point of the upward current varies each time. so we must arrive early to accurately gauge its location. The ape continuously relayed precautions to those aboard the Mary, but aside from Nami and Robin, no one seemed to pay attention. Sanji was busy in the kitchen, Zoro dozed near the mast, and the rest were fixated on the compass bird, drenched in cold sweat from either fear or anxiety. Look, look. Luffy pointed the compass bird straight ahead, but when released, its head immediately returned to its original direction. Luffy laughed heartily. Ha! See? It turned back to face forward. Indeed, I never realized such a peculiar bird existed, Usopp remarked, crossing his arms in contemplation. Haha. Who would have thought the compass bird only points forward, just like a compass? How amusing. Luffy laughed until his belly hurt. Chirp, chirp. Hearing Luffy's laughter, the compass bird squawked loudly, its eyes drooping. Chopper explained, it refuses to face south, to perplex you. Haha. Luffy's laughter grew louder, then give it a try. Chirp. The compass bird immediately swung its head 180 degrees towards the north, initially boasting its call, but soon began to sweat profusely, losing its voice, ultimately turning its head back. Haha. Luffy laughed even harder. This little guy gets anxious when not facing south. Haha. Time passed as the ship sailed. An observer on the ape ship shouted through a telescope, Captain, trouble. Darkness is approaching from the southwest. It's an emperor cloud. Really? What time is it? The ape anxiously gazed at the ominous sky. It's 10 a.m. It appeared earlier than anticipated. This is bad. Gorilla, do you have a plan? Underwater exploration team, deploy. Dive immediately to locate the ocean current. With the gorilla's command, crew members clad in diving suits plunged into the sea. Once they submerged, the gorilla swiftly took out a microphone, howling into it to measure information with sound waves. What is happening? What is going on? Sensing their anxiousness, the formerly relaxed Straw Hat pirates gathered at the bow, observing the slightly frantic demeanor of the ape and gorilla. Is that the Emperor Cloud? Nami, who had been watching the sea surface, exclaimed to Luffy and the others. The Emperor Cloud has appeared earlier than expected, but the location of the upsurge still remains undetermined. A crew member emerged from the depths, shouting, echolocation confirmed. At 12 o'clock, a massive ocean current has emerged. At 9 o'clock, a large creature has been detected. It must be a sea king. At this moment, the third crew member surfaced, exclaiming, 10 o'clock position. There are waves moving against the current. It is likely a massive whirlpool. This is it. The ship turned towards the 10 o'clock direction, as the creature commanded loudly, that is a precursor to an eruption. We must advance towards the whirlpool. Retreat is not an option. Once the deep-sea diver returned to the ship, the three vessels promptly adjusted their course to the 10 o'clock position. Suddenly, the previously calm sea became tumultuous, with the ship rocking and creaking ominously, as if it might succumb to the waves at any moment. The waves have suddenly risen. Nami shouted. The others clung tightly to the ship to avoid being thrown overboard. This is the foreshock of the eruption. The creature warned, everyone, be cautious. At that moment, rain began to pour, complicating navigation on the turbulent sea. Robin, braving the downpour, inquired, Navigator, how is the compass reading? Nami, gripping the railing with one hand, glanced at the compass on her wrist and replied, the needle is unwaveringly pointing towards that cloud. Suddenly, the rain ceased, and the ship stabilized somewhat. Now it is indeed favorable winds. The cumulonimbus clouds are moving towards the center of the whirlpool, Nami reported loudly. Wait, what whirlpool? Where is this whirlpool? Luffy asked, puzzled by the rising waves, yet failing to discern any sign of a whirlpool. It seems we are not mistaken this time, the creature declared loudly, the scale of the eruption is vast. And all conditions are met. Can we ascend to the sky? Luffy, no longer fixated on the whirlpool issue, asked excitedly. Yes, we can. Let the whirlpool's trajectory guide you. The creature responded. At that moment, two iron chains with hooks extended from his grand vessel, latching onto the bow of the Mary, gradually pulling it out from between the two ships and flinging it ahead. What do we do next? Nami shouted at the creature. Follow the current. Once you enter, just keep the helm straight, and you will reach the eye of the whirlpool safely. Suddenly, a whirlpool with a diameter of 100 meters appeared directly ahead of the three ships, its unfathomable depths resembling a gateway to hell. The distinctive roar of the whirlpool assaulted their eardrums, instilling a sense of dread. The Mary slowly glided towards the whirlpool, while the creature S and the gorilla's vessels remained safely at a distance. What a massive whirlpool! Nami and Usopp clung to each other in fear, while Farina gazed at the abyssal whirlpool with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, this whirlpool is impressive. It seems I need to enhance my skills further. The Golden Mary continued its inexorable approach to the whirlpool's center, and Usopp screamed, "We're about to be swallowed." "I have never heard of our ship being consumed," Nami shouted, covering her ears. Robin, astonished, remarked, "I have never seen such a large whirlpool before." Zoro, exasperated at Usopp's terror, told him, "Give up, Usopp. Someone's heart has already soared to the sky. Sky Island. Here I come." Someone raised their arms, shouting joyfully, "Ha!" Suddenly, a gigantic yellow sea king emerged beside the Mary, causing Nami, Chopper, and Usopp to turn pale with fear, while the others remained calm. The Sea King, initially aiming to bite the Mary, succumbed to the whirlpool's pull and tumbled over, sliding down the whirlpool's current like the Mary. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper were so terrified they could not utter a word, while the others maintained their composure. "All right, brothers. From here on, you must fend for yourselves." The creature and the gorilla bellowed from their ship, waving their hands. "Ah, thank you for the escort." Luffy joyfully waved back. "Wait," Usopp shouted in panic, "I can't take it anymore. Spare me. This is too terrifying. Come back." "You fools. I don't want to die. I don't want this. You never mentioned there would be such a massive whirlpool." Nami yelled at the creature and the others. "This is deceit. Deceit." "Ah, the sky is darkening." Chopper was on the verge of tears. "We are about to be sucked in by the whirlpool. Return, Luffy. It's not too late." Usopp pleaded tearfully with Luffy, the captain, encountering such a massive whirlpool. "We will surely meet our doom at the ocean's depths." "Farina, were you deceiving us all along?" Fu Lin was somewhat displeased. "Would I jest with your lives? Rest assured, regardless of what transpires, I shall ensure your safety." Luffy, however, turned to Usopp and the others, grinning with excitement. "If Fu Lin says it shall happen, then it will. Missing out on such a grand adventure would lead to a lifetime of regret." Ha 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 ha. His exuberance was infectious, even causing Nami and the others, who were on the verge of fainting, to feel a sense of despair. "Hey, while you are futilely resisting," Zoro calmly reminded them, gazing at the ever-approaching, bottomless vortex. "The ship is nearing." As they beheld the pitch-black expanse that seemed to be the very gateway to hell, 3 cries of terror erupted from the ship. Just as the Mary reached the vortex, the entire vessel soared upwards, plummeting straight down. They had initially thought the Mary would continue its descent, but unexpectedly, at the moment they reached the vortex, it vanished inexplicably. The once tumultuous sea lay eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple, while the dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, casting a tranquil yet unsettling atmosphere. "Wait, it's gone." "Why?" Sanji queried, puzzled by the surrounding waters. "Such a massive vortex has simply vanished?" Usopp echoed in disbelief. "What on earth is happening? Is everyone ready?" Fu Lin inquired, her gaze fixed on the serene sea, suddenly breaking the silence. Nami, who had been staring at her feet, paled as she replied, "The eruption from the seabed has commenced. Hence the vortex has merely disappeared temporarily. To facilitate being swept upwards, they furled the sails." In the distance, a gorilla bellowed for Luffy and the others to concentrate. "It's coming. The ascendant sea current. Prepare yourselves." Before the gorilla's voice could fade, a wave began to swell in the waters where the Mary was situated, with the ship positioned directly at its center. "Hold on to the ship or take refuge in the cabin," Sanji shouted, tossing a door into the cabin while grasping the guide bird still tied to the bow. Luffy and the others gathered near the mast, tightly gripping the ship's railings. "Oh no, we're about to be airborne." As the water rose higher, silence enveloped them for a few seconds before a colossal water column erupted towards the heavens. The stunning silver water stream appeared as a bridge connecting earth to sky, cascading vertically while the sea wind surged from below. The Mary ascended straight up along the current, soaring towards the dreamlike Sky Island. "What is happening?" Usopp exclaimed in wonder. The ship was now advancing vertically along the water column. Sanji, gripping the mast, gazed ahead in astonishment, pondering the principle behind it. "Is it the wind?" Nami tilted her head, feeling the upward gusts. Luffy, clutching the rooster crest on the ram's head, waved his fists. "All right. This is how we'll reach the sky. Let us go, Mary." "It can't be this smooth," Zoro shouted, clinging to the railing. "The ship is tilting more and more. It's starting to lift off." "Indeed. If this continues, the entire ship will be thrown off," Sanji shouted, realizing the same alarming truth. "The consequences are unimaginable." Usopp trembled, clutching the railing tightly. "What should we do? We can only hold on for dear life." "What is that?" Chopper gasped, observing a yellow sea beast plummeting from above. "A sea king? The one that was just swallowed by the vortex?" "Did you see that?" Sanji pointed at the sea king that narrowly passed them. "We're bound to fall like it. It's merely a matter of time." "What can we do?" Zoro leaned against the wooden wall. We're relying on this sea current to ascend. How can we descend using our own strength? This is truly a disaster, Sanji lamented, watching fragments of ship debris rain down from above. So many things are falling. Those must be the sacrifices of the ascendant sea current, Robin remarked calmly. Perhaps we'll be next. The Mary had been transformed by the Elder, perhaps with a purpose in mind. Feeling the wind continually rising from below, Nami suddenly conceived a possibility. If we set sail, could we not soar like a bird harnessing the wind? With clarity illuminating her thoughts, Nami exclaimed, "This is the sea, not an ordinary water column. It is the ascendant sea current. Moreover, the wind blowing from below is the result of the seabed's geothermal explosion and steam, generating an upward draft. Given that our elements are wind and sea, I have a way to navigate." Nami beamed confidently at Luffy and the others, who gazed at her in astonishment. "Who is the navigator of this ship?" "It's Nami-san," Sanji exclaimed, hearts in his eyes, then turned to the still-dazed crew. "Hey, brothers, quickly follow Nami's instructions." "All right. The starboard is catching the wind. Immediately steer left, aligning the ship with the sea current," Nami commanded loudly. "Understood." "Oh no. The ship is about to leave the surface." Chopper, prone on the railing, warned frantically. "Nami, think of something quick." "No, we can do this." Nami, though sweating profusely, maintained her confidence. The Mary completely lifted from the sea, yet instead of plummeting, it soared like a bird along the ascendant sea current, its sails billowing as the wind from below provided upward thrust. "We're flying. How incredible! Our ship has taken to the skies," Luffy shouted joyfully, onward. Mary, as long as they followed the current and wind, they could ascend as high as they desired. Nami, elated, pointed to the dark clouds above. If the Sky Island truly exists, it must be above that cloud. Above the clouds? What could be up there? Luffy mused, securing his straw hat against the gusts, his excitement palpable as they charged towards the cumulonimbus. They will succeed. Fuline foresaw the outcome with her advanced observation haki. Kurek sighed. "Oh, I wonder how they are faring." Remembering Fuline's words, Kurek unfurled a paper crane, crafted from a map, the map of the Sky Island. "Are you suggesting that the Sky Island is indeed real?" "Not quite, old man." At that moment, a voice echoed in Kurek's mind. "Thank you, old man. We have succeeded." "You are indeed extraordinary," Kurek mused, acknowledging the truth of her words. "Fuline, so what?" "I merely feared that you, dear uncle, might misunderstand my response. Please take a closer look." Kurek once again scrutinized the map, when suddenly a thought struck him. In a flurry, he rushed back to his abode, retrieving another map that indicated the location of Gaia. Kurek meticulously aligned the two maps, his expression transforming into one of astonishment as he recalled the last words of Skull Rolando. At last, the meaning dawned upon him. Trembling, Kurek clutched the two maps, and Fuline's voice resonated once more in his mind. "It seems you finally comprehend, dear uncle." Subsequently, a radiant green light enveloped Kurek, and he felt an unexpected surge of vitality coursing through his body, as if his diving ailment had been miraculously cured. "You must take good care of yourself, dear uncle, and refrain from any more foolishness. All you need to do is wait. We shall surely prove it to you." Kurek smiled, then stepped outside, shouting towards the heavens. "In that case, I shall await your return." In the sky, Fuline also smiled. "Rest assured, we shall be back, dear uncle." Chapter 33. Above the clouds. The sky nights as the Mary returned to the clouds and settled into stability. The crew had yet to absorb their surroundings, for the high atmospheric pressure above was making it difficult for them to breathe. Their garments, dampened by the recent mist, clung to their skin. This, however, did not include Luffy, who seemed unaffected, nor Fuline, who remained blissfully curious and excited as he gazed around. "Hey, look at the areas surrounding the ship," Luffy exclaimed, addressing those still seated on the ground. "It's a vast expanse of white." Indeed, upon this realization, the crew members hastily approached the ship's railing, peering inquisitively into this wondrous world, except for Usopp, who remained inexplicably sprawled on the ground. Furin smiled and said, "See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? This is indeed the realm above the clouds." Nami looked around in bewilderment at the floating clouds and inquired, "But why aren't we falling? How is that possible?" Luffy, with a sense of certainty, crossed his arms and replied, "Clouds are meant for sitting on." Chopper and Zoro chimed in, "Indeed, it is quite feasible." Note, these three had previously sat upon the white mist. "Where can we sit?" The others contested Luffy's reasoning. Fuline, "Oh, I nearly forgot. It has been quite a while since I last took Bai Mu out for a little adventure. Bai Mu, come forth." Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Bai Mu emerged gracefully from the spatial artifact. Wow, master. We are in the sky. What shall you do next? Nothing much. Merely bringing the captain and the crew to witness the splendor of the heavens. Oh, are you going to let them wander around here? Can you accommodate so many? Fear not, master. Bai Mu's form gradually expanded. Please, everyone, step aboard. Excitedly, they took their seats. Nami remarked, it's so soft and quite comfortable. Sanji added, indeed. The clouds are quite inviting. Luffy laughed heartily. See? I told you I wasn't deceiving you. Zoro and Chopper chimed in, back in Alabasta. We fell into a very deep pit, and it was Bai Mu who brought us back up. At this revelation, the three of them were met with envious glances from Nami and Sanji. Bai Mu then escorted them on a delightful tour through the skies. Feline suggested, let us descend. Chopper, please check on Usopp, who seems to be rolling his eyes for some reason. Nami, smiling as she had just taken a few photographs, remarked, I intended to capture a group shot, but you are right. After everyone descended, Chopper hurried to examine Usopp, who was in a state of panic as he attempted to resuscitate him, exclaiming, oh no, Usopp has lost consciousness. Usopp, pull yourself together. After a brief while, Usopp slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings before abruptly sitting up and exclaiming in astonishment, what? Is this not a cloud? There are so many clouds. What is this? Is this what they call the Sky Island? Nami glanced at her log pose, realizing it still pointed upwards. Look, the log pose still indicates above. We are in the midst of the Kinjite clouds, yet it seems you are at a loss as to where to go next. Feline, seated on the white mist, embraced her camera and proposed, let us first take a photograph together. Indeed, it would be a shame not to commemorate our visit here. Everyone agreed. Usopp immediately struck a pose he deemed impressive. Leave this to me, Robin said with a smile as she summoned two hands to take the camera. Everyone jostled to the front, causing Usopp's pose to become skewed. With a click, the camera captured the onset of this adventure. In the photograph, Zoro appeared unexpectedly spirited, while Sanji continued to gaze adoringly at Nami and Robin. Usopp, who had found himself at the back, was barely visible, his head being the only portion captured. Behind them, a vast expanse of pristine, unending clouds hinted at their adventurous location. Haha, it's the sea, exclaimed Usopp, who, after the photo, promptly removed his upper garments and shoes. Standing confidently at the ship's railing. First mission, Captain Usopp goes swimming. Hooray, hooray, cheered Luffy and Chopper, urging him to jump in. Be cautious, Sanji warned anxiously. We are not yet familiar with these waters, it is best to remain on the ship. However, Feline shouted, no, this is not like the ocean below here. It is still clouds with no bottom. Yet, Usopp had already leaped into the clouds, vanishing after stirring up a flurry of mist. Flynn lamented, oh dear. It seems you are even more troublesome than Luffy. After saying this, she leaped down. Observing Flynn's descent, Zoro remarked, it appears the vice captain is more familiar with this place than we are. Sanji added, she must have come up here frequently. Luffy pondered, by the way. Why didn't she simply have Bai Mu carry us up? That won't work. The Mary is too large for Bai Mu to carry, and it would be far too easy. Wouldn't you agree, Luffy? Flynn pulled Usopp up and said, true, haha. Luffy chuckled in response. Suddenly, Usopp, who had just been rescued, screamed, wah. Sanji turned around, growling. Shut up, Usopp. What is wrong this time? Usopp wept, it feels like there's something in my pants. He pulled out a small empty fish from his trousers. Well, I've never eaten this kind of empty fish before. Robin exclaimed, is this really an empty fish? How intriguing. Luffy dashed over, snatching the empty fish from Robin's hand and hurried to the kitchen. Soon, Sanji had cooked it, steaming it into fillets for a taste. This is delicious, Luffy exclaimed after taking a bite. Nami tried a piece as well, her face lighting up with delight. This is surprisingly tasty. I've never experienced a flavor like this before. At that moment, Chopper, who was nearby searching for Sky Island with a telescope, suddenly shouted, hey, everyone, there's a ship and people. Just as he finished speaking, a ship in the distance erupted into an explosion and sank. Huh, Sanji questioned, hey, Chopper, what is going on? Wah. Chopper's telescope fell to the ground as he leaped up in fright. Chopper? A ship? Did you see a ship? Sanji looked at Chopper, puzzled. I did see it, but now it's gone. Chopper frantically explained, his words tumbling over one another. What are you talking about? Zoro approached, confused. Chopper continued to shout incoherently. And there's a square-faced cow charging towards us on a cloud. This is bad. I can't understand you. Calm down and speak clearly. Zoro replied irritably. What are you saying? Sanji was about to inquire further when he suddenly spotted a figure swiftly approaching from a distance. Someone's coming, and they're running on the clouds. As he was speaking, a person wearing a square-faced cow mask suddenly leaped up and charged toward the Mary. Hey, stop. What do you want? Sanji shouted. To eliminate you. The masked figure replied coldly. This doesn't bode well, Sanji said, his expression darkening. Come at me if you dare. Zoro sneered, drawing his sword, while Luffy remained oblivious, asking, what is going on? In the next instant, the masked figure lunged onto the ship, kicking Sanji away with ease, then spun mid-air to kick Zoro, before landing heavily on an unsuspecting Luffy's face, knocking him to the ground. In a heartbeat, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy were effortlessly defeated. Hey, what is wrong with you three? Nami cried out, clearly shocked that 3 of the top 4 fighters of the Straw Hat crew had been overpowered in an instant. After dispatching the trio, the masked figure charged toward Flynn, who was sitting on the ship's railing, and kicked at her mercilessly. Hey, I'm a girl. You should be gentler with girls. The cow-faced figure was taken aback when the young girl, who had just been before him, suddenly appeared behind him. At the same time, she shouted, Cloud Stick. A white rod struck the masked figure, sending him flying into the distant sea of clouds. You little girl, you actually managed to defeat that guy. Quite impressive. A knight clad in armor, riding a large bird, descended from the sky and landed on the Mary. What now? Nami crouched down, hiding behind Flynn, clutching her clothing in fright. I am the Sky Knight, he stated. The vibrant bird landed behind the knight, emitting strange sounds, Pia. After a moment, the knight looked around and asked, has he left? What on earth is happening? Who was that guy? Nami turned back to the 3 who lay on the ground, irritated. What are you all doing? You couldn't even handle one person. It seems our vice captain is more reliable. How embarrassing. Sanji panted heavily. I feel so strange. I can't muster any energy. Luffy lay on his back, gasping for breath. It must be due to the thin air, Flynn speculated, then released a beam of white light that circled around Luffy and the others before retracting. Do you feel better now? Luffy shook his arms, feeling as though he had adapted considerably. Thank you, Flynn. Yes, I feel much better now, Zoro nodded in agreement. Hey, Flynn, when did you change your clothes? Nami curiously noted Flynn's attire had transformed from brown to white. Oh, that? It's nothing significant. Whatever I wear changes color with the surrounding environment. Really? Luffy exclaimed with fascination, astonished by Flynn's ability. It was brown before because we were at sea, where natural elements were abundant. Now that we're in the sky, it's different. The Sky Knight glanced at Flynn in surprise before asking, You are from the Blue Sea, aren't you? What is the Blue Sea? Nami inquired. Fulin hastily explained. Qinghai is what the locals call us from below. Nami responded, Oh, I see. So you are from below? The Sky Knight interjected, Indeed. This is the White Sea, situated 7,000 meters above Qinghai. Above this layer lies the pure White Sea, reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters. Generally, Qinghai residents struggle to navigate this height. He cast a curious glance at Fulin, adding, Of course, there are exceptions. Chopper, looking puzzled, asked, But how could that person run on the clouds? Wait a moment. While you have many questions, let us first discuss business, the Sky Knight said. I am a free mercenary. This is a perilous ocean. Those unfamiliar with aerial combat may fall victim to guerrilla attacks like the one we just witnessed, becoming bait for skyfish. As he spoke, he produced a whistle. For 5 million EQ, I will come to your aid. Luffy and the others looked bewildered. What are you saying, old man? The Sky Knight waved his hand dismissively, Fool. This is the lowest price. It cannot be reduced. I have to make a living. Usopp, still trembling, muttered, The Sky Island is terrifying, so terrifying. But we don't even know what EQ is. And what is that whistle? Sanji inquired, puzzled. The Sky Knight was astonished. You aren't from the higher sea regions? You must have passed at least 1 or 2 islands. Luffy exclaimed, What are you talking about? I don't understand. EQ is the currency used on Sky Island, equivalent to the berries on our bounty notices, the Sky Knight clarified. Oh, is that so? Luffy replied. Wait. Nami seemed to have realized something, her face full of surprise. Are there other routes to get here? Did you come here via the Sky Stream? The Sky Knight asked, astonished. Yes, Robin explained. What? You braved that monstrous current? I can hardly believe there are still such courageous souls. The Sky Knight marveled. Nami, hearing this, exclaimed in despair, I knew it wasn't an ordinary route. She then whirled around, grabbing Luffy by the collar, shaking him furiously, and shouted, Did you want to get us killed? We could have gathered information slowly and chosen a safer path. It doesn't matter. We made it here anyway, Luffy replied nonchalantly. The Sky Island is terrifying, so terrifying. Usopp continued to shiver. Do you have any crew members who didn't make it? The Sky Knight asked. No, everyone made it, Luffy replied, somewhat puzzled. The other routes aren't so fortunate. If 100 people set out, perhaps only a few will arrive, like a gamble, the Sky Knight continued, pausing slightly before adding. But if it's the Sky Stream, everyone either arrives or perishes. It's either 0 or 100. Few dare to take such a gamble these days. You are indeed brave and capable sailors. Upon hearing this, Usopp, who had been trembling, suddenly stood up. Ah, I appreciate the compliment. All of this was under my brilliant leadership. Those guys were wailing as if it were the end of the world, but I shouted out loud. Nami. Unable to bear it any longer, grabbed Usopp by the face, yet he continued to mumble, join me on the sea. Have you had enough? Nami retorted. The whistle means that if I blow it once, I will descend from the sky to rescue you. The Sky Knight explained as he tossed the whistle onto the deck and stood up. Originally, blowing the whistle would cost 5 million EQ, but consider this a greeting gift. Your first rescue is free. Wait, we haven't asked your name. Nami called out. I am the Sky Knight, Gonfor, and this is my partner, Pierre. Gonfor introduced, turning around. Oh, I forgot to mention, my partner Pierre, though a bird, is an eater of the horse fruit. As he spoke, the great bird suddenly transformed, leaving the Straw Hat crew awestruck. So it can turn into a winged horse. A Pegasus, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Yes, a Pegasus. Gonfor replied as Pierre completed its transformation. Though it had wings, the horse still bore the spots from its previous avian form. The Straw Hat crew broke into a cold sweat. It felt somewhat peculiar. Good luck, brave souls, Gonfor said as he rode off on the peculiar Pegasus, leaving the Straw Hat crew in a fluster. Fooling pondered, stroking her chin. Gonfor? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. How can we get up there? Zoro inquired. All right, let us blow the whistle and summon that old man, Luffy said, reaching for the whistle. But Nami and Usopp rushed over. Nami grabbed Luffy by the neck with one hand and forcefully moved his hand away from the whistle with the other. Wait, Luffy. This is for emergencies to save our lives. Usopp tugged at Luffy's face. What if that masked person attacks again? Nami snatched the whistle, asserting, listen. This whistle is mine to keep. Do any of you have objections? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all raised their hands. What objections could you have? I'm the weakest girl here, so it's only right that I keep it. Nami insisted. I'm calling the old man now, Luffy exclaimed. Usopp pushed Luffy aside. Luffy, you just think blowing the whistle is fun. It's not your turn. Please, let me have it. I'm just a small animal, Chopper pleaded. Nonsense. The weakest one here is me, Usopp argued. What? That's ridiculous. I'm the weakest, Nami protested. Robin sighed. Your rankings are truly bizarre. Eventually, Nami, realizing she couldn't monopolize the whistle, proposed a compromise. How about this? We hang the whistle on the main mast in the center of the ship. Whoever faces danger can blow it. That's fair. Sounds good, Usopp agreed. Chopper nodded. Understood. Nami turned to Luffy and the others, threateningly declaring, you guys are not qualified to blow it. If anyone dares to blow it without permission, I will kick them to the ends of the earth. Yes. We'll be careful, they all replied in unison. With unwavering confidence, Fueline proclaimed, I have no need for this. There is no one here who can rival me. Zoro, shrugging his shoulders, suggested, let us set sail, regardless. At that moment, Chopper, peering over the ship's railing, exclaimed, Hey, everyone, look over there. Robin approached, puzzled. What is that? It resembles a waterfall. Chopper remarked, such peculiar clouds. All right, it's decided. Let us investigate, Luffy declared. The Merry swiftly headed towards the waterfall like clouds. But soon a massive cloud obstructed their path. There's a vast expanse of cloud ahead. What should we do? Chopper inquired. If it floats in the sky, then it's not just an ordinary sea, Sanji speculated. But what kind of cloud is it? Usopp questioned. Nami asked if it's just a regular cloud. Can't we simply pass through it? Let us find out. Luffy replied eagerly, extending his arm towards the strange cloud, only to be unexpectedly rebuffed. I bounced back. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he jumped onto the cloud, bouncing around like on a trampoline. Look, I want to sink on this cloud. It's soft and fluffy, just like cotton candy. How is this possible? This is amazing, Chopper exclaimed, his tongue rolling and his eyes shining with excitement. Nami wondered aloud, what phenomenon is this? It's incredible. I want to play too, Usopp shouted, leaping forward, followed closely by Chopper. Luffy lay atop the cloud, exclaiming, this is so comfortable. So warm. I could just fall asleep here. It's even better than freshly dried blankets. At that moment, Usopp and Chopper landed on the cloud, and the three of them bounced around in pure joy. Feline stood to the side and remarked, "This is Sky Island. On Sky Island, there are two types of clouds. One is the empty sea, and the other resembles islands. The inhabitants of the sky reside upon these clouds." Nami called out to Luffy, "Hey, check if there are any alternative paths from above." "Oh, sure," Luffy responded. Just then, Usopp shouted, "Luffy, over there seems to be something." "What is it?" Luffy immediately disregarded Nami and rushed over. "Hey, stop fooling around," Nami screamed in frustration. Soon, Usopp and the others returned, reporting to Nami that they had discovered a massive door beneath the waterfall. "A door?" Nami inquired with curiosity. "That should be the route to the upper level," Feline explained. "Well then, lead the way," Nami nodded. Under the chaotic directions of Usopp and Chopper, the Mary circled through the island clouds for quite some time before finally emerging from the cloud cover. What greeted their eyes was a colossal white waterfall cascading from the heavens, and before it stood an extraordinary massive door, inscribed boldly with the words Gate of Heaven. Chapter 34. Entering Paradise, the Culture of Sky Island. "Wow," Nami exclaimed, pointing at the waterfall. "That cloud that looks like a waterfall truly is a waterfall. The clouds beneath it are different from the previous ones. They flow." "Let me take a look," Usopp said, staring at the inscription, "The Gate of Heaven." "How ominous." "It feels like we are on the brink of death," he added. "Perhaps we are," Zoro said nonchalantly, reclining on the railing. "If that's the case, then such an incredible phenomenon could be explained." Chopper paused, his eyes widening. "Are we dead? Is this heaven? It looks so fun," Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Who wants to die?" Nami could no longer contain herself and knocked Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp to the ground. As the Mary approached the door, a wrinkled old woman in a pink dress emerged, holding a camera that flashed incessantly. Behind her, a pair of small white wings fluttered. "Hey, someone is coming out," Chopper exclaimed in astonishment. "Look, she has wings on her back. Is she an angel? Is that what angels look like?" Luffy asked, bewildered. "She resembles a sour plum," he added. Everyone fell silent, watching the old woman, who, after taking her picture, also regarded them quietly. "I am the Sentinel of the Gate of Heaven, Amazon." The old woman suddenly spoke. "Are you here for sightseeing, or are you here to fight?" Whether to say sightseeing or something else left Nami at a loss for words. What did fighting even entail? "I want to go to Sky Island," Luffy declared loudly. "This door leads to the Sky Island, right? Regardless of the choice." The old woman maintained her impassive demeanor and stated, "Please pay the entrance fee to heaven. It is 1 billion each, as mandated by law." "What? 1 billion? Usopp gasped, then murmured, "How much would that be in berries?" "No matter how you calculate it, just hearing 1 billion sounds exorbitant," Chopper said, dazed. 1 billion for each of us means 8 billion altogether, Usopp sighed, feeling despondent. "Is that how much it costs to enter a country? This old woman is clearly trying to swindle us." "Excuse me." Nami quickly covered Usopp's mouth, saying, "Regarding this entrance fee, you can enter even without money." The old woman remarked nonchalantly, "However, you can also choose not to enter. For I am neither a gatekeeper nor a guard. I am merely inquiring about your intentions." Upon noticing the sly smile on the old woman's face, Feline understood her implication. She chuckled softly but remained silent. Yet Luffy's voice rang out, "Then let's go. We want to go to Sky Island." "All right then, all 8 of you want to enter?" As soon as the old woman finished speaking, 2 enormous pincers suddenly emerged from either side of the Mary, grasping its broken wings. "Ah!" Chopper and Nami screamed in fright. The old woman explained, "That is the specialty of the White Sea, express shrimp." The shrimp suddenly leaped upward, beginning to move rapidly, swimming into the door and sliding upwards along the passageway. "Hold on tight," Nami shouted. "This is really fast." After ascending the waterfall behind the door, Luffy and the others discovered a winding, seemingly endless cloud path above the waterfall. As they clung to the ship's railing, reveling in the thrill of the journey, Feline turned back to glance at the now invisible Gate of Heaven, stepping into the cabin. "Ah, what a cunning old woman." "Master," Bai Mu remarked, "you have been to similar places before. Why not inform them of the consequences of not paying?" "Flynn, do you think they possess such wealth?" "No." "Did I have to pay when I arrived at such places?" "No." "Were those places where payment was required able to catch me?" "No." "Then there is no need to concern ourselves with it." "Oh, however, since payment is required here, it indicates that this is an island governed by someone. Moreover, it appears I have fortuitously encountered a user of the thunder fruit, which suggests my lightning element could ascend to a higher level. It's a pity that the previous individual was AD, Otherwise, my dark element could have also been enhanced. By the way, Bai Mu, would you like to gain an additional companion? Master, are you suggesting? Splendid. The express shrimp transported the Mary to a location resembling a small island before departing. There, houses were faintly visible amidst layers of fluffy white clouds, adorned with trees reminiscent of those in Qinghai. Yet, there was not a trace of soil. Everything was constructed atop the clouds. Long, winding staircases interlinked the clouds, suggesting this was indeed the Sky Island. Look, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, holding a chicken comb. It's an island. It truly is the Sky Island. It seems that the ship that fell down actually came here, Nami remarked with nostalgia, stating that 200 years ago, they too had witnessed such scenery. The group marveled at the astonishing beauty of the landscape as the Mary gradually approached the small island and came to a halt. Luffy inhaled deeply, exclaiming joyfully, "Where is this place? This adventure is bound to be thrilling." With that, he leaped down first. "Idiot, wait for me." Usopp, anxious about the absence of a seabed, followed suit. Standing on the clouds, Luffy laughed as he watched Usopp land headfirst, buried within the clouds with only his feet protruding. After getting up, Usopp gazed at Luffy in amazement. Is the base of this island composed of these fluffy clouds? Fluffy. Luffy burst into laughter and raced towards what should be termed a beach. I'm going too. Chopper joyfully hopped down from the ship. Meanwhile, Nami and Robin decided to change their attire first. Hey Luffy, where should we drop the anchor? Is there a seabed here? Zoro shouted at Luffy, but unfortunately, Luffy was too engrossed in his play to notice. Flynn pointed downwards, saying, "Just throw it down. The anchor will embed itself in the clouds." Following Flynn's advice, Zoro tossed the anchor, which indeed lodged itself in the clouds without falling. Observing the surrounding beauty, he remarked, "But this place is truly stunning, almost dreamlike." Indeed. Look at those three fools, so ecstatic. Haha, they are quite amusing, Sanji commented as he leisurely approached the ship's railing, removing his shoes and jumping down like a child, exclaiming, "Yahoo!" Flynn and Zoro exchanged a silent glance, sweat trickling down their brows. "Ah, that hurts. Nami, clad in a bikini and brown capri pants, rushed out, clutching her head as the navigator bird persistently pecked at her. I'm sorry. Upon her exit, the navigator bird flapped its wings and flew away. Nami cradled her head, saying, "The navigator bird came with us. I momentarily forgot to let it fly away. Is there not someone living here?" Flynn observed the nearby dwellings, suggesting, "It shouldn't starve. Perhaps it will find a way back on its own." Zoro watched the red silhouette of the navigator bird fade away, stating, "Isn't it a bird? It can just fly down." Speaking of which, it felt as if the island floated above the sea. Robin, dressed in a golden vest and purple form-fitting capri pants, emerged barefoot, pondering whether they would ultimately arrive at a similar location if swept away. Regardless, I am no longer surprised by anything I see, for I have witnessed an abundance of extraordinary occurrences. The only certainty is that this is the Sky Island, Nami declared, leaping onto the clouds and smiling radiantly at them. Haha, you can feel it with your body. There is nothing to doubt about this reality. She then dashed ashore, urging the others to join her. Come quickly. The ground is solid. There is nothing to worry about. The essence of adventure, is it not? Sailing or disembarking is an adventure in itself. I never imagined such a thing before. After saying this with a smile, Robin also leaped down. Suddenly, an elegant melody resonated, drawing everyone's gaze towards the source. They discovered a young girl in a pink dress standing atop a distant cloud mountain, playing a harp from which the enchanting sound emanated. Her yellow hair was styled in twin ponytails, with two yellow antenna-like strands atop her head. That is an angel, Sanji exclaimed, mesmerized. Luffy, clutching a pumpkin, tilted his head curiously. An angel? Is she that sour plum-like old lady? Sanji kicked him again in disbelief. After the girl ceased playing, she turned her head towards them, smiling and saying, Heiso. Heiso? Luffy and the others tilted their heads in confusion, repeating the incomprehensible term. Meanwhile, Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. Did she just say Heiso? Usopp inquired, puzzled. Chopper curiously asked, What is Heiso? Zoro confidently replied, Heiso is just Heiso. What else could it mean? Furin addressed them, explaining that Heiso is akin to good morning, a customary greeting in this region. Oh, I see, Luffy replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement. A girl descended from the clouds, a harp slung over her shoulder, accompanied by a white fox at her feet. She smiled and inquired, Did you come from Qinghai? Yes, we flew up from below. Luffy nodded, curiosity evident in his voice. Do you reside here? Indeed, I am a resident of this place. Welcome to the Angel Beach of the Divine Nation. Noticing Luffy cradling a pumpkin, the girl chuckled and asked, "Would you like to drink from that?" "Please, hand it to me." Luffy complied, and the girl took the pumpkin. Turning it over to examine its base, she produced a fruit knife, explaining, "The shell of this coconut is as hard as iron and cannot be bitten through. It must be cut open from the inside." After retracting the knife, she inserted a straw into the fruit and offered it to Luffy, saying, "Please, enjoy." After taking a hearty sip, Luffy exclaimed with delight, "This is delicious. My name is Cornus, and this is my cloud fox, Susu. If you have any questions, I will do my utmost to assist you," Cornus said gently, cradling the fox. "Ah, please listen. Your gaze has healed the burns of my soul." Sanji's romantic declaration was abruptly interrupted as Nami tugged him away by his ear. "Step aside." After shooing Sanji away, Nami turned to Cornus with a smile. "That's wonderful. We have a myriad of questions. This place is truly astonishing to us." "Hey, someone is approaching," Zoro suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the sea. Cornus smiled. "Ah, that is my father." "Cornus." "Hey, so." A figure riding an unusual contraption across the water shouted. Cornus laughed joyfully. "Father." "Hey, so. What is that thing he is riding? How cool." Nami exclaimed, her excitement directed at the uncle's boat-like apparatus. Feline. "Ah, so that is Weiba." Cornus. "Oh, it seems this little sister is aware." Flynn smiled and said, "Before encountering them, I had visited similar islands." Cornus replied, "I see. So that's the small boat mentioned in Roland S. log that can sail even in calm waters." Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in yellow, carrying a basket and sporting two antennae on his bald head, squinted and shouted, Pardon me, but I must stop." Without halting, Weiba charged directly onto the shore, only coming to a stop after colliding with a tree. The old man, struggling to get up, inquired, "Are you all injured?" "Perhaps you should be the one asking that," Zoro retorted sharply. Cornus, supporting Weiba, quietly asked the old man, "Are they your friends?" "Yes, I just met them. They seem to have come from Qinghai," he replied. "I see. You must be quite perplexed about many things now that you've arrived here." The kind old man chuckled apologetically. "I haven't introduced myself. My name is Pagaya. I hope you don't mind. But would you all like to visit my humble abode? We could savor the exquisite delicacies of the White Sea together. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing about food, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I want to go. I want to go. Are we going to make Sky Island cuisine? Count me in." Sanji chimed in eagerly. While everyone was exchanging pleasantries, Nami approached the old man Weiba and curiously asked, "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about something. This vessel has neither sails nor oars. How can it navigate the sea?" Fuline. Yes, Cornus had not yet finished speaking when Luffy, having finished that pumpkin, dashed over and hopped onto the Weiba. With a single push of the pedal, the Weiba surged forward rapidly. Why is it shaking so violently?" Seeing Luffy ride the Weiba into the sea, Feline exclaimed worriedly, "Luffy, be careful." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Luffy let out a shriek as he plunged into the water. Watching Luffy flounder on the surface, Sanji, arms crossed, calmly remarked, "By the way, I wonder what will happen to a devil fruit user in these waters." Indeed, this is no ordinary sea. Luffy might just float," Zoro said, also with arms crossed. However, Fuline quickly jumped in after him. Sanji commented, "From the looks of the vice-captain, he probably won't float." After a while, Fuline managed to drag Luffy back to shore. "Honestly, didn't I just tell you to be more careful? Do you realize you almost pierced the clouds just now?" "It's my fault. I shouldn't have lent it to a novice," the old man said apologetically. The Weiba is designed to maximize its propulsion, making the hull particularly lightweight. Even a small wave can throw off its steering, and it's quite difficult for someone unfamiliar with the sea to handle it. My apologies. I only learned to use it recently, Cornus chuckled. With about 10 years of training, you should be able to master it. Yet Usopp pointed at Nami, who was effortlessly riding the Weiba on the sea, and exclaimed, "Look, she's riding it. Incredible! It's hard to believe." The old man gasped in astonishment. Luffy, who knew how challenging it was to ride the Weiba, widened his eyes in disbelief. How did she learn to do that? It's really tough. Riding the Weiba indeed requires a certain finesse, but it's a subtle skill that cannot be easily learned. "Luffy," Nami called out triumphantly from the sea. Luffy was momentarily taken aback, then shouted indignantly, "Nami, we're going to the old man's house. Hurry down, you idiot. You all go ahead." "Old man, can I borrow this to play for a bit?" "Sure, just be careful on your way." Luffy and the others then accompanied Pagaya to his home, not far from Angel Beach. Along the way, Pygaya elaborated on the division of clouds in Sky Island and their formation, introducing the unique cloud-cutting fields of the island. Only then did Luffy and the others understand that the cloud river they had traversed from the White Sea was, in fact, an artificially created passage. Upon entering the old man's house, Sanji and the old man headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch, while the others remained in the spacious living room. The large balcony allowed them to easily observe the waters where Nami was, along with her graceful figure gliding over the waves. From there, they could also see a lush, tree-covered island adjacent to theirs. By the way, Fulin, speaking of shells, is this the one you showed us earlier with Robin sitting on the sofa, arms crossed, smiling? Oh, this? Let me think, Fulin said, retrieving a snail shell and pressing its top, causing familiar words to play back. You're quite impressive. Oh, this is a sound shell. I didn't expect you to have one, little sister, the old man remarked. Yes, I wonder if you have one here that my friends can play with? Of course. No problem. Cornus looked around, picked up a gray shell, and handed it to Luffy. Please say something into the mouth of the shell. After a moment of thought, Luffy loudly declared, Usopp is a big idiot. Usopp, floating behind him, chimed in. Why? Why? All right, next, please press the top of the shell, okay? Cornus said, smiling and pointing at the shell. Where's the top? Luffy asked, puzzled, looking at the shell in his hand. Usopp, exasperated, came over and pointed to the top of the shell, saying, it's at the very top, honestly. Luffy pressed it. And suddenly the shell echoed their previous words. Usopp is a big idiot. Luffy, why? Why? Usopp, wow? Even the shell looks down on Usopp. The naive Luffy exclaimed, staring in wonder at the shell in his hand. Usopp instantly erupted in anger. That's your own voice. Flynn, the sound shell can record and playback sounds, primarily utilized for musical recordings. Indeed, Cornus remarked, promptly presenting a shell, claiming that the power of the Wibba lies within it. This is the wind shell, capable of storing wind. If it is directed into the breeze for 30 minutes, it can release 30 minutes worth of wind. Wow, how astonishing! Luffy exclaimed after testing it. Well, the amount of wind it can store depends on the size of the shell. If we place this at the stern of the ship, as long as the vessel is sufficiently lightweight, it can be activated. This is the Wibba, Cornus said, feeling a bit shy. I've invested considerable effort into mastering the Wibba, and there are many other types as well, such as the ice blade and the skateboard type. At that moment, Luffy leaned over the balcony, enviously gazing at Nami. How wonderful! I want to ride the Wibba too. It's rare that we have our own. Usopp remarked, you do have one, but it's probably in tatters, right? Moreover, it's 200 years old, so it's likely unusable. Cornus smiled and said, not necessarily. The shells we use are essentially the remnants of the shells. As long as the shell remains intact, its functionality is eternal. Really? Is that true? Luffy asked excitedly. But you don't know how to operate it. Usopp continued to deflate Luffy's enthusiasm. Luffy immediately sagged. How envious. Chopper then glanced at a round shell on the table, pressed the top of it, and watched as it illuminated. Wow, the shell is glowing. Chopper exclaimed. This is a light shell, used to store light, although it isn't a direct resource. The culture of the Sky Island coexists with the shell energy, Cornus explained. There are also flame shells that store fire, aroma shells that preserve scents, and image shells that capture visuals, among others. How fascinating. Chopper chimed in excitedly. These are indispensable items for life on the Sky Island. Chapter 35, The Territory of the Gods, Flynn's Assassination Nighttime. Dinner is served. Sanji and the old man brought forth a sumptuous feast, with plates and bowls filling Cornus's dining table. This was a hearty meal enriched with the Sky Island's specialty fruits and exquisite seafood. Watching Luffy and the others enjoy their meal brought a smile to Sanji's face, who then stepped onto the balcony intending to have a smoke. This is incredibly delicious, Luffy exclaimed, gnawing on a massive shrimp. This shrimp is so good I can't even describe it. Usopp and Chopper also stuffed their mouths with food. Robin was sipping red wine. Zoro, as always, held a large mug of beer. Flynn was enjoying steamed skyfish. And both Cornus and the old man were having a delightful meal. While smoking and gazing out at the sea, Sanji suddenly remarked, Where's Nami? She's not on the surface. That person must have gone off to play elsewhere. Don't mind her, Usopp replied nonchalantly, still devouring his food. Upon hearing this, Cornus suddenly felt anxious and set down her fork, worriedly addressing her father. Father, could there be a problem? Ah, the old man exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead. Cornus, I too have an unsettling premonition. I fear it may be so. Has something happened? Flynn, sensing their anxiousness, furrowed her brow slightly. In the land of the gods, there exists a place that cannot be entered under any circumstances, not even a single step. That land is situated near our island, and if one rides the Wibba, it wouldn't take long to reach. Cornus expressed her concern, because that land is referred to as the Holy Land. Holy Land? Usopp repeated in confusion, while Luffy, upon hearing about the Holy Land that one cannot step into, became inexplicably excited. Everyone calls it the land where the gods reside, the island of the gods. Is there really a god on this island? Luffy stood up abruptly, exclaiming, living in a place that is absolutely forbidden to enter? Indeed, our Skypedia is what is termed the land of the gods. Ruled by the omnipotent deity, God Enel, who governs the people here, Cornus said with a somber expression. God Enel knows everything, possesses control over all in this world, and continuously observes all our actions at any time and place. What? At any time? Is he watching us right now? Usopp asked, astonished as he jumped up. Yes. What? That omnipotent deity is watching us? Chopper looked around nervously. In contrast to Chopper and Usopp's anxiety, Flynn scoffed, Ha! Is that all? I can do that too. Not only that, but I can also predict the immediate future. Usopp burst into laughter. Flynn, you're an even bigger braggart than I am. Flynn softly asserted, I never deceive. Do you think I know your every move by mere chance? It is due to a certain ability known as observation haki. I'm not the only one possessing this skill. The so-called gods you speak of likely possess only a rudimentary form of observation haki, merely using it to sense the entire island, which is hardly impressive. Chopper, puzzled, inquired, what is haki? Haki is a latent power that manifests in three forms: observation, armament, and conquerors. Observation haki allows one to sense attacks, predict an opponent's next move, gauge the strength of living beings, perceive their emotions and thoughts, and ascertain the location and number of objects beyond one's immediate sight. However, these are merely foundational abilities. The crowd responded, just foundational? Feline, evading and anticipating attacks are merely the fundamental operations of observation haki. A more advanced form of observation haki allows one to foresee fleeting glimpses of the future, perceive the thoughts and emotions of others, and convey one's own consciousness to influence the minds and thoughts of others. What? Is it truly that formidable? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, sensing the immense potential of such an ability. If it's just observation haki, I can teach you when I have time. However, as for armament haki and conqueror's haki, those are a bit more challenging. One is because I seldom utilize it, and the other can only be awakened from within oneself, so I cannot impart that knowledge. She explained. That's fine. Just teach me observation haki for now, Luffy replied eagerly. All right, once we descend, I shall instruct you, she agreed. Really? When have I ever deceived you? She added, her sincerity evident. That's fantastic, Luffy exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the others were filled with curiosity. Who exactly is she? At that moment, Feline suddenly rose. Luffy, I feel an urge to step outside for some fresh air. I shall return shortly. Okay, be careful, Luffy responded. With that, Feline vanished. Observing the astonished expressions of Cornus and the old man, Sanji remarked, our vice captain is simply enigmatic. It's nothing unusual. Let us continue our discussion. It was evident that they had grown accustomed to Feline's sudden appearances and disappearances. Outside, just as Sanji mentioned that Nami was missing, Feline had already sensed through observation haki that Nami was currently at the island of the gods, as Cornus had described, and she was on her way back, transforming her appearance. Feline's attire shifted to a deep black, donning a dark cloak, with a purple star and moon mark adorning her forehead, obscuring her face as she entered the island of the gods. In truth, her visit to the island of the gods was not solely for Nami. She had another purpose, an assassination. Baimu had transformed into a thundercloud, shadowing her closely. Master, why not leave that fellow for Luffy? He inquired. I do not intend to kill him. My goal is merely to engage in a duel. I seek to push the limits of the lightning element within me. If I were to break through all elements at once, my body could easily weaken. Some things cannot be rushed. To put it simply, he is merely a means for me to level up. Ah, but if he gets injured, Luffy's victory may not come easily, Baimu cautioned. Fear not, once successful, I will restore him, she assured. Baimu felt an unexplainable sympathy for Enel. In the Divine Palace, given that it was the dead of night, the priest should have already retired, and as for the minions, they posed no significant threat. Feline produced 2 small vials. One contained the sleep elixir, concocted by Sister Luming, while the other held the dream potion, designed to ensnare the mind in illusions. Which one should she choose, or perhaps a combination of both for added security? Feline mixed the two potions and discreetly sprinkled the blend around the vicinity of the shrine. After ensuring her presence remained undetected, she stealthily entered the sacred hall, only to find a figure reclining in a chair, adorned with a white headscarf, elongated earlobes, and accompanied by 4 thunder drums, his bare shoulders exposed. To her astonishment, he was asleep. How could he succumb to slumber so early? Feigning a release of energy, Feline aimed to capture Enelu's attention, drawing forth the star moon sword to strike at him. Indeed, Enelu sensed the impending danger, awakening just in time to evade Feline's assault. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Are you one of the illegal intruders reported by Amazon?" Feline deliberately altered her voice and said, "I am sorry, but I am unaware of what you refer to as an illegal intruder. I have always had a penchant for defying the odds. Upon hearing that you are the deity of this realm, I felt compelled to challenge you. If I were to slay you, I would ascend as the god of this place. Wouldn't that be splendid? Ha ha, to slay a god? How audacious of you. I am, after all, a deity, the most formidable existence. You dare entertain the thought of taking my life? Where are the guards? How did a mere rodent manage to infiltrate here? Cease your cries. Since I possess the audacity to challenge a god, I have undoubtedly prepared meticulously. They have succumbed to my illusions, regardless of what transpires here. No one shall intrude upon this sanctum. Prepare yourself for my star moon slash. This strike carries the essence of thunder. Those struck will experience a fleeting paralysis. However, this should have no effect on Enel, who has consumed the thunder fruit. Yet, Feline's intention is not to kill him, merely to engage in a contest of strength. Enel, too, has sensed the thunderous energy within her power. I inquired how you came to seek my demise, only to discover that you have partaken of that which harbors the essence of lightning. Feline felt a twinge of embarrassment. How long had he been here? Could he truly be unaware that no 2 devil fruits in this world are identical? Never mind, let him think as he pleases. Indeed, that is precisely why I sought to challenge you. However, I trust you do not intend to refrain from fighting back, for that would render this encounter rather dull. Certainly not, replied Enel, the thunder god, as his form crackled with electricity, transforming his lightning into light to counter Feline's assault. He then materialized behind her, proclaiming, I am a deity, capable of perceiving all that transpires here, including your attacks. Prepare for a discharge. Furin scoffed, is that so? What if I can do the same? What? Rakage. The flash of Enel's strike only struck Furin's electric illusion, while the true Furin appeared behind him, creating distance between them. Enel, taken aback, remarked, you can also use heartbeat? Many possess such abilities. Furin spoke no falsehood. The latter half of the Grand Line is referred to as the New World, a realm teeming with formidable individuals. One would feel quite ashamed to lack hockey in such a place. The reason Furin had only now begun to explain the concept of hockey to Luffy and his companions was that they still resided in the earlier portion of their journey, far from that realm. Thus there was no urgency for them to learn. Moreover, if you truly possessed the insight to perceive all, how could you be unaware of my identity? If you were cognizant of my actions, how could I have entered unnoticed? Wouldn't you agree? As she spoke, Enel found himself genuinely perplexed. He had never laid eyes on her. Amazon had mentioned 8 individuals entering illegally, yet only 7 photographs were presented. He had scrutinized the 7 through heartbeat, and in that moment, he had chastised the old woman for her poor eyesight, unable to count accurately. The old woman herself had begun to doubt her vision, wondering if her age had caused her to see things unclearly. They remained oblivious to the fact that Furin had rendered herself invisible while observing them in Amazon, and when Enel utilized heartbeat, she had also masked her presence. Unless Enel were physically present, he would never have detected her, which allowed Furin to arrive here silently. Enel declared, in that case, divine judgment. A powerful bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking towards Furin. She remained motionless, and as the lightning struck her, she suffered no harm. All the electricity that impacted her was entirely absorbed. Feline felt an ample supply of thunderous energy within her, prompting her to elevate her abilities. She resolved to proceed in this manner for the time being. Feline, I have suddenly lost the desire to be a deity, so I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Enelu, feeling quite irate, is my shrine a place where one can come and go at will? Felion, you must admit, your shrine is quite the place. I can come and go as I please, unless you manage to catch me before I vanish. Enel shouted in fury, come out. Yet, the surrounding area fell silent. Enel employed his mind net to perceive, but he found himself utterly unable to sense Felion's presence. Infuriated, he smashed the table before him. Meanwhile, on Luffy's side, Nami exclaimed, What? Felion is not here. Luffy replied, She just mentioned wanting to take a stroll, and she hasn't returned yet. Nami insisted. Regardless, we must find Fulian and leave quickly. Nami turned to Luffy and the others, urgently stating, I witnessed a terrifying scene. There are fearsome figures on that island. Nami urged, in any case, it is best to set sail now. It's fine. We're used to being chased. Suddenly, Luffy looked at Nami. His body glowing mysteriously. Why did you return so soon? We were just about to venture into that forbidden area. Perhaps Fulian has gone there as well? Nami shouted back at Luffy. No matter what, I absolutely refuse to set foot in that dreadful place again. However, Konis and Fulian both mentioned that there are formidable people there. Zoro, grinning as he held the hilt of his sword, said, I plan to meet them as well. In that case, we shall go ourselves. Luffy proposed a compromise. You stay here. Absolutely not. Am I supposed to wait here to be slaughtered by pursuers? Nami continued to shout. In any case, we must leave this place quickly. Luffy, equally defiant, shouted back. I refuse. I am the captain. I will go on an adventure. Nami, upon hearing this declaration, momentarily became speechless. Speaking of which, we only know how to ascend but not how to descend. Usopp remarked to the approaching Konis and the old man, do you know of any safe route that could lead us back to the Blue Sea? Given your current situation, there is no safe route to speak of. However, there is a method, Konis said, her brow furrowed. You must go to the other side of the clouds, to a place called the End of the Clouds. The End of the Clouds lies to the far east, if you wish to go there. You must first reach the lower layer of the White Sea. I want to go on an adventure. Luffy pouted. If we linger any longer, we will surely cause trouble for Konis and the old man. In any case, let us leave this place first. All right, everyone, prepare to set sail. Nami led the way towards the Going Merry, casually waving goodbye to Konis and the old man, thanking them for their care. By the way, as Luffy was returning to the ship, he suddenly clapped his hands, turned, and ran towards the old man. Old man, can we pack up the leftover food? Of course. That is wonderful. Sanji, bring out the bento boxes. Luffy excitedly called out to Sanji. Sanji followed suit, approaching the old man, offering rare praise. You're quite clever about that. By the way, old man, I need a small favor. Usopp grinned as he approached the old man. Aren't you a technician? Could you spare me some parts for repairing the ship? Certainly. But I would appreciate it if you could come to my humble abode again. Watching their group gradually head towards the old man's house, Nami shouted. Hands on her hips. Wait, where are you all going? I'm going to pack the food, Luffy replied with a smile. Friends, you all head back to the ship and prepare for the adventure. Nami suddenly threw her hands up in exasperation, muttering, that fool. He just has to go no matter what. Nami and the others remained on the Going Merry, waiting for Luffy's return, the anchor still cast into the sea. Nami continued to urge Zoro and the others not to let Luffy embark on this adventure. That place is truly terrifying. If you can't rally the entire crew to revolt, it will be difficult to change Luffy's mind, Zoro chuckled. However, both Luffy and I are quite interested in those formidable individuals. It doesn't matter. I simply refuse to go. So be it. Zoro leaned against the mast and began to doze off. Nami shouted, I refuse to stay here alone. Where are you, Fulian? Just as Robin was gathering the ladder, she suddenly saw White Moo drifting towards the ship. Upon seeing White Moo, Nami and Chopper rushed to the bow, while Zoro remained asleep. Nami excitedly exclaimed, White Moo, you've come. Where is Fulian? The master said she won TB back tonight, and told you all not to wait for her. Do whatever you wish. She has urgent matters to attend to. Nanny? Nami shook White Moo vigorously. You must tell her that we are being hunted because we couldn't pay the travel fee. I accidentally saw a fearsome figure, and now we are in grave danger. Our situation is quite urgent. White Moo replied, So, didn't the master say? You can do whatever you want, which means you must solve your own problems when difficulties arise. Nami felt a twinge of despair. Just then, Konis arrived, prompting Nami to quickly hide White Moo behind her. Excuse me, I have something to discuss with you, Konis said softly. After glancing at Konis, Robin lowered the ladder. Does this mean there is a special cloud sea current that leads to the White Sea? After listening to Konis, Nami summarized the gist. Yes, you can follow that current across the Cloud Sea to reach the White Sea. Moreover, you want to lose your way to the destination, the end of the clouds, Konis continued to explain, and as long as you board that current, no one should be able to catch up with you. Haha. Nami excitedly snapped her fingers. Then we can secretly board the Going Merry onto that Cloud Sea current without Luffy knowing. Chopper added, by the time Luffy discovers it, it will be too late. So whether he is heartbroken or not, it doesn't matter, Robin laughed. Furthermore, I can ride Wiper to guide you to the entrance of that cloud sea current, Coney smiled. In any case, we just need to keep it from Luffy. Nami said confidently, I believe I can keep it from him. You all should hoist the anchor while waiting for me, Coney said, still smiling gently. I understand. I am immensely grateful, Coney's. Without a hint of doubt, Nami expressed her gratitude. Coney smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners, while Robin watched the unnatural sweat sliding down her face with a smile. Chapter 36. Preparing to depart, to rescue a companion after bidding farewell to Coney's. Nami stowed the ladder and stretched, saying, All right, now I don't have to worry about that foolish Luffy always clamoring for adventures. I'll go change first. As she reached the door, Nami turned back to Chopper. Chopper, you go and hoist the anchor now. All right. Just as Chopper finished hauling up the anchor, a tremendous splash echoed from the sea, accompanied by the startled cries of Nami and Chopper. As Luffy emerged, he saw two gigantic pincers grasping the Going Merry, swiftly pulling it away from the island, the bow of the ship facing the island, being dragged backward at a rapid pace. There was something beneath the ship. Zoro gritted his teeth as he gazed at the shadow beneath the vessel. Not long after, a creature suddenly emerged from the sea. Revealing half of its body, a colossal red shrimp surged forth, swiftly pulling the Merry away at a pace several times faster than the express shrimp they had once ridden. On board, Zoro seemed to grasp the situation. Was this the divine retribution? Rather than sending troops, were they to be taken to face punishment? How tyrannical. After Zoro and the others were taken away, the elder Gaia wore a grave expression. The super-fast shrimp were messengers of the gods, destined to transport them to God Island as offerings. Living sacrifices. Luffy and his companions gasped in shock. Sanji dropped his cigarette in disbelief. Are you implying that Nami and Robin, along with those two, will be offered to the gods? Indeed, Luffy exclaimed. Then let us go and defeat the god and his priest. Usopp sighed, shrugging. The issue lies in how to get there. Ferlin mentioned she handed that Sky Island map to an elder on Gaia Island. You'll need someone to guide you to the altar for living sacrifices. After all, you aren't familiar with this place, the elder suddenly interjected. Then turned to Coney's. Coney's, please accompany them to the dock at Angel Island and help prepare a ship for them. Yes, father, Coney's obediently nodded. The Cloud Fox in her arms scampering to the ground, sitting quietly. Haha, you're so considerate, elder. Usopp exclaimed, lifting a large bag in gratitude. Otherwise, we would truly have no idea how to get there. I'm so thrilled to have Miss Coney's accompany us, Sanji added, bearing a yellow package. His excitement evident as he floated in a flurry of pink bubbles. Haha. Luffy, also shouldering a large bag, triumphantly declared, All right. Coney's, let us go. To adventure, oh no, to find Zoro and the others. I'm counting on you, Coney's. Coney's nodded gently and began to lead the way, with Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp following closely behind. They approached the Lovely Avenue, where Coney's pointed ahead at the dense cluster of houses. Once we cross Lovely Avenue, we shall soon reach the dock. I can hardly contain my excitement to reach God Island, Luffy exclaimed eagerly. Sanji replied, You were determined to go from the start. Weren't you, Luffy? Haha. Luffy scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. How did you know? I never said so. His two crew members exchanged knowing glances. Silently thinking, you can read everything on his face, but aren't you afraid of dying? Coney's asked softly from the front. Luffy responded nonchalantly. Everyone dies eventually. And then broke into a wide grin. But for now, I'm beyond excited. With a punch, Sanji added sternly. Focus on worrying about Nami and Robin's safety. You're still able to laugh. Usopp couldn't help but strike Luffy's head lightly. You should be more concerned about the Merry. And don't forget Zoro and Chopper. On Lovely Avenue, uniquely shaped shops lined both sides of the road, bustling with people, while some shops floated in the air. Constructed from island clouds, with ropes hanging down to facilitate customer access. All the pedestrians had antennae on their heads and wings at their backs. However, as Luffy and his crew entered the street, everyone who saw them recoiled with strange expressions, occasionally casting fearful and disdainful glances in their direction. Usopp paused, observing the retreating crowd. Why does it seem like everyone is avoiding us? They don't even dare meet my gaze. No wonder, it must have spread. Everyone knows we're criminals, Sanji remarked unfazed, hands in his pockets, then added in disappointment. The angels are steering clear of me. At that moment, Luffy began to play around in one of the shops, prompting Sanji to shout, Do you genuinely want to rescue Nami and the others? Rescue them? Why? Didn't Zoro go with them? Luffy replied, puzzled. Usopp, having circled around, suddenly slapped his forehead. We should actually be worrying about the Merry. It's been through too much lately. Ah, look. There seems to be something in the center. Ignoring their complaints, Luffy bypassed Coney's, who was waiting for them, and proceeded onward. The others followed helplessly. In the middle of the street stood a peculiar clay sculpture, encased in transparent glass, appearing quite valuable. What an odd face. What is this? A sea dog? Luffy inquired curiously as he approached. This is Ba, the eternal aspiration of the people of Sky Island, Coney's replied. Her face alight with a smile and her eyes filled with hope. BAS. Luffy looked at Coney's, utterly confused. My goodness, how could you like something so strange? It must be hard for you sea dwellers to understand. Coney's chuckled softly, continuing to lead the way. We have arrived at the dock. Oh, we're here already? I was hoping to explore a bit more, Luffy said in disappointment, keeping pace with Coney's, followed by Sanji and Usopp. The dock was brimming with various types of vessels, from speedboats to luxurious yachts and simple fishing boats. Across the dock, different exits marked various numbers. This dock accommodates a range of ships. Coney's explained as she walked along the dock's path, from hotel boats for overnight stays to incredibly fast speedboats equipped with giant shells, as well as other types of vessels. Look, that sightseeing ship. Luffy suddenly interrupted, pointing excitedly at a magnificent, elegant vessel. How cool. Let us borrow that one. Surely this sightseeing trip would be exhilarating. You fool. Sanji pulled Luffy along behind Coney's. We're here to rescue Nami and Robin, so take this seriously. The ship we're borrowing is this one. Coney stopped, smiling and pointing at a dark vessel resembling a crow. This is the Crow's Nest. Upon seeing the ship, Luffy's previously high spirits fell immediately. Why does it look so shabby? This was the small boat I used before I learned to ride the Wybra. Its speed may not match that of the Wybra, but it is equipped with a pair of wind shells. Coney smiled. Feel free to use it. Luffy frowned in disappointment, gazing at the ship. No, I'm not going. Coney's eyes widened in shock, her expression mirrored by the surrounding onlookers filled with disdain. Luffy paused, then pointed at the luxurious sightseeing yacht. I still think that one is the best. Coney's glanced back at the glimmering ship, inexplicably relieved, then smiled at Luffy. You don't like it? I apologize. At that moment, Sanji delivered a swift kick to Luffy, shouting, You ungrateful wretch. Apologize. You scoundrel. Usopp chimed in, exactly. Luffy, we're not going for a leisurely cruise. Apologies from the chastened Luffy were directed towards Cornice as she continued to lead them forward. They arrived at an exit marked 2, pausing for several seconds before she turned around, smilingly gesturing towards the door, saying, Exit number 2. Beyond that lies the vast Cloud River leading to the Island of the Gods. Suddenly, Cornice bowed her head, trembling slightly. Just follow the path. Hey, Cornice, Luffy exclaimed, observing her wide-eyed expression laced with panic. Why have you been shaking since you left home? You appear to be frightened of something. Is that so? Cornice's pupils dilated in an instant, cold sweat streaming down her face, as the surrounding crowd watched them with alarm. Noticing her lips turning pale, Sanji chuckled. It seems Miss Cornice is genuinely worried about us. Usopp chimed in with confusion. If she's worried, shouldn't she be concerned for herself and the old man? The people in the street are clearly avoiding us, yet she continues to assist us, even lending us her ship. This makes you our accomplice, doesn't it? This must be some divine decree, or perhaps just their customary practice, intending to eliminate those who venture to the Sky Island, he mused. No, it's not like that. Cornice, still trembling and pale-lipped, implored, Don't you find it strange? Besides guiding you through the trials, I brought you here while speaking of a trial more terrifying than death, all the while seemingly coaxing you towards it. Upon hearing Cornice's words, the crowd instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with terror and drenched in sweat. Clenching her lips, Cornice trembled even more violently before suddenly kneeling before Luffy and the others, tears cascading onto the pristine ground. Please, you must flee. I'm so sorry. I was the one who summoned the super-fast shrimp. The giant shrimp that took Nami and the others away was you, Cornice? Sanji gazed incredulously at the girl kneeling before him. When you were away, I deceived them, claiming there was a swift ocean current for a quick escape, urging them to pull up the anchor. Cornice stammered, her voice choking with emotion. That was the signal to summon the super-fast shrimp. Once the whereabouts of the criminals are confirmed, they must be lured to the place of divine retribution, or else we will all be killed. It is our duty as citizens. I'm so sorry. Cornice covered her mouth, tears flowing endlessly. Luffy suddenly shouted at her, You fool. If that's the case, why would you say anything? You'll be killed, won't you? Cornice looked up at them in shock. We're doomed. Get away from that girl. The crowd hastily retreated from the dock, shouting in panic, "Run! The divine retribution is upon us." No sooner had the words left their lips than a blinding white light erupted from the sky, followed by a radiant pillar descending swiftly, aimed directly at Cornus. A blue protective shield enveloped Cornus just as a lightning wolf darted forward. "Heavenly steed, consume it." As the command was issued, the lightning wolf opened its mouth wide, devouring the white light, leaving both Cornus and Luffy unharmed. Furin approached with her hands tucked into her pockets. "Tianchi, well done," she remarked. Tianchi turned to face Furin, replying, "Your praise is too generous, master." Luffy and his companions cheerfully exclaimed, "Furin, you finally arrived." They noticed a small wolf beside Furin, capable of devouring lightning, which piqued their curiosity. "This is my new spirit pet. He is the embodiment of lightning and is named Tianchi." "However, this is not the time for such discussions," Furin said, lifting her gaze to the sky. "Uncle, I entrust them to you." A familiar voice responded, "Rest assured." "Ah, that strange old man," Usopp exclaimed in surprise. "Strange old man? Do not forget that I am a Sky Knight. This time, it is complimentary service," Ganfoer said as he stepped before Furin. "Allow me to protect this girl. I will not let her or Pygaya fall victim to Enel's wicked hands." "Very well," Luffy declared, standing up and adjusting his straw hat, fixing a resolute gaze on Ganfoer. "You are aware of the truth of this nation and the power of the gods. Now it is up to you to decide your course of action," the elder observed, his eyes fixed upon the four present, urging them to contemplate their forthcoming choices. "This country has nothing to do with us," Luffy stated unwaveringly. "We simply wish to go to God's Island to rescue our comrades. That is our sole intention." "Is that so? Then I wish you good fortune," Ganfoer said, casting a few silent glances at them before looking at Furin with a complex expression, then departed on the Pegasus. "Fulin, Luffy. This time your adversaries are the four priests and the deity Enel. They all possess the ability of Kinbunchika Haki, allowing them to sense your movements. Enel, being a user of the Rumble fruit, can manipulate lightning. Since you are made of rubber, only you can inflict harm upon him. Others must refrain from confronting him. Best of luck to you." Usopp then inquired whether he could accompany them, but Fulin simply vanished. Luffy approached the ominously dark ship, the Crow's Nest. "All right, let us set sail." Luffy excitedly pointed towards the Grand Gate, towards God's Island. "Okay." Sanji stepped on the pedal, and the vessel began its journey towards God's Island. Not far away, Fulin watched their retreating figures with a faint smile. Even when faced with such formidable obstacles, they exhibit not a trace of fear or hesitation, wholeheartedly pursuing their goals. This is what makes me anticipate the next Pirate King. Chapter 37, The Trial of the Gods. All gathered at God's Island, within the shrine. Enel reclined in a large chair, half-eaten food in hand, his expression dark. "Recently, there have been many who have crossed me. Just moments ago." He sensed a girl disrupting his retribution, which greatly displeased him. Glancing at his subordinates standing nearby, Enel inquired, "Have you located that individual?" The divine soldiers replied, "No. Not yet." The thought of this made Enel's countenance even more severe, then continued searching. "You must find her for me. Otherwise." "Understood, we shall keep searching. But regarding Lord Shadley, do not concern yourself with him." At this moment, in the midst of the storm clouds, Enel remained oblivious to the fact that while he could not perceive Fulin, she was currently observing their every move. Fulin scoffed. "It seems his intelligence is rather lacking. I initially thought he might question me, but it appears I was merely overthinking." Baimu inquired, "By the way, Master, when do you plan to join them in battle? Clearly, you are the strongest among them, yet you always remain a mere spectator. Lord Jinnying even asked me why he hasn't seen your bounty notice." "Brothering? When did he arrive?" "Yesterday, during your breakthrough with the lightning element. He stopped by and asked me to deliver this to you." Baimu carried a book on his back. Fulin picked up the book Navy 6 styles from Baimu's back and leafed through its pages. "What do I need this for?" she inquired. "Lord Jinnying instructed me that this is a command from Lord Mizong, suggesting that you should familiarize yourself with some physical techniques. After all, your master excels in ranged combat. It is imperative to enhance your skills in close-quarter battles." Fulin pondered thoughtfully. It indeed makes sense. The Navy's 6 forms represent a physical technique, comprising 6 martial arts that transcend the limits of human physicality: shave, iron mass, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. Each technique possesses immense power, and mastering them could enable even those with the ability of devil fruits to engage in combat. The others are acceptable. But iron mass is unnecessary. Baimu inquired, "Why is that?" Fulin scoffed, "I find no utility in iron blocks. As long as one masters the supreme level of armament hockey, physical strength becomes irrelevant. Tianqi inquired, does the master mean that their armament hockey has reached its pinnacle? Bai Mu asked, is that true? When did this occur? Fu Lin, previously, I visited an elderly gentleman, and while there, I requested him to teach me how to enhance my hockey. I stayed for about a week. Tianqi, Bai Mu, elderly gentleman, laughed Drew upon witnessing this scene. A certain elf brandishing a knife, gritted his teeth and inquired, when did this occur? Mizong, however, remained unfazed. Does it truly matter? In fact, he had just learned of this matter himself. Jianying bellowed, of course, it matters. I can wield armament hockey as well. Why allow that old man to instruct? Perhaps he believes that elder is superior to you, considering you lost to him, didn't you? Jianying replied, that incident was a fluke, it doesn't count. I refuse to accept defeat at the hands of a mere human. I am not like you. I too refuse to yield, but my opponent is already deceased. Are you suggesting I challenge his corpse? Besides, how could there be incompetence aboard that fellow's ship? You? Enough, enough. If you persist in seeking that old man for a rematch, others may think we cannot accept defeat. Losing to him is not shameful. Observing Jianying's frustration, Lu Ming hastily advised, Mizong, indeed, if you're dissatisfied, you may challenge him once more. Jianying said nothing, leaping onto his sword, preparing to depart. Lu Ming, where are you going? I wish to battle that old man again. With that, he soared into the sky. Others, Wu Jin, can he win? Mizong, what do you think? Saying this, he produced a small purple transponder snail. On Shangbo Island, the elderly gentleman, whom Jianying had been contemplating, lay on the side sipping wine. Brew, 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 brew. The sound of the transponder snail echoed. He retrieved a small purple transponder snail from his pocket, revealing an enigmatic smile. The old man answered the transponder snail. Hello, all is well? The indifferent voice of Mizong resonated across from Dark King Rayleigh. Oh, Mizong, it has been quite a while since we last communicated. Indeed, I am here primarily to express my gratitude. I heard that you assisted my younger sister in enhancing her armament hockey. Given her temperament, she likely caused you quite a bit of trouble. Not at all. Rayleigh stroked his beard, stating that girl is quite lively and cheerful. I actually find her quite endearing. Moreover, she learns swiftly. Is it that she requires further guidance from me? No, she is probably quite occupied now. Oh, is she currently growing alongside a human? I see. I wonder who the fortunate individual is? At this thought, Mizong's tone shifted. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. From your tone, it seems you hold him in high regard. Not particularly. At the very least, his lineage is far superior to that individual's. Ha! Your words are always so incisive. I suspect Fu Lin will also reach out to you soon. I merely wish to inform you in advance. Furthermore, my persistent younger brother has sought you out. So please teach him a lesson. With that, he drew a knife and swung it backward. Clang. The blades clashed, and Rayleigh continued without turning. Understood. Meanwhile, the enraged Jianying shouted, Old man, take this seriously. Stop underestimating me. No, stop underestimating elves. I am far superior to that fool. Mizong, elder, I hope you do not age too quickly. Fu Lin and I have matters we wish to entrust to you. Countless sword energies surged forth from Jianying, retreating as he unleashed a barrage of sword energy targeting Rayleigh. The sword energy was exceptionally fierce, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the figure was nowhere to be seen. Where? Jianying scrutinized the surroundings, remaining on high alert. Oh, what is the matter? Rayleigh appeared atop a nearby tree, one hand clutching the transponder snail, the other wielding a knife, wearing a cryptic smile. Jianying, infuriated, exclaimed, Old man, hang up the phone. Since earlier, Rayleigh had remained turned away from him, which was tolerable, but this fellow was conversing while in combat, and with such a commotion, the opponent could not possibly be oblivious. Do these two regard me with such disdain? If possible, I hope you can witness the growth of two pirate kings. Oh, that certainly is exciting. Rayleigh continued to duel with one hand, which greatly displeased Jianying. He yearned to teach this old man a proper lesson. The flowing cloud pursuit sword unleashed a multitude of sword energies from intricate angles towards Rayleigh. Observing this, Rayleigh remained unperturbed, skillfully parrying each strike. Understood, however. Do you have any other matters? I have a guest here who is sulking due to my negligence. Is that so? Then I shan't disturb you. I hope your discussion goes well. Farewell. With that, the communication ended. Simultaneously, Jianying flashed behind Rayleigh and struck downward with his sword. Clang. The blades collided. Rayleigh chuckled. Always being rash is not advisable. Jianying retorted. Humph, as if that concerns you. Rayleigh, still smiling, inquired, "So how do you intend to compete this time?" Jianian gritted his teeth, "The usual rules." Rayleigh, "Very well. However, if I win, you must do me a favor, all right?" Jianian produced a sound snail, agreed. "But if you lose, you must admit before it that you are inferior to Mizong and answer one of my questions." Rayleigh, "No problem." Clang. The swords clashed as the two continued their fierce battle. Meanwhile, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp piloted the crow's nest towards the sphere trial, encountering the priest Sadilai. Due to his ability to perceive the mind web, the trio found themselves in a dire struggle. "Damn, just as Feline said, this guy can predict our next moves." Sanji panted. "Usopp, Skypiea is truly terrifying." Luffy, "What do we do now? How do we deal with him?" "Interfere with his movements," a voice echoed in their minds. That of Feline. Upon hearing this, Sanji and Luffy exchanged glances and nodded. Sadilai withdrew a rope from his body, gradually forming the surrounding white spheres into a 15-meter-long dragon. The foremost sphere adorned with a red dragon mask. This ball dragon was composed of fiery clouds. A single misstep would send you flying. With that, he swung the rope, directing the dragon toward Luffy and his companions. Observing this, Luffy seized the rope, propelling the ball dragon towards Sadilai, resulting in a colossal explosion. In an instant, Sadeli's mind web was disrupted, and unbeknownst to him, Luffy seized the opportunity to ensnare the large meatball's neck. "Release me at once. You are truly despicable." The large meatball thrashed violently, but was firmly bound by Luffy's elongated limbs. "You abducted someone else's companion, causing the adorable angel to weep. And now you wish to harm them. Who are you to call us despicable?" Sanji slowly stood, kicking his shoes. "Indeed, that is right." Luffy maneuvered his head from behind the large meatball to the front, grinning at his sweating face. "Although you can foresee our actions, which is impressive, if you cannot evade them, your foresight is rendered useless." Hee. Witnessing the approaching Sanji, the large meatball trembled in panic, threatening loudly, "You fools, stop this at once. I am a priest serving the gods. Let me go. Defying a priest's authority in this land is a first-degree offense. If you lay a hand on me, it signifies a declaration of war against the omnipotent god, Enel. Close your mouth, or the flavor will escape." This is akin to Sanji elegantly lifting his hand, fully treating the pepper as the finest herb, before squatting down. The key lies in the grandness of the movement and the strength behind it. Without hesitation, shatter it completely. Only then can the exceptional flavor locked within be unleashed. Subsequently, he forcefully kicked the white ball upwards, twirling down as he struck the pleading meatball on its large head, roughly smashed. Upon witnessing Sanji's successful kick on the creature he held, Luffy released it, allowing it to plummet, thus defeating Shadley. "Well done." Furine observed everything from the shadows, then sensed something, spreading her wings and soaring towards the Mary, muttering, "Honestly." Leaving Chopper alone on the ship, are Zoro and the others serious? Now, an uninvited guest has arrived. In a secluded area of the Sky Island, the Sky Knight Godfall engaged in conversation with the recently rescued Konis and Pagaya, discussing everything from the pumpkin harvest to Enel's Heart Network, the pirates of the Blue Sea, and the war with the Shandians. There has long existed a legend on the Sky Island. Long ago, on the day of the birth of the Holy Land Appiato, a wondrous melody resonated throughout the land. The conflict between the Shandians and the Sky Dwellers commenced at that moment, the song serving as the war's clarion call. Therefore, when we hear it once more, it signifies the end of the conflict. While watering the pumpkins, Godfall spoke with hope, the island-esque song. Konis inquired, puzzled. "Indeed," Godfall replied with a smile, "the Holy Land will surely echo with song again, one day in the future." Just then, Chopper's whistle pierced the air, prompting Pierre to shout, "Pip! Pip!" Godfall immediately dropped the watering can and leapt onto Pierre's back. "What is happening?" Pagaya asked, astonished. "I have work to do. Please manage things here," Godfall declared, donning his helmet. "Let us go, Pierre. Quick, we must get to work." With that, he hurriedly concluded the conversation and rode his pink Pegasus towards the source of the whistle. On Sabaody Archipelago, a certain sprite, having battled Rayleigh for 300 rounds, fell to the ground. "You old geezer," he exclaimed, still unwilling to relent, throwing his sword at Rayleigh, who effortlessly dodged it. Suddenly, Rayleigh appeared before the sword's shadow, placing a blade at his throat. "What do you intend to do?" "I have one again. TCH, I want to give up. You better live a little longer. I will defeat you eventually." The shadow of the sword remained undeterred. Rayleigh sheathed his large sword, chuckling, "Ha ha ha. In terms of stubbornness, you resemble Mist Walker quite a bit." "Who resembles that fool?" Don't joke around. The sword shadow dusted himself off. What do you need my assistance with? Actually, it's nothing much. Just help me deliver a letter, Rayleigh said, producing an envelope. The sword shadow took the letter. That's simple. Who is it for? Rayleigh seemed to anticipate the question. Replying, Gonfall. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Gonfall and one of the priests, Shura, clashed after arriving at the sound of the whistle. Gonfall, you dare show your face? Well then, I shall deal with you as well. Shura, recovering from his daze, angrily wiped the blood from his mouth and threatened, Humph, very well, let us settle this today. Amidst the turmoil of the Sky Island, in the midst of their fierce struggle, Gonfall and the excited Chopper were unaware of the sly smile that crept across Shura's face. Honestly, if you can't win, resorting to underhanded tactics? Furine, who had arrived early, watched from a nearby tree. Feline, I suddenly recalled that this old man is acquainted with Roger, likely an old friend. Feeling the surrounding atmosphere was somewhat amiss, Feline traced her fingers through the air. As time passed, Shura gradually sensed that the situation was becoming precarious, prompting him to unleash his ultimate technique, the trial of the ropes, the cloud of ropes. However, nothing transpired. Shura, feeling a chill of sweat on his brow, questioned, What is happening? Who is it? When was my cloud of ropes severed? What have you done? Gonfer and Chobo were bewildered, wondering what he was talking about. Shura insisted, No, every movement of those two is beneath my very eyes, regardless of what they do. I would be aware. Choba and Gonfer had remained right before him, with no opportunity to sever the ropes he had released. Moreover, they too had been oblivious, indicating the presence of another individual lurking in the shadows. At that moment, he recalled Inilu mentioning that he had nearly been assassinated by an unexpected visitor the previous night, unnoticed by anyone. Could that assassin still be nearby? Shura activated his mind's web to sense everything around him, yet found nothing. Panic seized him. How formidable must this person be to evade his mental web? Just then, Gonfer pressed the attack against Shura, who could only dodge. Suddenly, the sound of a cannonball exploding overhead echoed across the island, heralding the onset of war. You will pay for this. Once I deal with the Sandians, I shall return to confront you. With that, he mounted a great bird and surged toward the source of the ominous presence. Prolonged entanglement would likely provoke the hidden assailant. It was prudent to first resolve matters with the Sandians before devising a plan. Stop right there. Gonfer intended to pursue Shura, but was ensnared by a vine. Forget it. Let him go for now. There will be ample opportunities ahead. Hearing this voice, Choba was overjoyed. Feline, a whirlwind manifested aboard the Mary, and as the winds gradually subsided, Feline slowly appeared, retracting the vine that bound Gonfer. Are you both unharmed? Choba clung to Feline's leg, lamenting, Feline, it's all my fault. I was too weak to protect the Mary. Gazing upon the wreckage of the Mary, Choba felt immense guilt. No, you did remarkably well, Feline reassured him. Who are you? Really? In contrast to Choba, Gonfer regarded Feline with cautious vigilance. Feline reassured, Do not worry, I harbor no ill intentions. Had I not severed the ropes that fellow had laid around, you would not be standing here in safety. With a gentle clap of her hands, numerous white ropes appeared around them, now severed. As if igniting a wildfire, Feline snapped her fingers, and the cloud ropes were reduced to ashes before the astonished gazes of Chopper and Ganfo. At that moment, Nami and the others returned. Chopper, are you all right? Nami exclaimed upon seeing the fallen trees and the scars of battle surrounding them, calling out to the Mary. Nami, Zaro, Robin. Chopper shouted joyously, You're back. Are you all safe? Yes, we are fine. Feline and the Sky Knights drove off the priest. Zoro and the others then recognized a familiar figure. Not far away, riding the crow, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp approached through the clouds. Sanji, Nami-san, Robin-chan, I came to rescue you, Luffy declared. What? After all this time? It was just a minor trial. Usopp chimed in. You must have been frightened, but Captain Usopp has returned. You can rest easy now. Nami sighed with relief, reassured that they seemed unharmed. Now I can relax. As Luffy and his companions boarded the ship, they immediately spotted Ganfo. Ah, the strange old man. You're here too. Ganfo responded with a hint of resignation. I am truly ashamed. I intended to rescue you, yet it seems I have become a burden for you to care for. Why should Fu Lin be courteous? If gratitude is truly necessary, one may simply continue with their duties once the matter is resolved. Upon hearing this, Ganfuer's expression stiffened. The young lady was aware of his true identity. Feline, addressing Luffy and the others, she expressed her concern, gesturing towards the deck. Everyone gazed at the disheveled state of the Mary, and after hearing Chopper's explanation, they all understood the gravity of the situation. Usopp, the most worried about the Mary, stared at the Golden Mary, which had been petrified. The main mast was missing, and the ship had broken into 2 pieces. "I'm so sorry, Usopp," Chopper nervously explained. "I wanted to protect the Mary, but I was too foolish to defeat that Azura. If it weren't for Grandpa Knight and Fu Lin, the Mary would have been destroyed. Am I utterly useless? And what about you? Is your injury serious?" Usopp turned back, anxiously questioning Chopper. Chopper nodded, and Usopp continued to gaze at the main mast, letting out a sigh before slowly walking into the kitchen, surprisingly picking up a fire-spewing spear. "At least it only burned the ship and not you. That's truly a relief." "Huh." He then mused that they would find a way to repair the ship. Hearing Usopp's words, Chopper was immediately moved to tears, leaping onto the ship's railing, raising his hands, and shouting, "I will definitely grow stronger." As night fell, Gonfer rested nearby, and after a day of battles and hardships, everyone felt weary. Nami suggested, "All right, let's share our experiences since we parted this afternoon to strategize our next move." In a spacious clearing on the shore, they lit a fire for illumination. "Silence, please. Now, everyone, share your journey." Usopp tapped on the blackboard, speaking seriously. "In the mysterious forest, we encountered a priest named Shadeli. And due to his ability to predict our next moves, we found ourselves in a dire battle." Sanji, representing the trial group, added, "However, it was Fu Lin who reminded us, allowing us to defeat the priest." Chopper interjected. Suddenly, a priest named Azura appeared. His weapon was a spear that could burn anything, and it seemed he could see through my actions. After I blew the whistle to summon the Sky Knights, fortunately, Fu Lin and the Sky Knights arrived. Otherwise, the Mary might have been reduced to ashes. Nami, a hint of excitement in her voice, exclaimed, "We finally uncovered the secret of this island. It turns out." Before she could finish, Fu Lin interjected, "This island is actually a part of Gaia Island. The Golden Country did not sink to the seabed. Rather, it floated to the sky." "How do you know?" Nami asked. "The reason I left the Sky Island map with Uncle Kulik was to inform him of the truth." As she spoke, Fu Lin stood up, conjuring an illusion of the Sky Island map from a water droplet. She then produced a map of Gaia Island, joining the two together. "Look, what do you see?" Everyone gasped. "It's a skeleton. The original shape of Gaia Island resembles a skull." "Indeed," Fu Lin continued. "The phrase 'in the right eye of the skull lies gold' actually means that the gold is hidden in a specific location on the original Gaia Island. The right eye of the skull is here." She pointed to a spot on the Sky Island map, which indicates that this island is the Golden Country that the Monkey Mountain Alliance has been searching for. "Is that true?" Luffy exclaimed, dropping the fishbone he held, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Usopp's blackboard. Nami, with exasperation, shouted, "Didn't I just say that? What on earth were you listening to?" "Hey, Luffy, have you forgotten the warning from that gorilla?" Usopp, sweating profusely, looked at Luffy. Chopper, recalling the priest's powers, shivered nervously, and there is also a colossal god. "The god of thunder, a terrifying deity." Robin merely chuckled. "It seems quite intriguing." "Indeed," Sanji chimed in, a cigarette in his mouth and excitement in his tone. "With treasure at stake, how can we, as pirates, remain idle? The more enemies we face, the more exhilarating it becomes, like a survival game." Zoro, relaxed with his hands behind his head, his face brimming with combat spirit, remarked, "This is truly something to look forward to." Fu Lin smiled and said, "Do you wish to know what I was up to last night?" Nami replied, "Indeed, Fu Lin, you vanished for an entire evening. What were you really doing?" "Do you truly wish to know?" Everyone responded, "We genuinely want to know." "I must warn you, don't be frightened by what I reveal." Usopp chimed in, "We won't be." Fu Lin, "In truth, it was nothing extraordinary. I merely attempted to assassinate that so-called god and even dared to provoke him, yet I departed unscathed." Usopp was utterly terrified. "Assassinate a god?" Chopper exclaimed, "Is that true?" "Haha. Fu Lin, you are truly remarkable." Compared to the stunned Usopp and Chopper, Luffy simply gave a thumbs up, grinning as he declared, "Our vice captain truly deserves the title. If you're going to do something, do it grandly." Nami's lips twitched slightly. "I always thought Luffy was the most reckless among us, but it turns out there is someone even more audacious. However, it is a pity that the assassination attempt failed. I can see you had no intention of actually killing him." Robin immediately countered Fu Lin's words. After all, if Fu Lin could stealthily infiltrate the Divine Palace, she certainly possessed the ability to silently take a life. "Fu Lin, truly, you are Robin. You have hit the nail on the head." She then cast a glance at Ganfor, who lay not far away. Ganfor was, in fact, not asleep. This young girl possessed far too much knowledge. Who exactly is she? Chapter 38. The Night of the Campfire, the Advent of the Ship's Spirit. By the way, Feline, what is this observation hockey you mentioned? Zoro inquired with curiosity, for he had encountered not a single foe throughout the day, leaving him utterly frustrated. Feline, in simple terms, it's akin to intuition. Intuition, you say? Zoro furrowed his brow. Regardless, you will need to learn this eventually, so allow me to demonstrate. Feline picked up 2 twigs, handing one to Zoro, and then took a piece of black cloth to blindfold herself. Attack me. What? Despite his bewilderment, he complied. Just as the twig was about to strike Feline, she deftly sidestepped. After several exchanges, no matter where Zoro aimed his strikes, Feline seemed to predict his movements with uncanny accuracy. Furthermore, she gradually closed the distance between them, and when she deemed it sufficient, she vanished and reappeared behind Zoro. The twig poised against his throat. What do you think? This is observation hockey, which allows one to sense the opponent's next move. Feline withdrew, removing the blindfold. Luffy and the others gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling. That's incredible! As for armament hockey, it is a form of hockey that enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities. Employing various techniques such as hardening, wrapping, external projection, and internal destruction. Let me simplify it further. Furin clenched her fist, closed her eyes, and found herself enveloped by a surge of energy. With a powerful strike, she aimed her fist at a robust tree, and to everyone's astonishment, a large hole appeared in its trunk almost instantly. The onlookers were not merely shocked by the damage inflicted on the tree. Rather, they were astounded by the fact that Furin's fist had never actually made contact with it. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Feline scratched her head and said, "Oh dear. I seem to have gone a bit too far. I originally intended to demonstrate entanglement, but inadvertently it turned into internal destruction." Zoro's lips twitched as he remarked. Internal destruction involves penetrating the surface of an object with hockey to directly damage its interior. It can be used in conjunction with hardening and entanglement, making it the most advanced technique. Luffy exclaimed, "That's amazing." Sanji inquired, "What about the other technique?" Suddenly, Feline's expression shifted, and she quickly turned her head, sensing a beast approaching. Moments later, a white cloud wolf emerged, causing Usopp and Chopper to scream in terror and cling to each other, exclaiming, "A wolf!" The massive Wolf King, marked by a scar over his right eye, approached Sanji, who was holding a torch, and coldly growled, "Awoof." Sanji, unable to comprehend, called for Chopper. "Come here, Chopper." Chopper, who had been hiding behind Usopp, sighed in resignation and stood next to the Cloud Wolf King, hands on his hips, fiercely declaring, "You lot have been making a racket since earlier. It's late. Hurry up and go to sleep, you bunch of rascals." "What did you say?" Luffy and Sanji shouted back at Chopper. Instantly diminished in confidence, Chopper fearfully shook his hooves and stammered, "I didn't mean. Are you guys trying to cause trouble on our territory?" The Wolf King bared his teeth menacingly, growling, "This is our land. Who allowed you to feast here? Every blade of grass and treasure in this forest belongs to us." "Awoo." Hearing this, Nami delivered a powerful punch, clenching her fist as she glared at the unconscious Wolf King, declaring, "The treasures are mine." "Awoo." Seeing their king struck down, the surrounding wolves growled menacingly and began to close in. Usopp, drenched in cold sweat, glanced at the pack and then at Nami, who seemed utterly unrepentant. "Look, why are you making the atmosphere so tense? What should we do now?" "Awoo." The Wolf King suddenly bellowed, and the pack fell silent. "Stop. Even if you all attack together, you may not stand a chance against them." The Wolf King licked his lips and flashed a grin at Nami, saying, "Sister, that punch you threw was impressive. I quite like you." Usopp, bewildered by the exchange between the Wolf King and Nami, turned to Zoro and asked, "Does this mean everything can end peacefully?" "It seems so," Zoro replied nonchalantly. "Then let us all come together." Luffy exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists and shouting, "Let us have a bonfire party." "Awoo." The wolf pack brought their homemade fruit juice, and the wooden structure blazed with brilliant flames. The wolves danced around the bonfire, and Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, and Chopper joyfully joined in the revelry. Nami sat at a distance, sipping juice with a female wolf, giggling, while Zoro enjoyed his drink nearby. Feline and Robin settled near Ganfo, with Feline seemingly lost in thought as she gazed at the elder. "Do you know this old man?" Robin asked curiously, observing Feline's intense focus on the Sky Knight. "I'm not familiar with him, but I know he was the original deity of this island, when Enel was absent." He was in charge of this sky island. Unfortunately, conflicts arose with a group of outsiders, leading to his downfall. Oh, it seems you know something. Indeed. I'm just contemplating whether I should assist him or not. Oh, the reason things turned out this way is partly their fault, in reality. The inhabitants of the Sky Island are akin to marauders. That's why I'm uncertain about helping them reconcile with certain individuals. Are those the gorillas? Yes. So how will you decide? Out of respect for an old acquaintance, I suppose I'll lend him a hand. Moreover, while they are victims, their selfishness and possessiveness also irk me. If we don't resolve this issue, we won't fare any better. Your old acquaintance wouldn't he be? Shoo. Feline suddenly sensed something and smiled. It turns out it wasn't he, just my imagination. Robin asked, what's wrong? Nothing. I'll step away for a moment. If Luffy and the others inquire, just tell them I went for a stroll to catch my breath. Once Feline vanished like the wind, Ganfo rose and remarked, this girl knows far too much. Robin reassured him, rest assured, she means no harm. With our current strength, even united, we are no match for her. Do you truly believe she hasn't noticed you were awake? At that moment, Feline had distanced herself from Luffy and the others, arriving near the Thousand Sunny. She gazed at the ship, which was already half repaired, without any hint of surprise. Feline leaped onto the Mary, glancing around the desolate surroundings and said, I sense your presence. Come forth. Upon hearing this, a shadow slowly emerged from the corner, wielding a hammer. You know, Feline continued, I truly envy you. We are both spirits. Yet you were born of nature, under its protection. As long as nature endures, so shall you, while I, a ship's spirit, am destined to perish with this vessel. If you wish to continue living, I can assist you. Really? Of course, the ship's spirit replied with a bitter smile, but how could it be? From the moment of my birth, I entered into a life and death pact with this ship, fated to share its fate. That is my destiny. If you wish to live, I can help you break this life and death pact and sever ties with the Mary. However, it requires a strong desire from either party. Otherwise, I cannot alter the pact. That is why I wanted to know your thoughts. No, I can't do that. The Master Bai Mu and Tian Shi emerged from the spatial artifact, both urgently exclaiming. You would lose your powers. Arthur gasped. What? Yet Feline remained unfazed. Losing my powers can be restored. Losing my life means losing everything. Besides, I may not even fail. What matters is success. Do you have confidence in your success rate? I cannot predict that. Why would you do this? Arthur asked, puzzled. It's our first meeting, and even if we are of the same kind, there's no need to go this far. You are alive, while the Mary is not. Moreover, Luffy and the others would not want to lose you. Think it over. I will take my leave. By the way, I am Feline, and you are? Ship's spirit, Arthur. Then, farewell, Arthur. Should you come to a decision, please let me know. With that, she departed. As Feline left, the ship's spirit resumed repairing the ship, murmuring to the Mary, what an audacious thought. I do not wish to die, yet I do not want to burden others. Mary, what should I do? Morning arrived, the sun barely breaking through, casting a soft light filtered through dense branches onto the altar where the Mary rested. As everyone waved goodbye to the wolves and carried their belongings back to the altar, they were all astonished. The main mast, which had originally sunk to the lake's bottom, had been salvaged and meticulously repaired with iron sheets. Although the others had performed basic repairs the previous day, several iron plates had been carefully affixed. The wings and rooster comb, initially installed for flight, had been removed, restoring the Golden Mary to its original appearance. Is the Golden Mary truly restored? Everyone exclaimed in unison, bewildered by the development. However, they decided to return to the ship before making further judgments. Indeed, Nami said joyfully, touching the main mast. Even the broken main mast has been fixed. Robin slowly approached the main mast, gazing up at its towering height, pondering the challenge of erecting such a heavy structure. She then glanced at Feline. There are still good people in this world, Luffy exclaimed, delighted at the sight of the repaired ship. But who could be the shipwright residing in such a desolate place? Zoro questioned, puzzled. On this divine island, apart from us, there are only enemies, right? Usopp, who had been deep in thought, furrowed his brow and said, but why would someone who helps us repair the ship know what the Golden Mary originally looked like? How did they know it had neither a rooster comb nor wings and tail? Feline pondered for a moment and said, perhaps the Mary was capable of repairing herself. Usopp responded with laughter, ha ha ha, Feline, do not jest. How could such a thing ever be possible? Ferlin did not refute. She had spoken the truth. And whether they believed it was their own affair. She caressed the main mast of the Mary, conveying her thoughts to Arthur. It appears that everyone remains skeptical, Arthur. Arthur remained silent. What are you all standing there for? Nami, whose mind was fixated on gold, had already accepted this astonishing situation and exclaimed, "Don't forget there are many tasks still ahead." "Nami, aren't you curious?" Chopper asked, looking at Nami, who showed no signs of surprise. "Don't you care about who helped us repair the Mary?" "Why should I care? If they caused damage, then we'd pursue them. But since they repaired our ship, what is there to ponder? The most pressing issue is to get the Mary down and then search for gold. Does anyone have a good plan? If we're getting it down, let's all push together," Luffy said excitedly, moving his shoulders, with Zoro and Sanji nodding in agreement. "Absolutely not," Nami shouted. "Do you have any idea how many tons the Mary weighs? It's impossible to push it down. That is not a problem. You all can go down," while Furlin approached, enveloping the entire altar in ice. Then, she froze the Mary, using the slickness of ice to slide the ship down. Usopp, Luffy, Chopper, amazing. "All right, let us discuss our next course of action," Furlin said as she jumped down. After deliberation, it was decided that Luffy, Furlin, Zoro, Robin, and Chopper would go for the gold, while Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Elder Gonfer, and the bird Pierre would remain with the ship. "All right, now that we are prepared, everyone come over and take a look at the map," Nami called as she laid out the ancient map of God's Island on the ground. Once everyone gathered around, Nami took a pencil and marked the routes for the two teams. The survey team's route is this one, heading straight south. There should be some ruins at this point. The right eye? In short, your task is to avoid enemies and bring back the gold. "I would be delighted to investigate the ruins," Robin said with a smile. "Why do you keep talking about gold yet aren't joining us?" Luffy asked, looking at Nami, who wore a sly expression. "Obviously, because I'm scared," Nami replied nonchalantly. Though she yearned for the gold, she was unwilling to take any risks. Chopper, trembling with anxiety, said, "Nami is so strange, so twisted." Nami shot him a glare, causing Chopper to immediately hide behind Zoro, though he regrettably miscalculated. "During this time, we will attempt to sail the Mary away from this island. It is quite perilous here," Nami said, marking another route on the map. "We will find a way to reach the coast near the ruins as quickly as possible." She circled a spot near the ruins, saying, "We will gather here and then escape from Skypiea. At that point, we shall be the wealthy pirate crew. We can buy anything we desire." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately drooled with anticipation. "I want a mountain of meat." At that moment, Furlin seemed to sense something, remarking, "What a bunch of mindless brutes. I have a few matters to attend to. Let us rendezvous on the east coast." With that, she vanished. "Let us hurry." "Don't mind her," Robin said. "Since that is settled, let us set off." The group chorused, "Oh." Chapter 39, The Shandians, a 400-year grudge master. "Where are you going now? Aren't you going to help Luffy and the others?" "Rest assured, they will be fine. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I need to speak with those individuals regarding Shura." "Ha ha ha, do you think you can contend with me?" A host of armed figures, resembling savages, hovered in the air, brandishing guns and spears. In an instant, the fine threads binding the Shandians were severed, causing them all to plummet to the ground. "Who is it?" "It's me." Furlin stepped forth, disregarding the astonished gazes of others. "Shura, I don't care who you are. This is my affair with the Shandians." "Oh, how fortuitous. I also have matters to discuss with them, so I shall be involved. Besides, you attacked my companion yesterday. Indeed, you are in league with those sea dwellers. It was you who interfered with my actions yesterday." "Correct. So now you have two choices. One is to retreat wisely, and the other is, do you think I would fear you?" Before Furlin could finish, Shura charged at her on a giant bird, firing a flintlock. The bird also unleashed a torrent of flames towards Furlin. However, in the next moment, the situation dramatically reversed. Furlin merely waved her hand, and the flames were deflected back. Shura and the bird were engulfed in the inferno, rendering them unconscious. Instant kill? The Shandians were left in disbelief at the power of this young girl. Honestly, must I always take action? Would it not be better to heed my advice? Moreover, is this how you Shandians treat your savior? Furlin asked, glancing back at Weber, who was aiming a cannon at her. "Wait, Weber." Kamakichi shouted at Weber, "She just saved us. Regardless of who it is, anyone who covets this land must be eradicated." Weber continued to aim his cannon at Furlin. "She is a sea dweller. Our target this time includes sea dwellers. Fear inside." And in an instant, she vanished before Weber, only to reappear atop a tree behind him. Fulin smiled and said, "Once there was an adventurer who arrived at an island inhabited by a group known as the Shandora. He aided the Shandora in overcoming a pandemic and forged friendships with the locals, particularly with a great warrior named Karl Gala. In gratitude, the warrior offered him gold. However, when he returned to the island with the king, he found that everyone had vanished. Consequently, he was executed for treason, yet in his final moments, he steadfastly denied their absence, believing the island had sunk to the ocean's depths. No one believed him, and for over 4 centuries, he was regarded as a great deceiver. What do you think of his foolishness? Just the day before yesterday, we encountered his descendant, who assisted us in reaching the Sky Island. He is a bumbling old man, searching the seas around the island for the land of gold. Do you think he is foolish? Fulin's words cast a pall of silence over the Shandians. Even Weber lowered his weapon. The adventurer was named Rolando, and while others branded him a liar, I choose to believe in him, for this world is full of wonders. Just as we nearly lost our lives upon our arrival, propelled by a surging current, I ponder whether a stronger current might have lifted the island into the sky. Indeed. Perhaps Rolando spoke no falsehood. That island truly exists, not submerged beneath the waves, but rather elevated to the heavens. What do you think? Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the faces of the Shandians, as the tale of Rolando and this legacy weighed heavily on their hearts, a regret that has lingered for 400 years. Having shared this story, allow me to weave a continuation. 400 years prior, before this island ascended to the skies, the divine realm was a place of unparalleled peace and serenity. The soil was a precious treasure for the inhabitants of the sky. This divine island was serendipitously lifted into the heavens, an extraordinary miracle for such expansive land to ascend. The sky dwellers naturally revered this place as a sacred gift from above. However, the land was already home to the original inhabitants, the Shandora. Thus, a fierce struggle for territory ensued. The sky dwellers, driven by their own desires, expelled the Shandora from their homeland, plundering their ancestral lands. For the subsequent 4 centuries, the warfare between the Shandora and the sky dwellers has been unceasing. Do you think this is possible, people of Shandia? No. Perhaps I should refer to you as the descendants of the Shandora. As for what transpired later, Weber clenched his fists and declared, 6 years ago, when a being named Gonful led the divine forces of this sky island, he sought to engage us in peaceful negotiations, hoping to share this land with the sky dwellers and the Shandians. However, I rejected his offer. As their leader and a descendant of the guardian warrior Kargala, I could never relinquish our homeland to outsiders. Yet one day, an enigmatic figure named Ainalu appeared from nowhere, leading an assault that shattered Gonful's forces and ours, successfully seizing the divine island. We must reclaim our land, not only for ourselves but also for the promise made between your ancestors and Rolando. Am I correct? You are aware of this? Yes. Then take your people and leave this place, never to return. I must decline that request, Weber replied angrily. What did you say? Your ancestors made a pact with Rolando, and we too have a commitment to Rolando's descendants. The old man helped us reach this place, and now we must assist him in finding the gold, ringing the golden bell. We must prove to him that his ancestors were not deceivers, that the land of gold truly exists. If he knows that the land of gold is in the sky, he will no longer foolishly plunge into the icy waters in search of it. All the Shandians gazed at the girl perched in the tree as Fulin continued. To be precise, our objectives are quite similar. We both aim to defeat Ainalu, do we not? I do not require your friendship, nor do I wish to be your enemy. Therefore, I implore you not to interfere with my companions. Our sole focus is on gold and vanquishing Ainalu. We will not remain here indefinitely, so you need not worry about that. As for your grievances with the sky dwellers, that is your affair. However, allow me to offer a word of caution. One must not be overly selfish. I understand the desire to protect your territory, but if you truly love this land, you would not wish to see it ravaged by war. Some matters are best resolved peacefully. I have said my piece. Whether you heed it is your choice. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she vanished. Kamaki looked at Weber, who stood in silence with clenched fists, and asked, Weber, what shall we do next? Fulin remained indifferent to the actions of the Sandians. Whether they would heed her earlier words or not mattered little. She had conveyed everything necessary. Now, she needed to hasten back to the Mary, for Inaru was about to make his move. On board the Mary, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami sat attentively on the deck, listening to the former god, Gonfor, recount the intricate entanglements of the past 4 centuries. Hey, is it not all the fault of you Sky Islanders? Sanji and Usopp quipped. Indeed, yet Ba is far too precious to the Sky Island. Everyone considers it a divine blessing. 6 years prior, Inaru had launched an assault on the shrine, seizing the divine title. With his terrifying powers, he swiftly dominated the celestial kingdom, igniting the flames of war once more. Is that fiend truly so fearsome? Usopp trembled. Will our disparagement of him here go unheard? His listening range extends all around, with the ability to effortlessly monitor the entire nation. He coerced the citizens into delivering criminals for judgment. Eneru regards all who arrive from the blue planet as criminals. He is a demon, easily manipulating the nation through their guilt. Goffer denounced the myriad atrocities Eneru had inflicted upon this land since his arrival. A demon, you say? Suddenly, amidst the void, a figure crackling with electric arcs materialized. It was Eneru. He's here. Nami and Usopp gasped, huddling together. Eneru's entrance was nothing short of shocking, appearing without any forewarning in the emptiness. Eneru. Sanji tensed, unprepared for the god's personal visit. What brings you here? Gonfer inquired sternly. I merely came to see you. The prophecy is complete, and I shall soon depart for the infinite lands. Eneru proclaimed, brimming with pride. The day has finally come. I will soar towards the infinite lands aboard the prophecy and ascend to divinity. The sky is where the true God should reside. What is this prophecy? I ask you, what has become of the members of the divine crew? Gonfer questioned urgently. The crew he had once led, 600 subordinates, had all been captured by Eneru. They are well. Without them, the prophecy could not have been fulfilled. Eneru grinned wickedly. You released them? Gonfer could scarcely believe it. Oh, I sent them on their way. They should have arrived by now, Eneru replied expressionlessly. You. Gonfer suddenly comprehended. Eneru's so-called sending meant he had exterminated the divine crew. A survival game. Eneru ignored Gonfor, instead casting an intrigued glance at the other four aboard the ship. Before I leave, I will select 5 individuals to accompany me to the infinite lands. The last 5 standing in this survival game. And I shall participate too. Eneru extended a hand. Who will be the other 4 fortunate souls? He laughed maniacally. Scoundrel. Sanji could no longer tolerate Eneru's brazen demeanor and launched an attack. In the face of Sanji's powerful strike, Eneru merely raised an eyebrow, silent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged forth, faster than Sanji's assault. At that moment, the thunderous steed, having consumed the lightning, began to dissipate. You've seen your attack thwarted. Eneru's gaze sharpened as it fixed on Feline. Another blasphemer against the gods. You were the one who obstructed my judgment on Angel Island that day, were you not? Indeed. But I was also the uninvited guest that night. What? So, do you intend to fight me? Bear in mind, I escaped from you unscathed, and your lightning inflicted no harm upon me. Are you certain you can best me? Last time I indeed underestimated you. But this time, lightning metallurgy, Eneru declared, raising his golden staff. With a mere breath, the top of the staff melted at a visible speed, forming 2 sharp blades, and soon, the golden staff transformed into a golden trident. Electric arcs flickered around Eneru as the electrified trident pointed menacingly at Feline. To face a mere woman. You dare wield a weapon? How ruthless. I am willing to engage with you, but I would prefer a different venue. What say you? With that, Feline transformed into a beam of light and vanished, swiftly followed by Eneru, who elementalized in pursuit. Feline was the only one brave enough to provoke him and escape his grasp. If she were allowed to flee, where would the dignity of the god reside? Feline and Inola ventured into the heart of the forest, now free to engage in battle, albeit with a stipulation of only 3 moves. Do you seek death? I shall grant you this opportunity. With a crackling energy, Inola struck the thunder drum on his right shoulder with the tip of his golden trident, conjuring a bird-shaped bolt of lightning that he hurled towards Feline. Faced with such a formidable force, Feline chose not to evade. Enelu looked disdainfully at Feline. Do you believe that enduring the divine punishment equates to opposing the divine? Although the lightning bird appeared diminutive compared to divine retribution, its power far surpassed that of the divine sanction. Yet, to Enelu's astonishment, Feline remained unscathed, standing firm. Thunder Beast, not willing to concede. Enelu struck the thunder drum on his left shoulder, unleashing a beast-shaped lightning bolt towards Feline. Then, he himself transformed into lightning, vanishing from her sight. Unsurprisingly, Feline emerged unscathed once more. However, suddenly, a golden trident lunged towards her from behind, intent on piercing her. Just as the trident was about to make contact with Feline's back, Enelu's expression shifted from anticipation to one of terror. He felt no resistance, as if it had struck nothing. An illusion? This thought surged through Enelu's mind. How can you predict the trajectory of my movements? Enelu gazed at Feline, questioning her uncanny foresight. Feline smiled gently, remarking that he was merely a human endowed with the thunder fruit and observation haki. Yet he fancied himself a deity. Many others beneath him were far superior. Upon hearing Feline's words, Enel surprisingly calmed down. In his youth, He had endured relentless bullying for his differences, while others basked in the affection of their parents. He could only scavenge for scraps alongside wild dogs. The web of consciousness he was born with had brought him nothing but anguish, and the derision of others was an incessant torment he could not escape. While the joy of families ignited an insatiable jealousy within his solitary heart, everything in this world tormented Enel until the fateful day he consumed an exceedingly unpalatable fruit. How naive I have been! What deity! I am but a wretched creature, unwanted and pitiful. Let all perish. 6,000,000 volts, Thunder Dragon! Enel erupted into a maniacal laughter, the thunder drums upon his shoulders resonating with his fervor. Furin acutely sensed a formidable pressure coalescing before Enel. It was the embodiment of the most potent force in the universe, thunder. A colossal dragon, forged from lightning, roared as it surged towards her. At that moment, within the forest of Appiato, the divine warriors and the Sandians, engaged in battle, simultaneously paused to gaze in awe at the electrified heavens. Enel had summoned the thunder dragon. Who possesses such power? The battle demon, Weeb, observed the apocalyptic scene above, his grip on his weapon turning pale. Is it that girl? Alas, I am not human. Your lightning holds no sway over me. 3 strikes to conclude. Thunderous might. What? Enel beheld the once clear sky now shrouded in ominous clouds. As a powerful bolt of lightning descended, he hastily evaded, feeling that despite his lightning affinity, he could not withstand such a strike. The bolt struck the very spot where Enel had just stood, creating a vast crater. You intentionally allowed me to notice you, didn't you? You could have discreetly eliminated me, correct? It seems you are not entirely foolish. Indeed, I have no desire to kill you, nor do I covet your divine position. However, as we both wield lightning, battling you would enhance my strength. Thus, I sought you as a sparring partner. You despicable fiend. Despite his reluctance, Weeb recognized the unfathomable strength of the girl before him and chose to retreat, utilizing elemental transformation to escape the scene. Chapter 40, Sovereign of the Skies. Celestial Thunder. Seeing Enel flee, Furin refrained from pursuit, hoping instead for Luffy to vanquish him. Oh, Chopper? Quite impressive. Furin, using her observation haki, sensed the ongoing battles. Chopper had indeed triumphed over one of the 4 divine officials, Gadats, prompting Furin to note that Nami and Usopp would need to exert themselves more. However, this left Enel and the divine official Ohm as their only remaining adversaries. At that moment, having defeated Gadats in the swamp trial, Chopper ascended to the 2nd tier of the colossal vines. Chopper, run. Just as he reached the top, he heard Luffy's voice, soon accompanied by the slithering of enormous serpents. Eep. Before Chopper could comprehend the situation, he found himself pursued by a gigantic python due to Luffy's involvement. Instantly transforming into his reindeer form, Chopper dashed away. Don't run. Chopper. Luffy extended his arms, grasping Chopper's antlers, and leaped onto his back. Let go. Consequently, Chopper and Luffy were engulfed by the Sovereign of the Skies. What now? Furin, newly arrived at the scene, was utterly speechless. I cannot slay it. After all, it has lived for 400 years. If only I possessed spatial powers. Perhaps I could teleport into its belly, but alas. At this juncture, Zoro also climbed to the 2nd tier of the vines. His eyes immediately drawn to a colossal dog pursuing Weeb, alongside an enormous python writhing in a frenzied manner. This serpent is insufferable. It followed me all the way here. Zoro brandished a sword, glaring at the gaping, roaring serpent. Wait, Zoro. That snake cannot be killed. Furin interjected urgently. The 3 then became aware of Furin's presence. Weeb. Ohm. When did she arrive here? Zoro. Why is that? Fuline smiled, pointing at Ohm, suggesting that they shouldn't concern themselves with that snake for the moment. As Chopper had triumphed over a priest, surely you cannot be inferior to him. What? Then Zoro chuckled, realizing the situation. So, there are new challengers? However, it was truly unexpected that Gadats had been defeated. The priest Ohm floated in on a ball of clouds, drawing forth a peculiar knife directed at Zoro. Given Fuline's words, it seems you are not merely a lackey, are you? Zoro, gripping the sword Wado Ikamanji, unsheathed his other swords, Snow and Ghost Slash, and in a state of excitement, inquired, I am the foremost swordsman of Sky Island, the priest Ohm, who presides over the trials of iron. The foremost swordsman, you say? How intriguing. Zoro's expression grew more animated as he charged toward the priest Ohm, disregarding Weiba's shout. Listen well, you. Weiba proclaimed loudly his intentions. If you dare to disrupt my plans, I shall eliminate you. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air from the direction of the vines, Nami's voice calling for help. Feline glanced over and noticed Nami riding atop Weiba, pursued closely by several divine soldiers, and astonishingly, Nami was accompanied by a girl of about 6 years old. Hearing the commotion, Zoro and the others engaged in battle turned to look, their expressions shifting dramatically. Nami, Zoro, Aisha, Weiba? With a look of exasperation, Ferlin lamented, the situation here remains unresolved. And now new troubles arise. Eliminate them. The divine warriors behind her were swiftly vanquished by the two figures, while Ferlin remained perched upon the rooftop. Nami, how did you end up here? Zoro shouted anxiously. Ah, Zoro, where are the others? Nami, halting the intimidating advance, tightly embraced the girl named Aisha, her eyes wide with panic as she turned to Zoro, only to then notice Ferlin standing on the rooftop. Ferlin. They all stared in astonishment as a colossal serpent leisurely opened its mouth, preparing to engulf them. With a satisfied glurp, the serpent flicked its tongue in triumph. Feline felt utterly speechless, exclaiming, Nami, Aisha. Zoro and Weber hurriedly rushed towards the enormous serpent. Do you still have the luxury to worry about others? They barked. Unwilling to miss this splendid opportunity, and the great dog immediately launched their attacks against Zoro and Weber. Don't resort to sneak attacks from behind. A gleaming ice sword intercepted Ohm's cloud blade, while a vine struck down the dog. It seems you possess the powers of a natural type user. Over there, Zoro had already swung his sword at the colossal serpent, and Weber unleashed cannon fire upon it. But alas, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Zoro, you handle that individual. Leave the serpent to me. Feline shouted back at Zoro. I need to find a way to make that serpent open its mouth to let Luffy and the others out. Ah, I understand, Zoro replied calmly, donning his black bandana. After a few moments of contemplation, he looked at Feline with a puzzled expression and asked, Feline, who are you talking about letting out? Luffy. He's inside too, Feline attempted to explain, but before she could finish, the massive serpent suddenly lunged at her. Zoro, however, remained unconcerned. The serpent posed no threat to Feline. Just watch that girl be crushed by the serpent. Ohm sneered at Zoro, wielding his cloud blade menacingly. Feline, asserting her confidence, retorted, Mister, do not underestimate me just because of my youth. Blocking Ohm's attack, Zoro brandished his shimmering blade at him, declaring, do not belittle that individual. Our vice captain is no ordinary person. Humph. Regardless, in the end, no one will escape my iron trial. Ohm shouted to the great dog, Holy, it's time for that move. Charge. Woof. Woof. The great dog sprang up, running on its hind legs like a human, as thorned cloud ropes erupted from the ground, gradually weaving into a cage that ensnared everyone, including the enormous serpent. Ha! This is the main event of the iron trial, a divine warrior proclaimed. Why go to such lengths to trap us? Zoro replied nonchalantly. It's not that we don't wish to escape, it's that we cannot. Just as the divine warrior finished boasting, Weber appeared behind him and kicked him into the iron cage, leaving him speechless and collapsed. Through experimentation, Weber concluded, it seems this bizarre entity is untouchable. Once we deal with it, how shall we exit? Zoro regarded the trial's master, Ohm. In response, Feline casually remarked, Zoro, you needn't worry about such trivial matters. Just focus on dealing with that priest. The rest is inconsequential. By the way, Feline, have you seen Chopper? Zoro inquired. I did. Where? When I arrived, I saw him being dragged into the serpent's belly by Luffy. I couldn't stop it in time. Nanny? That fool. Feline, I shall deal with that serpent. You confront the priest, Weibo. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out from near the colossal vine outside the cage. Pausing momentarily, everyone turned cautiously to see a woman with long black hair, wielding a gun, sprinting towards Baijing. Weibo, please listen to me. Kamachili has been defeated. He instructed me to relay this message to you. The woman shouted as she ran, urging, flee Weibo. Cease the battle. Ainalu lurks within the forest, the very embodiment of the thunder that has struck fear into the hearts of humanity since time immemorial. He is the god of thunder. You stand no chance against him. Do not approach. Depart swiftly from this place. Witnessing the man inching closer to the woman, Weibo, in a state of panic, dropped the cannon he held and rushed to Baijing, gripping the iron wires tightly while shouting, stop. Weibo? The woman, now aware of Weibo's uncharacteristic demeanor, gradually came to a halt. She slowly turned around, only to see someone behind her, her complexion drained of color. Ainalu, stand down. Ainalu, do not engage. Desperately yearning to break free from the cage, Weibo clutched the spiked cloud rope, his hands pricked and bleeding, oblivious to the pain. The woman had already relinquished the will to fight. With clarity, Weibo noticed the woman dazedly lifting her gun towards the advancing Ainalu and yelled in alarm, "Hey, Lachi! Do not fire upon him! Lachi! Run!" With a resounding crack, 2 gunshots pierced the air, leaving Ainalu with 2 bullet holes that bled not crimson but crackled with electric energy. Drenched in cold sweat, Lachi gazed at Ainalu, unscathed, as she gasped for breath. As the electric sparks danced around, a cloud shield emerged, protecting Lachi, ensuring her safety amidst the turmoil. Fulin materialized outside the cage and exclaimed, "Really? No matter what? She is still a woman. It's you again. What do you truly intend to do? You can kill me but choose not to, persistently obstructing my path. What is your purpose? I genuinely wish to resolve our conflict, yet I do not desire to do so with my own hands. What does that imply? I hope you are dealt with by my companions, rather than myself. Eliminating you serves no benefit to me. The Sandia people have witnessed me vanquish the Azura with a single strike. Had I not aimed to elevate their strength, I could single-handedly defeat all the priests." Ohm doubted the young girl, remarking on her audacity, while Enel, perspiring, acknowledged that if Feline could defeat him, how could she possibly be incapable of conquering other divine warriors and priests? Enel remained oblivious to Feline's true intentions. He had envisioned a survival game, intending to leave 4 individuals with him to traverse the endless continent. Yet, Feline stood in his way, preventing him from harming anyone. If he truly resorted to violence, she might very well take his life. "Consider yourselves fortunate," Enel stated before departing. No one anticipated that Enel would refrain from attacking the young girl. Could she be stronger than him? Weibo was equally astonished. If Feline surpassed Enel, it seemed unlikely that anyone present could match her prowess. Zaro, however, was indifferent to others' perceptions of Feline. "So, Vice Captain, could you unlock this cage? I need to deal with this priest." "Haha, what a joke. No one can open this cage." Ohm laughed heartily, followed by the other divine warriors. Yet, they completely overlooked the individual emerging from the cage. Aside from the matter of combat, everything else was negotiable. Fire contract, blazing flames. Feline merely waved her hand, and the cage was effortlessly dissolved by a surge of fire. Everyone, except Zaro, who remained composed, was left dumbfounded. "Thanks, Vice Captain. Now it's my turn to perform," Zaro declared. "You all carry on. I'll find a way to extract Luffy and the others." Feline slowly approached the Lord of the Sky. "Wait, stop right there." Ohm attempted to confront Feline, but she disregarded his attack and continued forward. Clang. 3 swords pressed against Ohm's cloud sword. "Our Vice Captain doesn't he have the time to entertain you?" Zoro interjected. "Wait." Upon seeing Feline approach the Lord of the Sky, Loki hurriedly called out, "What is it?" Feline turned and paused. "I will accompany you inside. Aisha is also within." With a graceful wave of her hand, Feline summoned a radiant green light that enveloped Lachi, swiftly healing her wounds. Both Lachi and Weibo stood in astonishment, marveling at such remarkable regenerative abilities. "You should focus on recuperating first," Feline advised, before handing Lachi a verdant energy orb. "Place this upon your companion. He shall recover." "Thank you," Lachi replied gratefully. Subsequently, Feline approached the Sky Sovereign, who appeared forlorn, lingering in solitude as she awaited their return. Tears streamed down the Sky Sovereign's face. "Do you long to see them?" Feline inquired gently, to which the Sky Sovereign nodded affirmatively. "I shall assist you," Feline declared, producing a vial of potion and sprinkling it upon the Sky Sovereign. This was a memory elixir crafted by Lu Ming, capable of granting any being the comfort of dreaming of those they yearn to see, ensuring a peaceful slumber. "They will come to visit you." As the Sky Sovereign succumbed to slumber, Feline ventured into its mouth, finding herself within the belly of the Sky Sovereign. To her astonishment, she discovered the interior was filled with remnants of devastation. The ground was paved with hard stone slabs, and ancient edifices, covered in moss and fissures, surrounded her. Occasionally, withered trees peeked through broken walls. What could the serpent possibly be consuming? Feline pondered, incredulous at the sight of such ruins seemingly swallowed whole. Could it be that, in an effort to protect these relics from destruction, it has ingested them? Flynn shouted loudly, "Luffy, are you there?" "Flynn, I'm here." Luffy's voice echoed from a distance, and Flynn managed to locate them. Nami and Chopper embraced Flynn, exclaiming, "Flynn, you finally made it." All right, I will take you all out," Flynn began. But before she could finish her sentence, the world suddenly spun around her. Nami couldn't help but scream, clutching tightly to Weibo, propelled upwards by its formidable power. "What on earth is this guy doing?" Nami shouted in alarm as she struggled to maintain her balance while piloting Weibo. Aisha, hold on tight. Everyone could feel the ground gradually tilting at a 45-degree angle. What is happening? The effects of that memory perfume shouldn't have kicked in yet. What on earth is going on outside? Flynn felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Feline, it seems we must hasten our departure. There might be trouble outside. Everyone chimed in agreement. Outside, Zorro had vanquished Ohm and Weber, descending into a relic where he encountered Robin and unexpectedly crossed paths with Enel. With a thunderous boom, Weber had unleashed a cannonball towards Enel, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Cloud Sphere. He hurled a shell, which soon transformed into a large white orb. Enel squatted atop it, laughing, ha ha ha. What are you doing? Don't you think your actions are rather excessive, Warrior Weber? I have graciously invited you back to your dream homeland. As Weber aimed his cannon at Enel, the latter remained calm. Weber, filled with rage, demanded, what is your true intention? Enel stood with his back turned, declaring, it is to return. A deity must return to their rightful place upon completing their mission. Return? You mean to leave the land of gods? Weber maintained his aim at Enel. Indeed, I have a place to return to, the sky island of my birth, where people believe the divine resides, what they call the endless land. There lies an expanse without limits. That is the world I aspire to. I am the sovereign of that land. After proclaiming this, Enel eradicated the orb beneath him with a burst of electricity and leisurely stood on the ground, stating, listen well. Your incessant bickering stems from another reason. You are not clouds yet born in the sky, not birds yet living in the air. This floating nation is, in essence, an unnatural existence. Earth returns to earth, man to man, and God to God. Each has a place to return to. As a god, I am merely upholding the truth of nature. Indeed, I shall cast all humanity from the sky. That is in harmony with nature. Feline, having just emerged from the belly of a serpent, slowly withdrew her smile, saying, nature? How dare you invoke nature in my presence? I can assure you, nature will vehemently oppose your madness. With a chilling gaze directed at Enel, she continued, nature surely desires equality, harmony, and freedom for all beings. You constantly proclaim yourself a god, but a deity exists through the reverence of the people, not through fear. Tell me, do you deserve such a title? What does my worth have to do with you? Enel retorted, I intended to host a survival game, allowing 5 individuals, including myself, to venture to the endless land. However, your interference has disrupted my plans. If you wish to protect them, what can I do? Regardless, I am leaving. This place need not exist any longer, and I shall annihilate everything here. You fiend. Weber shouted in fury, charging at the seated Enel with his weapon. Yet, Enel merely stood up with ease, tossing his golden staff into the sky, fingers interlocked. Slowly creating distance, 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. Before Enel could fully accumulate his energy, Feline swiftly seized Weber, ensnaring Enel within a formation. With a grim expression, Feline raised her hand, coldly declaring, 9 heavens mysterious thunder. Before the astonished eyes of the others, the sky darkened gradually, and 9 bolts of lightning struck down upon the ensnared Enel. A cry of anguish escaped him, for his lightning stemmed merely from the power of the devil fruit, while Feline wielded true lightning from nature, effective against Enel. You cannot kill me, can you? He exclaimed in distress. You misunderstand. It is not that I cannot kill you, but rather my nature forbids indiscriminate slaughter. I typically render individuals unconscious, intending for my companions to gain experience, allowing Luffy to deal with you. However, I have changed my mind. For someone like you, it is better to conclude matters swiftly. The 9 bolts intensified with each strike, and after 3, silence enveloped the area. Stop, Feline commanded, ceasing the lightning and dismantling the formation imprisoning Enel. TCH, to perish from such a trivial degree is truly lenient, she remarked. Turning, she found the others with their mouths agape, as if witnessing something extraordinary. What is the matter with you? Feline inquired with a smile. We're fine. Then let us proceed. As they walked a few steps, Feline suddenly heard the crackling of lightning behind them, accompanied by a sound like a heartbeat. Thump, thump. Flynn halted her steps and remarked, Ah, it seems I have underestimated you. I should not have ceased my actions just now. Eneru's entire form crackled with electric energy, his chest heaving violently beneath the luminous display. Zoro, equally taken aback by the astonishing scene before him, momentarily stood in disbelief, yet swiftly regained his composure, gripping his swords with both hands and cautiously aiming them at Eneru. The others, too, watched with widened eyes, convinced that the lightning unleashed by Flynn was even more perilous than Eneru's, believing that in such dire circumstances, survival was an impossibility for anyone. Feline swiftly unleashed a barrage of sharp icicles, aiming to deliver a final blow to Enelu. However, just as she was on the verge of inflicting harm, he suddenly transformed into a brilliant flash and vanished from the ground. Furin, had I known earlier, I should not have refrained. I ought to have struck him down with lightning. If 9 bolts of thunder had descended upon him, even a deity would be powerless to save him. "Hey, Furin," called Luffy and the others, waving at her. "Luffy, you're here." Enel just left. Furin coughed up a mouthful of blood. "What happened, Furin?" everyone asked with concern. "I'm fine," Furin replied. Luffy inquired, "Was it Enel's doing?" "No, it's not that. It's just that. I'm going to take him down. You wait here." Just as Luffy was about to charge forward, Nami immediately pulled him back. "Do you even know where he is?" Luffy pondered for a moment and realized he indeed had no idea where Enel was. Isa pointed to a location and said, "He is over there." Having said that, Luffy dashed off with Isa in his arms. Zoro looked at Furin and asked, "What's wrong? It seemed like Enel didn't even touch you." "Actually, this has nothing to do with Enel. I simply got a bit angry and unleashed my most destructive technique, which resulted in a slight backlash." Chopper and Nami expressed their confusion, struggling to fathom what kind of technique could cause such harm. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others recall the earlier scene, feeling a chill. That technique was indeed perilous. Weber approached and said, "Who exactly are you? Perhaps you're not even human." Nami retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? If Furin isn't human, then is she a ghost?" Weber insisted, "A human cannot manipulate lightning of such formidable power. Even Enel would be incapable." Flynn raised her head and smiled. "If I truly am not human, would you despise me?" Aside from Weber and Aisha, the others responded, "Of course not." "That's good," she replied before fainting. Nami and Chopper shook her vigorously. "Flynn, what's wrong?" Robin said calmly, "Stop shaking her. Let her rest for a moment." That last move seemed quite powerful. Zoro, noticing Robin's composed demeanor, asked, "Did you know all along?" "Not long after I boarded," she replied. "Really? Was it when Flynn suddenly fell ill?" Chopper inquired. "Yes," he confirmed. "I wanted to help her, but she refused. She wasn't sick. It would have been of no use." Robin clarified. "If it wasn't an illness, then what was it?" Zoro asked. "Perhaps it was a boost in her strength." "A boost in strength?" "When she decides to share, she'll tell you herself." At Raftel, Leming was aghast. 9 heavens of thunder. This is too harsh. Xingyao sighed, "What can we do?" She is genuinely angry this time. Flynn detests those who disregard human life, and given her nature as a spirit of the wild. How could she allow anyone to belittle nature? Lemon glanced around. "By the way, why are only the 3 of us here? Where are the others?" Wujin replied. Mizong and Rayleigh finished their talk and went to train. Jianying hasn't returned yet. Ino went to study ancient weapons, and the last one is probably lying down over there. Meanwhile, Nami expressed her concern. Can Luffy really defeat Enel? He is the embodiment of lightning. Robin responded, "Since Flynn is assured enough to let him go, it means he can handle it. Besides, Luffy is made of rubber." "Right. Rubber is an insulator and does not conduct electricity," Nami remarked. "Nami-san, Robin-chan. I've come to find you," Sanji exclaimed, his face flushed with admiration, followed closely by Usopp. Upon seeing Flynn lying in Nami's arms, they were both startled. Usopp asked, "What happened to Flynn?" "Chopper, check on her." Robin reassured, "She is fine. She just needs some rest." Zoro observed the unconscious Flynn, stating she usually keeps a low profile. Enel must have angered her this time, and she retaliated. Robin remarked, "She did this for you." Weber glanced at Flynn, saying, "You people from the Blue Sea are quite strange. You dare to keep a person of unknown origins by your side." Sanji protested, "How could that be? Flynn can't possibly be a villain." Usopp added, "Exactly. Although Flynn's origins are unclear, she has never harmed us." Weber derisively stated, "That is your concern. But if one day she stands against you, it will be too late for regrets." Sanji asserted that it's impossible. She could never be an enemy. Robin smiled. "Perhaps one day she will stand opposed to you. Would you then come to loathe her?" "Certainly not," Nami replied. Robin chuckled. "Rest assured, she is your rival, but not your enemy." After saying this, Robin turned her attention to the ruins of Shandora. Although Furin lay in a state of unconsciousness, her consciousness remained intact. She absorbed every word spoken around her, filled with joy at the trust bestowed upon her by others. Furin pondered to herself, "I wonder who among you will be my opponent when that day arrives?" Chapter 41. The Crisis of the Sky Island. Inner turmoil suddenly. Nami sensed a drastic and inexplicable shift in the atmospheric pressure. The winds intensified, changing direction, whipping her garments with a chilling rustle. while her orange hair danced wildly in the gusts. Dismissing her fear, Nami swiftly tilted her head towards the heavens. Acutely aware that something was unfolding within the ominous thunderclouds above, Fuline slowly opened her eyes and gazed at the sky. Unlike Nami, who deduced the happenings within the storm clouds through the shifts in air currents and wind direction, Fuline sensed the formidable power of lightning contained within the clouds through her connection with all things. The onlookers turned their attention skyward, their expressions gradually solidifying into a state of shock and disbelief. Suddenly, a thick bank of thunderclouds split open, as if an invisible force were tearing them apart. The fissure widened, eventually forming a continually expanding circular void. Within this circular rift, to the astonishment of the crowd, an indescribably enormous black sphere slowly emerged. Initially small in scale, it only occupied a limited area. As the gap widened, more of the sphere became visible, growing larger until finally, a colossal orb with a diameter of over 1,000 meters loomed above Angel Island. What could this possibly be? Witnessing this scene, Usopp fell to his knees, murmuring incoherently. Although Zoro did not collapse like Usopp, his expression of terror revealed that even he, fearless and skeptical of the supernatural, was struck with fear by this sight. A half-burnt cigarette fell to the ground with a soft thud, while Sanji stood agape, unable to close his mouth, petrified by the spectacle. Weibo's face mirrored the horror, his eyes trembling, and Nami, in sheer fright, covered her mouth with her hands. Even the typically composed Robin found herself in a state of disarray. Fuline clenched her fists and remarked, "Had I known, I would have unleashed the 9 heavens thunder all at once to strike him down. Enel is a madman, exceedingly perilous. Should an explosion occur, it could obliterate the entire Angel Island." Suddenly, Fuline smiled softly again, adding, "However, I must express my gratitude to him. For the recent 9 heavens thunder has drained a considerable amount of my energy." Fuline stood up and addressed the others. "Everyone step aside, immediately and without delay. Distance yourselves from me." Though puzzled, they complied without hesitation. Fuline gazed up at Enel, who unleashed a formidable thunderstorm. At that moment, she could not help but acknowledge the skill with which he wielded the rumble fruit. Though this attack was powered by the ship, Jinyan, its destructive capability was sufficient to obliterate an island, far exceeding her own thunderous might. The ominous black sphere descended slowly towards Angel Island, causing the inhabitants to flee in terror towards the harbor, leaving behind a chaotic scene of discarded belongings. Panic-stricken, their sole thought was to escape as far as possible, ideally out of this country. Even though Gonfur and Cornus had arrived early to evacuate the residents of Angel Island, only half had managed to board the boats. Once the black sphere struck, the explosive force would annihilate the entire island, taking with it the remaining thousands of residents. "Damn it, Enel, you bastard!" Gonfur shouted through gritted teeth, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. The severity of his anger and hatred for Enel was palpable, as he bit down so hard that his teeth bled. The once tranquil thunderclouds began to churn violently, resounding with thunderclaps, as bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents within the clouds. Meanwhile, Fuline had already set up her formation, standing at its center, declaring, "In my name, harness the power of lightning for my purpose." The thunderball hovering over Angel Island suddenly seemed drawn to something, with bolts of electricity flowing toward the ruins of Mount Dora. Lightning swirled around Fuline, striking her, while onlookers stood in stunned silence. Sanji attempted to rush in, but was restrained by Robin. "What are you trying to do?" Robin asked. "Can't you see? Fuline is being struck by lightning." Sanji replied, "Are you an idiot? Look closely. Rather than being struck, it appears she is actively absorbing the lightnings." Zoro remarked, astonished. "Wait, really? Can lightning be absorbed?" Usopp exclaimed. "How impressive." Chopper chimed in. "Is she even human?" Nami pondered. Soon, they noticed a lightning mark appear on Fuline's forehead, as a crystal orb emerged from her body, a crystallization of elements inscribed with the symbol for lightning. The reverse bearing the number 5, which swiftly transformed into 6. "Enel, you're formidable. What you've unleashed is beyond my expectations." Fuline gritted her teeth. This phenomenon allowed her to achieve another elemental breakthrough. It was known that her elemental level was at 9, yet she had not activated the spatial element within her. Thus her elemental level could only temporarily reach 5 due to spatial constraints. She had not anticipated that Enel's lightning would be so potent as to allow her lightning element to break free from spatial limitations once again. Initially, Fuline believed this force would restore her body. Instead, it bolstered her strength. While this was advantageous for Fuline, the thought of such power striking Angel Island was terrifying. Having absorbed the entire force of the lightning, the thunderclouds above Angel Island fell, into a serene calm. Observing this from the ark, Enel seethed with rage at the audacity of that troublesome girl who dared to interrupt the judgment of a god. His fury reached a boiling point, rendering him nearly incoherent. He longed to shred Feline into pieces. However, considering that she shared his power of thunder and had just absorbed lightning, she might now be even stronger than before, rendering him helpless against her. Damn it! He slammed his electrified fist onto the golden throne, melting the gold and leaving a distinct imprint. He was a god of immense power, commanding the most fearsome forces of nature, yet now thwarted by a mere girl. His anger surged uncontrollably. This cannot stand. How can I, as a god, be obstructed by a surface dweller? He muttered to himself, rising abruptly from his throne. Raising his right hand, a bolt of lightning surged into the clouds, causing the previously calm thunderclouds to roil once more. A large rift opened, from which a thunderball, twice the size of the previous one, gradually emerged. Ha ha ha. You can absorb one thunderball, but I can create an even larger one. As long as the black clouds linger, I can continue to produce thunderballs, and you shall be unable to absorb them again, surface dweller. Prepare to witness the annihilation of Angel Island. No one can thwart the judgment of a god. Brace yourself for despair, witnessing this spectacle in the sky. The island's residents, who had previously thought they were safe, turned pale with fear once more. Having barely escaped one danger, they now found themselves ensnared in another. Many fell to their knees in utter hopelessness, knowing that Enel was resolute in his intent to destroy Angel Island. Tianchi, can you consume it? Feline called upon Tianchi. Master, I'm afraid I cannot. The power is simply too immense for me to handle, it replied. That thought was sensible. Tianchi had only recently come into existence and could not withstand such overwhelming power. Fuline's companions gathered around her. How are you holding up, Feline? Sanji asked with concern. Feline remarked, I am quite well, yet it appears that Enelu is relentless in his pursuit of his objectives. Nami, intrigued, inquired, Feline. You were interrupted by Robin before you could finish your thought. Is there no way for you to elaborate further? Feline remarked, Enel is indeed correct. My capacity to absorb power is limited. Otherwise, I could have absorbed the entire mass of thunder elements from that storm cloud just now. Moreover, as my strength increases, I must swiftly stabilize my powers. At this moment, the only way to bring an end to this chaos is to rely on Luffy to defeat Enel. At that instant, a figure soared high into the colossal sphere of lightning, which spanned several thousand meters in diameter. Feline expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, Is that Luffy? I shall go take a look first. Take care of yourselves. With that she vanished, leaving a bewildered group unsure of what to do next. Feline arrived at the pinnacle of the colossal vine, where she could witness the fierce battle unfolding between Luffy, still clutching the golden orb in his right hand, and Enel, who had transformed into a gigantic thunder god. The immense golden bell loomed just beyond Enel's flying ship, resting atop a distant cloud island. Observing Luffy's ingenious use of the once cumbersome golden orb to unleash the electric currents within the storm clouds, Feline smiled and marveled, Luffy, splendid work. Who would have thought to exploit the golden orb in such a manner to disrupt the equilibrium of the electricity within the storm? With a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens, the massive storm cloud suddenly erupted, and the resultant powerful gusts dispersed the densely packed thunderclouds in the sky. Following the brilliant flashes of lightning, the sky regained its natural hues and luminosity, adorned with soft, white clouds. The bright and warm sunlight bathed the beautiful sky island, which had been somewhat altered by the tempest, gently soothing the hearts of the people troubled by the ravages of war. With his right hand, still gripping the colossal golden orb, Luffy leapt into the air and shouted at the towering thunder god Enel, who stood atop the ship, brandishing a fork in both hands. Farewell, I shall strike you down alongside it. Gum Gum, golden spiral. Luffy's fist, clenched tightly, spun rapidly as he drew it back. Enel, caught off guard, gritted his teeth and watched in horror as the golden orb hurtled closer, ultimately screaming as Luffy's attack collided with him, sending him crashing against the resplendent golden bell behind. Though the golden bell had lain silent for 4 centuries, its surface adorned with a delicate layer of moss, it remained a magnificent sight to behold. Pass my wish onward, Luffy bellowed, his gaze fixed intently upon the beautiful golden bell capable of conveying desires. The golden orb struck Enel forcefully against the bell, the impact shattering the orb into several pieces. For the first time in 400 years, the golden bell resonated with a sound that echoed throughout the world, a melodious chime that seemed to sing the praises of the divine island, heralding the conclusion of the conflict. As the golden bell was propelled away by the immense force and Luffy began to descend, a hand gently rose, and two vast island clouds suddenly appeared beneath Luffy and the bell, catching the hero and the longed-for golden bell. Meanwhile, Enel and his peculiar ship plummeted straight down into the sea of white clouds below. Fulin approached Luffy's side, exclaiming, "Well done." "Eh? Fulin, when did you arrive?" "Let us not dwell on that. Let us return to everyone." On Gaia Island, on this day, all the inhabitants were greeted by a resounding bell that echoed for an extended period. Kirik, seated at the harbor, was momentarily taken aback by the sound. "Father! Father!" The gorilla and the orangutan rushed over. "Did you hear that?" "Indeed, it was exceedingly loud. It nearly deafened me," Kirik replied, though a rare smile graced his face. "Wow, Father, you're smiling." "What? I am not." Kirik blushed slightly. "Father, it seems you have always believed in your ancestors." "Absolutely not." "Do you know what that little girl said about you earlier?" "What did she say?" "She remarked, 'You are a foolish, clumsy, and contradictory idiot.'" "You too." Kirik clenched his fists and stood up. "Wow, Father is going to hit someone." The gorilla and the orangutan promptly fled. Kirik, with a resigned expression, turned to the sea and chuckled. "A foolish, clumsy, and contradictory idiot, is it? Such words are indeed irksome, but thank you nonetheless." He then gazed up at the sky, where the cheerful faces of Luffy and Fulin shone brightly. On Sky Island, at the ruins of Sandora, everyone, "Are you all alright?" Upon seeing Gonfur and Coney shouted, her eyes brimming with tears, "Thank goodness. I have been so worried about you all." Upon hearing her words, Sanji began to twirl excitedly in front of Coney's, releasing a flurry of hearts as he exclaimed, "Miss Coney's, it's wonderful that you were concerned for me." Usopp looked at him disdainfully, saying, "Your self-perception is far too inflated." Furin gazed at the sorrowful face of Cornus and inquired, "By the way, Cornus, what of your father?" Startled, Cornus bit her lip and lowered her head, replying, "Father sacrificed himself to protect me from Enel." Upon hearing someone call Cornus's name, the others, besides Furin and Robin, sighed in unison, suddenly realizing, and turned to the ghostly figure of Cornus's father, who bellowed, "How can it be you speaking?" "Apologies, I am still alive." Observing the reactions of the crowd, the uncle instinctively offered his apologies. Meanwhile, Cornus, overwhelmed with emotion, dashed forward, tears streaming down her face. "Father." Gently patting Cornus's back as she sobbed uncontrollably, the uncle began to elucidate. "After the divine retribution, I awoke in the depths of the White Sea. I happened to encounter the individuals traveling towards the cloud's terminus below, who were gradually returning to the White Sea aboard their cloud ships. However, Angel Island, which should have been restored, has vanished. Everyone is now heading towards God Island." As night fell, the orange flames illuminated the entirety of Appiato, casting a daylight-like glow. The colossal bonfire served as a beacon in the darkness, requiring no dominion from Luffy. The Shandians and the residents of Sky Island converged without invitation. The tolling of bells signified the end of the battle. After enduring death itself, there was virtually no resistance. Both the Shandians and the Sky Island inhabitants unanimously agreed to erase centuries of animosity effective immediately. Everyone could now coexist upon Appiato, as the two factions extended their hands in peace, together aspiring to build a brighter nation. Thus, beside the immense bonfire, a grand feast commenced, attended by tens of thousands. They brought forth the abundant specialties of Sky Island and cherished wines, celebrating the long-awaited arrival of peace. The air was filled with joyous songs and laughter, as people reveled in merriment, uncorking barrel after barrel of exquisite wine, drinking to their heart's content, lost in a delightful stupor. Flynn and Robin did not join the revelry of song and dance. Instead, they sat quietly amidst the vines, observing the cheerful crowd. A smile graced Flynn's lips, as the moment enveloped her in a serene beauty, where all burdens seemed to vanish and worries faded away, granting an unprecedented sense of freedom to both body and spirit. Robin inquired, "Do you know what they said after you left?" Flynn paused, contemplating whether to be forthright, aware that the truth was already evident. "They said that regardless of who you are or where you come from, they believe you and will never doubt you," she replied, preparing to depart. "Wait, I placed the golden bell on the Appiato west coast, and beneath its base is inscribed what you desire. Is that so? Should I inform you of the news regarding Hades?" Robin chuckled lightly. "No need. That thing is no longer in its original location," Flynn responded. "They had discovered Hades' whereabouts long ago and relocated it to Ravdru, expending considerable effort in the process." "Oh, is that true?" Beneath the vines, Nami and the others were engaged in hushed discussion. Nami remarked, I have a feeling Robin knows more about Flynn than we do. Chopper pondered. Should we really not ask Flynn? I'm quite curious. Usopp cautioned, Shoo, Chopper. Some things are better left unknown. Knowing could lead to danger. Nami struck Usopp on the head, exclaiming, Fool. How could Flynn harm us? Zoro interjected, Regardless, what is meant to be known will come to light. There must be a reason she chooses not to speak. Luffy added, Didn't she say she'd tell us once we grew stronger? Sanji reminded everyone, remember 2 things. 1. Never inquire about Flynn's identity or origins again. 2. Do not harbor any suspicions about her, understood? Despite Nami's quiet murmuring, Flynn heard every word. What a bunch of fools. She thought, For your sake, I will ensure that mission succeeds. Arthur and I will remain and journey alongside you. Chapter 42, The Complete History. Returned to the Blue Sea 4 days later, on a clear morning, the grand feast had continued for 3 days and nights, leaving many slumbering on the ground. The air thick with the scent of wine. Amidst the crowd, a figure darted stealthily, seemingly searching for someone. Luffy, scratching his head, suddenly spotted Nami sleeping nearby. A grin spread across his face as he cautiously approached her. He squatted beside Nami and gently tapped her, waking her with a start. What is it, Luffy? She groaned, rubbing her eyes. Nami, wake everyone up, Luffy whispered. Why should I? I want to sleep. Don't disturb me, she replied, yawning and turning away. Seeing her reluctance, Luffy quickly grabbed her, placing a finger to his lips with a mischievous grin. We stole the gold, and we're leaving. At the mention of gold, Nami's sleepiness evaporated. Her eyes widened and excitement radiated from her face as if they were gleaming green. Is there gold? Idiot. Keep your voice down. Luffy scolded her, angered by the insult. Nami retaliated, punching Luffy on the head. Who asked the idiot? Your voice is the loud one. I'm saying your voice is loud. What? Yours is the loudest. It's super loud. Their bickering escalated, awakening everyone around them. Usopp, lost in a delightful dream, was abruptly roused by the commotion. In his groggy state, he swung a fist in annoyance, inadvertently striking Chopper in the stomach and waking him with a yelp. In no time, 4 of them were in a scuffle, creating a cacophony that roused the others, who assumed the festivities were still ongoing. In a shadowy corner unnoticed by all, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper sat in a circle, excitement lighting their faces. Usopp crossed his arms and declared, All right, brothers, since we're here, let's not leave with any regrets. Looking around, Sanji noted, By the way, where are Robin and Flynn? They were just here. Zoro, with his sword in hand, remarked. One seemed to have gone to see the Golden Bell. The other, I do not know. On the Appiato west coast. The islanders and the Shandians gathered to witness the Golden Bell. Gazing at its grandeur, an overwhelming sense of pride swelled within them, and they marveled silently. Old man, what is inscribed up there? Someone asked curiously. The elder shook his head, replying, Not knowing isn't necessarily a bad thing. We just need to, Robin, approaching from behind, interjected, Keep the truth in your heart. Words are unnecessary. The elder turned, astonished, and asked, How do you know these words? This was a phrase known only to the elders of the Shandians, passed down through generations as they guarded their history. How could this person from the Blue Sea know? It is inscribed upon the ruins of the Shandians, for you are the guardians of this legacy, Robin said as she stepped closer to the historical text, eager to decipher its contents. Seeing Robin focus intently on the text, the elder gasped, Can you interpret the historical document? Indeed, even though he had suspected. Hearing Robin affirm it left the elder in shock. Suddenly, he excitedly asked, What does it say? We are the authors of history. In harmony with the chime of the great clock, resonating alongside its resounding toll, the ancient weapon bearing the name of Sea God resides here. Upon reading the final inscription, Robin's heart skipped a beat, and a smile crept across her face. It appeared she had not been deceived, for inscribed alongside was, I have come to this place to bring this document to the world's end, Pirate Joel D. Roger. In the pumpkin field of Gonfor Feline was assisting Gonfor in watering the pumpkin. Grandfather, Ainalu has run away. I am aware of that, he replied. What are your plans moving forward? Gonfor spoke with a hint of resignation. They wish for me to reclaim my former position. I cannot defer it any longer. So I have no choice but to acquiesce. I see. By the way, grandfather, how old are you? Gonfor chuckled softly, little girl. It might be best to refrain from asking such sensitive questions. Feline. Oh, my apologies, dear sir. I merely wish to inquire about an individual. Gonfor. Oh. Who might that be? Feline, the pirate, Gold. Roger. Gonfor trembled slightly, then asked, What is it that you wish to know? Feline, everything that Roger did while he was here. Gone for. In truth, they merely visited for leisure, nothing more. Feline, oh, and where did they venture for amusement? What novel experiences did they encounter? For instance, did he ever lay eyes upon the golden bell? Did he behold the inscriptions upon it? Or is he aware of what they convey? Speaking of which, Feline revealed a knowing smile. Is it possible that you know the location of the ancient weapon, Poseidon? Gonfour paused in his tasks and turned to face Feline. What is your true intention? Feline, just like him. Gonfour, oh? Old man, do you know our captain's name? Luffy. Indeed, his full name is Monkey D. Luffy. Gonfour's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Is that so? How coincidental that both their names contain AD. Indeed. It is quite a coincidence. My home lies in a distant place seldom trodden by others. There, Roger met one of my brothers, and before departing, he uttered a peculiar phrase. What did he say? He said, someone will come here in the future. Oh, I have always wondered why he would say such a thing. Why? Despite knowing the entire history, he did nothing. Yet now, I am beginning to comprehend. Why? What does it matter, even if one knows? Knowing does not necessarily lead to action. The one destined to set foot on that island was not him. He arrived too soon. In the future, a stronger individual will cross paths with my brother, and only he can bring everything to a conclusion. Do you believe that person is the Straw Hat Kid? I do not know. I merely feel he possesses that potential. As for how far he may journey, that is his own affair. Well, since Grandpa does not wish to reveal it, I shall not inquire further. It is unnecessary. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Grandpa. Wait a moment. Gonfour intended to say something, but Feline had already vanished. He sighed, pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. Suddenly, a sword flew through the air, and a black-haired youth with golden eyes stood atop it. The sword-wielding figure inquired, Are you Gonfour? Gonfour was startled, then regained his composure. Yes, I am. What brings you here? Without further ado, the sword-wielding figure handed Gonfour a letter and stated, An old man asked me to deliver this to you. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. With that, he vanished instantly. Gonfour was left speechless. He then opened the letter and began to read. A smile spread across Gonfour's face as he resumed tending to his pumpkin patch. I see now. I was overthinking it. It appears this world is on the brink of transformation, isn't it, Roger? In the ruins of Sandora, Luffy and his companions had discovered 3 full packages of gold from the belly of the Skylord. Where are Robin and Feline? Luffy clutched his growling stomach, eagerly scanning the forest, yet Feline and Robin did not appear. It feels so desolate. What on earth has happened? Where has everyone gone? Sanji puffed on his cigarette, gazing at the empty banquet space filled with confusion. Usopp, burdened with a large sack of gold, placed his hands on his hips and chuckled. Isn't it better if they aren't here? After all, we've seized so much gold. If they were present, they would undoubtedly not let us off easily. With this wealth, we can finally put an end to our impoverished seafaring life. So much gold. Feline emerged from behind them, peering into the contents of the sack with her clairvoyant eyes. The crew had long since grown accustomed to Feline's sudden appearances. Luffy exclaimed with delight, Did you know? Feline? We found all this inside the gigantic serpent. Just think of how much meat we could buy with all this. Usopp added, I believe we should indeed find a place to repair the ship, fix the Mary. After all, it will accompany us for a lifetime. Feline, with a fading smile, addressed Usopp. Usopp, nothing can accompany us for a lifetime. The Mary cannot endure much longer, yet our journey stretches far ahead. If it were possible, I would not relinquish the Mary. You have the ability to control plants, do you not? The Mary is a wooden vessel. Surely you can prolong its existence for a while longer. One must admit, Usopp displayed a modicum of cleverness this time. However, Feline sighed and replied, Alas, Usopp, the Mary is merely a ship, a creation of humankind, a tool. I can only offer assistance to that which possesses life. I shall return to the ship now. You would do well to brace yourself for what lies ahead. With that, she vanished. Feline paid no heed to Usopp's expression. He understood that Usopp held a deep affection for the Mary, for only one who truly loved a ship could summon forth its spirit. Feline returned to the Mary ship, caressing its deck as she engaged in a telepathic exchange with Arthur. What have you contemplated? She inquired. Arthur responded, Are you truly willing to assist me? Feline, of course. While I may not be able to save this vessel, I can certainly save you. Arthur, can you guarantee that you will succeed? Feline, one must at least give it a try, and I am certain everyone will welcome you. Arthur, but what about you? What if you fail? Feline, Regardless of the circumstances, life holds paramount importance above all else. What does it matter if one loses their cultivation? They can still strive for improvement, cannot they? However, if life is extinguished, then truly, nothing remains. Moreover, my commitment extends to the individuals aboard this vessel. Not a single soul can bear to part with this ship. You are the spirit of the Mary, embodying its essence. As long as you draw breath, the Mary thrives. Arthur remained silent for a moment. When did this begin? Feline. As long as you agree, I shall take care of the rest. Arthur, all right. Feline waited for over half an hour aboard the Mary. When she finally spotted Luffy and his companions dashing back, what could possibly be causing such haste? Was something pursuing them? Observing their flustered demeanor, Feline curiously glanced behind her. She saw Robin approaching with a group of Sandians, who were carrying an enormous column. Feline pondered, what could that be? The spirit of nature, all-seeing and all-knowing, revealed to her through her perceptive abilities that it was a massive golden pillar. Ah, how remarkably generous these individuals are. Yet, why were Luffy and the others in such a rush? Hoist the sails, set sail. Luffy and his crew leaped aboard the ship. Furin was perplexed by Luffy and the Sandians. Luffy remarked, I understand that our act of stealing gold is wrong, yet we are pirates. Sanji urged, enough with the chatter. Let us set sail swiftly. Feline, no, that gold. Nami, rest assured, the gold is all here, Nami said, pointing to the package behind her. Feline, no. What I meant to say is, Usopp, let's discuss this later. Feline found herself at a loss for words. She intended to inquire of Luffy and his companions why the inhabitants of Skypiea were so unwilling to part with the golden pillar they carried. It was evident that they wished to bestow it upon us. Feline observed Robin's arrival and inquired, are we truly going to disregard that item? Robin chuckled and replied, you see it, don't you? Quite unfortunate. But then again, it would be rather cumbersome to transport. Feline acquiesced, yet remained perplexed, pondering why everyone was fleeing so urgently. After all, that object was valued at no less than 1 billion. In the vast forest bordering the coast, the group continued to flee in a frantic manner. Apprehensive about the cannon-wielding Sky Island inhabitants pursuing them, with the exception of 2 leisurely young ladies. Usopp, while sprinting, called out to Sanji, who was at the rear monitoring their surroundings, what is the situation? Are they on our tail? Sanji, unable to perceive any figures in the distance, joyfully responded, it seems they have given up. There is not a shadow in sight. Is that so? Splendid. Usopp exhaled in relief, yet he hesitated to slow his pace. Still shaken by the terror of that colossal cannon. Where on earth could they have concealed such a thing? The cannon? Feline gazed at Usopp with heightened curiosity. Ah, that enormous apparatus those warriors were carrying. Flynn was astounded. She finally comprehended why everyone was fleeing. It was simply about acquiring the gold, regardless of anything else. We're about to become wealthy, Nami exclaimed with starry eyes. Observing their excited expressions, Flynn felt a sense of helplessness. Oh well, I suppose I shouldn't dampen their spirits. The Going Merry sailed through the vast, misty sea of clouds, with a sleek ship to its right, where Cornus and the old man were soundly honking their horn. They were leading Luffy and the others to the edge of the Sky Island. Directly ahead loomed a magnificent symmetrical structure with a grand archway in its center. Beyond the layers of fluffy white clouds, a splendid rainbow arched gracefully. Everyone, look! Cornus shouted to those gathered at the bow of the Going Merry. That is the edge of the clouds. Are we really going down there? Luffy, seated in the captain's special seat, gazed excitedly at the archway, only to immediately sulk and lean on the ram's head, making a comical face. We're going back to the Blue Sea. Indeed, Sanji remarked, puffing on his cigarette as he surveyed the endless sea of white clouds. It's a bit hard to leave this place behind. Nearby, Zoro gazed outward, saying, we're about to bid farewell to this place. Nami smiled at the approaching archway and mused. Do you think there will be a cloud path leading directly to the Blue Sea? I can hardly wait. As the Going Merry neared the archway, the old man and Cornus anchored their ship at the dock outside, rushing along the long shore to catch up with the Going Merry. Sorry, everyone, the old man called out as he ran alongside. This is where we part ways. Take care, everyone. Cornus waved her hands joyfully, with the Cloud Fox bouncing beside her. Thank you for seeing us off. Nami waved back. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, shouted, Cornus, take care. Luffy sat at the bow, looking at Cornus and the others. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. No, we should be the ones thanking you, Cornus replied with heartfelt appreciation. We will never forget you. Luffy shouted back, Cornus, old man, and Little White, the Cloud Fox, take care. As the archway drew closer, the old man reminded them, "Please stow the sails and hold on tightly to the ship. Okay, let us follow the old man's advice." Usopp exclaimed loudly to Luffy and the others, "This is a 7,000-meter slope. Hurry up." Suddenly, a peculiar bird call echoed, and everyone turned in confusion to see the guide bird they had brought along, blaring fiercely as it flew over, crashing into Luffy while squawking, "Don't forget about me." Chopper explained that that's what it's saying. Once the sails were stowed, Nami showed Luffy the log pointer on her wrist. "So, Captain, the next island's record is clear." "Yes," Luffy exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the ship gradually passed through the archway, embarking on a new adventure. "Everyone, we're heading back to the Blue Sea." As the Going Merry completely traversed the archway, it glided down the long cloud path. The swift descent left the crew with little time to absorb the scenery outside. Cornus, now on the other side of the archway, shouted to the crew aboard the Going Merry, "Everyone, you're descending. Be careful." The crew, seemingly relaxed, turned back to Cornus in confusion. Suddenly, the Going Merry leaped gracefully, soaring away from the original cloud path before plummeting vertically. The abrupt change startled everyone, except Flynn. "Haha." The old man and Cornus raised their hands, grinning as they watched the crew fall. Cornus then produced a whistle and blew, "Release it." The Sky Island's specialty. Octopus balloon. As the crew, buoyed by the rapid descent, regained their composure, they spotted a colossal octopus soaring out from the white clouds, its 8 tentacles wrapping around the Going Merry. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the rapidly descending ship suddenly decelerated, floating gently down. The crew members landed hard on the deck, momentarily dazed. The octopus, now hovering above the ship, had its head inflated like a hot air balloon, tightly enveloping the Going Merry with 6 of its tentacles while the remaining 2 drifted aimlessly. It seemed this was the unique mode of transport back to the Blue Sea. "What?" Luffy exclaimed, rubbing his head as he stood up and spotted the octopus, jumping onto the ship's railing in awe. "Look at this. It's amazing and so much fun. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The descent method on the Sky Island utilizes the principle of a hot air balloon," Flynn stated calmly. I thought I had already crossed into another world." Usopp stammered from the ground. Ding ding. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated from above, the golden bells of the Sky Island ringing out in harmonious farewell, expressing the inhabitants' fondness and longing for their benefactors. The crew looked up, smiles adorning their faces, as they quietly listened to the indescribably beautiful melody, feeling the gratitude and sorrow conveyed through the chimes. Chapter 43. The Beginner's Hockey. Marine Admiral the Going Merry descended onto the surface of the sea. They had safely landed at last. "Thank you so much." Luffy expressed his gratitude to the octopus balloon, which joyfully leaped into the water. "Is everyone all right?" Sanji, drenched in seawater, still managed to light a cigarette with his wet hands. "We truly ventured to an extraordinary place," they all remarked in unison, gazing skyward. Robin mused, "It feels as though we have just awakened from a dream." Chopper looked up at the sky. "That was the legendary dreamland. If we have the chance, we must return." Zoro grinned mischievously. "If we die, we should be able to go there, right? After all, we've already been there. Perhaps our souls are there now." Usopp glanced at Zoro. "Could you please refrain from speaking such ominous words?" Luffy laughed heartily. "Set sail, brothers. Onward to the next island." "Wait, Luffy, you should at least let us rest for a moment." Usopp protested. "You're too naive, Usopp. If one could simply say that on this vast ocean, no one would suffer," Nami quipped as she approached the kitchen with a smile. "The waves have become a bit strange since a while ago. Everyone, let us get moving." "Left rudder." "Yes, Nami-san," Sanji chimed in, his eyes sparkling with pink hearts. As soon as the words were spoken, a towering wave, reaching 10 meters in height, suddenly surged up behind the Thousand Sunny, causing the sea to become tumultuous. Within the monstrous wave, several enormous monkey faces grinned menacingly. Ignoring the frantic cries of Usopp and Chopper, Nami merely smiled confidently, declaring, "See? I told you." The sails were swiftly lowered, and the Thousand Sunny sped away from the pursuing wave. Usopp screamed, "It's a sea monkey. Full speed ahead." After a night of relentless sailing, the monstrous waves stirred up by the sea monkeys finally calmed. Everyone was exhausted, sprawled across the deck, though this did not include the ladies aboard or the first mate, who had retreated to the cabin at some point. Usopp remained on the lookout, nervously peering through his telescope. Sanji, perched on the ship's railing, exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked wearily, "Finally, it's quiet, but we can't let our guard down." Meanwhile, Zoro, sitting nearby with his arms crossed, observed his surroundings nonchalantly. While Chopper had collapsed from fatigue, barely able to move. Emergency report. Emergency report. A ship has been spotted directly ahead. Usopp's voice rang out from the bow of the ship after an indeterminate amount of time. Luffy stretched his arm out to grasp the railing and asked, "What's going on? Is it an enemy?" Everyone gathered to see a vessel much larger than the Thousand Sunny, looming not far ahead. It was a pirate ship, bearing a flag with a skull adorned with reverse horns, which looked rather comical. "Hey, who are you?" Luffy shouted at the approaching pirate ship. "You dare ask us who we are? How rude," responded a short man with a split hairstyle and a long nose, stepping onto the bow to meet their gaze. This split-haired fellow was the captain of the ship, and as soon as he finished speaking, he commanded his crew to open fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted, mercilessly striking Luffy. Although caught off guard, Luffy effortlessly reflected the bullets back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing the hostility from the other side, Luffy was incensed that they would attempt to shoot him upon first meeting. "Oh, this was indeed within my expectations. But to ask my name right off the bat is rather impolite, don't you think?" Luffy retorted angrily, "Who knows what you are? I'm going to knock you all away." Upon hearing this, the split-haired captain's expression fell, and he dropped to his knees on the deck, exclaiming, "He's lying. He must be pretending not to know." Nearby, a humanoid gorilla stifled a laugh, while a long-nosed beauty patted the captain's shoulder, saying, "Captain, please don't be so disheartened. Don't laugh, Hamburg." With that, the split-haired captain abruptly rose, declaring, "Listen well, boy. I am Silver Fox Foxy. Anything I desire, I will obtain, and whatever I wish to accomplish, I shall do." The two ships were now very close. "You bastard." Gum, just as Luffy prepared to strike, Foxy shouted, halting Luffy's advance. "How do you know my name?" Luffy inquired, perplexed. Hearing this, Foxy wore a smug expression. "I already know all about you." He pulled 3 10-belly coins from his pocket and continued, "We, the Silver Fox Pirates, traditionally challenged the Straw Hat Pirates with a 3 coins challenge." Luffy, displeased by their initial aggression, raised his fist, ready for a fight. "Enough of your chatter. Bring it on. If you want to fight, then let us fight. I'm not afraid." Seeing Luffy's readiness to engage, Usopp was taken aback. "Hey, Luffy, wait. That 3 coins game is a contest to claim the other S crew members." "Fine, I accept your challenge." Luffy maintained his aggressive stance. "Hey, did you even hear what I just said? I don't want you to accept that kind of challenge," Usopp exclaimed, pointing at him. Foxy chuckled wickedly. "I heard you loud and clear, Straw Hat Luffy. You've agreed to face me." Everyone heard it, right? "Yes, he did say that." Borsey crossed his arms, tilting his chin up. "Indeed, I heard him say it, Captain." Now that it had come to this, did they think they could retract their words? Would they be dishonorable? Foxy grinned deviously at them. Luffy, resolute, proclaimed, "Not at all." Usopp, frustrated, smacked Luffy on the back of the head. "Didn't I tell you not to fall for his tricks? Well, since your captain has already agreed, there is no need for further discussion. Let us begin the 3 coins game." The 3 coins game is essentially a contest for crew members. With the consent of both captains, 3 rounds of competition are held, and the winning crew can select one member from the losing crew as their own. Additionally, if there are no desired crew members, they may take the pirate flag, which is considered a pirate's lifeblood. Sanji took a drag from his cigarette, his expression unusually grave. The stakes are companionship and honor. Winning increases our fighting strength, while losing could be catastrophic. It's a despicable and brutal game. Usopp clutched his head, looking as though calamity was imminent. No way. They have hundreds of crew members, and we only have 8. If they lose, it's no big deal. If we lose, it's a disaster. Foxy rubbed his hands together in excitement. "All right, let us get started. What have you all been shouting about?" Furin emerged from the cabin, having just stabilized her thunder element to level 6 after a long ordeal with that scoundrel Enel. She was tired and had wanted to sleep, but was interrupted by the ruckus outside. "Furin, we're about to play the 3 coins game." "The 3 coins? What is that?" Furin asked. Puzzled, Usopp explained the game to her. "Is that so?" Furin's expression darkened. "I don't agree." "Hey, your captain has agreed. Who do you think you are?" "Wait. Who are you?" "Isn't the Straw Hat crew only 7 people?" It was Foxy's fault. Furin had seldom been involved in battles, and no one had really seen her, so she was likely absent from newspaper accounts. "I'm their first mate. My name is Furin." The Silver Fox crew scrutinized Furin. They had never heard of her, but her mysterious presence suggested she was not to be underestimated. If they won, they would certainly want her. This was Foxy's first thought. Foxy looked at her. "First mate? This game is decided by the captain. Flynn chuckled softly, asserting that although she possessed a gentle temperament, she had her limits. She would never wager her companions nor engage in transactions involving them, for they were human beings, not mere objects. Flynn's words deeply moved Usopp, Nami, and the others. Foxy, witnessing his well-being defied, was rendered speechless with fury. Luffy, his expression darkening, approached Flynn and said, "Flynn, I'm sorry, I haven't finished speaking. Hey, do you wish to fight?" Came a voice from the opposing ship, resonant and imposing. A small giant, towering over 4 meters, approached wielding a massive axe. He was a key combatant of the Silver Fox pirate crew. "Haha, do you want to brawl?" Luffy, already feeling an itch to unleash his power, stepped forward and declared, "Gum Gum Rocket." The elongated rubber arm sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh, striking the small giant squarely in the abdomen. With a dull thud, the giant coughed up a pool of blood and collapsed, utterly defeated. Is this what a billion's worth of strength looks like? The crew on the opposing ship gasped in astonishment. "How dare you lay a hand on us?" Foxy fumed, commanding his subordinates to launch an assault on the Straw Hat crew. Hundreds raised their swords and firearms, revealing their menacing intentions. It was just the opportunity Sanji and Zoro had been waiting for. They charged in unison, swiftly taking down 2 of the enemy's officers. How infuriating. Foxy cursed as he raised his right arm. Slow light. He struck a flamboyant pose, unleashing a pink beam that surged forward. Amidst the chaotic battle, most failed to notice this spectacle. The light first enveloped Zoro and Sanji, causing their movements to slow to an agonizing crawl. As Luffy prepared to unleash a tempestuous assault on the enemy, he too was ensnared by the beam in an instant. A triumphant expression spread across Foxy's comical face. "Bind them all," he commanded, truly the mark of a captain. However, as the crew began to gather their spoils, they noticed something amiss. "Captain, it seems we're missing one." "Huh," Foxy snarled. "If that's all you're capable of, I suggest you cease." Leaning against the ship's railing, Flynn stifled a yawn. Upon hearing that melodious sound, Foxy and his crew slowly turned their heads, their smirks abruptly freezing in disbelief. "When did you?" Foxy stammered, incredulous. Just moments ago, he had seen her in front of him. How could she have suddenly appeared behind him? Fuline's expression remained remarkably serene as she addressed Foxy. "I will grant you one final opportunity. Are you certain you wish to engage me in combat?" Foxy pointed at her defiantly, declaring, "Regardless of the abilities you wield, I will eliminate you." "Slow light," Luffy shouted. "Fuline, be cautious, quickly dodge." A beam enveloped Fuline, while Foxy grinned with arrogance. Yet, gradually, his smile froze upon his face as he realized that his powers had no effect on her. Undeterred, he attempted several more times, but to no avail. "Do you know?" Fuline continued. "Among all the abilities possessed by the devil fruits, I am immune to any interference skills. If you could launch a tangible attack like Luffy and the others, I might regard you with some respect. However, do not presume that I fear you. Come forth, everyone." Taking advantage of their numbers and his abilities, Foxy launched another assault on Fuline, observing the pirate horde surging towards her like a tidal wave. Fuline merely shook her head slightly and walked forward with deliberate calmness. Zoro sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Fuline, reminiscent of a previous encounter. "What is happening?" Zoro inquired. Curiosity piqued. Suddenly, time appeared to freeze. Apart from Luffy and his crew, everyone else collapsed. Usopp exclaimed, "What just happened? Did Fuline do something? Why did everyone fall?" Zoro explained, "The first time I encountered her was on Whiskey Peak. The situation was akin to this one. She seemingly did nothing yet incapacitated hundreds of bounty hunters." "Nanny?" Fuline approached the unconscious Foxy and stated, "We have far too much to attend to, and I cannot waste time with scum like you." Turning to face the bound Luffy and his companions, she waved her hand, unleashing a cutting wind blade that severed the ropes binding them. Luffy addressed his friends. "I'm sorry. Fuline, you were right. Comrades are not mere objects to be wagered. I apologize, everyone." Nami and the others reassured him. "It's all right, Luffy. We all know your impulsive nature. Just be cautious next time and avoid falling into traps." Fuline inquired. "Very well. Captain, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Luffy and his companions approached Foxy and his crew. Shortly thereafter, the Foxy pirates found themselves bruised and battered, bound together and tossed back onto their ship. Luffy declared, "Let us depart." The others responded in unison, "Indeed." Luffy then asked, "Hey, Fuline, what exactly did you do to them?" "Fuline, it's nothing, just to save time. I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki. Who would have thought they were so weak? They all fell down." "Luffy, impressive. Can you teach me how to do it?" "Fuline, I cannot teach you. Conqueror's Haki is awakened through latent potential and cannot be learned through conventional means. You must rely on yourself. Lu Fei. Oh, I'm a bit disappointed. However, do you want to learn observation hockey? Feline, really? I want to learn. Please teach me quickly. Lu Fei. All right. But it might hurt a little. Feline. That's fine. After all, I am made of rubber. Ah. Lu Fei yelped in pain as he fell to the ground. His eyes covered by a piece of black cloth, while Feline stood before him, wielding a staff infused with armament hockey. Feline. The observation hockey possesses a multitude of functions, such as sensing attacks, predicting an opponent's next move, discerning the strength of living beings, perceiving their emotions and thoughts, and detecting the location and quantity of objects beyond one's line of sight. These are the fundamental abilities of observation hockey. I am merely instructing you to evade attacks while remaining unseen. This is the simplest task. I understand, and I assure you that I will evade this time. Luffy declared as he regained his footing. In truth, all you need to do is focus on sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding aura. After uttering these words, Feline struck with remarkable swiftness. Luffy was hit once again. This time, it was due to his insufficient reaction speed. Once more. After several hours of alternating between being struck and striking back, Luffy had nearly grasped the method, yet he still struggled to fully comprehend it, managing only to dodge a few times with great difficulty. The onlookers could scarcely bear to watch. Feline's strikes were excessively brutal, her speed relentless, leaving no opportunity for respite. Observing the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle, Feline smiled and asked, "Would any of you care to give it a try?" Nami waved her hand dismissively. "No? Thank you." Feline's training could be succinctly described in 3 words: swift, precise, and fierce. She did not believe she could evade her own attacks. Chopper gazed ahead and announced, "There is an island up ahead. Let us take a moment to rest." Before them lay a small island, presenting a picturesque scene of a modest growth. Feline, very well. Let us dock then. There is no rush at this moment. The ship has anchored, and everyone disembarked. As Feline disembarked, her smile faded, and she came to a halt. Everyone, shall we find another place? Luffy inquired. Why is that, Feline? Feline, this island holds a hint of danger. No worries. How about we venture together? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, there should be some wild game in the woods. I'll prepare a delightful feast for the ladies. Chopper added, I'll see if there are any medicinal herbs around. As the group leisurely traversed the narrow path through the dense forest, they occasionally gathered food or herbs along the way. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy and Zoro had already amassed 2 large bags of provisions. Usopp turned to Chopper, who was trailing behind, and inquired, Chopper, have you found any herbs? Chopper responded cheerfully, I've gathered quite a bit, though there might be even rarer herbs on this island. His expression shifted to one of curiosity as he pointed at a narrow, winding groove about 4 centimeters wide in the path. Speaking of which, I've always wondered, what is this strange trench in the middle of the road? Usopp, equally intrigued, examined the groove, speculating, it looks like the mark of a bicycle. Nami teased, what are you talking about, Usopp? This desolate island hardly seems to have a human presence. We've only been walking for a few minutes, and we could already cross it from end to end. Usopp nodded in agreement. Haha, true enough. Meanwhile, Feline's expression grew increasingly grave as she sensed the chilling power of the ice fruit drawing near. The user of this ability was none other than Admiral Kazan, also known as Aokiji, one of the 3 marine admirals, which meant he was currently on this island, just ahead. She needed to devise a strategy. Before long, they reached the edge of the forest. Luffy, leading the way, exclaimed, We've emerged from the thicket. Beyond the dense woods lay a vast grassy expanse, where a nearly 3-meter-high stone stood in the center, seemingly adorned with a black mushroom. Not far off, the coastline beckoned, the waves crashing against the rocks with a refreshing sound. Ah! Chopper cried out, bouncing excitedly towards the stone, clearly drawn to the mushroom-like object. What has got into Chopper? Luffy wondered aloud, only to suddenly shout in surprise. Zoro calmly asked, what is over there by the rocks? Wow! Chopper wants to claim that gigantic mushroom for himself. Luffy, spotting something edible, dropped his bag and dashed forward. Wait. However, as Chopper approached the rock, he was unexpectedly flung back to the ground as if he had been kicked out. What happened, Chopper? Luffy rushed over, and upon seeing what lay behind the rock, his expression turned oddly perplexed. Who is this guy? Zoro quickly followed, and Sanji, who had been leisurely trailing behind, hurried over as well. Behind the stone lay a tall man, nearly 3 meters in height, clad in a blue shirt and white suit, his suit jacket hanging from his right arm. With an eye patch over one eye, he appeared to be drooling as he slept soundly in broad daylight. Feeling someone bump into him, The man lazily lifted his eye patch and glanced down at the sprawled Chopper. A raccoon? I'm a reindeer, Chopper exclaimed, indignant, as he pointed to his antlers. Look, these are antlers. Who are you people? The man questioned, his gaze shifting to the sudden arrivals. Usopp and Nami rushed over, with Usopp marveling. Who is that towering fellow? At that moment, Robin, the last to arrive, paled in terror upon seeing the man's face. Her eyes filled with fear. She staggered back a few steps, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground, trembling, cold sweat creeping across her forehead. As if this man embodied her greatest dread. Luffy turned to Robin, noticing her distress. Robin? Zoro, on high alert, subtly drew his blade, keeping a wary eye on the man. Sanji, concerned, asked, Robin, what is wrong? Why are you so frightened? Seeing Robin's terrified expression, Usopp was drenched in cold sweat. Anxiety etched on his face. Robin, Nami, and Chopper looked at her with concern, then turned to the man who had completely covered his head with the eye patch. Uncertain about what had transpired, Fuline, however, approached the man slowly, positioning herself protectively in front of everyone, and remarked, What brings you here today? It's quite a surprise to see one of the 3 strongest combatants of the world government, an admiral of the Navy, on this island. If you're here to apprehend us, it seems a bit of an overkill for a few rookie pirates. Chapter 44, Fuline versus Aokiji, the icy confrontation. What? He is an admiral? The revelation heightened everyone's vigilance. The man lazily waved his hand, gazing up at the clear, sunny sky. No need to be alarmed. I merely came for a stroll, as the weather is splendid. An admiral? Sanji, still cautious, bit down on his cigarette, scrutinizing him. Just how capable is this guy? In the Navy, there are only 3 who hold the rank of admiral. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, their might unparalleled, surpassed only by Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Fuline explained, this man is one of the 3 formidable forces of the Navy. I didn't expect you to know so much about the Navy, my dear. And it seems you've matured over the years. Aokiji regarded Robin with a cryptic smile, then turned his attention to the striking and enigmatic Fuline. But tell me, lovely lady, do you have any plans for tonight? At that moment, the tension in the air snapped, and Sanji, baring his teeth in anger, shouted at the nonchalant Aokiji, What are you playing at, you tall nuisance? Pay attention to what others are saying. Wait, you're unbearable. Didn't I just mention that I'm merely out for a stroll? Aokiji, stroking his chin with feigned annoyance, added, Besides, you're just what is it again? Chopper tilted his head in confusion. What is it again? Aokiji scratched his head, pondering for a moment before shrugging it off. I forgot. Never mind. Speak clearly. Sanji exploded again. Usopp pointed at Aokiji, questioning loudly. Who is this guy? Fuline, are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no way someone like him could be an admiral. Yet Fuline maintained her heightened vigilance. Despite Aokiji's languid demeanor, none of the 3 admirals should be underestimated. Hey, how can you judge someone like that? Aokiji continued, still relaxed, correcting Usopp. My motto as an admiral is to embody lazy justice. It's fine. Just a minor lapse in formality. I'm a bit tired of standing, so Aokiji casually lay back on the grass, using his suit jacket as a cushion, propping his head with his hand and yawning. In short, I'm not here to capture you, so you can rest easy. Aokiji glanced at them, then turned his gaze back to the still-seated Robin. A small part of my purpose is to confirm news about Nico Robin following the Alabasta incident. And it seems my expectations were correct. She is indeed with you. However, I feel it is necessary to report this to headquarters. The total reward amount has changed since she joined alone, but I can't recall the exact figure. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It seems like a rather carefree individual. And upon observing him, Sanji slightly lowered his guard. Usopp concurred, stating, his nonchalant demeanor suggests a certain commanding presence. Yet, didn't you just mention that seeking Robin was only a minor reason? What then is the primary reason? Nami suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with tension. Didn't you just say you wouldn't capture us? That. I initially stated I wouldn't capture you. But if I were to come here to confirm that matter, Aokiji paused, then looked at Luffy, or rather at the people behind Luffy, and continued lazily. It would be better for you to perish here. What did you say? Usopp and Chopper exclaimed in unison. Didn't you initially claim you wouldn't apprehend us? That. What I meant was, if I didn't confirm that matter, I indeed wouldn't capture you, but I never said I wouldn't eliminate you here. Aokiji then slowly sat up and regarded them, saying, the first minor reason for considering your demise is that, while the government may not yet fully recognize your significance, upon reflection of your past, it becomes evident that you possess remarkable integrity. However, with such dangerous individuals congregating, future complications will inevitably arise. From the onset of your bounties to your current actions, your rapid growth is remarkable. Though I have dealt with many unruly characters, I still foresee a dawning future for you. The second minor reason that alarms me is you, Nico Robin. The amount of your bounty signifies not only the strength of the criminal, but also their level of threat to the government. Thus, at merely 8 years old, you became a bounty of 79 million. Although just a child, you cleverly navigated survival, betrayal, and evasion, utilizing your wits to thrive in a shadowy society. It seems you have chosen to hide among this group. Upon hearing this, Robin's pupils dilated slightly as she looked at Akiji in panic. Sanji then angrily interjected. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you harbor a grudge against Miss Robin? There is no animosity, but if one were to speak of acquaintance, Akiji replied nonchalantly. I once allowed her to escape, but that was in the past. You will soon realize, very shortly, that you will regret having such a troublesome woman in your midst. The best testament to this, Akiji continued, rising slowly and draping his suit jacket over his shoulder, to date, every organization associated with Nico Robin has been annihilated. And she remains the sole survivor. Why is that, Nico Robin? Shut up, you bastard. The past is the past. The present is what matters. Luffy shouted loudly, who had remained silent until now. Usopp chimed in vehemently. Exactly. If we're discussing the past, we also have a bounty hunter and a thief aboard our ship. However, he was immediately struck by Nami's fist. Sanji added coolly, what matters more than the past is the present. Well said. Chopper enthusiastically supported. Now, Robin is our most important ally. You cannot speak ill of our companions. Hearing Sanji and the others defend her one after another, Robin tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she stood up, biting her lip while gazing at Akiji. Akiji nodded in understanding. I see. It appears you have formed a deep bond with them. What are you trying to say? If you wish to capture me, just do it. Robin, with a pale face, crossed her arms. 30-fold flower bloom. Hands sprouted from the ground and entwined around Akiji's entire body. Unfazed, Akiji looked regretfully at her and said, I thought you were a clever woman. It seems I have overestimated you. Claw. Robin clenched her fists and suddenly pushed Akiji backward, his body shattering into shards of white ice that fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Chopper cried out, he shattered into pieces. However, aside from Robin and Frulin, who were already aware of Akiji's abilities, Luffy and the others were taken aback, watching as the shards of ice slowly reassembled, Akiji standing unscathed. Robin, aren't you being a bit excessive? Usopp and Nami were already stunned. Suddenly, Akiji picked up a handful of grass from the ground and casually blew on it. Instantly, it transformed into a crystalline ice dagger. I had no intention of taking your life, Akiji said, wielding the ice dagger as he charged toward Robin. Zoro, who had drawn his sword at some point, intercepted the ice dagger. Kick, first meet. Sanji followed closely, aiming for Akiji's head. Rubber, gun. Luffy, unable to contain himself, lunged forward, delivering a punch to Akiji's abdomen. Yet, as the three launched their successive attacks, every point of contact with Akiji was met with freezing ice. Sanji's right leg, Zoro's right hand gripping his sword, and Luffy's right fist were all encased in ice, emanating a chilling aura that brought excruciating pain. The three clutched their frozen limbs, grimacing in agony. Usopp's jaw dropped to the ground. They've all been frozen? Nami's face reflected sheer terror. They were all frozen in an instant. Akiji glanced at Robin. It seems you've encountered some fine companions. Yet, you remain you. After stating this, Akiji extended his hand toward Robin, advancing with an intense coldness that caused the temperature to plummet. It appeared he intended to freeze Robin entirely, just as his hand was within 3 centimeters of her. A fireball hurtled towards him. Akiji's eyes flickered as he cleaved the fireball in half with his ice dagger, but it was not over. The severed fireball transformed into flames that ensnared Akiji. Simultaneously, Frulin waved her hand towards Luffy and the others, igniting a circle of fire beneath them, melting the ice that had ensnared them. Her once brown dress transformed into a vibrant red as she entered a state fully attuned to the fire element, declaring, You all should leave. None of you together are a match for him. Upon being freed from the ice, Luffy began to speak, but, with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, Feline remarked, You all go ahead. I have long wished to confront the Admiral. Luffy replied, No, I must stay and fight alongside you. Zoro and Sanji chimed in, We will stay too. Before they could finish, a powerful gust of wind swept them back onto the Mary. Just as Luffy intended to rush back, He heard Feline's voice resonate. At your current strength, none of you could withstand even a single blow from him. Wait until you grow stronger. Should anyone act recklessly, I shall bind them and cast them back. Nami grasped Luffy's arm, saying, let it go, Luffy. Feline speaks the truth. We are no match for the Admiral now. Our presence would merely be a hindrance to her. Usopp added, indeed, you have all witnessed Feline's prowess. Trust in her. Once assured that Luffy and the others would not act foolishly, Feline turned her gaze towards Akiji, who was ensnared within a cage of flames, and called out, Flame cage, dissipate all flames confining Akiji. Akiji, shedding his previously languid demeanor, began to regard the young woman before him with newfound seriousness. Her abilities intrigued him. She wielded the power of fire, and moments ago, a fierce wind had swept through. Is it mere coincidence or something more? You certainly seem to have become earnest, Feline remarked with a hint of indifference. Akiji responded, it appears you are quite remarkable, young lady. Are you perhaps curious about my abilities? Allow me to clarify, upon our first meeting, that my powers do not derive from a devil fruit. If Feline's words had initially surprised Akiji, her subsequent actions left him utterly astonished. He watched as flames erupted from her left hand while ice materialized in her right. Akiji pondered, what precisely is this young woman's power? How can she command both fire and ice? Furin extinguished the flames, her once crimson dress transforming into a serene ice blue. With a smile, she proposed, I do not harbor any disdain for you, so shall we engage in a fair duel? Fire has dominion over ice, thus I wish to challenge you with ice. What say you? Kazan remained silent, beginning to regard this young girl with newfound respect. Her capabilities and lineage were shrouded in mystery. As the ice blade clashed against the ice sword, neither yielded an inch. Kazan's expression darkened as he remarked, your prowess far surpasses that of Luffy and his companions. How is it that you find yourself amidst them? Feline declared, I shall do as I please. What concern is it of yours? In that frozen moment, Akiji spoke softly, and a circle of intense cold swiftly enveloped Feline's feet, rapidly encasing them in ice. Flame smiled gently, I apologize, but your frost has no effect on me. As the chill dissipated, Flame remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Akiji grew increasingly cautious. Who was this girl? Why was he unable to freeze her? Feline, however. This manner of combat is exceedingly tedious. Allow me to transform this scenario into one that is mutually advantageous for us. A formidable chill, akin to a frozen wasteland, emanated from Feline's being. Under the astonished gaze of Akiji, everything in the vicinity was encased in ice, not merely the immediate surroundings, but the entire island. While Feline seemingly vanished without a trace, Akiji, ever vigilant, surveyed his surroundings and inquired, who exactly are you? If you are not a fruit user, how do you wield the powers of both ice and fire? Suddenly, Feline reappeared behind Akiji, brandishing an ice sword that nearly pierced him. I am certainly not a fruit user. It is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist in this world, is it not? The clash of ice sword against ice dagger resonated once more. What purpose do you serve by associating with Luffy and the others? Does it concern you in any way? Or do you intend to take the place of your grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, to interrogate me? Feline vanished again, while Akiji remained attuned to his surroundings. Employing his observation haki, ice spikes materialized from thin air around Akiji, launching towards him in a flurry. Nevertheless, Akiji adeptly defended against each one. Feline, rest assured, I will not bring them harm. Rather, I eagerly anticipate the day they might vanquish the three of you. The freezing time capsule detected Feline's position, and Akiji unleashed a wave of icy air as an assault. Utilizing the Navy's 6 powers, Feline deftly evaded the shockwave. This technique, known as Sora from the Navy's 6 powers, darkened Akiji's expression. How could he wield the 6 powers? Has he perhaps served in the Navy? Is the Navy's 6 powers exclusive to the Navy? I am quite diligent, always eager to learn. Feline, employing her observation haki, discerned Akiji's thoughts. Should Ms. and the others hear this, they would be incredulous. Feline loves learning. If she truly did, how could her attributes be merely at level 4 after 2 decades of study? How did you fathom my thoughts? Can you wield observation haki? Not only can I, but my mastery surpasses yours. That last blow seemed quite formidable. Why not give it a try yourself? What could it be? Akiji suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Mimicking Akiji, Feline unleashed a wave of icy air directed at him. Akiji hastily dodged, creating a significant fissure in the frozen ground. This was the first time Akiji encountered someone as formidable as Feline, aside from Sengoku, Garp, and his 2 partners. This girl's identity must be extraordinary, he pondered. It seems I am quite a challenge in your eyes? Feline smiled softly, But my crew awaits my return. I shan't engage with you further. Perhaps another time. With that, Fuline vanished once more. Akiji felt a tinge of panic, unable to sense Fuline's presence anymore. Has she departed? Impossible. Should she leave, I would pursue her at once. Unless, oh no. Alas, you cannot freeze me, but I can certainly freeze you. Touching Akiji's shoulder, she declared, Absolute zero, freeze. In the next moment, a powerful chill encased Akiji, transforming him into an ice statue. Casting a glance at the frozen Akiji, Fuline turned to say, I will not strike you down. I harbor no malice towards you, for you embody the essence of justice. The events surrounding O'Hara must have opened your eyes. You and Akainu are not of the same ilk. He would go to any lengths for his ambitions, whereas you would not, correct? Had it been Akainu frozen today, I would not have been so gentle. Farewell, Akiji. Until we meet again. The frost will dissipate in 2 hours. Rest assured, this chill inflicts no harm upon your body. Oh, and please convey my regards to Admiral Garp. Inform him that his grandson aspires to be the Pirate King. He may rest easy and refrain from meddling in the affairs of the young. My joining the Straw Hat crew has already received his tacit approval. He need not worry, for I shall take good care of his grandson. With a wave of her hand, she dismantled the ice and snow enveloping the island, restoring everything to its former state before departing. Fuline returned to the Mary, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her. Luffy, with concern, exclaimed, Fuline, you. Fuline, do not concern yourselves with me. I am quite well. How are you all feeling? Is there any discomfort? Chopper, I just conducted a check, and everything seems fine. Fuline, I see, but just to be on the safe side, I shall lend you my assistance. It would be unfortunate to be afflicted by a chill. With a wave of her hand, she invoked the spirit of nature, chanting heal. A radiant green light enveloped Luffy and his companions, warming their bodies and dispelling the cold. Chopper, all right, you are all fine now. Nami, that brings me relief. But Fuline, what of Akiji? Fuline softly declared, I have triumphed. To prevent him from pursuing, I have encased him in ice, with a time limit of 2 hours. We should depart now. I have matters to attend to and shall return to my cabin. Fuline then entered her room. Outside, a group stood in stunned silence. Zoro remarked, I knew she was formidable, but I didn't anticipate she could defeat a Marine Admiral. Usopp exclaimed, Did she just say she froze that Admiral? Sanji, lighting a cigarette, replied, It does seem that way. Luffy gaped, Wait, does that mean her ice is even more powerful than that Admiral's? Nami interjected, Indeed, but is Fuline truly all right? There's a bluish light emanating from her room. Sanji suggested, Should we check on her? Just as he was about to move, Robin stopped him, her expression dark. Leave her be. She is fine. You all witnessed similar circumstances on Skypiea, did you not? Do not disturb her. Let us set sail. Everyone, except Luffy, suddenly understood. Ah. That situation, then all is well. Luffy, however, remained perplexed. What? What situation? Explain it to me. Never mind that. You'll understand in due time. We must hasten our departure. Inside her chamber, Fuline radiated potent ice energy. Akiji's strength was overwhelming, causing her eyes to breach spatial limitations and ascend to level 6. Thank you, Akiji. One wonders what Akiji would think if he knew that Fuline's intention in their confrontation was not only to protect the Straw Hat crew, but also to seek his assistance in enhancing her capabilities. 2 hours later, on a deserted island, Akiji emerged from his frozen state, resuming his languid demeanor. Oh dear, what a fearsome girl she is. My report will require considerable elaboration. Suddenly, the phone bug rang. Akiji, you finally answered. I could not reach you earlier. As soon as the call connected, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Ah, I was frozen along with my phone bug. Stop your nonsense. With your strength, aside from Sengoku, I have 2 other admirals. Is there truly anyone who can challenge you? The caller was Garp. Believe it or not, there is. His disbelief was palpable. But Akiji's nonchalant demeanor was all too familiar. Where is he? He should be in Water 7. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, one of your grandson's companions has a message for you. She asked me to convey a sentiment. What is it? She said your grandson is destined to become the Pirate King and advised you to refrain from meddling, urging you to take care of yourself and worry less. What did you say? Came a gritted reply from the other end. Chapter 45, Water 7, the Pluton Blueprint. More than 20 years ago, a week after Roger's death. Ravdru. Enigmatic Valley. Mizome, arms crossed, and with a serious expression, inquired, Are you certain? Xingyao nodded affirmatively. I am certain. The Pluton Blueprint is located in Water 7. Jianying interjected. Is that necessary? We just moved Pluton from Alabasta here 2 days ago. It is already in our possession. What is there to fear? Xingyao replied. What if someone recreates a ship using the blueprint? Jianying conceded. That is indeed a valid concern. That is simple. We can just demand it back. Fu Lin appeared, floating in midair. I shall assist you in retrieving the blueprint. Mizong cautioned. He is unlikely to part with it easily. Fu Lin, of course, I am aware of that. As long as I know who possesses the blueprint, I have myriad ways to obtain it. Xingyao tossed a crescent-shaped jade to Fu Lin, exclaiming helplessly, All right, I must trouble you, dear sister, to take this token and venture to the City of Water to find a person named Tom. The blueprint is in his possession. With that, he vanished. Jianying, intrigued, mused. What has gotten into her today? She seems unusually proactive. Xingyao calculated and sighed in resignation. Alas, in 5 seconds, Ino will arrive here, seething with rage. Indeed, no sooner had Xingyao uttered these words than Ino, clad in mechanized armor, appeared before them, gritting his teeth and demanding, Where is that girl? She has left, Jianying replied. Observing Ino's furious demeanor with an inkling of understanding, Ino wielded a high-energy ion cannon, now augmented with a laser weapon. Seeing this, Jianying and the others promptly stepped aside. A massive boulder was obliterated by the beam emitted from the laser cannon. Jianying inquired, What now? Did she dismantle your mech, damage your equipment, or blow up some part of your chamber with your own creations? Heaven knows, the willful and reckless Fu Lin, having emerged not long ago, undoubtedly embodies the most formidable presence. Among all the spirits, Ino is the most unfortunate, for the ever-curious Fu Lin frequently seized the opportunity to pilfer items from him in his absence. This was not merely a trivial matter. Upon utilizing these items, very few remained intact, as she expressed a desire to disassemble them to examine their inner workings. Within just a week, a certain spirit had already ruined 18 firearms, 7 cannons, and 5 energy units of mechs, while 6 walls of the mechanized fortress lay in ruins. With several craters marred the exterior ground, Ino, consumed by rage, declared, That girl has stolen the blueprint I spent 3 days designing without my permission. Jianying attempted to calm Ino's fervor, saying, All right, it's just a piece of paper. When she returns, we can simply ask for it back. Meanwhile, Xingyu felt a wave of embarrassment. He could have warned Ino that he had foreseen the blueprint would be given away by Fu Lin. The City of Water is a floating metropolis, encircled by walls of steel, with densely packed buildings lining both sides. Atop it stands a magnificent 3-tiered fountain. The first tier featuring an outlet slightly smaller than the surrounding wall. Crystal-clear water cascades from the highest column, dividing the town below into several sections, continually flowing into the sea through the outlets of the outer wall. The azure waters of the fountain reflect the blue sky and white clouds, creating an astonishingly beautiful scene, as if this city had sprung forth from the ocean itself. Wow, how enchanting! Fu Lin exclaimed as she stood atop a rooftop, gazing at her surroundings. What is that? She wondered, noticing the waterways surrounding the houses teeming with vibrant, horse-like fish, while citizens floated atop various vessels akin to boats. Although she yearned for a delightful adventure, her priority was to locate the person she sought. The shipyard is over there. I shall go. Fu Lin, draped in a cloak, arrived at the shipyard. Observing the multitude of shipwrights, she casually tugged at one individual and inquired, Good sir, do you know someone by the name of Tom? Ah, that would be me. What can I assist you with? Young Tom replied, turning around upon hearing his name called. Fu Lin whispered a few words into his ear, and Tom's smile gradually froze. He then replied, Little one, I do not possess such things here. Farina softly remarked, holding a piece of jade shaped like the moon, I possess this item. May I perhaps visit you for a while? Upon seeing the jade, Tom's expression gradually softened. I see. Then please follow me. Flynn accompanied Tom to his studio. Ah, we have a guest, Tom, he exclaimed. A blonde-haired lady approached, glancing at the cloaked Flynn, and inquired, Little one, why do you not remove your cloak? With a smile, Fu Lin said, This simply won't do. However, if you wish to know my identity, take a look at this. She continued to conceal her face, revealing the star and moon mark upon her forehead. Only then did Mr. Tom feel reassured, stating, She is my secretary, Kokoro. Wow, that on your forehead is truly beautiful, exclaimed a boy with long blue hair as he approached. Fram, that is a guest. Do not be foolish, admonished another boy with purple hair, who appeared slightly older. What? She is even younger than I am. Where are your family? Kokoro inquired. All right, Fram and Ace, why don't you go play elsewhere? With that, the two boys ran off. Mr. Tom smiled and said, I apologize. Those two are my students. Not at all. Please, have a seat. Feline sat upon the sofa, while Mr. Tom occupied the seat across from her. Mr. Tom recounted that several centuries ago, two enigmatic figures arrived at this place, requesting the construction of the most formidable warship, claiming it was to safeguard their kin. Due to the immense power of the vessel, a shipwright struck a pact with one of these individuals. The warship could be taken, but the blueprints must remain, ensuring that in the event of any future calamity involving the ship, a solution could be devised. How many are aware of this tale? Not many, for so much time has elapsed. This blueprint has been passed down through generations, and now it rests in my possession. Do you wish to take it? Will you part with it? Mr. Tom chuckled and replied, Of course not. Before their departure, the two individuals stipulated that the blueprints could remain. But if someone bearing a moonstone or possessing a star and crescent mark upon their forehead were to request the blueprints, they must be surrendered to her. However, the shipwright never considered such a course of action. Why? The warship's power was overwhelmingly great. A single shell could annihilate an island. Such a formidable entity necessitates a means of counteraction, and this blueprint embodies the very essence of that vessel. Since you are adamant in withholding the blueprints from me, may I at least peruse them? Very well, Mr. Tom replied, rising to retrieve a substantial stack of blueprints from the room, presenting them to Feline. These were all. Feline glanced at the blueprints and remarked, Very well, the blueprints may remain, but might you depart from this place quietly? After all, I am aware that you are referring to the government, are you not? They have visited previously. What? I informed them that I possessed nothing, and they lacked any evidence to substantiate that the blueprints were here, thus they departed. Holding the blueprint of the underworld monarch, Feline pondered for a moment before declaring, You may keep the blueprint, and you are welcome to remain here. However, Windblade. As she rose, she tore the blueprint in half, leaving Coco and Mr. Tom in a state of shock. Coco exclaimed, Child, what are you doing? I will not allow the emergence of a second underworld monarch in this world. The government is bound to return. One half of the blueprint is for you, while I shall take the other. Without a complete blueprint, the creation of the underworld monarch is impossible, thus providing a form of dual insurance, don't you think? Before Mr. Tom could respond, Feline carefully secured her half of the underworld monarch blueprint and produced another sheet, stating, Of course, I do not believe they will relinquish their pursuit so easily. Those individuals are notorious for unfairly placing blame on others. Consider this as an apology for tearing the underworld monarch blueprint. She presented the new blueprint to Mr. Tom and Coco. This is the ocean train, and it serves as a talisman for your survival, Feline remarked casually. Mr. Tom gazed at the blueprint and chuckled. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Where did you acquire this blueprint? Feline sheepishly scratched her head and confessed, I borrowed it from my brother. Although I lack design skills, I find it intriguing. I hope by the time I return, he will have calmed down. Ha ha. Is that so? Mr. Tom glanced at her once more and inquired, Are you truly gifting this to me? Of course, she replied. Even if I were to return it, it would be of no use. Furins displayed little regard for the matter at hand. Although the blueprint was conceived by Eno, it served no purpose. What use was a train if it merely transported individuals to Ravdru? Subsequently, Furins rose from her seat, declaring, I shall take my leave for now, but I will return. With that, she exited the studio. Coco questioned, Is this truly wise? After all, that blueprint. Tom sighed, Alas, there is nothing we can do. Returning to the present, on the deck of the Mary, Nami exclaimed, No. Why would such a shape travel upon the sea? She gazed in astonishment as the object approached the door. To everyone's utter disbelief, a yellow frog suddenly stood upon the water's surface, striking a fighting stance and boldly croaking. Ribbit. Faced with the oncoming train, the frog exhibited no fear, instead emitting a taunting call. With a resounding crash, the train collided with the frog, sending it flying. Be careful, Moki. Fighting technique. Furins, who had just emerged from the room, summoned vines to pull the frog closer for treatment, but as soon as the vines loosened, it leaped back into the sea. Hey, Yakagawa, what about your injuries? The expressions of the others were unmistakably bewildered. Nami inquired, Furins, do you know that frog? Yes. It has been a while. It is causing mischief again, Furins replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. The frog seemed to have vanished, while the train, emitting white smoke, sped away into the distance. Hey everyone, someone is coming out of that house. It's a little girl. What? Luffy, snapping back to reality, looked curiously at the house beside the lighthouse. A girl with twin pigtails, dressed in a red and white striped dress, emerged. accompanied by a creature that resembled both a cat and a rabbit. Upon seeing the Jolly Roger of the Merry, the girl, rather than expressing fear, joyfully exclaimed, "Grandma, Grandma! Pirates!" "What? Really? Kaimoni, quick, bring the snail." From within the house, heavy footsteps approached, followed by the voice of an elderly woman, clearly intoxicated. As she stumbled into view, it was evident she was in her 50s or 60s, dressed in a station master's outfit. Her portly figure and dazed expression raising doubts about her professional demeanor. She, like the girl, sported 2 yellow ponytails. The girl dutifully ran to fetch the snail. "Grandma, Grandma, I got the snail. What should we do?" It seemed she is about to call for reinforcements. Zaro had slightly unsheathed his sword, its sharpness concealed within the scabbard, contemplating whether to eliminate her first. "Don't." Furins blocked Zaro, explaining, this old woman was Mr. Tom's secretary. Kokoro seized the microphone, and after dialing a few numbers, she shouted, "Hello. What was I going to say? Oh, I forgot." With that, she abruptly hung up, burped, and chuckled foolishly. Witnessing this, Usopp erupted in frustration. What the heck? So she was drunk. Sanji emerged from the kitchen with several plates of pie for the old woman and Kaimoni. Pie? The elderly woman, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a few slices of pie in the other, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. This makes for a delightful snack." Kaimoni, delighted, introduced himself. "I am Kaimoni. This is my kitten Kamba, and that is Grandma Kokoro. You aren't train robbers, are you?" "Ha ha ha." Kokoro laughed at her own jest. Luffy, arms crossed, introduced himself. "I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King." "Really?" Kaimoni looked on with curiosity, while Kokoro continued to chuckle. "What an amusing man." Nami pointed towards the direction where the train had vanished and asked, "Is that a steamship? But how can it navigate like an ordinary ship with such a shape? You've never seen one, have you? You could search the world over, and only here would you find it," Kaimoni proudly declared, munching on pie. "That is a sea train," Furins added. "It is a unique train in the world, propelled by steam along tracks in the sea." Nami, intrigued, asked, "Furins, how do you know this?" "Because I provided the blueprint," Furins replied, standing before Kokoro, revealing the star and moon mark on her forehead. "I apologize for not saving him back then." Kokoro looked at Furins. "So it was you. I didn't expect you to have grown a bit over the years, ha ha ha." The others were astonished. "Furins, you know each other?" Kokoro, in a drunken haze, stated, "Sort of. I've seen her, but didn't know her name. My name is Furins. I left the blueprint to save him, but sadly, I could not." "I know, it's not your fault. It was already a feat for you to venture in alone." Except for Kokoro and Furins, no one else understood their conversation. Who was Furins trying to save? What had transpired? Is Yukagawa still the same? "Yes, every day." Zaro interjected, "Wait, didn't you just call that frolicking frog Yukagawa?" "Yeah." Kaimoni shrugged. "It loves competing in strength, always wanting to win against the sea train and will surely return." Realizing the situation, Luffy admired. "So it's a contest of strength. No wonder it wouldn't run away. What perseverance!" "Enough joking around." Kaimoni protested, pointing at a corner where the yellow, sturdy railing was dented and twisted from previous encounters. "That creature certainly causes a lot of trouble for the passengers. So that's how it is." Luffy clenched his fist resolutely. "All right, I want to eat it. I don't eat persevering creatures." Nami, who had been disapproving from the start, sighed. "You should have thought of that from the beginning. Why would you eat a frog? By the way, where do you all intend to go?" Kokoro, still imbibing, drunkenly explained, "If you take the sea train from here, the next stop would be the Queen of Spring City, St. Bayang, the food street of Buchi, and the carnival town of St. Fault. All splendid places." "All right," one food enthusiast exclaimed, "let us go to the food street of Buchi." "Go where?" Nami swiftly dismissed Luffy's idea with a punch, then turned to Kokoro. "We have a ship. We don't need to take the train. We can only sail according to the log pointer." "Which direction does the pointer indicate?" Kaimoni asked curiously. Nami raised her left wrist for them to see, pointing eastward. "Oh, I see. So you will reach the water city. That last sea train came from the blue station on that island," Kokoro kindly explained. "That town known as the Water City is a wonderful place, particularly renowned for its flourishing shipbuilding industry, boasting the world's finest technology. The vessels they constructed were exclusively for the esteemed officials of the world government. Truly extraordinary." "So, does that mean there are exceptionally skilled shipwrights there?" Luffy gazed at Granny Kokoro with excitement. "Not just any, but it is indeed the gathering place of the most formidable shipwrights in the world." "Usopp." Luffy turned to Usopp, finding that same spark of enthusiasm in his eyes. Clenching his fist with a grin, Luffy declared, "Excellent. It's settled then. We shall go there and undoubtedly find a shipwright to join our crew. Ha ha. I wish you good fortune." He then said to Farina, "Ace Bug has now become the mayor of Water City. Everyone refers to him as the iceberg. You can lead them to him." But Granny Kokoro, could you provide me with a letter of recommendation? I cannot reveal my identity to him just yet, considering the government's stance." "Haha, certainly. Just a moment, please." Granny Kokoro swayed as she entered the house, returning shortly with a folded sheet of white paper which she handed to Luffy. "This is a letter of introduction. Please present it to him and ask him to assist you in repairing the ship. Water City is vast, so be careful not to lose your way." "All right then, farewell, Granny Kokoro. Although I understand the toll that matter has taken on you, do take care of your health. Ha ha ha, rest assured. Now, everyone, let us depart for Water City." The group, though unaware of the circumstances, could tell from Farina and Granny Kokoro's expressions that it must have been a grave matter, one that Farina wished to change but could not. The sails were lowered, and the Going Merry gently drifted away from the station, heading toward the direction indicated by the log posts. Nami waved goodbye to Granny Kokoro and the others, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for sharing so much information, Granny Kokoro. Chimney, safe travels." Chimney waved vigorously, watching as the small sheep ship vanished from sight. The little cat, Kumbay, also shook its head. Granny Kokoro called out loudly, "Be cautious of the government officials." "All right then." Sitting atop the sheep's head, Luffy exuberantly waved his hands, gazing ahead as they set sail for the meat city. "What on earth did you hear?" Usopp looked disdainfully at the excited Luffy. Curiously, he then inquired of Farina, "What transpired in Water City during your time there?" Fuline, her complexion shadowed with melancholy, remarked, "This is the greatest regret of my life. Had I not been so feeble at that time, I could have single-handedly rescued that person. Once this matter is concluded, I shall confide in you. Furthermore, when I go to meet the iceberg, you must not disclose to her that I am acquainted with him." Fuline expressed her hope that such a situation would not arise again, as her companions were dear to her, and she wished to avoid losing any of them. Subsequently, Luffy and the others, having some idle time, gathered in a circle to deliberate on the future appearance of their shipwright. Suddenly, Sanji, brimming with enthusiasm, volunteered, "Luffy, leave the search for the shipwright to me. I will undoubtedly find a stunning beauty." "Fool, it's a shipwright," Luffy exclaimed, extending his hand to sketch a large circle. Envisioning a towering figure akin to a mountain, a man standing at least 5 meters tall. However, Usopp interjected, "If he is too tall, we can't be certain he would be able to live aboard this ship." Usopp hastily sought to dissuade Luffy from this notion, knowing that bringing aboard a 5-meter giant would present considerable challenges. "As long as he possesses the necessary skills, it matters not who he is," Zoro remarked, crossing his arms and highlighting the crucial point. Regrettably, the captain, engrossed in his drawing, was oblivious to Zoro's words. Chopper, with an adorable expression, chimed in, "I can't wait. Are we going to have a new companion joining us?" Upon witnessing the true form of the drawing, Usopp's face darkened with dread. "If someone like that appears, I'll be the first to flee." "Oh, me too," Sanji added, his face contorted in a similar expression of revulsion as he gazed at the illustration. "If he boards the ship, I would definitely escape to the sea." Yet, he mused, the figure looked to possess some octopus lineage, which might lead to a pursuit across the waters. The group animatedly debated what kind of person the shipwright ought to be. Furin leaned against the ship's railing, gazing out at the vast ocean, lost in contemplation. Was it the shipwright she was pondering? Indeed, he seemed a commendable choice. But what was consuming her thoughts? Robin approached Furin and inquired, "Oh, it's nothing much, just reminiscing about an old acquaintance, an incorrigible fool who loved to stir trouble." Chapter 46, Reminiscing the Past, Reunion with CP9 over 20 years ago, in the City of Water. Furin, having acquired the blueprints, was preparing to depart when she heard a voice of reprimand. "Hogong, you really are quite foolish," Flam exclaimed, pointing animatedly at a large frog, which appeared rather aggrieved. "What has transpired?" Furin approached, offering her assistance. Flam gestured towards the frog and lamented, "It's Hogong, utterly hopeless. After all my teaching, he still hasn't grasped it." Hogong interjected, "I'm a frog. I can only swim like one." Sensing Hogang's thoughts, Furin's lips twitched as she turned to Flam and asked, "What exactly are you trying to teach it?" "Freestyle." "Freestyle?" Furin was taken aback. No wonder Hogong felt wronged. Indeed, it was quite a challenge for him. "Flame, your idea is truly bizarre. Don't you have any other hobbies?" "Of course I do. Come, Let us go and admire my masterpiece. With enthusiasm, Flame said. Then turned to Hengong and said, you continue to practice. Thus, Flame led Feline to another stretch of coastline, where the distant sounds of clanging echoed. Flame clenched his fists and rushed forward, with Feline hastening to keep up. Upon their arrival, Feline was astounded to behold 35 magnificent warships anchored there. Feline observed as Fram tugged at Espago's collar, while Espago held a hammer in his hand. It seemed she could intuit the unfolding scenario. Fram shouted, Espago, what are you planning this time? Espago retorted, I simply cannot agree with you creating such dangerous things. I must destroy them. What did you say? Do you have any idea how perilous this is? It could harm others. Are you implying that I crafted these to cause harm? If they are not meant for that, then they should be destroyed. I vehemently disagree. Enough, both of you. Feline interjected, stepping between them to prevent the situation from escalating into violence. She addressed Espago. But you are in the wrong, Espago. What did you just say? Designing these items must have required considerable time and effort. You cannot simply destroy them at whim. You understand that, don't you? Humph. Espago turned away, choosing silence. He had always harbored disdain for Fram's creation of warships. You fool, what kind of attitude is that? Fram expressed his dissatisfaction with Espago's reaction. One day, you will regret this. With that, Espago ran off. Hey, wait. Feline intended to persuade him further, but Espago ignored her. That foolish Espago, Fram fumed. All right. Despite everything, you are still brothers. You should find a moment to resolve your misunderstandings. Who is his brother? However, these are indeed your creations? Quite impressive, Feline remarked to Fram. Hearing Feline's praise, Fram's anger subsided significantly. Of course, these are my proud works. Is that so? Would you like me to introduce them to you? Sure. Just then, Zoran interrupted Feline's reminiscence with a question, following the direction he pointed. The group displayed a variety of expressions. Some were awestruck, while others were astonished, all captivated by the breathtaking scene before them. I can't believe we are here again. It is just as beautiful as before, Feline said with a smile. Facing the sea breeze, Robin smiled gently and said, it is lovely. Usopp, with his mouth agape, had yet to close his jaw. Wow, this is incredible. Truly the city of industries. No wonder the sea train passes through here, Sanji added, his face full of disbelief. This is amazing. So much water. Chopper, entirely glued to the ship's railing, peered excitedly at the approaching scenery, but then turned his gaze curiously towards the massive torrents flowing from the city into the ocean. But where does that water come from? You seem quite curious. Robin explained with a smile as she stood behind him. I heard that it springs from fountains, flows through channels, and then into the sea. Luffy, brimming with excitement, pointed at the wide waterways that span the city, exclaiming, shall we have a waterslide race on that? A race? Chopper instantly turned pale at the thought of being swept away by the water, shaking his head vigorously. No, I don't want to. Idiot, stop rambling over there. Zoran glanced disdainfully at Chopper, who was clinging to the ship's edge, and at the still excited Luffy. How could you dry ducks possibly go on a waterslide? Haha. The meat capital. Luffy, seated in the captain's special seat atop a goat's head, animatedly waved his arms, already daydreaming about feasting in the water city. Feline remarked. This city harbors numerous officials from the world government. One must exercise caution when venturing out. Zoro, regaining his composure, gazed curiously at the enormous numbers displayed on the iron walls. What do those numbers signify? He pondered aloud. I have no idea, Usopp replied, equally perplexed, shaking his head. Sanji, too, scrutinized the towering steel barriers and mused, are those walls? Or perhaps they are meant for the 5-meter-tall shipwrights to pass through. Seated atop the figurehead of the Going Merry, Luffy displayed a serious demeanor as he revealed his selected portrait of a shipwright. Usopp, immediately agitated, shouted, you can say such things casually. Ahead lay a station, and Nami focused on the simple, yet finely crafted blue station before the Going Merry, which bore the inscription Blue Station. But where is the dock? She wondered. Usopp examined the surroundings closely. Could it be on the other side? Just then, a fisherman on a small boat called out, Hey, you lot. It won't do for pirates to enter the city boldly from the front. You should go around to the back streets. Understood, thank you. Nami replied, raising her voice in gratitude, and the Going Merry followed the direction indicated by the fisherman. The residential area resembled a quaint little town, marked by a maze of houses. The only distinction was that, instead of concrete streets, the water city utilized waterways, with spacious corridors surrounding the homes for pedestrians, where small vendors occasionally set up shop. The houses, painted in a soft peach hue, created a warm atmosphere. Bridges, some elevated and others arched, connected the homes separated by canals. Upon entering the residential area, everyone was greeted by a harmonious scene. Even as the locals noticed the pirate ship, they did not panic like in other towns, but instead expressed a remarkable friendliness. Fantastic. An oceanic metropolis. Nami marveled at the houses seemingly floating on the water. Amazing. What a beautiful city. Luffy exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the intricately designed homes. But the entire city is submerged in water. The houses are beneath the sea, Chopper observed curiously. Not quite. This city was built on a foundation that naturally lies beneath the waves, Robin explained nonchalantly, pointing to the portions of the houses just above the water. Look at those pillars beneath the homes, Chopper realized. Indeed, the houses are built on elevated columns. Realizing the significance of the waterways replacing streets, Sanji exclaimed, I see now. That's why it's called Water City. Ha ha ha, let us dock the ship. Luffy laughed, raising his arms in excitement. At that moment, a restaurant owner, who had been cleaning, spotted the Going Merry gliding smoothly through the waterways. He abruptly halted his chores and shouted, You there! Pirate ships can't dock here. What are you doing? Planning to loot? Luffy shouted back, No, we're here to repair a ship. Usopp added sheepishly. Would a normal person assume we're here to plunder? Upon hearing this, the owner enthusiastically pointed down a waterway. Well then, just ahead is a cape. You can park your ship there. Thank you. Luffy replied, waving goodbye to the owner as the Going Merry continued along the path indicated. As they faced yet another fruitless docking attempt, Usopp grumbled, here we go again. What can we do? We are pirates, after all. Zoro seemed indifferent as the Going Merry slowly approached a small island outside the Water City, which appeared uninhabited and somewhat rugged, yet manageable for walking. This spot isn't too shabby, Usopp remarked, hands on his hips, surveying the nearby land. However, Sanji, glancing at the exquisite fountain of Water City, remarked, But this place is quite the eyesore. The group found a relatively spacious shoreline to dock, leading to a flat, expansive piece of land where they planned to explore the city. While Zoro was folding the sails, he inadvertently pulled too hard, causing the mainmast, patched with metal sheets, to snap with a loud crack, eliciting gasps from everyone. Wow! Usopp, who cherished the Going Merry, exclaimed, eyes bulging. What on earth are you doing, you fool? Zoro, still supporting the mast, protested, I merely tugged on a rope. After the main mast had stabilized, Nami inquired, by the way, why do the townsfolk seem utterly unperturbed by pirates? Zoro, now atop the mast, responded, to the shipyard, pirates are considered clients. Usopp, below, bellowed, enough chatter. Fix it quickly. Robin speculated, is it possible they have bodyguards capable of defending against a pirate attack? Such a marvelous city would indeed warrant that, Sanji agreed. Really? What should we do? Isn't this troublesome? Usopp exclaimed once more, startled. We're guests here now, so there shouldn't be any trouble, Fuline stated calmly, observing the distant city. Thus, you should enjoy yourselves, but do exercise caution. All right, we're off. With Fuline's words, Luffy and Usopp dashed down the ship, racing toward the town. Wait, Luffy, Usopp. Nami, snapping back to reality, shouted after the two, jumping off the ship while holding the recommendation letter from Kokoro. She approached them slowly. First, take this recommendation letter to someone named Iceberg. He'll help us arrange the ship repairs, and we must also find a place to exchange gold. Fuline, you should join us. No, I have some personal matters to attend to. You go ahead, Fuline replied. Oh, I see, Luffy said impatiently in that case. We'll go ahead toward Water City. Nami, realizing they had forgotten the gold, felt utterly speechless. Miss Nami, be careful. Sanji waved at her. But she didn't look back. As their voices faded into the distance, Chopper, perched on the ship's railing, gazed longingly at the trio moving away. How nice. I wanted to go along too. We can go together later. Robin smiled and invited. Really? Chopper's spirits lifted instantly. Can we go to a bookstore? Is there a bookstore? There must be. Robin gently nodded, smiling before heading toward her room. Wait for me to change before we go out together. I shall organize some medical kits, and Chopper, filled with exuberance, eagerly dashed towards the boys' room to tidy up his little blue bag. Observing Chopper's spirited return, Ferlin approached Robin and said, Do not relinquish your hope of survival due to the strength of your adversaries. Remember, you are not alone. With that, she leapt off the ship and departed. The Carrera Company is currently the sole shipbuilding enterprise in the city of Seven Waters, boasting several docks numbered sequentially. The lower the number, the more skilled the shipwrights within that dock. Dock number 1 holds a formidable reputation in 7 waters, home to 5 master shipwrights, each possessing extraordinary skills and unparalleled craftsmanship, making them the finest in the entire Carrera Company. In the past, 7 Waters was replete with numerous shipyards, but it produced an exceptional shipwright known as Iceberg. Not only was his shipbuilding prowess unmatched, but he also fervently assisted others, frequently engaging with fellow shipwrights to exchange and discuss shipbuilding techniques. Furthermore, he dedicated himself tirelessly to the city's development. Mr. Iceberg is deeply revered by the citizens of 7 Waters, and ultimately, through his relentless efforts, he amalgamated all the shipyards in the city to establish the Carrera Company, becoming its mayor. The current prosperity of this city can be largely attributed to Mr. Iceberg's invaluable contributions. Feline approached a gathering of onlookers, where a wooden fence enclosed a spacious area. Numerous ordinary individuals were bustling about, wielding various tools to saw lumber or transporting an array of wooden materials. In the midst of this construction site, a man donning a hat was wielding an astonishingly large saw, his square, elongated nose rivaling Usopp's. Below him, another man dressed in a black top hat and a white vest was hammering nails, notably, a white dove adorned with a red tie perched upon his shoulder. The workers exuded strength, their muscular physiques apparent. 2 familiar faces, Kaku and Lucci, had grown more handsome over the years. Laughter echoed through the air, accompanied by the sinister chuckles of a man brandishing a long knife. His hat sported a massive yellow crescent moon, and he was flanked by a formidable entourage of armed individuals, suggesting he was a pirate. Feline discovered a corner that offered a panoramic view of the entire square, smiling as she awaited the unfolding scene, curious about the current prowess of 2 familiar faces, which filled her with anticipation. The pirate leader, after indulging in a few hearty laughs, turned to a yellow-haired man clad in a blue work uniform, who was diligently sawing wood, and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. We've given it considerable thought. Indeed, we have. Although we requested your assistance in repairing the ship, the repair fees seem exorbitantly steep." The man, unfazed and chewing on a cigar while donning yellow diving goggles, merely lifted his head and impatiently retorted, "You are hindering my work," before resuming his task, disregarding the long blade that the pirate leader had precariously positioned against his throat. "Thus, I shall not pay the 100 million for the repairs. Thank you for restoring the ship to its former glory, absolutely free of charge, ha ha ha." At that moment, the crowd parted, as if a person of great stature were approaching. Feline beheld a man in an orange pinstripe suit paired with black trousers, his very short deep blue hair exuding an air of authority. Notably, a small white mouse resided in the pocket of his suit. Following him was a woman in a tidy yellow suit, her hair neatly tied back, her sharp eyes concealed behind glasses, and her hands poised with documents, clearly indicating her role as the man's secretary. Gently stroking the little mouse's head, the man appeared slightly puzzled as he inquired of his secretary, "Khalifa, what is that?" "Indeed, Mr. Iceberg, that is a client from Dock 1, who claims he cannot afford to pay for the repairs now that the ship is finished." Khalifa proficiently handed over the documents to Iceberg, adjusting her glasses with a stoic expression as she added, "This is harassment, you see." "Oh, even the secretary is an old acquaintance, with quite an extensive reach, I see. It seems that Icebug's company is rather perilous. What shall I do? I cannot simply rush over and declare that his subordinate is an undercover agent." I suppose it could be termed harassment," Iceberg remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. Just then, a man carrying a massive log inadvertently turned, causing the hefty timber to collide with the pirate leader's head, sending him sprawling to the ground, eyes rolling back in shock, while his crew gasped in astonishment. Realizing he had inadvertently struck someone, the shipwright nonchalantly turned, muttering, "My apologies. You buffoon. Pay attention to your surroundings while moving." One crew member shouted angrily at the man. However, barely had he finished his outburst when the rectangular-nosed man leapt down, wielding a saw twice the size of a person, and struck the vocal crew member, offering no apologies as he declared, "My apologies. Do you not wish to brawl? Who do you think we are?" As the shipwrights advanced threateningly, the pirates huddled together, growling ferociously. Yet, a moment later, the man with the dove hurled one of them aside effortlessly. Shortly thereafter, a cannonball soared into the cluster of pirates, exploding with a thunderous roar, leaving them sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back. In the territory of the shipwrights, there is no reason to allow pirates to act with impunity, the man in blue coldly declared while surveying the bloodied pirate leader, before swiftly assisting his fellow shipwrights in removing the unconscious pirates to another location. The crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming phrases of admiration such as, "Wow, is that Mr. Lucci? So dashing. Where did Barry go? And where's Lulu? Truly impressive." As expected of a man among men, years have passed, yet you remain as formidable as ever, dear elder brother of CP9, Foline remarked casually, her voice resonating in the mind of the man with the dove, prompting him to scan his surroundings, though he detected no anomalies. What? Unable to locate me? You CP9 were also among those who obstructed me during the tumult at Judicial Island. Although I managed to evade your clutches, that encounter was your victory. Had you not been so tenacious, I would not have missed the gate of justice and failed to rescue Mr. Tom. Lucci, it's you. Where are you? Foline, rest assured, at this moment, you are the sole recipient of my voice, for you are indeed the leader among them, are you not? By the way, where have the Minotaur, the long-haired lion, the clumsy wolf, and the plump all disappeared to? Have they been assigned to other duties? Lucci, where exactly are you? What are your intentions? Furin, what brings you here? Rest assured, I shall not disclose your identities to your superior. I have matters to attend to. So please convey my regards to the other siblings. Perhaps we shall meet again. Farewell. Lucci, hey you. Kaku patted Lucci on the shoulder and inquired, Lucci, what troubles you? Lucci, it's nothing. I merely lost focus for a moment. Kaku, I see. Be careful. After Kaku departed, Lucci wore a somber expression, recalling a girl cloaked in mystery. On the day Mr. Tom was apprehended, Lucci, Mr. Lucci, the suspect Tom has been brought in. Lucci, indeed, escort him to the gate of justice. Government officials transported Mr. Tom onto a vessel, but as they set sail, 2 naval officers escorting him were abruptly thrown aside, vines ensnaring Mr. Tom, preparing to drag him back to shore. Lucci beheld a girl shrouded in a cloak, her face obscured, standing at the water's edge. Others quickly reacted, many readying their firearms, yet strangely, time appeared to suspend. A significant number of individuals aboard collapsed. Lucci, astounded, pondered, what did this girl just do? It seems my abilities require further refinement. There are still those who remain standing. Kaku, gale kick. Kaku severed the vines binding Mr. Tom and handed him over to the Navy. Lucci instructed, you take the prisoner away first. This child will be entrusted to us at CP9. All Navy personnel and government officials escorted Mr. Tom, preparing to pass through the gate of justice. Chapter 47, Failed Rescue, Solo Battle against CP9. Upon witnessing the gate of justice open, Furin thought, this is dire. Once past the gate of justice, it leads to the naval headquarters or the deep sea prison. With my current elemental level being 2 tiers below, I cannot afford to create a commotion in such a place. I must act swiftly. I am immensely honored to be facing an organization directly affiliated with the world government. I wonder what esteemed names the officers bear. Kaku, our names are of no consequence to a child like you. Furin raised her wooden shield to deflect Kaku's assault. The others began to regard the girl before them with seriousness. She was no ordinary individual. How did she infiltrate here? Were those outside merely for show? Califo adjusted her glasses and remarked, whose child are you, and where do you hail from? Foline chuckled and remarked, dear brothers and sisters, you truly refuse to reveal your names, which surely indicates your disdain for me. If that is the case, why inquire about my name? Rob Lucci, a man accompanied by a pigeon, responded, it appears, big brother, that you are the leader. How about allowing the others to rest while we engage in a duel? If you emerge victorious, you may let me pass. If I win, I shall submit to your will. With that, a vine whip materialized in Fouline's grasp, and she swung it backward, striking a man with a bovine hairstyle. Aren't the world government supposed to be a bastion of justice? Why resort to ambush? It seems you possess the abilities of a devil fruit user, though your hairstyle is quite peculiar, resembling that of a cow. Bruno was sent flying by Fouline's lash, and despite utilizing a heavy iron block as a shield, he coughed up blood. The expressions on Lucci and his companions turned grim. Child, what is your relationship with Mr. Tom? Haha, big brother, you are quite amusing. Just because I saved someone does not imply a connection to the criminal. Since you were curious, I shall be frank. I harbor a strong dislike for government officials, and I intend to thwart your objectives and cause you some trouble. Upon hearing Fouline's words, Lucci and his companions' faces darkened further. So, you have come to sow discord? At that moment, a long-haired figure and a plump owl swooped in to flank Fouline. However, she deftly evaded their assault, ensnaring both with her vines and crashing them into one another. Indeed, you may interpret it that way. Vine bind. Fouline ensnared CP9 with her tendrils. Oh dear, I must hurry. Otherwise, I will have come for naught. Fouline dashed towards the warship. with another strike of her vine whip. She sent the Navy officer holding Mr. Tom sprawling, preparing to take him back to shore. But upon glancing back, she realized the warship was nearing the gates of justice. Quickly, do not concern yourself with me. Mr. Tom whispered urgently in her ear. If you perish, those around you will suffer as well. Lucci launched a kick at Fuline. But she evaded the attack while keeping a firm hold on Tom. Big brother, you aren't bound, she exclaimed. Indeed, Lucci replied darkly. As the others from CP9 leaped onto the warship, Mr. Tom, lowering his voice, cautioned, Child, do not worry about me. Even if you were to rescue me, what would it matter? I cannot escape. My crime will forever linger. The world government will continue to pursue me. I was arrested for building ships for Roger, yet others will remain unscathed. Listening to Tom's words, Fuline paused, inadvertently loosening her grip. As Lucci charged towards her, Tom headbutted Fuline, seizing the moment for Khalifa and Kaku to flank him. The rest continued their assault against Fuline, who realized the warship had fully entered the gates of justice. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth, she reluctantly conceded, Alas, I have failed. Perhaps I shall return another time. Fuline dared not reveal her true intentions too overtly. She needed them to believe she was merely causing mischief, lest it endanger those at Tom's workshop. Little sister, this is not a place you can simply come and go as you please. Shave, sure gone. Lucci launched another attack at Fuline. Fuline threw a smoke bomb, its dispersing fumes obstructing the vision of CP9. Once the smoke cleared, the girl had vanished. She has disappeared, remarked Lucci, while Khalifa pointed towards the shore, over there. We must pursue her, Lucci commanded. They used Jeppo to return to the shoreline, positioning themselves before Fuline. Little girl, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Oh, is that so? Fuline retorted, tossing out several more smoke bombs before making her escape. As the smoke enveloped her, it was evident she could not have fled far. She must have concealed herself. Inform everyone on the island to search for her, Lucci ordered. However, despite their exhaustive efforts, the young girl remained elusive. The fact that someone had intruded upon their territory and had managed to escape unscathed was a profound humiliation for them. Such audacity warranted a bounty. Yet, Lucci had not glimpsed her face, knew neither her name nor origin, and aside from recognizing her voice as feminine, he had no other leads for her capture. Even more distressing was the theft of all CP organization documents a week later. The situation escalated when that same girl, whose means of vanishing were unfathomable, delivered a package containing the stolen documents along with a letter. Big brother, here is a gift for you, an apology for my ruckus at Judicial Island. Do you like it? Perhaps we shall meet again one day. Lucci was infuriated. This was an overt provocation. Yet, he found himself powerless. The letter was composed of clippings from newspapers and magazines, from various years and genres, and bore no fingerprints. They had focused their investigation on Tom, but had not identified any suspicious individuals throughout. Moreover, the girl's actions were exceedingly cautious. If she truly were an associate of Tom's workshop, she would not dare to abduct someone in plain sight unless she possessed confidence in her evasion. Reflecting on this, Lucci's expression darkened. Oh, will we meet again? I am rather looking forward to it. I wish to see who you truly are. Meanwhile, Luffy, accompanied by his companions and a bounty of 300 million berries, arrived at the shipyard, now equipped with sufficient funds to repair the Going Merry. Impulsively, Luffy, noticing the absence of anyone outside the dock, shouted loudly, receiving no response, and attempted to climb over the railing. Suddenly, an individual emerged from seemingly nowhere, clad in a red and blue tracksuit, pointing a finger at Luffy's forehead, halting his advance. Hold on, you must be from out of town. Let us discuss matters outside. The newcomer stated coolly, explaining that entry into the factory was prohibited. Upon raising his head, Luffy and his companions were taken aback by the stranger's appearance. It was not due to any exceptional handsomeness or unattractiveness, but rather the remarkably elongated nose that resembled Usopp's. Kaku, a member of CP9. He pushed Luffy aside, vaulted over the barrier, and placed his hands on his hips, inquiring, What brings you to the dock? Ah, Luffy exclaimed, It's Usopp. Idiot. Usopp retorted, I am right here. In truth, seeing someone with a nose akin to his own startled Usopp, leaving him momentarily speechless. We wish to meet Mr. Iceberg, Nami interjected, producing the recommendation letter from Koko, which Kaku surprisingly recognized, indicating that many had come seeking assistance with such letters. Ah, I see. This is Koko's recommendation from the set-off station. Kaku realized. Luffy tilted his head, curiosity piqued. Are you an old man? I am merely 33. Kaku replied. referring to himself as an old man, eliciting bemused expressions from Nami and Usopp. Do you know Mr. Iceberg? Nami inquired. Not particularly. One might say everyone knows him. Mr. Iceberg is the mayor of Water City and the owner of the Carrera Company, managing the sea train as well. Such an impressive individual, Usopp said, somewhat incredulous that Fulin and Coco were acquainted with someone so formidable. Where can we find him? Nami pressed, understanding that such a person could undoubtedly repair the Mary and potentially offer a discount, saving them a considerable amount of money. Kaku shook his head. I cannot say when he will be around. He is a busy man, almost ghost-like in his comings and goings. It may be difficult to locate him. Then, does that mean we cannot contact him? Nami lamented. Not necessarily, Kaku countered. Are you in a hurry? Not particularly. We will be in Water City for a few days. Nami replied, simply wishing for the ship to be repaired quickly, especially with 300 million berries in their possession, which felt rather precarious. Suddenly, Kaku laughed heartily, removing the ship repair tools from his waist. I understand now. You simply wish to repair your ship. Where is it docked? In response, Usopp indicated at a rocky cape. Very well, I shall head over to assess the vessel's condition. This will facilitate meeting Mr. Iceberg later. Please wait here for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Kaku finished warming up and, amidst Nami's skeptical tone, dashed away, moving like the wind, and within moments was 100 meters distant, astonishing Luffy and the others with his speed. How fast? For Kaku, the short distance of mere hundreds of meters was traversed in seconds. He reached the road's end and, with a powerful push, leaped high into the air, soaring over a massive archway. As he descended, he pressed against the surrounding walls of the central district, propelling himself upward once more, leaping over several meters of thick walls. Wow, he fell. As Kaku cleared the precipice, Luffy and his companions gaped in shock. The central district towered over the lower city by hundreds of meters, and such a leap could easily result in a fatal fall. Yet, gliding over the edge, Kaku spread his limbs wide, resembling a bird soaring freely through the skies, unbound and liberated. Wow, how impressive! Luffy exclaimed in awe. This individual, capable of traversing the city with such agility, was known as Mountain Wind, one of the 5 foremen of the Carrera Company. Just as Luffy and his friends marveled at Kaku's extraordinary feat, Iceberg, dressed in a suit, appeared behind them, seemingly out of nowhere. Upon seeing Luffy, Feline approached with a smile. Luffy, you have arrived. Oh, Feline, so you were here all along. When Furin noticed Luffy's arrival, she slightly relaxed her guard, failing to observe a figure whose demeanor was grim as he paused his work. Rob Lucci. Having already gathered the necessary information, he adjusted his glasses while Califa recited the details contained within her documents. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, and Nico Robin. Upon hearing Robin's name, Lucci's icy expression shifted momentarily before returning to its usual calm, a subtle change that did not escape Furin's keen perception. Meanwhile, Lucci discreetly scrutinized Furin. The bounty for these 3 wanted individuals amounted to a staggering 239 million berries, hailing from the East Blue, and part of the Straw Hat crew, which now comprised 7 members. Califa, though maintaining an impassive facade, was internally perplexed as she approached Furin and inquired, Young lady, are you associated with them? Feline nodded, indeed. What is it, sister? Oh, it's nothing. I simply lack your information. Oh, is that so? I must apologize, I am rather inept. Every time they engage in a conflict, I tend to hide away, as I do not wish to be a burden. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were about to say. Actually, Feline hasn't finished her thought, when a saw whirled towards them with relentless speed. Feline stood there in a daze, and the saw grazed her neck, narrowly avoiding a grievous injury. Upon witnessing such a scene, Fu Lin was so frightened that she hurriedly concealed herself behind Mr. Iceberg, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of crying. Uncle, what is wrong with this uncle? He seems so fierce. Have I done something to make him unhappy? Mr. Iceberg sternly inquired. Lucci, what is the matter with you? Lucci stepped forward and bowed to Fu Lin, while the pigeon opened and closed its beak, emitting a sharp sound. I sincerely apologize. With a dazed expression, Luffy, looking as though he were in a dream, stared at the pigeon. Wait, let's not focus on the talking pigeon for now. What do you intend to do? The pigeon replied, just now, you reminded me of an adversary, and in a moment of excitement, I lost my grip on the saw. Although it was the pigeon speaking, Lucci's countenance darkened. Despite never having seen the masked girl's face, he would never forget that voice. Feline remarked, I see. It's all right. Just be more cautious next time. That was quite perilous. Feline pondered. Is it my voice that has sown the seeds of doubt in you? Huh. You truly live up to your reputation as their leader. Lucy's expression darkened. Am I perhaps overthinking this? Just moments ago, she neither evaded nor resisted, appearing completely as an ordinary person devoid of combat prowess, and her age does not align either. Or could it be that she knows I lack the resolve to take her life? Fooling thought to herself. I refuse to believe that you would truly dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses. Fooling was currently engaged in a gamble, wagering that Lucci would refrain from taking a life in plain sight, for their objectives had yet to be fulfilled and revealing themselves was not an option, was it? Nevertheless, she made a mental note of this incident. It's all right, Luffy, this uncle likely did not act with malice. Not only was Feline startled, but Luffy and his companions were also taken aback, becoming increasingly vigilant. After reprimanding Lucci, Mr. Iceberg turned to Luffy and his crew, introducing himself, I am Iceberg, the mayor of the city. I apologize for the fright my employee has caused you. Nami replied, it's quite all right. Usopp, overwhelmed, plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, that was truly terrifying. Feline, in an attempt to divert the conversation, pointed at the white mouse nestled in Bing Shan's pocket and exclaimed, Uncle, your mouse is simply adorable. Bing Shan prodded the mouse and replied, I just found this little creature. What shall we name it? After pondering for a few moments, he continued, let's call it Tyrannosaurus. We need to prepare food and a cage for it. Everything has been arranged, Mr. Bing Shan, Califa stated with her characteristic efficiency, pushing her glasses up. Bing Shan was slightly taken aback, acknowledging her competence. As your secretary, I must ensure even this is managed, Califa replied, her expression stoic. Bing Shan stroked his chin and inquired, by the way, Califa, what does today's schedule entail? Adjusting her glasses once more, Califa flipped through her documents and began. In 10 minutes, you are required to dine with the officials at the Kiza Hotel and the Glass Factory. Following that, you have a speech at Ligilia Square, and afterward, a meeting with Mayor Bimini of Gourmet Town, during which you will also grant an interview to the press. Upon returning to the office, I request that you review some important documents. I refuse, Bing Shan retorted with visible reluctance upon hearing the packed itinerary. Then we shall cancel everything, Califa noted, taking out a pen without a hint of dissent. Is that even permissible? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at Bing Shan's obstinacy. I am within my rights to do so, Bing Shan declared. Usopp felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Despite the shock of Lucci's recent actions, the group was relieved to see Fooling unharmed and recognizing that Bing Shan was a decent person who likely did not act with malice. Indeed, you must be Mr. Bing Shan, Nami interjected, presenting a letter from Grandma Kokolo. Please take a look at this introduction letter. Upon receiving and opening the letter, Bing Shan read the bold text and the lip print, and upon finishing, he promptly tore it into shreds. What? Nami gasped, staring at him in shock. Are you not going to assist us? Please help us repair the ship. We can pay. Luffy chimed in urgently. The Mary has been sailing for quite some time. It's in dire need of repair. Please, Uncle. No problem. Bing Shan nodded in agreement. Is it really that simple? Usopp questioned, bewildered by Bing Shan's sudden change of heart. Then why did you tear up the letter? With a casual glance aside, Bing Shan replied, the lip print was quite displeasing. Kokolo is an old drinking companion of mine. However, Kaku has already gone to inspect the ship, which simplifies matters considerably. Rest assured. He then stretched lazily and continued, since I have little to do today, why not give you a tour of the factory? Really? Luffy exclaimed with joy, while Usopp, slightly bemused, thought to himself, is this how a man who cancels work behaves? Excuse me, may I speak? Feline pointed towards two bulls in the distance, revealing that two individuals had just taken Usopp's money box. What? Luffy and the others stared in disbelief at Feline, who appeared hesitant. That is 200 million berries. Feline, hurry, Usopp urged, but Nami swiftly knocked him to the ground. What a joke. If Feline could act, she wouldn't have frozen in place when the saw flew by. How capable do you think she is? Do you want her to confront the robbers? Regardless, we must pursue them, Nami declared, sprinting along the riverbank towards the two bulls. Hey, that's our money. Give it back. The thieves, clad in outlandish attire, laughed heartily as they flaunted the 2 boxes of money. The money belongs to us now. Don't come after us, they shouted, but soon a loud commotion erupted from above, capturing their attention. Upon looking up, they spotted Barry being chased by a group of creditors. It's Barry. He is being pursued by his creditors, Califa noted, jotting down notes. Barry, upon seeing the bull crossing the bridge, shouted, Lucky. Activating ropes. Suddenly, a A snake-like rope adorned with flaming patterns emerged, ensnaring those aboard the ship and tossing them into the river, before Barry claimed one of the bulls, laughing triumphantly. Sorry. Just borrowing this bull. Is that one of your company's people? Usopp called out to the receding figures. Hey, thank you. That money is ours. Barry, hearing the mention of money, glanced down and upon spotting the boxes, his eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to swim even faster. That scoundrel, Luffy growled, his fist clenched, ready to charge forward, but he was suddenly gripped by someone from behind. Turning around in confusion, he found Lucci, expressionless and accompanied by a dove, who squawked. Let me go? Feline, however, took no notice of Lucci, as she saw Califa observing her intently. Feline, however, remained unfazed. What is this? Just after our initial meeting. You all started out me? Chapter 48. Reunion with an old friend. Never give up. How painful. My ear. Barry lamented as Lucci tugged at his ear. It hurts so much. The iceberg nodded and remarked, Thank you for your trouble, Lucci. Pigeon, deep in thought, apologized. I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused by this fool. And I truly regret what just transpired. It's all right, Feline assured, fully aware that Lucci still harbored suspicions about her, yet contemplating how to settle the score. Lucci, without uttering a word, yanked Barry by the ear and threw him in front of Luffy, discarding the box he held onto him. Apologized Barry. Pigeon insisted. Sorry, never mind. Usopp sighed in relief. But it's great that the money is back. Barry, having risen from the ground, approached Luffy with 2 boxes of money, stuffing one into his hands and suggesting, If you wish to express your gratitude, how about giving me a 10% cut? Before he could complete his sentence, he let out a horrified scream and collapsed, struck by a hammer seemingly appearing from nowhere, Lucci standing there impassively. Pigeon again sincerely apologized. My apologies, guest. This fellow has incurred an overwhelming debt from gambling and forgets his manners upon seeing money. Luffy, clutching a box of money with one hand and pointing at Pigeon with the other, remained baffled. I just want to know why it's always you who speaks. You bastard. Are you treating me like a monkey? I can no longer endure this. Barry, with one hand pressed against the swelling on his head, began to wriggle a white rope from his other hand and flung it toward Lucci. Was he foolish, or had Lucci concealed his true strength? Feline was particularly exasperated. She was well aware of Lucci's capabilities, and while he may not be her match, he was certainly stronger than the average person. With a shout, Pigeon flapped his wings, soaring away from the danger zone. Fushalak. The agile rope ensnared Lucci's hand and tied a knot, yanking Barry into a shoulder throw, who grinned triumphantly while holding a cigarette. To everyone's astonishment, Lucci, upon landing, supported himself with one hand, his fingers gripping the ground like a claw, creating a dent in the rigid surface, yet his hand remained unscathed. He stood there, resembling a sculpture, balanced on one hand. Except for a surprised Luffy, Nami, and Usopp, everyone else maintained an air of indifference. Iceberg and Califa were accustomed to such calmness, while Feline appeared unflustered but quickly realized she ought to feign weakness. She cautiously hid behind Luffy, who, despite outward appearances, was internally astonished. A person capable of freezing a clock tower and absorbing lightning was pretending to be weak. Did Feline harbor some grudge against this Lucci? In truth, Feline had no choice. Lucci had clearly aimed to test her. But she could not reveal her identity at this moment. My apologies. We'll handle our company's fool internally. If you catch him, it would be unfortunate. Iceberg observed Lucci and Barry as they drew nearer. Califa added with a hint of relief. The most important thing is that the money wasn't stolen by the Frankie family. Is the Frankie family those oddly dressed individuals we encountered earlier? What do they do? Nami inquired. The Frankie family is involved in ship dismantling. Califa adjusted her glasses and replied nonchalantly. However, they are not particularly diligent. Their side job is bounty hunting. Therefore, upon seeing pirates in this city, they instigate conflicts. A troublesome group indeed. By defeating the pirates that venture here, they can claim their ships, dismantle them, and sell the useful timber at a low price. This is the business of the Frankie family. What despicable individuals! Usopp clenched his fist in indignation. Doesn't that mean they dismantle other people's pirate crews as well? Well, Iceberg hesitated. Once you become their prey, you may end up with no trace left behind. But they seem rather weak. Luffy laughed, hands on his hips. They're merely ants. Do not underestimate the mastermind behind them. Frankie, Iceberg remarked, his expression turning complex at the mention of Frankie's name. Listening to their conversation, Feline mused. The genius who once built 35 warships has now turned to ship dismantling? Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, Feline quietly slipped away. Feline, cloaked in a black cape and concealing her face, arrived at the underworld of the Water City, the house of Frankie. She knocked on the door, and two women with square-shaped hairstyles emerged. "Little sister, who are you?" one asked. "I seek your leader, Frankie. May I enter?" "Oh, then come in, but wait a moment." After a brief pause, the door creaked open, revealing a tall man clad in a mask and eccentric, colorful robes, accompanied by the two square-haired women. "What brings you to me?" "I am quite busy," the masked man proclaimed in a peculiar tone as he swaggered in. "Long time no see, Frank." Feline revealed a mark on her forehead. "It's you," Frankie exclaimed, astonished, then chuckled. "It has been so long. You remain unchanged." The nearby lackeys were taken aback. "Big brother." "You know her?" "Indeed, though her name escapes me." "Come along, little sister." They entered a secret chamber. "Please, take a seat." Frankie gestured to the sofa, while Feline settled opposite him. The two square-haired women served them tea. "I have matters to discuss with this little sister. You may leave," Frankie instructed. "Understood, big brother." Once the women departed, Feline smiled slightly. "It has been ages, Frank. How have you been?" "Listen well, little sister, I now go by Frankie. It has been 8 years since our last meeting, yet you appear unchanged," he replied. "Is that so?" "Granny Kokaro says I have changed," Feline responded. "Oh, really? What brings you here this time? Did you not take the blueprints with you?" Frankie glared at Feline with a displeased expression. "Are you referring to the ones Mr. Tom gave me, or the ones you currently possess?" A gun was suddenly pressed against Feline's forehead. "So it is you. When did you take action?" "Though I swapped the blueprints, they were originally entrusted to you for safekeeping. We both wish to prevent the world government from acquiring them. It seems my location offers greater security," Feline declared, raising her hands. Frankie lowered his weapon. "If it weren't for those fools from the world government still lingering around Buggy, I might have suspected you were one of their agents." "Is that so?" "True, my origins are obscure, my identity remains ambiguous, and my age does not align. After all, I still appear only slightly older than I did 8 years ago. Indeed, by all accounts, you should be in your 20s, yet you still resemble a 12-year-old. Whether 14 years ago, 8 years ago, or now, you remain unchanged. Who are you, really, and what are your intentions?" "I previously stated. Double insurance. The blueprints are to be divided equally, and I merely swapped 2 sheets," she explained. "Yes, the 2 most crucial ones, detailing the internal structure of the Pluto. You remember quite well, Frankie. It is no wonder you possess a genius for shipbuilding. I ceased shipbuilding long ago. Now I am engaged in dismantling ships." "Oh, why is that?" "Because the battleships you constructed shattered the path I had prepared for your mentor," Frankie replied. "I shall no longer harbor any fondness for those things, even if I do not intend to wield them for malevolent purposes. They pose a threat to those I hold dear." "So, you would say I am the one responsible for your mentor's demise?" "Indeed. The blueprints for the sea train were provided by me, and the sea train facilitated Mr. Tom's departure, did it not? His death bears no relation to you. Do not burden yourself with guilt over failing to save him. However, your mentor did not wish for the emergence of the Pluto. That I cannot guarantee." "What do you mean?" "Because when I sought your mentor for the blueprints, I already possessed that item. My pursuit of the blueprints was merely to prevent the world government from obtaining them. My ultimate goal is aligned with yours. In that case, destroy it immediately." "I cannot." "What is your true purpose?" "Quite simple. I intend to use ancient weaponry against ancient weaponry." "Oh, I see. When do you plan to take action?" "Now is not the appropriate time. However, when I am ready to act, perhaps you could lend a hand." "I have no interest in that. The world government currently believes I am dead. I have no desire to walk into a trap." "Indeed, yet you were quite formidable back then, daring to stand before the train. Your frog, Free Swim, has learned quite well from you." "Ah, yes, Hengang, but it was not so diligent when I taught it to swim. You need not concern yourself with it." "Do you have a solution?" "I truly do not." Feline continued. "In truth, that day was the most sorrowful for you, and equally the most helpless for me." "Oh, why is that?" "Because on that day, I failed to save anyone, not you, not Mr. Tom. After the sea train took you and Mr. Tom away, Hengang stood in front of the train every day. Grandmother Coco was greatly traumatized and drowned her sorrows in drink, while Espaku allied with the world government to protect the Water City. By the way, little sister, why do you choose to assist us? Aside from Pluto, we seem to share no connection, do we? You even caused a commotion on Judicial Island for our sake. My reason for aiding you is simply that I believe his death was unjust. After all, he did nothing wrong, did he?" "Indeed, But alas, the adversary is too formidable. We are powerless to effect change. Well, enough of reminiscing. Let us discuss serious matters, particularly regarding the blueprints. What, do you intend to take them all? No, for me. The essential parts are already in my possession. As for the remainder, it matters little who holds them. Do as you wish. What I wish to convey is that the world government may soon make a move in pursuit of the blueprints. And there is another individual involved, someone significant to both you and Mr. Iceberg. Oh, do you know her whereabouts? Yes, but she is currently under my protection. Oh, Mr. Tom once told me of a girl capable of resurrecting ancient weapons. I wonder where he heard such rumors. No, perhaps it is not merely a rumor. What do you mean? She may not resurrect ancient weapons, but she possesses knowledge of the method to do so, and she has likely been abducted. I merely wish to prevent both the blueprints and the method from falling into the hands of the world government, as that would be disastrous. Thus, I advise you to exercise caution. Feline stood up and remarked, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Rest assured, Mr. Iceberg. I will handle things on my end. Wait a moment, young lady. Is there something else you wish to discuss? Might I inquire if you could remove your mask, so that I may behold your visage? Not at this moment. If you truly wish to know, an opportunity will present itself. However, prior to that, I wish to comprehend the regrets of 8 years past. Oh, is that so? I wish you the best of luck. Suddenly, 2 ruffians burst in, carrying 2 boxes, exclaiming, Brother, we have just seized 200 million berries from the Straw Hat crew and even injured one of their long-nosed members. We previously thought they were formidable, but it appears they are not so impressive after all. Upon hearing this, Furin's expression darkened. Taking away 200 million berries and injuring Usopp, those 2 rascals. Hey, brother. Who is she? One of them inquired, pointing at Furin. Oh, just an old friend, came the reply. Feline endeavored to maintain her composure as she said, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, she departed. Feline did not hesitate to teach those 2 a lesson and reclaim the 200 million. However, upon hearing that Frankie desired to purchase something, she considered it a mere loan to him, planning to seize an opportunity to swindle him later. Moreover, those 2 ruffians hardly required her intervention, as there would undoubtedly be others to reprimand them. After Chopper exited the bookstore, he was startled not to find Robin, causing him great concern. He began to search for her scent with increasing urgency. Despite his extensive search, he could not catch a whiff of Robin's presence. Instead, he stumbled upon Sanji, who sat idly in a dead end, lost in thought. Chopper, were you not with Miss Robin? Sanji inquired. I haven't seen her since I left the bookstore. I've been searching for ages. Sanji, what are you doing here? Sanji replied, I just saw Miss Robin walking past with a masked individual, and I mistook that masked figure for you. But once they reached this area, they vanished, which left me puzzled. Just then, Feline approached them, asking, What troubles you? Sanji and Chopper? Upon seeing Feline, Sanji and Chopper appeared as if they had encountered a beacon of hope, exclaiming, Feline, it's terrible. Robin has gone missing. To their surprise, Feline remained composed and responded, I am aware. I suspect I shall soon reunite with an old acquaintance. At that moment, Nami rushed over, flustered. Feline, Chopper, Sanji, it's awful. Usopp has been injured, and the 200 million has been stolen by Frankie's crew. Nami's words ignited a fire within Feline. If it were not for her acquaintance with Frankie and the lingering guilt from her failure to save Tom, she would have relished the thought of eliminating those 2 scoundrels. Feline, lacking the ability of observation hockey, could not sense Usopp's reckless venture to Frankie's lair, where he had been assaulted once more by Frankie's men. It was apparent that Frankie himself had also taken action, and Feline could no longer remain passive. Feline, you all go see Usopp first. I shall assist you in searching for Robin. Nami, oh, please be careful. Once Nami and the others departed, Feline scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was in sight. She then clasped her hands together and murmured, In the name of nature, I sense all things. Soon, a doorway materialized in the air. With a gentle smile, Feline stepped inside. After surveying her surroundings, Fu Lin disdainfully remarked, The space of that cow is quite unsightly. Noticing Robin sitting there, oblivious to her presence, Fu Lin approached and gently tapped her shoulder, drawing the contemplative Robin's attention. When Robin looked up and recognized the person seated across from her, her eyes widened in astonishment. It's you. What are you doing here? Although I haven't activated my spatial powers, I can sense everything within the natural world, Fu Lin replied, addressing the flustered Robin. What? Do you not trust us? What do you mean? Robin was perplexed by Fu Lin's insinuation. regardless of whether they adhere to your agreement. The outcome remains the same. Did Robin begin to comprehend Fu Lin's implication? Indeed. It is impossible for you to accompany them to ensure the safety of Luffy and the others, setting aside whether those individuals will honor your pact. Luffy and his crew have already accepted you as one of their own, and Luffy will not abandon anyone who holds significance to him. Yes, Fu Lin continued. You are correct. Given Luffy's character, no matter who takes you away or where you are taken, they will undoubtedly pursue you. They will never relinquish any of their own. However, observing Robin's silence, Fu Lin pressed on. The demon-slaying order. That artifact is indeed formidable, but it cannot affect me. Thanks to 2 nature-type devil fruit users, I have attained level 6 in 2 elements. I can freeze all warships and unleash a tempest. You humans are utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the 9 heavens' thunder. In summary, I pose a far greater threat than the demon-slaying order. You must understand that natural disasters are far more terrifying, Fu Lin stated coldly. Unfortunately, I am not you, Robin murmured softly, her gaze fixed upon her nervously entwined hands, falling into silence once more. 20 years prior, the demon-slaying order had ravaged her homeland. Amidst the relentless bombardment, she had witnessed her dearest loved ones perish within that all-knowing tree, along with invaluable documents consumed by flames. For 2 decades, that scene remained vividly etched in her memory, as if it had transpired just yesterday. The demon-slaying order had perpetually haunted her, an inescapable nightmare. Seeing Robin's expression, Fu Lin easily deduced her thoughts and spoke lightly. Moreover, isn't your dream to uncover the blank century of history? Why not observe as you journey? Hearing this, Robin quietly replied. But life is fraught with unforeseen circumstances that catch me off guard. Nevertheless, it suffices for now. It is truly enough. Observing Robin's demeanor, Fu Lin understood that she had resolved to pursue her own path, regardless of the consequences. She would stubbornly forge ahead. For a person who had long since grown weary of life would cling tenaciously to her beliefs, even if the sky were to fall, to reignite her faith in living. She needed to witness a new hope, a courage that would allow her to advance hand in hand with her companions. Otherwise, all would be futile. Robin had endured far too much for someone of her age. Her homeland's destruction, relentless pursuit due to her abilities, betrayal, and deceit. Rather than being the child of a demon, it was more accurate to say that the demon had chosen her. Robin, Fu Lin sighed. Not everyone's world is shrouded in darkness. There exists an inconspicuous corner where light resides, merely waiting to be discovered. Therefore, no matter what transpires, regardless of how formidable the adversary may be, you must not relinquish hope for survival. Do you not recall Sao Long's final words? Robin, no one is destined to be alone. The sea is boundless, and one day, companions who can protect you will surely appear. Observing Robin, who sat in silence with her head bowed, Fu Lin felt a sense of helplessness. The dark experiences of Sao Long and O'Hara were indelibly etched in Robin's heart. For someone who wished for death, she would not intervene. There are matters I must attend to outside. I will take my leave now. You should remain here and reflect. With that, she departed, left alone in the space. Robin appeared exceedingly solitary. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to the emptiness surrounding her, recalling Fu Lin's words. Light. How could that be possible? I have forever been labeled a demon. Light can never belong to me. Chapter 49. Heartbroken, fractured friendship boom. With a thunderous explosion, the bizarre Frankie family was obliterated by the furious hands of Luffy and his companions, reduced to a heap of rubble, while Frankie's subordinates lay unconscious amidst the debris. Sanji inhaled the final puff of his cigarette, contemplating, what now? 200 million berries have been stolen, Miss Robin is missing, Usopp is gravely injured. And the Mary is beyond saving? Zoro remained silent, overwhelmed by the multitude of crises that had suddenly unfolded. The only one capable of making a decision amidst this turmoil was Luffy, as captain, looking up at Luffy, who stood resolutely atop the remnants of Frankie's abode. Both Zoro and Sanji awaited his verdict, sharing an uncharacteristic moment of synchronization. It was only Luffy, as captain, who had the authority to determine the course of actions. He alone could bear the weight of these choices. The sea breeze, a symbol of freedom, rustled against Luffy's attire. As he gazed toward the azure expanse of ocean and sky, where dreams and adventures awaited at the horizon, having sailed for so long and arrived at this juncture, they could not allow their pursuit of dreams to falter because of their ship's plight. After a prolonged silence, Luffy finally resolved, raising his hand to secure his straw hat against the wind. Regarding the ship, I have made a decision. We shall bid farewell to the Mary here. I understand. Zoro silently regarded Luffy for several seconds before lowering his gaze. He had always unconditionally supported his captain's decisions, and this time was no different. He understood the profound pain that compelled Luffy to make such a choice. Beneath Luffy's calm exterior lay the deepest sorrow. He faced not only the anguish of abandoning a comrade, but also the burden of making that decision. Before long, the sun began to set, casting an eerie darkness over the sky, with only the last glimmers of crimson sunlight lingering on the horizon. However, as darkness encroached, the final vestiges of light slowly faded away. On the deck, everyone remained silent, gazing at the Mary, which was about to be left behind. Nami had never felt that the sunset could stretch so long, a length that shattered the heart, the night creeping in even before its arrival, leaving a chill in its wake. Sanji exhaled a cloud of smoke, and the impending farewell to the Mary weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. His further concern was for Usopp. Having dedicated himself to caring for the Mary, the ship gifted to them by a hometown girl. How would Usopp react upon hearing this news? Everyone, Usopp has woken up. Chopper burst forth from the cabin, calling excitedly to Luffy and the others on deck. A collective sigh of relief washed over the four as they hurried inside. The last ray of sunlight was finally consumed by darkness, marking the onset of a night that would be etched in their memories. Awakened, Usopp was consumed by guilt over the loss of the 200 million berries. However, under the encouragement of his friends, his expression softened slightly. But, Luffy, what about the ship? What will happen to the Mary? Can we repair it with the remaining 100 million berries? We finally have a chance to fix her in such a premier shipyard, but the costs must be exorbitant. To continue sailing in the future, we require a sturdier vessel. Will 100 million suffice? Usopp's voice held a hint of skepticism. Though he had not assessed the costs of ship repairs, he could surmise that this sum might not be adequate based on his previous experiences with the Mary. However, in his worry, he failed to notice the change in the expressions of Nami and the others, who had grown serious and somber. At that moment, Luffy smiled faintly. About that, I've decided we will acquire a new ship. I made this decision while you were absent. I am truly sorry. However, the going Mary has served us well, and her journey ends here. While Luffy appeared to smile, it was evident to everyone that his smile was a facade, concealing an indescribable sorrow. Only Luffy could fully grasp the weight of this pain. As captain, he bore the heaviest burden, feeling the profound ache of making such a heart-wrenching decision. Nami and the others were already grieving the imminent farewell to the Mary, while Luffy, as captain, had to deliver the painful verdict. Who could comprehend the depth of Luffy's sorrow masked behind his calm demeanor? Moreover, the Iceberg Uncle provided us with a catalog of numerous second-hand ships available for 100 million berries, sturdier and larger than the Mary, which would greatly facilitate our future voyages. Upon hearing this news, Usopp stood frozen, unable to believe what Luffy had just said, staring blankly for a while. When he regained his composure, he attempted to convince himself that Luffy was merely joking, chuckling, "That's quite a stretch of a joke, Luffy. Look, even Chopper believes you." He pointed at Chopper, who was sorrowfully tugging at his hat. "Our captain certainly has a lot on his mind. What do you think, Nami?" However, Nami and the others met Usopp's remark with serious and earnest expressions, causing his words to falter as he lowered his gaze, filled with self-reproach. "Is it because the repair costs are insufficient? Is it because I lost those 200 million berries? Is that it, Luffy? The repair costs at a premier shipyard must be exorbitant, right? You were trying to spare my feelings." Watching Usopp continue to deny reality and wallow in guilt, Luffy could no longer contain himself. He abruptly closed the ship catalog and shouted at Usopp, "I am not trying to spare your feelings. Unrelated to the money that was taken, why utter such trivial remarks about changing the ship?" Usopp rose in anger, shouting at Luffy. As the situation escalated, threatening to turn into a heated argument, Zoro could no longer remain silent and stepped in to mediate. "Stop arguing, both of you. What is the point of fighting? Calm down and discuss this properly." However, Zoro's attempts at reasoning appeared futile, particularly with Usopp, who was struggling to accept the harsh reality. Clenching his fists, Usopp glared at Luffy, exclaiming, "How can you expect me to calm down? Nonsense. The captain is proposing to change our ship without a second thought. Wait a moment. Don't be so agitated. This is a significant matter. You both need to cool down and discuss it rationally." Nami joined the persuasion. Chopper, standing in the middle, added, "Exactly. Usopp, take a moment to calm down. Your injuries cannot handle such anger. It could harm your health. How can I remain calm when you casually suggest replacing the ship?" Usopp exclaimed, dismissing Chopper's concerns as he fixed his furious gaze on Luffy. "It is not a trivial matter. I have been troubled for a long time before reaching this decision. Luffy, unable to contain his frustration any longer, shouted back, as a captain. Abandoning my comrades is not something I take lightly. It pains me as much as anyone else. Usopp, you speak as if you care nothing for the Going Merry. Luffy indeed cared for the Going Merry, yet it was beyond repair. Their companion was no longer viable, and they had to part ways with the ship. After all they had endured, they could not halt their journey over a mere vessel. As captain, he bore not only his own burdens but also the dreams of everyone aboard. How much anguish must one endure to arrive at such a decision? Usopp roared. His teeth clenched, resembling a furious beast. He snatched the catalog from Luffy's hands and slammed it to the ground. Do not dismiss me with such trivialities. Luffy, if it is not about the money that was stolen, then what is it? Speak up. Why are you silent? If it is not out of consideration for my feelings, then be straightforward. Even if we are to change ships, I deserve a reasonable explanation, not just a few vague sentences about how long you have been troubled by this. Luffy, give me a reason for changing the ship, or I will not agree. With fists tightly clenched and under Usopp's relentless questioning, Luffy grit his teeth and shouted back, the Going Merry is beyond repair. Upon hearing this, Furine, who had just returned to the Going Merry, halted at the doorway. Realizing Luffy had not wished to utter such heavy words. This was a weighty burden, yet it was the responsibility of a captain. An oppressive silence enveloped the cabin. The argument finally subsiding. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils dilating as he gazed at Luffy, his body trembling slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. What did you just say? Do not make me repeat myself. Luffy's hands were clenched, veins protruding on the back of his hands. His gaze averted as he fought against the pain in his heart. The Going Merry cannot be repaired, it is completely beyond saving. Otherwise, I would not say such things. Was Luffy not heartbroken? He felt more pain than anyone, deeper than Usopp's attachment to the Going Merry. This was Luffy's first pirate ship, and he had always hoped to sail the Going Merry to find the One Piece. Thud! Usopp's legs weakened, and in despair, he half kneeled on the ground. His hands gripping tightly, fingers sliding across the wooden planks. He pounded the floor, unable to accept the truth. This ship, the very ship we are currently aboard. How could it possibly be beyond repair? It is still sailing comfortably today. Indeed, this ship is on the verge of sinking, Luffy replied, his brow furrowed. Usopp's reaction only deepened Luffy's sorrow. Though I do not wish to admit it, this is what the shipwrights at the shipyard have said. They claim the Going Merry will not make it to the next island. I refuse to accept that, Usopp exclaimed, waving his hand in agitation. That is merely the opinion of those so-called expert shipwrights. What do they know? They do not understand what this ship has endured, how resilient it is. It sailed today, and now they suddenly declare it unfit? How can I believe that? This ship has been our companion through countless battles. Are you willing to abandon it based solely on the words of those shipwrights? Luffy, is this all the Going Merry means to you? The moment these words escaped his lips, both Nami and Zoro's expressions shifted. Usopp had gone too far, bordering on unreasonable. Enough, Furine interjected, her expression darkening as she pushed the door open. Oh, by the way, Furine, as the vice-captain, you ought to persuade Luffy not to act impulsively. What is this nonsense about changing ships? Usopp turned his gaze toward Furine. None of us wish to abandon the Going Merry. Hey, Furine. Usopp interrupted her, insisting. Isn't the vice-captain's duty to assist the captain? You cannot allow him to give such ridiculous orders. Now it is your turn. You should counsel Luffy. Fulian fell silent for a moment, adopting a serious expression. The vice-captain's duties, apart from assisting the captain, included faithfully executing the commands issued by him. Usopp's carefree attitude had long needed correction. He treated all matters as mere games. Frankly, among everyone on this ship, Fulian harbored the greatest concern for him, worrying he might become a hindrance. On this vessel, Luffy, as the captain, always charged into battle, facing the most perilous foes. Zoro, the swordsman, while often seen napping or training, possessed formidable strength, having vanquished many formidable adversaries along their journey. Sanji, the chef, not only exhibited exceptional culinary skills, but also wielded powerful kicks, standing alongside Luffy and Zoro as the strongest trio on board, handling most of the formidable enemies. Nami, as the navigator, adeptly steered the ship through complex weather, relying on her exceptional navigational skills. Chopper, the ship's doctor, skillfully tended to everyone's injuries. And with the powers of a devil fruit, he could hold his own in battles. Robin, the scholar, though lacking a specific role, was knowledgeable and experienced, capable of handling various situations. Each of them played an indispensable role aboard the ship. In contrast, Usopp, despite being the sniper, was timid and weak, never fulfilling his duties. And his first reaction to any enemy was to flee. Today was no different. He failed to safeguard the money needed for repairing the Going Merry, allowing 200 million berries to be stolen. If this continued, he would become a burden, a deadweight. Clenching his fists, Luffy looked down at Usopp, who was sitting on the ground, his voice cold. If that's the case, can you make a judgment? It's precisely due to the absence of a shipwright that the Going Merry needs repairs here. If I cannot trust those top-notch shipwrights, then who can I trust? We one team need to rely on them. We can fix it ourselves, as we have always done, right? Under our care, the Going Merry has sailed smoothly and comfortably. As he spoke, Usopp, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise and made his way toward the tools set aside for repairs. You are not a shipwright, Usopp. Luffy could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. This statement struck at Usopp's heart, as even the one role he had on this ship was being denied. Grabbing the ship's catalog thrown on the ground, Usopp shouted with all his might, "Stop saying that, Luffy. So what if that's the case? I refuse to trust those shipwrights. My ship must be protected by me. Are you all fools to be deceived by their words? I believe in you more than I do those merchants. The Going Merry is far sturdier. What kind of judgment is this, acting like a captain with such arrogance?" Usopp stood up, seizing Luffy's collar and pulling him close. His gaze filled with anger yet tinged with deep-seated fear. "Wait, Usopp." Luffy Nami couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up to defend Luffy. It was arrogance. Luffy was deeply pained by this decision, having staunchly opposed switching ships at the shipyard. At that moment, Luffy raised his hand to stop Nami. "Nami, don't say anything more. This is my decision, and it will not change. Let me bear this pain. Let me shoulder this misunderstanding. I am the captain, and I am meant to carry all of this. No matter what you say, we will switch ships and bid farewell to the Going Merry." "What nonsense." Usopp furiously shook Luffy, switching from one hand to both, gripping Luffy's collar tightly, shouting in anger, "I will not agree to this. Listen, Luffy. Not everyone can live as positively as you do. If you want me to abandon my injured companions, I cannot continue sailing." In a desperate attempt to change Luffy's mind, Usopp even threatened to stop sailing altogether. Enough. Hearing this, Luffy, who had been holding back, finally exploded, grabbing Usopp's arm and pinning the struggling Usopp down. "Do you think only you are in pain? Everyone feels the same way. If you are so dissatisfied with my decision and cannot continue sailing, then get off this ship right now." Before he could finish, Sanji struck swiftly, kicking Luffy away, sending him crashing into the wall. Seeing Sanji intervene, Fuline, her face darkened, retracted the whip in her hand. Had Sanji not acted, she might have been unable to restrain herself from striking Luffy. The situation had been precarious. Had Luffy uttered that word, everything would have unraveled beyond repair. "Calm down, don't speak nonsense, and don't let anger cloud your judgment. Do you understand, Luffy?" How had things escalated to this point? A huge quarrel stemming from the matter of the Going Merry. Did these two realize what they had just done? Usopp too. How could he dare say such things? Not only Sanji, but Nami and Chopper were also taken aback. Upon seeing Sanji intervene, their anxious hearts finally eased. Thankfully, Luffy had not spoken that word, for once it was uttered, it would be like spilled water, irretrievable. Anyone could guess what Luffy was about to say next. Lying on the ground, Usopp fell silent, his eyes shadowed, revealing no emotion. In the corner, Luffy, donning his straw hat, finally spoke calmly. "I was wrong. I spoke without thinking." "No, it's fine, Luffy." Usopp, still lying there, replied coolly, laced with sarcasm. "That was your true sentiment, wasn't it?" Struggling to sit up, Usopp regarded Luffy with a cold smile. "You can go ahead and abandon your useless companions. If you wish to forsake the Going Merry, then you can cast me aside too." "Hey, Usopp, stop with these nonsensical words." Sanji frowned. "No, I mean it. I've thought about it for a long time." Usopp's voice, now deliberate and composed, resonated with the group. "Honestly, I know I can't keep up with your monstrous strength. Just like today. I couldn't even guard the money. Moving forward, I would only bring you trouble. You don't need a weak companion, do you?" Unsteadily rising, Usopp surveyed the astonished faces before him. "Luffy, you are destined to become the Pirate King. I don't need such lofty goals. Reflecting on when I first set sail, it was your invitation that brought me aboard." After a moment of silence, Usopp continued, "That was merely a matter of fate. At this juncture, our paths diverge." As she spoke, she turned to leave. "Wait," Usopp and Freen said solemnly. Freen slowly inquired, "Usopp, I ask you, Is your purpose for boarding this ship for the vessel itself, or for this pirate crew? All eyes turned towards Usopp, awaiting his response. Freen continued. If your intention is solely for the ship, you may depart. However, if you are here for this pirate crew, you must adhere to the captain's orders. With a forceful push, Usopp, his back turned to everyone, coldly declared, Then I shall leave this pirate crew. With that, he resolutely slammed the door shut, leaving those behind to silently gaze at the barrier that separated their two worlds. Nami, Chopper, and Sanji rushed to the door, staring in disbelief at the door that had just closed before them, unable to fathom that a companion they had journeyed with for so long would depart so decisively. Tears began to well in the corners of Chopper's eyes as he looked at the door, whispering, Usopp, wait a moment. Turning back in a daze, Nami shouted angrily at Luffy, who remained seated and motionless. Luffy, what are you doing just sitting there? Hurry and stop him. As Luffy continued to appear indifferent, Nami's voice gradually softened, filled with confusion and tears welling in her eyes. Can we truly part ways with a companion who has fought alongside us? Usopp is an important ally, isn't he? Yet, Luffy merely sat there with his head bowed, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his eyes, betraying no emotion. His once radiant smile was replaced by an expressionless visage. Unable to comprehend Luffy's silence, Nami was the first to fling the door open and rush outside, followed closely by Sanji and Chopper. Usopp stepped off the Going Merry and walked into the barren land, a gentle sea breeze brushing against him, amplifying his solitude and despair. Observing Usopp from the ship, Freen spoke, in that case, as the first mate, I hereby declare that from this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. What are you saying, Freen? Nami and the others exclaimed in astonishment, shocked that Freen would utter such words. Meanwhile, Luffy sat there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to Freen's declaration. Furin's patience with Usopp had reached its limit. His words ignited a fury within her. What did he mean by there is no need to set such lofty goals? Did he truly lack ambition and determination? While she could tolerate Usopp not possessing the same strength as Luffy and the others, she could not bear his lack of fighting spirit. Nor could she accept that he deemed a ship more significant than their camaraderie. Her earlier question was merely an inquiry into their standing in his eyes. If he lacked courage, strength, and resolve, and did not regard them with respect, what right did he have to remain aboard this vessel? Upon hearing Furin's words, Usopp paused, clenching his fists before exclaiming to Luffy, You are right, Luffy. I can no longer continue alongside you. Until the very end, I have been a burden. That ship truly belongs to you as the captain. With that, Usopp halted, turning to face Luffy. So let us engage in battle, Monkey D. Luffy, challenge me. He raised his finger, his declaration echoing across the sky. Tonight at 10 o'clock, I shall return here, wagering the Mary as the prize. I intend to defeat you and claim the Mary, thereby severing my ties with you all. Unbeknownst to anyone, Furin's anger diminished somewhat upon hearing those words. Usopp still possessed a flicker of potential for growth, at the very least maintaining his dignity and competitive spirit. Usopp understood that Luffy and the others no longer needed the Mary. He could easily take it directly. However, he would never accept such a charity. Rather than receiving it as a gift, he yearned to seize the Mary through his own strength. That was the true essence of a pirate. He refused to depart in a cowardly and self-deprecating manner. Even in separation, he desired a glorious exit. He wished to challenge Luffy, leaving behind a brave and formidable image in the memories of his comrades. If he was to leave, it would be with a resounding impact. Luffy, too, comprehended this sentiment. Despite the pain coursing through him and the reluctant necessity to draw swords against his most cherished companion, he had no grounds to refuse the resolve of a man. Very well, I shall await you here at 10 o'clock. Chapter 50. The Heartbreaking Duel, Self-Destruction. Why not inform them of my existence? Furin heard Arthur's voice whispering in her ear. Arthur continued, If you had told them, perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point, would it? Feline, do you believe that the circumstances are solely the result of your actions? What do you mean? This was bound to happen. You merely served as the catalyst. The true transformation of events is attributed to Arthur himself. Throughout this journey, everyone aboard has showcased their finest qualities, thus, in his eyes. Each individual on this vessel plays an indispensable role. Over time, he has come to feel unworthy of their company. What do you mean? Inadequacy. He perceives himself as lacking purpose on this ship, which implies that he harbors fears of being cast aside like you. Arthur, do you not intervene to prevent them? Furin, why impede him? This is his own decision. We are a pirate crew, and Luffy is the king I aspire to support. A king does not require those who are timid or cowardly, treating every situation as a mere game. laughing frivolously. Even without the strength to shield the king, one must strive to be a source of support, not a coward who flees at the first sign of danger. It is rare for him to take things seriously. Let me witness his potential. Arthur, I understand, but are you truly willing to assist me? Phelan, although there are risks involved, I do not wish for them to be overly sorrowful. Your presence signifies the continuation of the merry. Arthur, yet, if you were to lose your cultivation, you would likely depart from them, returning to your original place, would you not? Did you not express a desire to witness their transformation into formidable beings? Phelan, indeed. This is a gamble. Success equates to preserving the consciousness of the merry, while failure means both you and I will vanish before them. The clock tower tolls 10. The resonating chimes echo over the water city, lingering in the air before gradually fading away. The hour has finally arrived. The time for the duel that Usopp and Luffy have been discussing. The fierce cold wind howls, the night air biting and stinging like invisible blades against their skin, swirling up clouds of dust. On the deck of the Merry, hearing the tolling bells reverberate through the sky, Luffy leaps off the Merry, landing amidst the rubble, the howling wind rustling his clothes and sending dust swirling around him. The once bustling water city now lies in silence, with only a few lights flickering in the gusts of wind. Under the moonlight and starlight, towering structures loom in the darkness like silent spectators waiting in the wings. With a crisp sound, footsteps pierce through the wind, and amidst the thick smoke, Usopp strides forward, exuding an air of determination. He has arrived. With a whisper, Luffy adjusts his straw hat and turns to Nami and the others behind him, commanding, "You must not leave the ship." Understood. Zoro replies without hesitation, grasping Luffy's intent that this battle belongs solely to him and Usopp, and no one shall interfere. Through the swirling dust, Usopp halts 10 meters away from Luffy, standing apart as their gazes clash, igniting invisible sparks in the void. In that moment, Luffy perceives Usopp's resolve, the determination to fight with all his might. There is no retreat. He has come, and regardless of the outcome, there will be no regrets. This is the duel he has long desired. Of course, I will give it my all. You need not say more. I am already prepared to show you my strength, Luffy. Usopp replies, his gaze unwavering, equally resolute for this confrontation. As the cold wind howls, Usopp boldly declares, "Luffy, I have discovered a way to defeat you. Do not compare me to those who are unaware of your true nature. Luffy, we have spent so much time together. I know your abilities well. Do not be surprised. Luffy, I command an army of 8,000 men. If you wish to survive, surrender now." What? 8,000 men? Chopper gasps, his eyes wide with disbelief. While Zoro, glancing at the bewildered Chopper, sighs, "You might as well stay inside the ship." It is as if they are enemies meeting for the first time. Usopp speaks the same words, the same falsehoods. "I know you do not possess such an army." Luffy, refusing to feign belief in Usopp's words, roars in anger, charging toward Usopp with clenched fists, eager to resolve this battle swiftly. Each passing second is a torment. Gum pistol. Just as Luffy prepares to strike Usopp, he sees Usopp stuffing something into his mouth, then spitting forth what appears to be blood. Luffy halts, momentarily taken aback. He realizes it is not blood, but merely ketchup. Yet, watching Usopp's actions fills him with an inexplicable pain, a deep-seated anguish. Ultimate move, ketchup star. What is wrong, Luffy? Showing compassion to your adversary. How composed you are. Amidst mocking laughter, Usopp suddenly produces a flash dial aimed at Luffy. Luffy is momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what is occurring. Flash dial. Usopp swiftly activates it, and a blinding light erupts, searing Luffy's eyes. He instinctively shields his face with his hands. From the act of feigning blood to this moment, it has all been part of Usopp's strategy. As he stated, as comrades, he knows Luffy too well. He anticipates that Luffy would rush in for a close attack. So he feigned injury to disrupt Luffy's assault, and then seized the opportunity to blind him with the flash dial, obscuring his vision. Seizing this moment, Usopp retrieves a multitude of prepared iron spikes from his backpack and scatters them around Luffy. Immediately after, he stows the flash dial and retreats swiftly. As the blinding light dissipates, Luffy lowers his hands only to be struck in the face by an egg, its yolk and whites bursting upon impact. A foul odor assaulting his senses. Ultimate move, Stinky Egg Star. But it does not end there. Usopp quickly pulls back his slingshot, launching a barrage of stinky eggs at Luffy. The eggs explode upon contact, splattering Luffy with their foul contents, coating his face, eyes, and mouth in a disgusting mess. Damn it! Luffy bellows, finally serious, as he deftly snatches the incoming stinky eggs from the air. "Focus, you fool!" he shouts, crushing the eggs in his hands, his rage palpable. Do you find this foolish, Luffy? I am utterly serious. This is my method of combat. Are you prepared to face my onslaught? Upon hearing this, Luffy senses something amiss. If that was not battle, then what was Usopp doing moments ago? Just as Usopp comprehends Luffy, Luffy understands Usopp. Everything Usopp has done holds significance. It cannot be mere randomness. However, Usopp does not grant Luffy a moment to ponder. He swiftly draws a cartridge filled with explosives from his pocket, aiming it at Luffy. Ultimate move, Gunpowder Star. Realizing the impending explosion, Luffy instinctively sidesteps, but as he steps out, something sharp pierces his foot, causing him to scream in pain. Leaping from the ground. At that moment, Usopp's explosive projectile reaches him, and even with Luffy's reflexes, he cannot evade. Boom. The explosion reverberates, sending Luffy sprawling. Pain surging through his back as he crashes to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he reaches for his back, feeling several sharp objects lodged within. Gritting through the agony, he pulls them out, realizing they're the iron spikes. Luffy, suddenly enlightened, glances down to discover the ground strewn with spikes. What? When did this happen? He exclaims, shocked. He quickly realizes that it was during the blinding flash that Usopp had time to set this trap. Your feet are now in a field of iron spikes, Luffy. I will surely defeat you and reclaim the Mary. Usopp has surprisingly gained the upper hand. Sanji is so astonished that he fails to notice his cigarette burning down to the filter. The others watch in disbelief, unable to fathom that Usopp has maintained the advantage from the very start, leading Luffy into his rhythm from the outset, leaving him without the means to counter. Furin felt a tinge of displeasure, not because Luffy was at a disadvantage, for she understood that Luffy had never regarded Usopp as an enemy, but rather as a comrade. Luffy could not bring himself to strike, otherwise Usopp would have been swiftly defeated from the very beginning, leaving him no time to showcase his abilities. Her discontent stemmed solely from Usopp's usual demeanor. With so much cleverness at his disposal, why did he not apply it against their foes? In the heat of battle, even the slightest ingenuity could serve a supportive role, yet he continually cowered behind others when danger approached, failing to confront it with courage. If he persisted in this self-deprecating and timid attitude, how could he ever emerge victorious? It was crucial to recognize that should they reach Raftel, their first trial would be to land on the island. Wu Jin would launch an attack as they neared the fog-laden seas, compelling them to evade Wu Jin's long-range artillery while simultaneously vanquishing Wu Jin stationed on the shore. Hence, the prowess of a marksman was of paramount importance. Usopp was acutely aware that his strength lay in long-range assaults, thus he would not allow Luffy to close the distance. Should Luffy get too close, his monstrous strength could easily send Usopp flying with a single blow. However, Luffy's speed and reflexes surpassed those of ordinary beings, making it exceedingly difficult for Usopp to land a hit from afar. Consequently, the optimal strategy was to ensnare Luffy, restricting his movement. From the outset, Usopp had devised a plan, utilizing a flash snail to obstruct Luffy's vision and mobility, and scattering iron spikes across the ground to confine Luffy within a limited space. While a rubber man like Luffy was impervious to blunt force, he was vulnerable to sharp objects, prompting Usopp to fashion a multitude of iron spikes. Trapped among the iron spikes, Luffy could not retaliate, allowing Usopp to shoot freely from a distance. It was not only Usopp who had grown stronger, Luffy had also evolved. Observing Luffy, who had been subdued under Usopp's relentless assault, Zoro sighed in contemplation. Yet, in the next breath, Zoro shifted his tone. In a one-on-one duel, when faced with an overwhelming force, no amount of meticulous planning could lead to victory. Zoro perceived that Luffy was still reluctant to strike Usopp. He merely defended himself without initiating an attack. Had Luffy been serious, these minor iron spikes would be incapable of hindering his advance. Ultimate technique, triple powder stars. 3 projectiles soared simultaneously in a formation towards Luffy. Usopp's strategy was sound, yet he had miscalculated. As Zoro had indicated, any schemes were futile against absolute power. Luffy leapt high into the air, effortlessly evading Usopp's explosive stars. Rubber. As Luffy soared, he swung his right arm with vigor, grabbing hold of a nearby protruding rock. Contracting his arm, he propelled himself towards the stone and, just before colliding, released his grip, landing steadily on the sandy terrain. Ultimate technique, Shuriken Meteor Shower. Aiming at Luffy, Usopp released a multitude of shurikens strung together by ropes. The shurikens spread through the air, filling the space with dozens of projectiles. Even naval cannons could not harm Luffy. How could Usopp's explosive stars be any different? Yet, as a rubber man, Luffy was fearful of sharp objects, which could indeed threaten his life. Hence Usopp had prepared an abundance of shurikens. Luffy's speed and reflexes made it challenging for a single attack to connect, prompting Usopp to adopt this method to widen the attack scope, making it more difficult for Luffy to evade. However, Usopp had grossly underestimated Luffy, oblivious to the formidable adversaries Luffy typically faced. Such an attack was insufficient to reach Luffy. He easily dodged each shuriken with remarkable agility. When the final string of shurikens was released, Usopp found himself devoid of any remaining projectiles, forcing his assault to a halt. The cold wind howled fiercely, the pale light illuminating the ground, and amidst the swirling dust, the duel between Luffy and Usopp reached its climax. "You are no match for me, Usopp. Your attacks hold no value against me," Luffy declared, his feet grinding against the ground, rocks scattering as he regained his balance, and, panting, glared at Usopp. Regardless of Luffy's emotional state during the battle, it was undeniable that Usopp's series of strategies and attacks had caught Luffy off guard. From the very start, Luffy had been at a disadvantage. "Humph." Usopp scoffed at Luffy's words, breathless as he replied, "Do not presume my attacks are finished, Luffy. Every one of them serves a purpose. I am aware that the damage from the shurikens is limited, but I did not anticipate them to be utterly ineffective. You truly are a monster, Luffy. No wonder you have bested so many formidable foes along the way. However, do not underestimate me. Although the shurikens did not harm you, they have bought me sufficient time. Have you not noticed the increasing smoke around you?" "Smoke?" Luffy paused, surveying his surroundings, only to realize that the smoke had indeed thickened significantly, accompanied by strange sounds. Following the direction of the noise, he spotted a familiar smoke snail emitting plumes of smoke from among the nearby rocks. "Wait, this isn't smoke." Luffy suddenly grasped the situation. During their duel, Usopp could not possibly utilize a smoke snail for a futile endeavor. This was undoubtedly something else. Usopp, with a triumphant grin and his slingshot in hand, exclaimed, "Have you finally realized, Luffy? But it is too late now. The area around you is saturated with gas. Do you understand why I launched the stink bombs at you? It was to mask the scent of the gas, preventing you from detecting it. Now, the final act begins." In that moment, Usopp released the slingshot, propelling the projectile into the air, where it ignited due to the friction with the air, shooting forth a blazing flame directly at Luffy. Ultimate technique, Firestar. There was no need for precise aim. Luffy was enveloped in gas, which had thickened across hundreds of square meters. Even Luffy's speed could not allow him to escape this. After such extensive preparation, this final move was meant to overpower Luffy with a force far exceeding that of naval cannons. The only means at his disposal to achieve such power was the explosive potential of the gas. Usopp had never intended to defeat Luffy with his earlier attacks. Everything had been a prelude to this moment. As the flames arced through the air, a violent chemical reaction erupted at the moment the fire met the gas. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as fierce flames erupted, fueled by hundreds of cubic meters of gas detonating simultaneously. Luffy had no time to evade. The energy unleashed was several times stronger than the Navy's cannon fire. The visible shockwave from the explosion radiated outward, shattering towering rocks in its path and sending countless fragments soaring into the sky. The earth trembled as if a seismic event of immense magnitude had occurred, splitting the ground with gaping fissures that extended all the way to the beach and into the sea. The shockwave swept across the land, crashing into the ocean, transforming the once tranquil surface into tumultuous waves, each reaching heights of over 10 meters. The Mary, docked by the shore, rocked violently under the onslaught of the waves, prompting everyone to cling desperately to anything within reach. Yet, when the searing force of the explosion struck, it felt as if invisible giants were slamming down upon them. Chopper and Nami were flung through the air, landing heavily on the ground, while Zoro and Sanji remained largely unfazed by the chaos. Debris from the explosion fell like rain into the sea, while the fiery glow illuminated the entire coastline as if it were broad daylight. The blast created by Usopp startled Sanji and Zoro, the orange-yellow flames casting a bewildered light on their astonished faces. Could this truly be the handiwork of Usopp? It seemed far too extravagant. It appeared that they had all underestimated him. He had grown stronger than they could have imagined. Nami rose from the ground, grasping the railing, her heart sinking as the flames consumed Luffy, leaving no trace of him in sight. How could this be? Surely, Luffy was not in danger, she cried out in worry. She had anticipated that this duel would be brief, that Luffy would effortlessly dispatch Usopp in an instant. Yet, Usopp seemed possessed by the spirit of a war god, maintaining the upper hand, and now unleashing such a formidable explosion. Rest assured, if such a level of force could defeat Luffy, he would not be worthy of our captaincy. Zaro remarked calmly, possessing unwavering confidence in Luffy's resilience. Flames and thick smoke rose like a dragon into the sky, resembling a mushroom cloud that heralded cataclysmic power. As the fire subsided and the smoke was swept away by the sea breeze, a massive crater appeared on the debris-laden shore, its depths charred and smoldering with flickering embers. In the center of the crater lay Luffy, who had not escaped the explosion's wrath. His body was scorched black, sprawled in the middle of the deep pit. Gazing up at the starry sky, his chest rising and falling as he gasped for breath. It must be said that Usopp's gas-fueled explosion was indeed powerful, but inflicting substantial harm on Luffy through mere explosions proved to be a daunting task. Luffy was impervious to any heavy blows or impacts. The only potential harm from the gas explosion came from the flames it produced. The explosion's intensity was so great that even Usopp, standing several dozen meters away, was caught in the blast. The shockwave sent him tumbling to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to rise. The injuries inflicted upon him by Frankie and his crew flared up. And kneeling on the ground, he coughed up blood, which splattered across the stones beneath him. Witnessing this scene, the crew gritted their teeth in anguish, heartbroken to see their former comrade engaged in such self-destructive conflict. Damn it! Sanji seethed, clenching his fist in fury. He could hardly bear to watch. Yet the captain's orders held him back. To intervene now would be to undermine the resolve of two men. Not only Nami and the others were in despair. Arthur also wept softly, mourning the battle between Luffy and Usopp. Despite Freeland's insistence that it was not his concern, the situation had ultimately arisen because of him. It was due to him that Luffy and Usopp were locked in this life-and-death struggle, yet he felt that his current body could no longer accompany everyone on their journey. Fulin sensed Arthur's sorrow. Do not weep. This is not your fault. Usopp, enduring the pain, rose from the ground and gazed at Luffy, who lay amidst the smoke, shouting, "Get up, Luffy. I know this minor setback cannot possibly be the end for you. I am well aware that in every battle, you give it your all. Now, summon your full strength and fight me." His voice echoed through the heavens, imbued with a blend of fury, a hint of pleading, and an undercurrent of unyielding determination, all coalescing into that singular call for combat. Upon hearing this cry, Luffy, who lay motionless, finally stirred. Rising silently, he brushed off the straw hat that had fallen to the ground and donned it once more, his right hand pressing firmly on the brim as he stepped steadily towards the edge of the pit. In that moment, Luffy's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Both he and Usopp understood that no words could alter their fate. Only through a fierce battle, a life-or-death struggle, could they find their answers. Amidst the smoke, Luffy lifted his head slightly, his gaze towards Usopp transforming into one of unwavering resolve. Goma Goma no Gatling. He propelled himself towards Usopp, fists clenched, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast punches that seemed to rain down upon Usopp like a tempest. "I know you too well, Luffy. I am familiar with all your moves." From his pocket, Usopp retrieved a green special bullet, raising his hand to shoot it towards Luffy. The bullet soared through the air and collided with Luffy's head, yet, contrary to expectation, it did not explode. Ultimate attack, exploding cactus star. Usopp's voice rang out as the green bullet detonated, unleashing countless spines that shot forth like a hail of arrows. In such close proximity and without any defenses, Luffy was unable to evade the onslaught, and hundreds of spines pierced his body. "Ah!" Luffy cried out in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Ultimate attack, triple gunpowder stars. Usopp had awaited this prime opportunity and would not let it slip by. He unhesitatingly fired 3 gunpowder stars simultaneously. However, Luffy, now fully engaged in battle, evaded the oncoming projectiles with a sudden flash of movement. The explosions resonated with thunderous booms, creating 3 new craters in the barren land, yet none struck Luffy, all attacks falling short. Ultimate attack, triple gunpowder stars. Despite the initial misses, Usopp did not relent, continuously launching his gunpowder stars towards Luffy. Under this relentless barrage, even Luffy found himself compelled to dodge, the sound of explosions reverberating along the coastline, debris scattering, flames blooming, and thick smoke billowing skyward. Witnessing this fierce confrontation, the onlookers were left in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Usopp, now fully awakened, could possess such formidable strength. So much so that even Luffy, now fighting earnestly, found it challenging to overcome Usopp, who was steadily pushing him back, gaining a significant advantage. Usopp, he is astonishingly powerful. Chopper, standing by the railing, was utterly amazed by Usopp's performance, unconsciously voicing the disbelief that echoed in the hearts of all. Fulin found herself slightly admiring Usopp, at last. He resembled something of a hero. Chapter 51. The iceberg is pierced, Robin departing. The explosive stars in Usopp's hands seemed endless. Although he struggled to strike the swiftly moving Luffy, he utilized the explosives to hinder Luffy's approach, preventing him from closing in. The sound of explosions echoed along the coast, flames igniting as Luffy's figure darted amidst the blasts. However, the disparity in strength between Luffy and Usopp was immense. A seasoned fighter, Luffy swiftly seized upon a vulnerability exposed by Usopp. Gum pistol. Dodging 3 explosive stars, Luffy propelled himself into the air, delivering a powerful punch that cut through the chaos, landing squarely on Usopp's face, who had no speed to evade. With a gasp, Usopp spewed blood, propelled backward for over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, his body skidding along the surface, leaving a long trench in its wake. Retracting his fist, Luffy dashed towards Usopp, extending his arms backward for several meters. As the elasticity reached its peak, Luffy retracted his fists, amplifying his power far beyond mere strikes. Gum rocket. Luffy, earnest and relentless, unleashed his full strength without a hint of hesitation or mercy. With a mighty leap, he thrust his hands forward, the force comparable to that of a speeding automobile, even the air itself shattering under the impact. Yet, in the face of this formidable blow, Usopp remained unperturbed. Perhaps he had anticipated this very moment. From his pocket, Usopp retrieved the impact shell obtained from Sky Island, positioning it before him just as Luffy's palm struck it, like a leaf falling upon the surface of a tranquil pond. No ripples were stirred. All the force was consumed by the shockwave stored within. With Luffy's energy absorbed, he soared towards Usopp, propelled by inertia. I shall accept your impact. Luffy. Usopp, aware that his strength alone could not conquer Luffy, understood that to defeat such a monster, he must wield the monster's own power. Thus, within the impact shell, Usopp had not stored energy, but awaited this precise moment. Grasping the shell firmly, Usopp struck it towards the incoming Luffy, and at the instant of collision, he unhesitatingly activated its mechanism. All the might of Luffy's gum rocket transformed into a shockwave, colliding with Luffy. The strength of Luffy's attack was such that even armor capable of withstanding naval artillery would crumble. Therefore, this immense force striking him was too much to bear. With a cry, Luffy was overwhelmed by the impact, blood spilling from his mouth as he was sent hurtling through the air like a severed kite, plummeting towards the ground. Ah! Chopper screamed in terror, having witnessed such a loss of blood. Surely Luffy could not emerge unscathed. The impact shell. Sanji gripped the railing with fierce determination, crushing the wooden structure with sheer force. He had experienced the sensation of the impact shell. It was akin to being struck by a sledgehammer, an excruciating pain enveloping him. A mere mortal struck by such force would likely be left incapacitated. Indeed, the impact shell possessed tremendous power, yet utilizing it was not without its repercussions. The user would suffer recoil from the force. Thus, only the most elite warriors could wield the impact shell perfectly. For ordinary individuals, employing it was a perilous endeavor, inflicting harm upon themselves while attempting to vanquish foes. Even if Usopp emerged unscathed, he could not withstand the force of the impact shell. Furthermore, having been severely beaten by Frankie's family earlier, the shockwave propelled Luffy away while the backlash fractured Usopp's injured arm, causing him to clutch his broken limb, crying out in agony as he knelt upon the ground. Fooling, have you finally resigned yourself to death in order to win this duel and reclaim the Mary? What now? You scoundrel! Usopp, half kneeling on the ground, witnessed Luffy being hurled backward, blood spewing from his mouth, and with every ounce of strength, he roared, his voice echoing with fury, indignation, and anguish. Luffy, propelled through the air, executed a somersault and landed firmly on the ground, his legs screeching against the surface, sending fragments of stone flying. With a deep breath, Luffy gradually rose, panting slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Usopp, who remained half-kneeling. The flicker in Luffy's eyes radiated pure rage and profound sorrow. With a broken arm, Usopp, being a sharpshooter, could no longer mount an attack, rendering him devoid of the will to fight. The two glared at one another, their eyes colliding in the void, each filled with pain and determination. Gazing at Usopp, who glared back with clenched teeth, Luffy recalled their initial meeting, the fateful bond that had formed during their battles, leading them on their journey together. They had traversed tumultuous seas, fought side by side, shared laughter, and endured hunger. They had overcome every hardship together. Yet now, here they were, clashing as adversaries, and Luffy's heart was torn asunder. Ah! With a cry of despair, Luffy clenched his fist and, without hesitation, struck Usopp. His powerful punch cut through the air, colliding with Usopp's abdomen. A torrent of force erupted, causing Usopp's stomach to cave in, and he gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Usopp had already lost the will to fight. He had been defeated in this duel. Yet why did Luffy unleash such a blow? Because it symbolized an end. Luffy held nothing back. He had to exert his full strength, not only for himself but for Usopp as well. To show sympathy toward a man who had accepted the possibility of death was a cruel act. Luffy was a monster. His fists could shatter stone. Even an uninjured Usopp could not withstand such force, let alone the battered Usopp, who found himself on the brink of unconsciousness, eyes glazing over, struggling to rise. "You fool! How could you possibly defeat me?" Luffy growled, tightening his right fist. After gazing at the motionless Usopp for a long time, he turned and walked away, picking up the fallen straw hat and placing it back on his head. "The Mary is yours to dispose of. We shall acquire a new vessel and continue our journey. Farewell, Usopp." The last words escaped Luffy's lips in a whisper, his voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion, fearful that he might succumb to tears. "Usopp!" Chopper cried out in sorrow as he saw the battered Usopp lying on the ground. He picked up the medical pouch beneath him, ready to rush over. But Sanji restrained him. "Wait, Chopper. Why? He is already so badly hurt, and now he has been beaten like this. I'm a doctor," Chopper protested, his body swelling in size as he broke free from Sanji's grip, swinging his arm towards him, but Sanji evaded the attack and swiftly pinned Chopper down, pressing his wrist against Chopper's chest with one hand, holding him firmly to the ground. "Chopper, calm down. This is not a game. It's a duel between two men who have made their resolve. Think about it, how tragic it is for a man to be defeated and then to receive pity. Such inadvertent sympathy can cause the loser immense suffering." Watching Usopp on the ground, Luffy sank down with a thud, clenching his fists tightly, his heart aching as if it were being cleaved in two. Throughout their journey, he had battled many, emerging victorious each time, regardless of the opponent's strength. Yet today, in this duel, despite winning, he felt no joy, only pain consumed him. He wished this confrontation had never happened, longing for a return to the time before noon, when everything was as it should be. But now, there was no going back. Events had transpired. No matter how beautiful the past had been, one cannot live in memories. They must stride forward into the future. "This is what it means to be a captain," Zoro declared sternly. "Do not waver, Luffy. If even you, the captain, hesitate, whom can we trust?" Ultimately, Chopper descended, and Sanji did not stop him. Chopper placed a multitude of medications beside Usopp, gritting his teeth as he departed. Luffy's determination to leave the Mary to Usopp stood resolute. Even in Usopp's defeat, no one opposed him. The others returned to the cabin to gather their belongings. Only Luffy, the captain, remained on the rocky shore, gazing out at the dark sea, listening to the tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, the pale moonlight cascading down upon his shoulders. In this solitude, he finally allowed himself to weep, his shoulders trembling as tears streamed down his cheeks. His heart was shattered, the weight of responsibility too heavy to bear. Yet he was the captain. As Zoro had said, who else could shoulder this burden? Under the moonlight, the others shouldered their respective burdens, standing before the Mary, casting one last glance at the vessel that had accompanied them from East Blue to this moment. Silence enveloped them, each harbored divergent thoughts. This farewell might be eternal, an opportunity for reunion slipping away. They meticulously observed every detail of the Mary, reminiscing about the joy and sorrow it had witnessed. This chapter of their lives would forever be etched in their memories. "When do you intend to begin?" Fuline heard Arthur's voice resonate in her mind. "Fuline, have you agreed?" "Arthur, as long as you dare to wager." "Fuline, very well. Once we conclude matters concerning Robin, we shall commence." Fuline stepped forward and said, "Luffy, I need to take my leave for a moment." Luffy merely responded with a nonchalant remark. Fuline glanced at Luffy before parting ways with them. She understood that everything he had experienced today weighed heavily on him. Whether it was the matter of the Mary or Usopp's departure, it was an immense burden for him as the captain. However, this is the essence of a captain. It is not merely about authority, but rather about responsibility. To become a captain, Luffy must endure such trials. The path of unknown adventures is fraught with challenges, not only from fierce enemies, but also from the struggles within his own team, all of which must be shouldered by the captain alone. Since everyone is reluctant to part with the Mary and their companions, they might as well take a gamble. At Frankie's home, he returned to find his abode transformed into a desolate ruin. His subordinates were bruised and battered, igniting a furious blaze within him, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Frankie seethed, Straw Hat Luffy, is this your revenge? You dare to harm my brothers. Big brother Frankie, you're finally back. We've been beaten terribly. Those straw hats are too strong. You must avenge us. Frankie's expression darkened. Where did they go? I saw them heading towards Dock 1. Not long after, atop the commercial buildings in Water City, music erupted with fervor. A man in underpants danced wildly to the rock music, proclaiming, I am the mightiest Superman on this island. The unsung hero of Water 7. Yes, it is I. My name is Frankie. Upon finishing, he formed a blue star with his robust arms. The passers-by could not help but shout at him. Among the crowd were Luffy and Nami, searching for Robin. Luffy, where are you? Come out. After his performance, Frankie shouted into the throng. Hey, pantless guy. Luffy bellowed from the crowd. Huh? Frankie pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead. You are Luffy? Luffy glared at him angrily. Frankie was equally incensed. You're Luffy? You're quite the troublemaker when others aren't around, little brother. Huh? Frankie continued. Right now, I cannot quell my fury. No matter what, I will make you feel like a rag. Otherwise, my wrath will remain unquenched. Nami cupped her hands to her mouth like a megaphone. Hey, what about our money? What about the 200 million berries? Frankie scoffed. I've spent all that money. I have not a single berry left. He added disdainfully. You despicable pirates should stop pretending to be righteous. Who knows how you acquired that money? Luffy's rage remained unabated as he glared at Frankie. Let us put that aside for now. I want you to swallow my anger until I knock you flying. Frankie was unyielding, pointing a thumb at himself. The one who cannot swallow his anger is me. The citizens murmured. Frankie is about to explode. Run. Luffy clenched his fists, his joints cracking ominously. Get down here. Ignoring him, Frankie inhaled deeply and blew downwards. Frankie fire blast. A tremendous wave of heat surged towards Luffy. He swiftly scooped up Nami and leaped away. Is this guy a devil fruit user? What kind of fruit did he eat? The streets were in chaos as citizens fled. Just as the two were taken aback, Frankie swung his fist down, power right punch. His fist launched forward, slamming Luffy against the wall, creating a massive hole. Gazing at his victory, Frankie reveled in delight. Actually, I am a cyborg. Luffy pushed off the ground and stood tall. I will knock you flying. Frankie laughed dismissively. Ahaha, then go ahead and try. Your attacks are ineffective against me. He then revealed a cannon from his left arm. A cannonball shot forth, exploding near Luffy's feet. With a powerful leap, Luffy extended his right leg and struck fiercely, Gum Whip. The blow sent Frankie crashing to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Hey, Luffy. You have some nerve. What is your purpose? Why are you doing this? As Luffy and Frankie fought, a group approached, demanding answers. It was Barry, Lucci, Kaku, and the foreman from the Corella Company. What were they here for? Frankie stood up, brushing off the dust. Corella Company? What brings you here? Barry glared at Luffy. Hey, don't play dumb with me. It turned out that last night, the mayor of Water 7, Mr. Iceberg, was shot, claiming that he was attacked by Nico Robin. Since Robin is part of the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, as her captain, was deemed the mastermind behind the attack. Mr. Iceberg is highly respected in Water 7, especially among the shipwrights, so the news of his shooting incited their fury. Barry, Lucci, and Kaku charged at Luffy. Frankie interjected, Hey, don't interfere. I was just battling him. The Corella Company members ignored Frankie and continued their assault on Luffy. Thus, the confrontation that began as a duel between Luffy and Frankie evolved into a chaotic melee involving Luffy, Frankie, and the Corella Company. Frankie raised his right hand, which opened like a mechanism, revealing a dart cannon. His entire arm began to inflate like a balloon. Wind cannon. With a mighty shout, Frankie unleashed a powerful shockwave that obliterated half of Dock 1. The onlookers were left speechless. What on earth is that? Even a medium cannon wouldn't have such power. Several newly constructed ships lay in ruins, and half of Dock 1 had collapsed. It was evident that Frankie's attack had caused quite a commotion. Seizing the moment of chaos, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area. And Fuline's voice whispered in Luffy and Nami's ears, urging them to flee swiftly. On a nearby clock tower, Fuline observed the unfolding scene with a book in hand, scoffing. Ah, how foolish Ace Bug has become after all these years, dazed by Robin's presence. Master, what do you mean? Tianchi inquired. Let me ask you. If you were to assassinate someone, how would you proceed? Indeed, if Robin intended to eliminate Isbarg, she certainly would not allow him to behold her visage. Furthermore, had he truly glimpsed her, his survival would have been utterly improbable. The art of assassination necessitates the concealment of one's identity, erasing all traces, Thus, even if others harbor suspicions, they would possess no evidence. Bai Mu remarked, "That is true, yet what could possibly motivate Robin to act in such a manner? Could it be? However, I shall never bear the brunt of another's misdeeds, even if that individual is one of my own. What shall we do then? Shall we consult that fool? Why must I be the one to inform him? His inability to discern character is not my concern. It would be more prudent for him to discover the truth on his own. I believe those individuals will soon take action, likely tonight. I sense a certain restlessness in the ocean, perhaps indicative of a great tsunami. However, Master, do you truly intend to observe Furin as she cradles her book? Bai Mu and Tianqi are exceedingly anxious. Although Furin's loss of her powers does not directly affect them, there remains a lingering concern. Do not fret. All shall be well, Furin reassured with a smile. Yet, despite her words, she harbored her own uncertainties. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to proceed. If she did not take the risk, Arthur would surely perish. She detested witnessing the demise of others, particularly those she considered akin to herself. The elves congregated together. With Ino polishing weapons, Wu Jin reclining upon a stone to rest, while Xingyu perused a book nearby. Lu Ming busied herself gathering herbs to concoct elixirs. And as for Mi Zong and Jian Ying, they had resumed their sparring, the number of which was indeterminate. Lu Ming sniffed the herbs scattered upon the ground and remarked, "These herbs are remarkably fresh, aren't they?" Xingyu replied, "Isn't freshness a good thing? It will enhance the efficacy of the potions you create. What I mean is that these herbs carry Furin's aura. Has she returned yesterday? Flynn possesses the extraordinary ability to endow all the flora on this island with her natural vitality, enabling them to flourish rapidly and enhance their life force. This remarkable feat can be accomplished simply by her presence in the vicinity." Upon hearing Lu Ming's remark, Ino paused in her weapon maintenance, swiftly rising to her feet. The azure mech that enveloped her entire form, Noah number 7, activated its accelerator and soared toward the mech stronghold. The other sprites also ceased their tasks, momentarily stunned, and with the exception of Mi Zong and Xing Yao, returned to their respective territories. 5 minutes later, they reconvened. Lu Ming stated calmly, this time, "My potion supply is intact." Ino responded, "And my weapons are also unscathed." Jianing added, "The sword manual shows no signs of damage." Wu Jin remarked, "The puppets are unharmed and complete." In unison, Lu Ming, Ino, Jian Ying, and Wu Jin exclaimed, "Then why did she return here unnecessarily? Isn't that exhausting?" Observing the group's fervent reactions, Xing Yao, after calculating, stated, "She has come to retrieve the contract book." Lu Ming replied, "Ah, I see." Ino sighed in relief. "So it turns out she was merely collecting her belongings. That startled me." Knowing nothing was lost, the other sprites resumed their activities. Indifferent to Flynn's reasons for fetching the contract book. In their eyes, as long as their possessions remained intact, nothing else mattered. Seeing the group's reactions, Xingyu felt a sense of helplessness. Since no one cared, he chose to remain uninvolved, though an ominous premonition lingered within him. Chapter 52, Robin's Betrayal. Irreversible consequences. The news of Nico Robin's attack on the iceberg spread like wildfire throughout Water City, igniting fury among the citizens, who spontaneously formed search parties to track down Luffy and his companions. Meanwhile, Chopper and Sanji hid in a deserted corner, deliberating on their next course of action. With Robin having assassinated Iceberg, the entire Water City now considered them her accomplices. However, only Luffy and Zoro had bounties on their heads. Their identities remained undisclosed. Though this was merely a matter of time, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Chopper's expression to change suddenly. Without uttering a word, he dashed toward the street to the left. Sanji, momentarily taken aback, called out, "Chopper, where are you going?" But Chopper, filled with urgency, paid no heed to Sanji and hurried into a nearby alley. Puzzled, Sanji quickly followed, eager to understand what had so alarmed his friend. As he turned the corner, he saw Chopper descending a staircase, prompting him to hastily follow suit. They navigated a series of twists and turns until Chopper came to a halt at the bottom of a final set of stairs. Noticing Chopper's sudden stop, Sanji instinctively slowed his pace, casually descending the stairs while puffing on a cigarette. "Chopper, what's wrong? I've been calling you, and you haven't responded." "I told you to slow down," he remarked. Just as the last words escaped his lips, Sanji froze in shock. Robin, both he and the first to arrive, Chopper, stood dumbfounded, unconsciously calling out her name. There stood Robin, on the opposite side of the river, clad in a green cloak, resolutely facing the biting wind. Her dark hair swirling gracefully. After a moment of shock, Sanji regained his composure, waving excitedly. "Robin-chan, we're here. Where have you been? We've been worried sick about you. But now we've finally found you. Come on, let's go back. So much has happened while you were gone. Since their arrival in Water City, they had faced a series of misfortunes. The Mary couldn't be repaired, leading the crew to consider a replacement. Then Usopp had left due to these issues, followed by Robin's disappearance, one calamity after another. Miss Robin, wait. We'll be right there, Sanji called out, scanning the surroundings and spotting a small bridge to the right. He was about to rush over when he noticed Robin's expression was devoid of emotion, regarding them as if they were strangers. No, that won't be necessary. Robin's voice was void of feeling. Her words left Sanji momentarily stunned, halting his steps as he stared at her in confusion. What do you mean, Robin-chan? Is this because of the newspaper? We know all about it. Don't worry, you don't need to concern yourself with that. We won't believe it. Robin replied coldly, I'm sorry. But those things are true. I apologize for having you bear the blame for me. I was indeed the one who assassinated Mayor Iceberg last night. Hearing her admission, Sanji and Chopper were incredulous, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. How could this be? That can't possibly be true. Amidst their disbelief, Robin continued, I harbor darkness that you cannot comprehend. One day, this darkness will consume you. Now, I wish for you to bear the infamy while I escape. The situation will only worsen. No. Sanji shook his head emphatically. This can't be happening. Robin-chan, is there a reason that forces you to do this? Sanji scrutinized Robin's eyes, searching for a glimmer of hope, but all he found were her cold, tranquil depths. Robin, let us go back, Chopper shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Robin brushed a strand of hair from her face and replied, although our time together has been brief, I sincerely thank you for your care. From today onward, we shall not meet again. With that, Robin turned away without a trace of longing, the cold wind whipping her dark hair about her. Farewell. Her soft words rode on the chilling breeze, leaving Sanji and Chopper in disbelief as they instinctively stepped back. The long corridor, shadowed by stone pillars, stretched before Robin as she walked forward, her steps resolute and devoid of hesitation. Sanji and Chopper watched, hearts heavy with sorrow, as tears streamed down Chopper's cheeks. How could things have come to this? What had transpired? Ever since arriving in Water City, they had faced one misfortune after another. First, they learned that the Mary could not be repaired, then Usopp departed, and now Robin had chosen to leave them. In just a single day, they were fractured and broken. This is unacceptable, Sanji yelled, taking a running leap toward the river, intent on retrieving Robin. Don't chase after her. Flynn's voice emerged from behind Sanji. Robin, I don't want her to leave. Please bring her back. Chopper cried out, tears streaming down his face. Fu Lin's expression suddenly darkened. Regardless of the circumstances, you should return to Luffy's side and inform him of the situation here. What about you? Chopper inquired. As for me, I have some personal matters to attend to, she replied before vanishing. The sea train represented the pinnacle of Mr. Tom's life. Over a span of 14 years, he constructed a vessel impervious to the whims of the sea gods, facilitating trade among the surrounding islands. During those 14 years, Fu Lin frequently visited Water City, offering assistance whenever needed, and grew familiar with Frankie and Iceberg. 8 years ago, Frankie curiously asked, I say, little sister, why do you seem to never grow taller? You appear unchanged from head to toe. Fu Lin, this is a secret. I cannot disclose it to you. Fram, huh? However, I have something to show you that I believe you will adore. Fu Lin presented a design sketch to Fram. Wow, how cool. Fram's eyes sparkled as he held the sketch. This is a gift for you. A gift for me? This is a design I pilfered from my brother. If you have time. How outrageous. I am part of CP5. Spandam incessantly droned on until Mr. Tom expelled him from the room. Who is that? Fu Lin inquired of Fram upon seeing Spandam. Oh, just a fool. He is said to be the commander of CP5. Really? As far as she knew, the CP organization consisted of ranks 0 to 9, with lower numbers signifying higher ranks. Yet, she could not fathom any competence in this individual. Perhaps he was merely a privileged relative? She resolved to visit the CP headquarters one day. The sea train has been successfully constructed, and Mr. Tom can use it to negate his charges. I must return promptly. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, she vanished. What a mysterious little sister. Fu Lin paused momentarily during her flight. Fu Lin, I cannot fathom the reason. Yet there is an incessant feeling of unease within my heart. I must return and ascertain the situation. Thus, she made her way back to the City of Water. However, upon her arrival, she was met with the alarming news of Mr. Tom's assault on the judicial vessel. Furin sensed the gravity of the situation and hurried to the square. Upon her arrival, she overheard a proclamation. Your Honor, I wish to absolve myself of the charges of assaulting the judicial vessel by citing my contributions to the construction of maritime trains. Is that permissible? Indeed, but you shall be apprehended on the grounds of aiding Roger's shipbuilding endeavors, leading to the same fate. I am fully aware of this. Yet I am willing to bear that burden, for I take immense pride in my ability to assist Roger. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What did he just say? He is proud to have aided the Pirate King in shipbuilding? Could it be that Mr. Tom is also a nefarious criminal? The onlookers buzzed with speculation, while Furin stood with her fists clenched. Feline, Mr. Tom, in my eyes, you are undoubtedly the most remarkable boatman. Furin understood that their master's actions were motivated not only by a desire to protect others, but also by his acknowledgement of Roger. In his eyes, he did not perceive Roger as a malevolent individual. If time were to reverse, she believed Mr. Tom would undoubtedly act in the same manner. However, internal acknowledgement is one matter, while publicly articulating it before the world government and the masses is an entirely different affair. The presiding judge struck the gavel. In that case, release the other members of Tom's workshop. Spandam protested. What? I disagree. The charges of attacking the judicial ship have been dismissed. And the construction of the ship for Roger was solely Mr. Tom's doing, unrelated to the others. Thus, they are to be acquitted. I will not allow you to take Mr. Tom. Furin exclaimed, brandishing a gun she had acquired from an unknown source and striking Spandam squarely in the face. How dare you? Spandam's face contorted with rage as he retaliated by firing at Furin. In a bid to protect her, Mr. Tom forcefully pushed him aside, taking a bullet meant for her. Furin and Acebug gasped in shock. Mr. Tom, how dare you harm me? Prepare to die. Spandam was poised to shoot Furin again when, at that moment, chaos erupted. Oh no, the judicial ship is on fire. What? Everyone turned towards the judicial ship, which was engulfed in flames. The blaze intensifying rapidly. Panic ensued. Quickly, extinguish the fire. The presiding judge, flustered, hastily instructed the surrounding government officials. You all take the criminal Tom to Judicial Island. The rest continued to douse the flames. Kokaro and Acebug were astonished. What happened? How did it catch fire? Move quickly. Furin appeared before them. But, Mr. Tom, I will find another way regarding Mr. Tom. Amidst the turmoil, Furin led Acebug and Kokaro away from the scene to a coastal area. Acebug, what is going on? Humph. Acebug shoved Furin aside. This is all your fault. If you had prevented him from continuing to build warships, this calamity would never have occurred. Acebug, don't say that. This isn't her fault. How can it not be her fault? Frankie told me that she greatly admired his talent for shipbuilding. For that, she even gifted him a design. If it weren't for all this chaos, Mr. Tom wouldn't bear the charge of attacking the judicial ship. Fuline clenched her fists. As she might have surmised the unfolding situation, indeed, it was my fault. Humph. I erred in forgetting to remind him to conceal those items. However, in supporting his creation of those things, I do not believe I am at fault. Moreover, this is not the time to dwell on right or wrong. Where is Fram? Why can I not see him? Kokoro, he was just here. Icebegu, look over there. Before them stood Fram on the railway tracks above the sea, while Yokogang nearby shouted desperately, urging him to reconsider. As the train approached with alarming speed, Fram spread his arms wide and shouted, I will not let you take Mr. Tom. That foolish boy. A vine whip materialized in Feline's hand as she prepared to pull Fram back, but the train was moving too swiftly. She was far too late. The vine struck the sturdy train, which barreled forward, sending Fram flying. Time seemed to halt in that instant. Kokoro, Icebegu, Yokogang, and Fuline were all momentarily stunned. Fram. Kokoro and Icebegu shouted in unison. Once the train vanished from sight, Fuline regained her senses. That foolish boy's powerful Kanbunchika haki sensed the surrounding waters and found Kokoro, Icebegu, and Fram still alive. What? Come with me. Fuline beckoned them to another section of the sea, where they discovered Fram floating on the surface. Using her vine whip, Fuline pulled Fram back to the shore. Fram, please wake up. Icebegu and Kokoro continuously called out to him while Fuline placed her fingers on Fram's pulse, checking his condition. How is he? Kokoro asked anxiously. Fuline, life still lingers. Yet most of my bodily functions lie dormant. If I do not seek timely treatment, I fear I may become a mere shell of my former self. Kokoro, Icebegu. What are they? Rest assured, there is still hope for Feline. She placed her fingers upon Fram's hand, but before long, she was gently pushed away by the awakening Fram. Feline, what are you doing? Icebegu, Framo, you. Kokoro, stop fooling around, Framo. I do not need your concern unless you can assist me in rescuing Mr. Tom. But your body. What happens to my body is of little consequence, as it is preferable to being lifeless. Unless you can save Mr. Tom, I will not permit you to intervene. Observing Frankie's resolute demeanor, Furin felt utterly helpless. Even when attempting to save a life, one required the cooperation of the patient. Moreover, she believed that Mr. Tom did not deserve to die. I promise you, I shall bring him back. You all take care of him here, she reassured. Coco and Icebagan nodded in agreement. After causing an uproar on Judicial Island, Furin took the opportunity to deal with a certain scoundrel. However, upon her return, she discovered that Fran had vanished while Coco and Icebagu were preoccupied searching for the medicine box. What? He's gone? Furin sighed, pondering where that child could have gone with such a frail body. I must search for him, she declared, preparing to leave. Wait, Icebagu interjected, his expression grim. Where's Mr. Tom? Furin was at a loss for words. She struggled to find a way to explain the situation to them. Oh, forget it, Icebagu. Even if Mr. Tom evaded capture this time, he cannot escape indefinitely, Coco lamented. Do not make promises you cannot keep. It merely wastes time, Icebagu retorted before running off. To be honest, he had harbored hopes that Mr. Tom could be rescued, as long as he returned, even if it meant living a life in obscurity away from Water City. It was better than losing one's life. Icebagu chased after Coco while Furin stood in place, head bowed, her resolve to overthrow the world government solidified by the day's events. Meanwhile, on the Judgment ship, the fire raged bizarrely. Despite their efforts throughout the afternoon, the flames only grew fiercer, proving impossible to extinguish. Chief Judge, what shall we do? It's utterly futile. We seem to be out of options, one inquired, bewildered. How could this happen? Who is responsible? The Judgment ship could not have caught fire without cause. It was likely arson. Could it be the people from Tom's workshop? No, that cannot be. All of them have been captured and stood right before me at that moment. They could not have set the fire. It must have been someone else. Amidst all this chaos, Furin let out a cold laugh. Extinguish the flames? Do not jest. That fire is fueled by the elemental core within me. Unless I personally withdraw that power, it shall continue to burn indefinitely. Fuline snapped her fingers, and in that instant, the flames aboard the Judgment ship flared up uncontrollably. The inferno became so overwhelming that the personnel of the world government had no choice but to retreat in haste, their lives hanging in the balance as they fled in panic. In the chaos, none noticed the flag symbolizing the world government fall to the deck, only to be swept to their feet by an inexplicable gust of wind. Unbeknownst to them, each individual unwittingly trampled upon it. The flag of the world government now sullied beneath their feet. Fuline chuckled coldly. This is but a harbinger I present to you. Do you like it? One day, your world government shall be consumed by the flames of my fury, just as this vessel will be. Mr. Tom is an extraordinary boatman. Let this magnificent ship accompany him into the abyss. With that, she departed from the scene. The inferno raged for 3 consecutive days and nights, leaving the world government powerless to intervene. As they helplessly witnessed the flames engulfing the trial ship until it was reduced to ashes, the fire gradually subsiding thereafter. No one could ascertain what truly transpired in that moment. The incident made headlines at the time, with speculations abounding. Some conjectured that it was a divine discontent with the judgment rendered by the presiding judge, warranting the arrest of all individuals associated with Tom's workshop. Conversely, others posited that the truth was quite the opposite, suggesting that perhaps divine providence deemed Mr. Tom unworthy of demise. In any case, a plethora of reasons were put forth. Returning to the present, Fuline, perhaps back in the day, when I rushed to rescue people, I should have bound you first. To think you dared to roam about with such a physique, you truly are something else. Frankie, is this current state any different? Do you not find it rather impressive? To be honest, I must admit it is, but I never anticipated that design blueprint would be repurposed for your own bodily transformation. However, this is not the topic at hand. What are your next steps? The gods of water are approaching. They will undoubtedly take action tonight. That artifact, even if incomplete, must not fall into the hands of the world government. Fuline, I am fully aware of this. With that said, I shall leave that foolish individual and the ship in your capable hands. Frankie, no problem at all. However, if that is the case, those ruffians who wreaked havoc at my place this morning must also be your associates, correct? Fuline, it's better not to mention it. Just the thought infuriates me. She slammed her fist onto the table, her expression darkening as she retorted, You have the audacity to bring this up. You must understand that you initiated the conflict. Not only did you steal our money, but you also resorted to violence. Had it not been for our long-standing acquaintance, I might have joined in. Frankie, ha ha ha. I truly apologize for that. I had certain items I wished to purchase, so I have already spent that 200 million. Feline. Therefore, I find myself at a loss. Consider it a favor owed to me, to be repaid in due course. I must go rescue Isbark, so take care. With that, she departed. Chapter 53. Unexpectedly. It is indeed you in the iceberg's chamber. He found himself utterly unable to accept the scenario unfolding before him. He could scarcely fathom that someone he had trusted was now poised to take his life. Are you all agents of the government? He inquired. Indeed, replied Lucci, his voice laced with disappointment. The familiar dove, Hadley, perched on the shoulder of the man adorned with a bull skull mask. Lucci removed his mask and cast it aside, donning the top hat he had been holding. This is your fault. The government demanded items from you, and your refusal has led to this day, remarked the man wearing the massive skull mask, revealing his elongated, square nose beneath a black cap. If it were within our wishes, we would not desire to harm you. Kaku interjected. This city has bestowed upon me cherished memories. He removed his furry mask, letting down his hair, and sensually combed his long tresses before adjusting his spectacles. It appears your master has passed on his obstinacy to you, the tall man said vacantly as he finally removed his bare mask, his hairstyle reminiscent of horns. Bruno from the bar could not reconcile the scene before him. Iceberg stared wide-eyed at the once familiar, now cold and menacing visage of Lucci, who, having abandoned the use of ventriloquism and doves for communication, spoke with a chilling indifference. Your foresight is indeed astonishing. So, Mr. Iceberg, where are the blueprints for the ancient weapon, Pluto? I advise you to divulge them before your demise. Futile resistance is ill-advised. Lucci's left hand rested in his suit pocket. Who would have thought you were government agents? Iceberg uttered, incredulous. Are you familiar with CP9? Lucci maintained his detached demeanor as he explained. Most are aware of CP1 through CP8, the 8 esteemed intelligence agencies under the world government, tasked with gathering information from any location. Frowning deeply, Iceberg seated himself cross-legged on the ground, locking eyes with Lucci as he whispered, I know of them. But only up to CP8. We are like you, but we are CP9, a non-existent entity. We possess certain privileges. Our identities must remain concealed, Lucci continued, his voice still frigid yet tinged with a hint of pride. These privileges permit us, in the name of justice, to execute any citizen who does not cooperate with government operations on the spot. Gritting his teeth, Iceberg glared at Lucci, who remained unfazed even when discussing murder. Absurd. Even in the name of justice, how can you justify the arbitrary execution of citizens? A faction within the world government has reconsidered its stance. Rather than living in perpetual fear of the weapon's resurrection, it is preferable to awaken it, transforming it into a force for justice to put an end to the great pirate era. Yet, your noncompliance implies you have no intention of aiding those who continue to suffer under the tyranny of pirates in this world. Gradually regaining his composure, Iceberg resolutely asserted, I have nothing to discuss with you. The resurrection of the weapon will only incite a struggle for its power, escalating disaster. It seems you harbor doubts about the government. Mr. Iceberg. Iceberg merely furrowed his brow, coldly stating, I understand the essence of humanity, young man. Lucci, still expressionless, took a step forward and forcefully kicked the already battered Iceberg against the wall. He withdrew his foot, devoid of emotion, and gazed at the fallen figure clutching his shoulder. Mind your words. Do you still think you are our superior? Returning to his original position, Lucci instructed, Kaku, attend to his pulse. Kaku discarded the mask he held as if it were refuse, approached the writhing Iceberg, and, after a brief apology, seized his right hand, placing his fingers on the pulse. Mr. Iceberg, we have conceived a hypothetical scenario. Rest assured, we are not interrogating you. You need only listen quietly as we present this hypothesis, Lucci stated, maintaining a lofty demeanor as he regarded the disheveled former superior without an ounce of sympathy. Your reactions will reveal the truth to us. Iceberg glared at Lucci, but the anxiety within him was unmistakable. Kaku pressed firmly on Iceberg's pulse, rendering him unable to escape. Though slightly elevated, his heartbeat remained steady. Let us elucidate our hypothesis in order. First, your act of providing us with the false blueprints has left me perplexed. Did you deliberately expose the location of the counterfeit, believing the government would be the ones to seek it? Yet, the reality is that your enemies are the ones pursuing you. Consequently, the true blueprints would lose their owner, and the notion of passing them down becomes moot. With your intellect, you must have anticipated this. The fact that you did not surrender the genuine blueprints tonight indicates you have entrusted them to someone else. At the very least, they are no longer in your possession. Increasingly agitated, Iceberg attempted to wrench his right hand free, but Kaku held on tight, twisting Iceberg's hand until a sharp crack echoed, followed by a pained cry. After which Iceberg ceased to resist. Kaku, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, remarked, "It's futile. Do not resist. This is merely our conjecture, of course. We lack concrete evidence. Throughout these 5 years of surveillance and investigation, your actions have yielded no incriminating proof, and the individual you entrusted them to seems to possess some skill as a shipwright. Now, let us continue with this hypothesis. The intriguing part is just beginning." Lucci produced a rolled-up, thick blueprint, unfurling it. "This is the counterfeit blueprint we just seized. Upon closer inspection, it bears the signatures of the designer, Tom, along with Iceberg and Katie Flam. Concluding with the name of the company, Tom's Workshop. Perhaps you intended to use this counterfeit to lure out your enemies, but you never anticipated that the so-called enemy would be right beside you. This is your miscalculation. However, for the intruders who targeted merely the blueprints yesterday and today, this document is nothing more than a mere scrap of paper. Yet for us, who have resided in this city for 5 years, the names of the designers pique our interest. The legendary shipwright Tom, leading Tom's Workshop, is shrouded in numerous mysteries. This company, which ought to exist on this island, bears no record in the registries or census, and deducing that you are Tom's disciple has required considerable effort on our part. According to previous government reports, Tom had 2 disciples. One perished in an accident 8 years ago, a fact the government has undoubtedly verified." Shifting his tone, Lucci fixed his gaze upon Iceberg. "I find the name Katie Flam rather familiar. Nearly 4 years ago, a man infiltrated the Carrera Company to seek you out. He mentioned his name only once." "I recall that as well," Khalifa interjected coldly, "though at that time, you instructed me to send him away." Kaku, still checking the pulse, added, "I remember that too." The pulse beneath his fingertips remained steady, albeit tinged with a hint of disorder and acceleration. In other words, Tom's other disciple, Katie Flam, was still alive and currently residing in this city. Lucci raised his voice slightly to call out the name behind him. He had changed it to Frankie, recalling the past. When he had speculated about being watched and then handed over the blueprints to the suddenly reappeared Frankie, Iceberg was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth in a futile attempt to calm himself. It was undeniable. He never anticipated the extent of their entanglement. Sensing the incredible pulse of his subordinate, Kaku released his grip and stood behind Lucci. "No matter how thoroughly we investigate, we cannot uncover Frankie's origins. He does not take pride in the chaos wrought by the dismantling crew. It becomes clear that we have erred in believing that facts alone could lead us to conclusions. This mistake blinded us to the connection between the events and personal ties. The Frankie family had once sold timber to our shipyard. With proper design, there were countless opportunities to transfer the blueprints to him. Delving deeper, he was indeed the least suspicious individual. If the blueprints were not in your possession, then your obstinate attitude just now becomes understandable. If it were entrusted to your only junior disciple, it would make sense that you would not hand it over to any shipwright from the Carrera Company. Wow, after all these years, the older siblings are still as clever as ever," Foulin exclaimed, clapping her hands as she stood on the windowsill. "It's you." Upon seeing the green-winged mark on her head, CP9's expressions changed dramatically, though they had not seen the girl's face back then. She had not concealed the mark on her forehead. However, the mere wing mark was insufficient to prove anything. As they believed this girl could not possibly overlook such a detail, perhaps it was a ruse. Moreover, for the sake of the world government's reputation, this matter could only remain unresolved. "And you, Iceberg? No, you should be called Mayor Iceberg now," Foulin mocked as she jumped down from the windowsill. "You brothers are all fools. So careless. One of you even appeared under your real name, while the other, even more foolish, possesses that kind of thing and should have known better. Logically speaking, aside from Frankie, you should trust no one, not even those around you." Upon seeing Foulin again, Iceberg was uncertain of his thoughts. He had not seen her since he fled all those years ago. "I truly apologize regarding Mr. Tom. I failed to fulfill my promise to you and Fram. You must understand, back then, these brothers and sisters were quite relentless, weren't they? It's been a long time, hasn't it, siblings?" Iceberg expressed his astonishment at their identities. "Indeed. But I have always been cautious. Had I told you directly, you wouldn't be alive now. Compared to my unclear path, you might trust them more." Boom. Before Foulin could finish, a wall collapsed, and Luffy shouted, "Where's Robin?" At the same time, the front door was hacked apart, revealing Zoro, followed closely by Nami and Chopper. Upon seeing Luffy, Zoro exclaimed in surprise, "Luffy." In the room, Robin was equally astonished. "Luffy?" Seeing the intruders, Lucci coldly remarked, "You're in the way," then fixed his gaze on the cloaked girl, sneering, "You're no different. It's been 8 years, and you're still as cautious as before." That letter of provocation was quite the effort, wasn't it? Not at all. "You flatter me, big brother, but you misunderstand. It was merely a casual greeting," she replied. Lucci stared coldly at her. Of all the missions executed by CP9, every target they aimed to eliminate had met their end, except for this girl, who boldly disregarded them in plain sight, brazenly snatching someone away, leaving CP9 utterly helpless against her. Even the guards claimed to have seen no one infiltrate Judicial Island, and their frantic searches yielded no information. It was as if she had appeared from thin air, marking their most significant failure. Feigning innocence, Fulin said, "Oh, come now. Dear siblings, you ought to remember, I lost to you 8 years ago. Why are you so angry?" Khalifa adjusted her glasses. "Oh, little sister. You should know that at that time, none of us from CP9 could touch you. Where did you lose?" "What?" The crowd was utterly shocked. None of them had managed to subdue her. Barry and Luffy were particularly astonished, having faced them before. Their strength was formidable and far from easy to deal with. "Honestly, I genuinely wanted to save Mr. Tom back then, but you were rather bothersome. While I wished to help him, I didn't want to cause trouble in those 2 places, so I had to give up. However, to express my regrets, I sent your world government's trial ship to accompany him." "You set that fire?" Lucci was aware of the blaze and had suspected Fulin, but had no proof. The fire had seemed to materialize out of nowhere, with no signs of arson at the scene. "Yes, once he passed through that door, Mr. Tom had only death awaiting him. I had to offer him some kind of tribute, so I thought, as he was a shipwright, he should have a ship to accompany him. Thus, I had the trial ship go with him," Fulin replied candidly, unconcerned by Lucci and the others' increasingly grim expressions. Treating the trial ship as a tribute was a brilliant idea, yet the fact that she had burned it was shocking. The trial ship represented the world government's existence to interrogate criminals, and this girl had dared to incinerate it. "Robin, it's so good to see you," Chopper exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Robin, disregarding the current situation. Nami, on the other hand, was astounded, taking in the people in the room and the bloodied iceberg lying on the ground. "Wait, what on earth is happening right now?" As Barry, excitedly rushing forward, scanned the familiar faces, he recognized their attire and the masks on the ground, shouting, "What is going on? Mr. Iceberg, why does it seem like they want your life?" With wide eyes, he stared at the oddly familiar faces, yelling, "Why are you dressed like that? Hey, Khalifa, Kaku, Lucci, Bruno, stop joking around. Calm down, accept reality," Fulin explained calmly. "They are from CP9, infiltrating here for 5 years for what Mr. Iceberg possesses. However, their reconnaissance skills need improvement. They have just now confirmed that the item is not in Mr. Iceberg's possession." "You already knew whose hands the blueprints were in?" Lucci asked in a low voice. "Yes. What of it? Do you think I would tell you?" she replied. Kaku remarked, "Of course you wouldn't," reflecting on their appearances. Luffy suddenly recalled they were employees at the Iceberg Company and asked, "Aren't they your partners?" "So, the assassins are from within the company?" Nami shook her head. "No, wait. This girl said they were part of some government organization." Seeing Barry tremble with rage, Lucci, though puzzled about why he bore no injuries, simply stated coolly, "Barry, I know it's pointless to apologize now. We are intelligence operatives of the government, and those who once toiled alongside you in the shipbuilding days have suddenly transformed into adversaries." "Which may seem incredulous. Should I tread upon Mr. Iceberg's face to prove it to you?" Upon hearing those cold, inhumane words, Barry clenched his fists, bowing his head in restraint as he growled, "No need for that. It is sufficient. The voice I just heard, that of the one wearing the bull-headed mask, is identical to yours. Beast, you are indeed capable of speech. How dare you deceive me?" With a fierce shout, Barry charged forward, his hands unfurling as the rope with a blade adeptly lunged towards Luigi, who stood motionless, swiftly evading the razor-tipped cord. Luigi closed the distance from 8 meters down to stand before Barry in an instant, extending his right index finger to jab at Barry's chest. "Wooden contract, shield." A shield materialized before Barry, as his older brother stood unwaveringly. "How heartless you are, given we have shared 5 years of life together. Yet, this is quite normal for those with your iron-fisted methods." Khalifa adjusted her glasses and remarked, "All right, little sister, the reminiscing is over. Shall we settle the accounts from 8 years ago?" "Dear sister, you jest. It is you who have caused me not to rescue Mr. Tom in time. Thus I should be the one settling the score with you." With that, she brandished her vine whip, forcefully swinging it backward, sending Bruno tumbling. "Dear brothers and sisters, how can you still not learn your lesson?" After all this time, are you still unaware of how utterly useless this bull-headed fruit is in my eyes? Indeed. Bruno's fruit was deemed worthless in Furlan's perspective. She could sense his impending appearances through her observation hockey, rendering his direct assaults less effective. Just moments after sustaining severe injury, Bruno spat out blood upon hearing Furlan's declaration, convinced that her previous strike could not have been thwarted by mere iron. Luigi too sensed something amiss. For a fleeting moment, Furlan's whip had transformed into a shade of black. What could that be? Hey, could it be that she is Nami? Whispered into Zoro's ear. Zoro replied softly, it should be her. Little sister, your brother has made considerable progress over these years. With a whirlwind kick, Kaku launched himself into the air, executing rapid slashes aimed at Furlan. Fuline smiled and said, brother, you are still as fierce as ever. Shave what? Everyone expressed their astonishment. Lucci inquired why. You possess the Navy's 6 styles? Fuline smiled and remarked, why is this question being raised again? Is there a regulation from the world government and the Navy headquarters that only naval personnel and government officials are permitted to utilize the 6 styles of the Navy? Khalifa replied, indeed, there is no such regulation. With that, she transformed her fingers into a spring-like form and thrust them towards Fuline, stating, sister, are you eager to engage in a game of whips? Vine Whip, Mirage? Numerous whips materialized before Khalifa, all launching an attack towards her. Meanwhile, Lucci, utilizing his devil fruit abilities, appeared behind Fuline in the form of a cheetah, his claws poised to strike. Ah, how terrifying. Much more frightening than that clumsy wolf. Fuline exclaimed, dodging the attack. In that moment, Khalifa seized the opportunity to whip her thorny lash towards Fuline's face. Observing this, Fuline bent down to evade. Afterward, Fuline covered her face with both hands and exclaimed, sister, do you not realize how vital a girl's face is? She was not concerned about injury, but rather that Khalifa's earlier strike had caused her mask to fall. With a smile, Khalifa said, all right, little sister, let us show the older siblings what your face looks like, shall we? Flynn smiled, realizing that her elder siblings were curious about her appearance. That's easy to explain, she said, gently lowering her hands. Upon witnessing her true visage, Ruchi and Karifa exclaimed in astonishment, it truly is you. Even Mr. Iceberg was taken aback, exclaiming, indeed, it is her. He had harbored doubts, yet dismissed the possibility due to the passage of time, for Flynn appeared exactly as she did 8 years prior. Unchanged in the slightest. He had always believed that Flynn simply had not grown taller, never considering that one could remain ageless. Fuline paid no heed to their thoughts. With a smile, she remarked, however, if we are to settle accounts, dear brother, the matter of you hurling that saw at me a few days ago remains unresolved. Lucci, with a sullen expression, replied, had I known it was you, I should have simply slit your throat from the start. What a pity indeed. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and said, when Lucci first mentioned it to me, I found it hard to believe, after all. Flynn smiled and remarked, after all, age doesn't quite match, does it? 8 years ago, I was this tall, and 8 years later, I remain unchanged in height and figure. Even my voice has not altered. Kaku responded, indeed, and regardless of the methods we employ, we cannot uncover your information. Who exactly are you? Since the older siblings are so eager to know, and my companions are present, I shall speak the truth today. The reason you cannot trace my identity is that I am not human. My abilities have already been witnessed by Luffy and the others, and Flynn was somewhat candid, as long as they remained unaware of her origins. What? Not human? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Precisely, that is why you cannot find me. And do not think that after 8 years, even if it were 80 or 800 years, I would change, for I am an elf. An elf? Whether it was Luffy, CP9, or Mr. Iceberg, they all comprehended that since Flynn was not human, her bodily functions would not deteriorate as theirs would. Lucci inquired, where do you come from? What is your purpose in approaching the Straw Hat crew? And what is your connection to Tom's workshop? Oh dear brother, you have so many questions. How should I respond? The first 2 are irrelevant to you. And as for my relationship with Mr. Tom, it is simple. We are merely friends. Friends? You would risk an assault on Judicial Island for the sake of a mere friend. Brother, do not perceive me as heartless. I believe that not just I, but if Robin were taken by you, my captain and crew would cause a ruckus on Judicial Island just as I did before. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, Luffy and his companions began to prepare for battle. Flynn speaks the truth. We will not allow you to take Robin. And I promised Uncle Barry to help him deal with those who harmed Uncle Iceberg. Luffy clenched his fists and shouted toward the silent Robin. Hey Robin, why are you with these people? If you wish to leave, state your reasons. Exactly. Aren't they government agents? Nami exclaimed, her confusion evident. After a moment of silence, Robin finally furrowed her brow and spoke with palpable impatience. Do you not understand human language? I must bid farewell to Mr. Cook and Mr. Doctor. But that is something even I cannot accept. Chopper shouted anxiously. Why, Robin? To fulfill my wish. A wish that cannot be achieved while I am with you. Robin's expression remained cold and resolute as she gazed at her former companions, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. For the sake of this goal, I am willing to do anything. Zoro stated solemnly, is this the justification for placing the burden of assassination upon your companions? What is this so-called wish? I need not divulge that to you. The woman's behavior was clearly abnormal. Iceberg, weakly lying on the ground, discerned something and struggled to lift his head, questioning loudly. Are you serious, Nico Robin? Do you even know what you are doing? You have forfeited your right to speak. Silence. Robin, evidently unwilling to let Iceberg finish, summoned several hands to tightly bind his joints, twisting them until a crack resonated, and Iceberg collapsed silently. Witnessing Robin's ruthless act, Barry and Luffy stood in shock. With a cold expression, Robin gritted her teeth and declared, I will not allow anyone to obstruct me. Hey Robin, what are you doing? Are you serious? It was unimaginable that the usually gentle Robin would commit such a cruel act, yet the evidence before Luffy compelled him to believe it, though he still questioned. Certain, she must have her reasons. What has happened to you, Robin? Chopper, unable to accept what he had witnessed, shouted, Have you truly become our enemy, Robin? However, Robin remained silent, glancing at them for a moment before turning away. Lucci stepped forward, stating, I am very sorry, but this ends here. We must quickly locate another important person. Little sister, we are pressed for time, so we will let you off this time. You may go about your business. But should you impede us further, do not expect us to be courteous. Casting a glance at Flynn, Lucci recognized that since she was not human, her capabilities likely surpassed their understanding. Remaining any longer might not bode well for them, especially since he was still unclear about her intentions. In this situation, she could rescue Robin, yet she exhibited no urgency. He immediately turned to Robin and said, You have done well. Let us depart, Nico Robin. As Robin approached the window, Luffy shouted, Wait, Robin, where are you going? Just as Luffy attempted to rush forward, he was halted by Bruno. Get out of my way. Luffy struck out, only to find his fist met with an unyielding surface. Astonished, he recoiled a step. Bruno explained in a low voice. Iron can enhance human strength to a hardness akin to iron. Yet, before he could finish, Luffy charged forward again. Shave. In an instant, Bruno evaded Luffy's fist and soared into the air, swiftly stepping through the air to distance himself from Luffy. Gritting his teeth, Luffy glared at Bruno above, ready to charge once more when two shadows approached him. Rumble strike. Kaku and Califa attacked from either side, delivering powerful kicks that struck Luffy, sending him crashing through the already damaged door. Observing this, Zoro shouted for Nami and Chopper to duck while simultaneously kicking Barry, who stood in shock, to the ground, narrowly avoiding the blow. The wall near the door was severely scarred, resembling the damage in Iceberg's study. Nami, wielding her weather stick while shielding her head, glanced back to see the 20-centimeter-wide fissure, her eyes widening in disbelief. What is happening? Is this not a sword strike? It can be achieved with hurricane-like speed. This is Rumble Strike, Califa calmly replied, lowering her foot. Suddenly, she noticed someone was missing from their confrontation. Zoro and the others, having made the same observation, scanned the area and found Flynn lounging against the wall, yawning, with a remarkably relaxed demeanor. Nami questioned, Flynn, why are you not joining the fray? Phelan fixed her gaze upon Robin and said, I refrained from intervening because I wish for Robin to answer me a question. Robin, with an expressionless demeanor, inquired, What question? Florine smiled and inquired, I wonder if you wish to live. The crowd was perplexed by this question. Why would Florine pose such an inquiry to Robin? Yet, upon hearing it, Robin became animated, clenching her fists and exclaiming, What does my desire to live have to do with you? I no longer have any connection with you all. Nami responded, Robin, what are you saying? Robin, already perched on the window ledge, lowered her head, slowly raised her leg forward, and then leaped. Robin. Nami and Chopper gasped in shock as they watched her plunge from the third-floor window, disappearing from sight. As Robin vanished, Florine sighed, Alas, I did not receive the answer I sought. Brother and sister, my spirits are rather low. What do you intend to do? With that, Florine swung her whip at Califa. What should we do? Califa dodged Florine's attack and asked. Rosai turned to Florine and said, Little sister, we are pressed for time, so we must take our leave. If we meet again, we shall not spare you. Oh, I shall look forward to it, Florine replied with a smile. Humph. Rosai muttered as he vanished through the window, with the rest of CP9 following suit. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from below, engulfing the entire building in flames shortly thereafter. Feeling the heat of the flames behind her and the ominous red glow filtering through the window, Florine extended one hand and declared, "Fire contract. Gather all flames and concentrate them in my palm." She absorbed the fire entirely. Approaching the window, she then invoked, "Ice contract, ice stairway," creating a blue staircase connecting the ground to the windowsill. Observing the stunned group, Florine remarked, "What are you all waiting for? Though the fire is extinguished, there is little point in lingering here." "Oh, all right," they responded. Florine leapt from the windowsill, landing safely, while Luffy and his companions descended the ice staircase. Barry's expression was one of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost, yet time did not permit him to dwell on such thoughts. He hurriedly followed Luffy, bearing Mr. Iceberg on his back. As they proceeded, the ice staircase gradually thinned and ultimately vanished. Soon, they were met with the shouts of the shipwrights nearby, calling out, "Mr. Iceberg, Mr. Barry, are you all right? Why are there women and animals here?" Quickly suppressing his astonishment as if nothing had occurred, Barry urged the surrounding shipwrights. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and tend to Mr. Iceberg. You fools." "Yes, Mr. Barry," they replied in unison. Barry, in a low voice, added, "They are not the culprits. They are Mr. Iceberg's benefactors. If it weren't for them, we would have perished long ago." The shipwrights were left in stunned silence. For the entire day, they had regarded the Straw Hat Pirates as foes, yet now they were informed that they were the saviors of Mr. Iceberg, the hero of Water City. What could possibly be happening? "All right, that should suffice," Chopper said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he finished treating Mr. Iceberg. "Thank you, Mr. Raccoon." Mr. Iceberg smiled at Chopper, disregarding Chopper's insistence that he was a reindeer, and continued, "If possible, could you call your companions over? I have some information regarding Nico Robin that I wish to share with you." Information about Robin?" Chopper paused in surprise, then hurriedly called out to the others resting nearby, "Hey, everyone, come quickly. Mr. Iceberg has news about Robin." "That woman's news? Who would want to hear about that traitor?" Zoro scowled in distaste upon hearing it was about Robin. Nami pointed at Luffy, saying, "What do we do about him?" Luffy lay sprawled on the grass, fast asleep. Florian approached, stating simply, "What? Sanji, you mentioned that after rescuing Robin, we would feast on a great deal of meat." Her bewildering remark struck a chord. "Meat? Where is it? I want to eat meat." Luffy abruptly sat up, his sudden movement startling everyone present. "How did I end up here? Am I truly dreaming? Why are you all staring at me? Is something amiss?" Luffy scratched the back of his head, casting a puzzled glance at the onlookers. "No, nothing's wrong," they replied, rendered speechless. Upon noticing the pirates had gathered, Iceberg finally spoke. "That woman is utterly despicable. She disregards the safety of the entire world for her own desires. Yet, she has never betrayed you." Later that evening, in the alley beside the junkyard of Water 7, beneath Frankie's house, lay Frankie's secret base. At that moment, Frankie and Usopp were conversing when suddenly, a bloody giant burst in. "Help, big brother, for intruders have arrived outside." A pigeon fluttered in, and with it came a figure that struck the underling, causing him to spit blood. "Apologies for interrupting your discussion," Lucci stated darkly, sensing danger. Frankie raised his fist and aimed it directly at Lucci. Bruno vanished from sight, reappearing at the forefront, blocking Frankie's iron fist with a metal slab. He then extended his right index finger, preparing to pierce Frankie's heart with a finger gun. However, Lucci anticipated this move and kicked Frankie away. "Bruno, you are too reckless. It is not yet time to eliminate him." Meanwhile, at the Carrera mansion, silence enveloped the room after Iceberg's words. After a lengthy pause, Luffy broke into a grin. "See, I told you Robin would never betray us." Meanwhile, sensing the situation with Frankie, Florian expressed her disbelief. "Captured? I thought we had more time." Iceberg replied, "Frankie has been captured, and Usopp as well." "What? Usopp has been captured?" the Straw Hat crew exclaimed in unison. "Feline, initially, I was concerned that that fool Usopp might risk his life for the Mary, which is why I entrusted his care to Frankie. However, I seem to have overlooked the fact that Frankie holds greater value than Usopp, and Usopp is incapable of protecting Frankie. What a grave miscalculation. Truly, both of them are nothing but trouble for us." Zoro rose from the ground, wrapping the dark green scarf around his head. "Let us go, Luffy. It seems we have no choice but to head out now. Oh, we're off, Luffy exclaimed, clashing his fists together before grasping two trees and pulling himself forward. Rubber. Rubber slingshot. What? I didn't mean that kind of movement. I'm going to chop you down, Zoro cried out, vanishing into the night sky alongside Luffy. By the way, did I inform them about the sea train station? Iceberg turned his head with some difficulty to look at Nami. No, you didn't mention it, she replied. Will Robin be heading there? Chopper asked curiously. The time was 10:30, and the government official sea train was scheduled to depart at 11. Nico Robin would undoubtedly take that train to Eni's lobby. This would be the last sea train, as after the arrival of the water gods, both the sea train and ships would be unable to set sail. Therefore, if you wish to pursue Nico Robin, you must do so before the government train departs. By the way, the direction that Straw Hat and Roronoa took was the opposite of the back street. As Iceberg spoke, he absently petted the head of the mouse in his coat pocket while explaining the current situation. So, we have only half an hour. And we must first find those two fools, Nami said, covering her face in exasperation, utterly at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Wait, we'll help out too. Barry, fully recovered, approached with a group of shipwrights. We know this route much better than you do. To repay you for saving me and Mr. Iceberg, we will assist you. Barry walked to the riverbank, taking a rope from one of his subordinates, and looked at Nami, saying, Shameless woman, I'll take you to the sea train station. The rest of you, head to the back street to help search for Straw Hat and Roronoa. Then we'll leave it to you. The crew of shipwrights responded with enthusiasm. Watching the group depart, Iceberg turned to Fuline, who remained by his side, and asked, Aren't you going to help out, little sister? Fuline smiled softly. They can do it. But do you need assistance, Icebego? Bingshan tapped his head and replied, You remain the same as ever, always able to discern what others are thinking. Just don't hold them back. With that, he turned and walked away in another direction. Fuline walked beside him, reassuringly saying, Do not worry, for that is our hope, is it not? Fuline, accompanied by an iceberg and wielding a toolbox, arrived at a dilapidated underground warehouse. Before her stood a rusted iron sea train, adorned with patches of green moss and slight traces of rust. The locomotive was designed to resemble a toothy, sharp-nosed shark, while the solitary car appeared to have borne the passage of many years. Fuline waved her hand towards the sea train, and the moss on its surface vanished instantly. Well then, let us commence, she declared. Iceberg and Fuline retrieved their tools and began to repair the sea train. I truly regret not having saved him. Iceberg paused momentarily, but quickly added, But it is not your concern. Oh, it seems I recall someone pushing me away 8 years ago and blaming me, which has left me with a lingering sense of guilt. I caused Mr. Tom's demise. Little sister, you certainly hold on to grudges. Iceberg chuckled helplessly. Are you pleased now? With Frankie no longer constructing battleships? Iceberg sighed bitterly. Do you know what transpired in the square before your arrival? Oh, was there something intriguing? That was Mr. Tom's first and last altercation with Frankie. The reason was that Frankie stated he no longer loves the ships he builds because those vessels had harmed his dear ones. Fuline was busy examining the train's body. Indeed, I remember our last encounter when I said, regarding Frankie, oh, I suppose now he is Frankie, I do not regret supporting him in his shipbuilding endeavors. On the contrary, I would gladly lend a hand. Do you know why? Why? Everything possesses duality, light and dark. Even if battleships caused harm, it is not the fault of the ships, but rather of their operators. I understand that. Since coming here, I have encountered my fair share of fools, one before me, one who fled, one who left in anger, and another who was abducted, for fools in total. Your words strike with precision. However, I am curious, why did you not prevent them from taking Robin? Actually, you have misunderstood the relationship between Robin and the historical texts. Oh, sometimes, things are not as straightforward as they seem. The historical texts are multifaceted, and not all pertain to ancient weaponry. There are also matters the world government wishes to conceal from us. The scholars of O'Hara discovered that during the blank century, there existed a civilization long forgotten. The more one knows, the greater the peril. It was the relentless pursuit of historical truths by scholars that brought calamity upon O'Hara. They were arrested for their findings regarding forbidden historical texts, and the world government branded them as demons intent upon reviving ancient weapons to annihilate the world. Iceberg was astonished, clearly unaware of this unfolding narrative. Furthermore, let me share another detail. The stone tablets inscribed with ancient characters are indestructible. Are you suggesting that Dr. Kuroha, the librarian of O'Hara, stated before his demise that historical texts, recorded in the hard stone, represent the voids of history? Why did our predecessors choose to inscribe their words in such unyielding stone? Perhaps they intended to convey the truth to future generations. This means they chose to etch history into imperishable stone, disseminated across the world, due to the fear that written records on paper could be destroyed. Thus, there exist forces in the world that oppose those who left behind the stones. If their disappearance was due to the actions of some enemy, then those adversaries must continue to exist in the annals of history. Coincidentally, during the blank century, which was 800 years ago, the world government came into being. If the enemies who were eradicated were the world government, then the history of the blank century must have been expunged by them to erase any unfavorable truths about themselves. Through the interpretation of ancient documents and a few historical texts, we ultimately uncovered the existence of a certain nation. The text spoke of a vast kingdom renowned for its formidable strength, yet all records pertaining to that kingdom have been ruthlessly obliterated. It is likely that they foresaw their defeat at the hands of the world government, and, in a bid to entrust their ideals to posterity, inscribed the entire truth upon stone. This is the legacy that has resonated into modern historical texts. Ancient weapons may indeed be revived from history, but alongside them, the existence and ideology of that kingdom could pose a threat to the world government. We must understand the nature of this threat, and the key to unlocking it lies in the name of that once prosperous kingdom. What is it? I do not know. He was about to divulge further when the Gorosei commanded his demise. Fuling remarked coolly as she continued to inspect the train's components. Even after disassembling so many parts of Eno, we have not left empty-handed. The world government sought to annihilate O'Hara solely because of their ability to decipher ancient texts. For as long as they have existed, they have never permitted anyone to threaten their authority. Presently, the only individual capable of doing so is Robin. Then why do you still? Because it is unnecessary. The prolonged darkness has weighed heavily on her heart. The longer it persists, the more isolated she becomes. And when she is not alone, she feels as though she burdens those around her. Did she not once say, to realize a wish that we can never achieve together? Are you suggesting that her wishes? Yes, it is death. Why should I save one who desires to perish? Unless she wishes to live, I will not intervene. As for allowing them to take Frankie, that was purely a personal vendetta. What did he do to you? The temperature around them seemed to drop, and Icebag's lips twitched. That scoundrel assaulted my comrades and stole our funds. Yet, I had to yield to him due to Mr. Tom. Do you truly believe I bear no grudge? I allowed him to leave with the government agents, only to rescue him later. Of course, this time I shall succeed. If I fail again, you may genuinely despise me. It seems you are quite confident. Indeed, for I am not alone this time. A smile spread across Fuling's face as she thought of Luffy and the others. For some reason, Luffy always instills in me a peculiar sense of foreboding. What kind of premonition? I cannot say. That is precisely why it feels strange. Occasionally, I dream of a scene. Wow, how cool. Just as Fuling was about to speak, Luffy's voice echoed from outside the control room. Chapter 55, Reclaiming Everything. Breaking through the giant waves, Kokoro led Luffy and the others to this place. Upon hearing their voices, Iceberg emerged from the control room and, upon seeing Luffy and the others standing there, expressed his sentiments. Straw Hat Kid, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Luffy, you all made it. Fuling followed closely behind Iceberg. Nami, Fuling, what are you doing here? Fuling gazed at the Rocket Man and smiled, saying, of course, I came to witness our hopes. Meanwhile, Iceberg merely offered a faint smile and sat upon a wooden crate, remarking, this little sister insisted that I assist her in repairing it. I had no choice. What? This is clearly your own idea. Fuling boldly confronted Iceberg as he attempted to shift the blame onto her. Iceberg replied, please, go ahead, Straw Hat Kid. This little sister and I have already prepared the water and coal. We are now accumulating steam. Ha ha ha, Fuling, uncle, have you prepared everything for us? Luffy joyously inquired. Darting about the carriage, his words laced with gratitude, he promptly tore open the package that Nami had brought, indulging in a feast. Equally famished, Zoro and the others seized the opportunity to fill their stomachs before the steam was fully stored. Observing their jubilant demeanor, Iceberg simply wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly remarked, if you wish to celebrate, it would be prudent to do so after our return. No matter how the steam mechanism is adjusted, the Rocket Man cannot contain its speed. It is a failed creation prior to the Tom's success. I cannot guarantee your safety. Fuling, there is no need for concern. Their lives cannot be so easily forsaken in such a place. Entering the sea via the waterways. As long as one can latch onto the track, it can be deemed a temporary success. Iceberg approached the window of the cockpit. hesitating to voice his thoughts to the elderly Kokoro seated within. Once the Rocket Man sets forth, there is no turning back. Otherwise, I could take the helm myself. Ha ha ha, it's all right. I am quite the seasoned veteran. No one navigates the sea train better than I do. Kokoro, nonchalantly interrupting Iceberg, pulled a bottle of liquor from her pocket and took a few swigs. Just rest easy here. By the way, Chimney should be nearby. Please watch over her for me. Ah, understood. With Kokoro's directive, Iceberg reluctantly abandoned his intention to go personally. Nevertheless, a flicker of worry for Frankie's safety lingered, as he had been taken by the government, leaving Iceberg unsettled. Having watched him grow since childhood, Kokoro discerned Iceberg's thoughts and offered him a reassuring smile. Rest assured, even if struck by the sea train, one can emerge unscathed, especially with that aspiring pirate king around. Kokoro gestured towards Luffy, who was feasting heartily, her face betraying an unmistakable grin. This child bears an uncanny resemblance to someone from over 20 years ago. Fuline approached Mr. Iceberg and assured him, "Rest easy, Icebegu. I shall not stumble in the same place twice. This time, I will undoubtedly rescue them. Should I fail, I leave my fate in your hands." Icebegu smiled, replying, "I hope so. Best of luck to you." Just as Luffy was about to board, a group of individuals rushed to the entrance, catching their breath, with Zambai shouting, "Straw Hat Kid." They continued to breathe heavily, their excitement palpable as they gazed at Luffy, who was still preparing to depart. It was Frankie's subordinates, all battered and bruised. "Is that them?" Luffy recognized them instantly, his brow furrowed, while Zoro subtly unsheathed his sword, questioning their audacity to approach at such a time. Frankie's family. Nami clenched her fists in anger at their peculiar attire. "Please, take us with you," Zambai cried, his face bruised and filled with despair. "We heard you are heading to Eni's lobby. Big brother Frankie has been taken by the government. We want to pursue him, but we cannot surpass the water gods on our own." Peeking through the window, Kokoro gazed at Frankie's family. "Your adversary is the world government. Who cares who they are?" The others shouted through tears, fists clenched. "We just want to retrieve our brother. For him, we would lay down our lives. Please, Straw Hat Kid." Luffy remained silent, observing them without uttering a word. Nami, still unable to forgive them for the